patient's condition is critical. Surgery is urgently needed. Here is the consent form for the operation.
Please sign.
The doctor in a white coat handed over 2 sheets of paper. Jiang-won's young niece and nephew stood in a row around her, neither reaching out to take the papers. Jiang-won, wearing an oxygen mask, felt foggy and confused, but she could still hear the outside voices. She opened her cloudy eyes, looking at them with longing. Her throat was hoarse, lips cracked, and her throat tasted rusty from dehydration. She endured the sharp pain in her throat and forced out a faint voice. "Save me, please. I don't want to die. Doctor, we give up treatment." Jiangwon was pushed back into the ward. Cheng Yaogua, whom she loved as her own son, stepped forward and quickly removed her oxygen tube. This was the decision they had discussed, and Cheng Yaogua did it himself. She struggled to breathe, her face turning red from lack of air. She raised one hand in the air, trembling slightly, begging for help. But they all stood coldly by the bed, watching her, waiting for her to pass away. Her hand fell weakly. In her final moments, she finally heard their true feelings. That old woman is finally dead. From now on, the wages sent back by the little uncle belong to us. After the little uncle dies, all his inheritance is ours. Grandma was right. Only if they have no children will they focus on us wholeheartedly. Too bad the little uncle was a high-ranking officer. Even now, he doesn't know that he's not really. What exactly? Jiangwon didn't hear clearly. Her vision went black, and she lost consciousness completely. Jiangwon woke up from a nightmare. It was deep winter outside, very cold, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She struggled to sit up, clutching her belly. The room was dark and silent. She groped for the flashlight on the bedside table. She picked up the calendar on the nightstand. The faint yellow glow of the flashlight lit up a small area, showing the date, January 5th, 1981. She couldn't believe it. She had truly been reborn. She turned off the flashlight and gently touched her swollen belly in the dark. The baby inside responded with a gentle movement, as if greeting her. Jiangwon had gone to the village clinic for a checkup. The doctor told her due date was at the end of this month. The doctor said she was expecting twins, and both babies were very healthy. In her past life, she planned to call her husband, Cheng Jinyan, to come back 3 days before her due date. However, her mother-in-law told her that no woman should have to give birth, and Cheng Jinyan was currently on the rise in his career. Whether he could become a company commander depended on this time. She was advised not to let such small matters distract him and to learn to be stronger. Until just before giving birth, she was still working in the fields under her mother-in-law's influence. Overexertion caused her to faint on the roadside. When she woke up again, the baby in her belly was gone. Her mother-in-law told her that because her body was weak and she was overworked, the baby was a stillbirth. After giving birth, Jiangwon kept bleeding heavily, and there was a cut on her abdomen. When she went to the clinic for a checkup, she found out her was gone. Jiangwon cried and went back to ask her mother-in-law about the situation. Her mother-in-law explained that she had a difficult labor, which caused heavy bleeding. If her was not removed, her life could be at risk. Her mother-in-law said she did all this for her good. She also promised that even if she couldn't have children in the future, she wouldn't dislike her. From then on, she would be her daughter and stay with her for life. Jiangwon was deeply touched and cried as she threw herself into her mother-in-law's arms. From that moment, she regarded her as her own mother. Her childhood was unfortunate, her father was strict, and her mother was harsh. Her mother-in-law's warmth made her feel loved, and she was willing to give her all in return. Jiangwon truly did so, spending her life treating her father-in-law and mother-in-law as her own parents. Soon after giving birth, before she had fully recovered, her father-in-law developed symptoms of abdominal swelling, weakness, and vomiting blood. He was taken to the town hospital for examination and diagnosed with liver problems. He had cirrhosis and needed a liver transplant. Otherwise, he only had 2 years to live. The family was large, but no one was willing to donate a liver. Her father-in-law, with a strong will to live, looked at her with hope. Jiangwon was a compatible match. Seeing her father-in-law's pitiful state, she agreed to donate her liver. Before the surgery, Jongwon wanted to call Chung Jin-yen. Her mother-in-law told her that he didn't know about the family situation and shouldn't be burdened with it. Because of her mother-in-law's words, Jongwon didn't tell him about the liver donation. Lying on the cold operating table in her hospital gown, she was still conscious as the doctor administered anesthesia. When the surgeon made the incision, she could feel everything. The doctor removed 60% of her healthy liver and transplanted it into her father-in-law. After the surgery, she was hooked up to 4 drips, and the pain from the incision made it difficult to get out of bed. Her mother-in-law only cared for her father-in-law and was not very attentive to her. She spent her days making various nutritious soups and staying close to her father-in-law, caring for him and asking about his well-being. Her father-in-law's recovery was very fast. Mother-in-law often says she is too weak to recover properly and cannot eat nourishing food. After her surgery, she drinks thin porridge and eats wild vegetables every day. Jongwon lay in bed for 2 months, relying on her strong will to survive through difficult times. Since donating her liver, her health has become very poor. She often catches colds and runs fevers, lasting more than half a month each time. Despite this, she still cooks for the whole family, washes everyone's clothes by hand, feeds the chickens and pigs, and works in the fields. She has no children of her own, but her mother-in-law's family has 8 nieces and nephews who depend on her care. Before Jongwon married in, her eldest uncle had an accident. He was working in a coal mine when a collapse happened. When they found him, his body was cold. Her eldest sister-in-law received compensation and left overnight, abandoning her children. Fortunately, her uncle married early, and his children are already grown up. However, these children are spoiled by their grandmother and lack common sense. They cause trouble outside every day. Before Jongwon married in, her mother-in-law took care of their mistakes. After she married in, all these issues became her responsibility. Second uncle learned from his older brother's mistake and stopped working in the coal mine. He went to a nearby quarry, which was fine a few years ago, but last year there was a big explosion there. He couldn't escape and was hit on the head by a flying stone, which caused his brain to bleed, and he died instantly. Seeing this, the second sister-in-law gave up on her children, packed her things, and went back to her parents' home. She heard that this year she found a new partner and was preparing to remarry. Her eldest uncle left behind 6 children, and her second uncle left 2 children, making a total of 8 children in the family. Families like this are usually avoided for marriage, but Jongwon married into it because she was grateful to Chung Jin-yen for his kindness. When she was still a girl, she was robbed while walking at night. The robber not only stole her money, but also tried to her. At that moment, Chung Jin-yen, who was returning from the army to visit his family, happened to pass by and saved her life. Chung Jin-yen was also of marriageable age at the time and was there for matchmaking. He was very capable, but his family was in poor condition. He went on several dates and everything seemed fine at first, but once they learned about his family situation, the relationship ended. At that time, Chung Jin-yen had already joined the army, but was still just an ordinary soldier. He was still gaining experience and his monthly salary was not high. Because he had to support so many nieces and nephews, he handed all his wages over to his family. It was of fate that someone introduced him to Jongwon. Because of what happened last time, Jongwon has a good impression of Chung Jin-yen. She is a bit insecure, and Chung Jin-yen does not dislike her. They quickly hit it off and got together. Chung Jin-yen was visiting his family from the military, so his time was very tight. They only saw each other a few times before Chung Jin-yen reported back to the army. Under the pressure of her parents-in-law, they got married at the end of that year. Before getting married, they didn't know each other well, and the marriage was a bit hasty and unclear. Jongwon originally thought she would be happy married to Chung Jin-yen, but she didn't expect to become a housekeeper at a young age, taking care of many children. She is under 50, but looks as old as a 70-year-old woman. Chung Jin-yen is successful in his career and has become a senior officer in the military. At over 50, he looks mature and steady, like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, with good spirits. However, Jongwon has been overworked and her health has been poor. She sent away her parents-in-law and worked hard to raise her 8 nephews and nieces, but her own body suffered from fatigue and illness. When she was young, she did the dirtiest and hardest work to support her family, which led to lung cancer. She fainted in the field and was taken to the hospital by her neighbor, a woman with a limp. The neighbor contacted her 8 nephews and nieces, hoping they could help her. The doctor said her illness was caught early and surgery could give her at least 10 more years of life. Without surgery, she would die immediately. But when they came to see her for the last time, they didn't even notify Ching Jinyan and simply removed her tubes. She had given everything for this family, but after she fell, this was the result. She was a terrible wife and mother, and she decided she wouldn't be one anymore. Jongwon closed her eyes in the darkness. Her blanket was thin and patched in several places. Under her bed, there was only hay, covered with a thin blanket. She was about to give birth at the end of the month and experienced frequent urination at night. Because her blanket was thin, she often woke up with a sore back and waist. And because her blanket was not warm enough, she had been cold and unable to sleep for several nights. Her husband, Ching Jinyan, had worked hard in the military for many years and was now a platoon leader. He sent back over 40 yuan each month. All of this money went into her mother-in-law's hands to raise her 8 nephews and nieces. Jongwon closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, she didn't wake up at 6 as usual to prepare breakfast for the family. She heard the rooster crowing, covered her ears, and buried her head in the blanket. Lying in her not-so-warm bed, she slept until 7 o'clock. She opened her eyes again, awakened by the noise outside from chickens and dogs. There are 8 nieces and nephews in the family, 3 of whom are already adults over 18. The eldest is working elsewhere and only comes home once a year. The second daughter is 20 years old. She has her eye on the village bully, who is handsome and good at sweet-talking, making her dizzy. If Jongwon hadn't been stopping her, the second girl would have already moved in with the bully. The third is working temporary jobs in town, staying at the construction site during busy times, and hasn't been home for a long time. The fourth and fifth are in high school, living at school during the week and only coming home on weekends. The remaining 3 younger children include 1 in middle school, 1 in elementary school, and a 5-year-old who is very mischievous. Jongwon has been married into this family for 8 years, and she raised these children. She was pregnant once after just a year of marriage, and it was twins. When she first got pregnant, she was inexperienced, working every day, and her health was poor. The baby was born prematurely, at just over 8 months. At birth, the baby was blue all over. The midwife said it might not survive. Later, her mother-in-law took the baby to the hospital for treatment, but when they returned, she said the baby had died. On the way back from the hospital, her mother-in-law found a small hill and buried the baby there. When Jongwon asked about it, her mother-in-law said it was to prevent her from being sad, so she didn't let her see the baby's final resting place. At that time, Jongwon had just given birth and was very weak, barely able to get out of bed. She cried and begged her mother-in-law to tell her where the baby was buried, but at first, her mother-in-law comforted her, then became cold and angry. Jongwon was timid and very sad about her child's death. After her body recovered, she dared not bring up the matter again. Later, her second uncle's youngest son was born. Out of longing for her own child, Jongwon kept this boy close. This youngest nephew was practically raised by her, with her taking care of him day and night. As he grew up, Jongwon put a lot of effort into him. When she was hospitalized later, she didn't have high hopes for the other nephews and nieces. But this youngest boy became her hope. However, when everyone was removing his life support, he just watched silently, without saying a word. Today, Jongwon didn't get up early to cook. The 2 children studying at home woke up and found there was no food. They knocked loudly on Jongwon's door. She initially didn't want to respond, but her fragile door was already shaking from the knocks. If she doesn't open the door soon, these 2 might really break it down. Jongwon stood up, put on her coat, and pretended to cough a few times. Cough, 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 cough. With a pale face, Jongwon opened the door. Normally, when she caught a cold and coughed, she would cover her mouth to avoid infecting others. Now, she coughed nonstop directly in front of them. Her small face turned very pale from coughing. She weakly supported the door, her eyes blurry, speaking intermittently as if she might pass away soon. What's wrong? I caught a cold last night, and I don't feel well today. I slept a bit late by mistake. I feel very uncomfortable now, so I can't make breakfast for you. Go ask Grandma. While speaking, Jongwon coughed a few more times. Lao Luqing Xiangbei frowned with disgust and turned away, no longer looking at her. Lao Chicheng Yaozu spat on the ground. Bah! Bad luck. Cheng Yaozu, who is 9 years old, is the child of second uncle. When he was little, his biological mother took care of him, but he picked up many bad habits. After second uncle passed away, he was taken back to his grandmother's house and raised there, and his mouth never cleaned up. He cursed everyone daily, this one, that one, even the heavens and earth. The family members had long been cursed by him. Jongwon used to often supervise him, feeling sorry for the orphan child and wanting to teach him well. Cheng Yaozu's mouth was very dirty, and he often cursed at school. Some classmates couldn't stand it and would fight him. Cheng Yaozu fought fiercely, always fighting desperately, determined to beat others down. He had injured several classmates, and Jongwon would bring gifts and apologize with a smile to smooth things over. She worked hard for years to take care of Cheng Yaozu's matters. But the boy only saw her as meddlesome and hated her deeply. He often sided with his grandparents and could get along with them better. Jongwon often supervised him, and everything she did was considered her duty. If Jongwon remembered correctly, on this day in her previous life, Cheng Yaozu injured a classmate's eye at school. At that time, she was heavily pregnant and went to mediate, even using her writing earnings to compensate the other child, which helped settle the matter peacefully. But Cheng Yaozu returned home shamelessly, believing it was the classmate's fault and that even if he were killed, it would be justified. Jongwon was furious and scolded him severely. Later that evening, Jongwon went to fetch water by the river and was pushed into the water by Cheng Yaozu, who held a grudge. If it weren't for someone washing clothes by the river and discovering her in time to save her, she would have been beyond help. Not only was her unborn child at risk, but she herself might have died. At such a young age, Cheng Yaozu was already deeply bad. It's infuriating that Jongwon, under her mother-in-law's persuasion, kept thinking of him as just a naive child. Later, when she was hospitalized, Cheng Yaozu was the first to suggest removing her life support, and everyone agreed. Some people's cruelty is ingrained from childhood. It's just her foolishness and youth that made her unable to see through him, even when his intentions were so obvious. It's truly laughable. Jongwon coughed and returned to her room, locking the door behind her. Cheng Xiangbei and Cheng Yaozu, unable to get her to do what they wanted, went to argue with their grandmother in her room. When Jongwon first married in, her mother-in-law said she had low blood pressure and that she would get headaches every morning. Caring for her mother-in-law's health, Jongwon volunteered to make breakfast and did so for 8 years. They pounded loudly on her grandmother's door, forcing her to wake up from her sleep. Jongwon lay under the blanket, hearing her grandmother's angry words through the door. She buried her head in the quilt and smiled coldly. "My good mother-in-law, this is just the beginning.
Can you really not stand it now?
The good days are still ahead." In the end, her grandmother didn't make breakfast, but gave each of them 2 dimes to buy food at the school gate. She stood at the door, nagging for a few moments, then went back to sleep. "Jongwon, if you're not feeling well, just lie down for a while. Remember to get up later to make breakfast." Jongwon snorted coldly, still waiting for her to cook for them. Dream on. She quietly left the room and went to the chicken coop to pick out 2 eggs. The eggs were still warm and had some chicken droppings on them, clearly just laid today. Jongwon cracked the eggs into a bowl, added a spoonful of sugar, and poured hot water into it. Soon, a fragrant bowl of sugar and egg mixture was ready. She didn't wait for it to cool and drank it all in one gulp, tilting her head back. After finishing, she washed the bowl and went back to her room to sleep. Just as she was about to lie down, she heard faint tapping at the window. Curious, she walked over and opened the window. She saw a small monkey covered in blood, looking at her with big, pitiful eyes. In her previous life, Jongwon had never seen this little monkey. Could it be that because she was reborn, some things have changed? The little monkey was small and pitiful, which made Jongwon think of her own lonely and helpless moments when she was about to die. She tried to wave at the little monkey. Unexpectedly, the monkey, which had been lying still on the ground just moments before, struggled to stand up. It jumped a few times in place, but because its legs were hurt, it couldn't reach the windowsill. Jongwon was about to go out and help it when she heard noises outside. It was already 8:30 in the morning. Her grandparents had gotten up. They probably thought she had prepared breakfast and were now washing up, waiting to eat. Jongwon couldn't go outside. She looked around the house and saw nothing that could help her. Suddenly, her eyes fell on a coat on the bed. Jongwon took the coat, held the sleeves, and put it outside the window. The smart little monkey, without needing to be reminded, jumped into the middle of the coat on its own. It held onto one end of the sleeve with its injured arm, which helped prevent it from falling. Jongwon used some strength to lift it up. When she was close to the window, she reached out and gently held the monkey in her arms. The monkey was probably hurt because it accidentally stepped on a trap while trying to get food. At home, with many children, bumps and bruises happen often. Jongwon always kept a first aid kit in her room, and whenever any child was hurt, she would personally treat their wounds. "Stretch out your leg, and I'll put medicine on it," she said casually while opening the first aid kit. She didn't expect much, but the monkey surprisingly understood her. It sat quietly on the ground, straightening its legs, and didn't make a fuss while she applied the medicine. "Stretch out your hand, and I'll check it too," she said. The monkey then stretched out its hand. Jongwon was amazed at how clever the monkey was. She happily patted its fluffy little head and praised it with a smile. "Good boy. You're a very smart little one." The monkey understood her praise, lifted its head, and grinned at her. Jongwon carefully examined the monkey's whole body, treating all its wounds. "All the wounds are taken care of. If you're okay, you can go back now," she said, holding the monkey and walking to the window to send it away. She liked this little monkey very much, but her current situation wasn't good, and she couldn't take care of it for now. Unexpectedly, the monkey clung to the window frame and refused to leave. Jongwon tried to persuade it several times but couldn't. Finally, she left only one sentence. "If you want to stay, then stay. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But if you stay with me now, life might be tough for you, and you might have to endure some hardship." The little monkey understood her words and limped to jump down from the windowsill. Jongwon couldn't do anything about it, so she stepped forward and gently took it down. After landing, the little monkey happily chattered and squeaked. It excitedly hugged Jongwon's leg, pressing its face against her calf. Its long tail swayed gently, as if it was being cute. All right, I won't chase you away, but this house isn't safe. If you want to stay, you must listen to me, understand?" Jongwon scolded the little monkey like she was teaching a child. The monkey nodded as if it understood, then crawled under the bed. Just as Jongwon was about to call it out, she heard a knock at the door. She was surprised. She didn't expect the monkey to react so quickly. She hadn't even heard footsteps, but the monkey had already noticed. Not only did it notice, but it also hid on its own. The monkey was so clever that as long as it hid well, there shouldn't be any danger in the house. Thinking this, Jongwon felt relieved. Jongwon, it's so late. Why aren't you making breakfast?" Her mother-in-law called from the door in a pretend gentle voice, raising her voice a little. Jongwon had heard from villagers before that her mother-in-law argued loudly and was quite fierce, sometimes even hitting people. But she never believed those stories. Her mother-in-law always spoke softly and kindly when talking to her, looking very gentle. After dying once, she realized that her mother-in-law was actually a loud, quarrelsome woman. All her kindness was just a disguise, meant to leave a good impression and make her willingly take on all the household chores. Now, Hearing her mother-in-law speak again in a strained voice, Jong-won felt only hypocrisy. She coughed a few times and pretended to be weak as she said outside the door, "Mom, I don't feel well today. I really can't get up, so please make breakfast for me." "Oh, rest well. If you still feel unwell later, I'll take you to the clinic," her mother-in-law replied, pretending to care. In reality, she just wanted to see if Jong-won was pretending to be sick. Jong-won used to not understand her words and always imagined the best, thinking her mother-in-law was the kindest person in the world. Now, looking back, she realized how foolish she had been. If her mother-in-law truly cared, she would have called the doctor to her house and brought her a nutritious, easy-to-digest breakfast to her bed. But she only said those words and then made breakfast for the three of them, completely ignoring her well-being. After eating and drinking their fill, the little one ran outside to play. Today, two elderly people are going to visit relatives. Their mother-in-law stands at the door, talking to her. "Jong-won, your dad, and I are going to visit relatives. We won't be back all day. Please prepare lunch." Without waiting for Jong-won to reply, the elderly couple leaves immediately. Jong-won lies silently on the bed, smiling to herself. This is the woman she considered her real mother in her previous life for the first 20 years. When she was about to give birth and was seriously ill, she didn't make breakfast for her and took her husband to visit relatives, expecting her to help watch the baby. Her plans were shattered, and she was expected to play the role of the caring mother-in-law, but she was done with that. Jong-won stays quiet in her room, pretending to sleep, so she won't hear anything. "You can go now. Hurry up and leave. When you come back, you'll be the ones crying." Although Jong-won didn't give a direct answer, the elderly couple still left confidently. They thought Jong-won was responsible. No matter how uncomfortable she felt, she would take care of her nephews and nieces. Plus, Chung Yagwa was raised by her, and she loved him like her own son. Whenever something involved Yagwa, she would even remove her to take care of him. They never expected that Jong-won was no longer the same person she was before. She had been reborn and would never sacrifice herself for this family again. Jong-won checked the time. Chung Yagwa would probably get into a fight in about an hour. He was spoiled by his family and often caused trouble outside. This time, he was playing by the river and deliberately kicked a 4-year-old girl into the water. Unexpectedly, her father, Chung Jiaching, was resting under a tree and saw everything. Chung Jiaching pulled his daughter out of the water and chased Chung Yagwa with a stick. Although Chung Yagwa was young, he had quick legs. He was good at hiding, slippery like an eel, and hard to catch. Every time he caused trouble, he would run home and let his family take the blame. He would hide behind adults to avoid trouble. Sometimes, to cause chaos elsewhere, he would stick out his tongue behind adults' backs, provoking them. Last time, Jong-won was made his scapegoat. Chung Yagwa caused trouble outside and ran back to hide in Jong-won's room. Chung Jiaching caught up to hit him, but Jong-won stepped in front to stop him. Seeing she was pregnant, Chung Jiaching didn't want to argue, but he was upset to see Chung Yagwa hiding behind her and provoking him. Lee Jingqing was very angry. He grabbed a stick and wanted to hit Chung Yagwa's arm. He quickly shrank his neck and hid behind Jong-won. If it was just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he would miss and not hit anyone. The problem was that Chung Yagwa was young but had a very bad heart. He forcefully pushed Jong-won aside, and the stick from Lee Jingqing heavily hit her stomach. Fortunately, Lee Jingqing didn't use much force at that moment, so Jong-won only let out a painful scream. The baby inside her was jolted strongly, causing her to squat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Lee Jingqing was frightened and forgot about hitting Chung Yagwa. He quickly took Jong-won to the clinic for a checkup. The doctor said the baby might have been hit in the leg and the situation wasn't very good. They would have to wait until the baby was born to see if the leg was broken. If there was a fracture, it needed prompt treatment. After that incident, Lee Jingqing didn't dare to trouble Chung Yagwa anymore. Instead, he bought many things to apologize. But all the food was eaten by Chung Yagwa, and Jong-won didn't get to eat anything. Thinking of the two poor children, Jong-won gently touched her belly. The spot she touched slightly bulged, as if the baby was greeting her. There was no one at home. Jongwon took some noodles from the cupboard, quickly cooked herself a bowl, and didn't forget to add an egg. Usually, the eggs were reserved for her nephews and nieces, and she never got to eat them. Now, Jongwon just wanted to be kind to herself. From now on, she would be the first to eat any good food and would never leave any for anyone else. After finishing the noodles, Jongwon washed her bowl, and the stove was restored to its original state. She went to the main hall and looked at the clock on the wall. It was 11 a.m. and only 20 minutes left before Chungyagwa caused trouble. Jongwon took a thick coat from the cabinet, put it on, and simply tied her hair. She reached under the bed and took out 10 yuan, putting it in her pocket. There were only 5 minutes left before Chungyagwa's trouble, so Jongwon locked the door and, for safety, held a stick as a cane. She left the house and went to the village office to make a phone call. Calls within the village were free, but calling outside cost money. When Jongwon and Chung Jinyan first got married, Chung Jinyan told her the army's phone number. He said she could call him about anything. Jongwon carefully remembered the number, wrote it on a small note, and hid it deep in the cabinet. She knew those simple digits by heart. In all these years of marriage, she had never once called Chung Jinyan voluntarily. This was her first time calling him. Jongwon dialed the military phone number and the phone rang a few times. She clenched the receiver tightly, holding her breath nervously. Although the wait was very short, it felt like a whole century had passed. Soon, the call was answered and a strange male voice sounded. Hello? Hi, may I ask who you're looking for? Hello, I am looking for Chung Jinyan. Jongwon's voice was nervous and a bit shaky, but she managed to speak clearly. May I ask who you are? Jongwon realized for the first time that calling also involved being asked for her identity. I am Jongwon, the wife of Chung Jinyan. I have something important to discuss with him. Please hold on a moment, I will go call him. Jongwon didn't hang up. She still held the phone tightly. She really hoped to hear Chung Jinyan's familiar voice on the other end. After Rebirth, Jongwon realized her surroundings were not safe. On the surface, she was surrounded by family, but in reality, they were all wolves in sheep's clothing. They didn't genuinely care for her. They were all scheming and cruel. They pretended to respect and be kind to her, but behind her back, they plotted and had bad intentions. They acted respectful and caring, but in truth, they made her do all the dirty and tiring work. What they shouldn't have done was even try to harm the baby inside her. In her previous life, they took advantage of her foolishness. She lost her child and her, and could never be a mother in her lifetime. This time, she wouldn't make such a foolish mistake again. Having children is a big matter. It's natural for her husband to be by her side. Jongwon only learned in her 40s that the military actually offers paid paternity leave. This meant that even if Chung Jinyan took leave, it wouldn't affect his salary or year-end bonus, nor his rank. Her mother-in-law had bullied her before, thinking she was just a rural girl who didn't understand anything, so she dared to be so reckless. The whole family treated her like a fool, tricking her around, even though she considered them her closest family. The call was answered again, and the other side regretfully told her, Chung Jinyan is currently on a mission and is expected to return in 3 days. Please call again after 3 days. Just as they were about to hang up, Jongwon quickly stopped them. Comrade, wait. Hello, Comrade Jongwon. Is there anything else I can help you with? Here's the improved and simplified version of your text. Please help me tell Chung Jinyan that I am calling to say my due date is the 28th of this month. If possible, I hope he can take leave and come back before the 25th. I am expecting twins. The doctor said I might give birth at any time, and it's best to have family with me. There could be surprises in the next few days, so I might not be able to call. Please, I really need you to pass this message along. Thank you so much. Jongwon hung up the phone and let out a long breath. She looked up at the clock on the wall. It was 11:40 a.m. By now, Chungyagwa should have already caused trouble and be rushing home for safety. Jongwon didn't hurry back. She went to the mountains to pick some roots and bark, which monkeys can eat. There isn't much to eat in winter, and what little there is deep in the mountains. She is now in the late stages of pregnancy and can't climb up and down the mountain easily, so she just did what she could. She spent some time at the foot of the mountain collecting things, then went to the health clinic to get some medicine. No matter what, she had to act out the scene completely. She guessed that Yagwa had probably already been scolded and beaten, so she headed back. When she returned, she carried a basket in one hand and used a cane with the other. To make her act more real, she coughed a few times while walking. The woman next door saw her and smiled, greeting her. "Jiangwan, back to work in the fields again?" "Yes, I'm picking some grass for the chickens at home," Jiangwan replied, coughing hard. She coughed so much her lungs felt like they were coming out, and she was short of breath for a while. "Oh, dear, you're so sick. Let your father-in-law and mother-in-law handle these chores. With so many people at home, it's not right for a pregnant woman about to give birth to do all this." In the past, Jiangwan would have told others she was doing it voluntarily to save face for her in-laws. But now, she wouldn't defend them anymore. "My father-in-law and mother-in-law went to visit relatives. I'm just taking care of the chickens, pigs, and my little nephew," she said, wiping non-existent sweat from her forehead. Then she pretended to lose her balance and leaned on a small tree nearby. "Jiangwan, what's wrong? Why can't you stand steadily? My house is a bit drafty, and my quilt isn't very thick. I had a high fever last night, and I'm feeling very unwell today." Cough, cough. She coughed again while talking. She was only describing her condition, not complaining about anyone. However, considering the context, Jiangwan was feeling very unwell, yet her father-in-law and mother-in-law were out visiting relatives and left her with a lot of chores to do. If her in-laws didn't know she was sick, that would be understandable. At least they wouldn't have any malicious intent. But if they knew and still behaved this way, it would be truly terrible. "You're so sick. Why didn't you tell your father-in-law and mother-in-law? You're bearing everything yourself. Don't forget you're pregnant now." Hearing this, the neighbor auntie immediately became anxious. Jiangwan sighed softly. "I told them this morning that my mother-in-law asked me to cook, and I already told her." Jiangwan stopped speaking at this point, showing no sign of resentment. The neighbor auntie sighed heavily and finally saw the true nature of Jiangwan's in-laws. They claim to care about their daughter-in-law, but treat her like this while she's pregnant. It's really terrible. "Have you eaten? Do you want to come to my house for a meal?" I have already eaten." Jiangwan hurriedly lowered her head, saying she had eaten, but anyone could tell she hadn't. "Could it be that you haven't had breakfast?" the auntie boldly guessed, and Jiangwan's face immediately turned red. She deliberately puffed out her stomach, and with her effort, her belly let out 2 faint growls. "Oh, I see, you haven't eaten yet. That's so wrong. You're pregnant with twins, and you're still working despite being sick. You don't cook for yourself, and you can't even get a proper meal. Your family really isn't humane." The neighbor auntie scolded angrily, and before leaving, she reminded Jiangwan. "Jiangwan, go back and sit down to rest. Later, I'll cook some chicken soup and bring it over for you." "Auntie, there's no need, really." Jiangwan's original intention was to damage her in-law's reputation and didn't plan to deceive the neighbor auntie for food. Unexpectedly, the auntie was so kind-hearted that she even wanted to cook soup for her voluntarily. Jiangwan remembered from her previous life how the neighbor auntie had kindly warned her to be careful of her in-laws, saying they weren't good people. At that time, she was very angry and argued with her. Now, in this second life, she realized how naive she had been before. The neighbor auntie's good intentions were met with her ungratefulness and anger. How much kindness must there be to risk being targeted and still speak such sincere words? But Jiangwan had mistaken her as a bad person before, confusing kindness with selfishness. When she got home, she saw Yagwa shrinking his head, sitting pitifully at the door, blowing cold air. His face was swollen from being hit, and his exposed skin on his arms was bruised and purple. The most exaggerated part was his mouth, torn open with a large piece missing, bleeding seeped out steadily. His legs were unnaturally bent, clearly injured. Yagwa joked about others' lives, and it was only fair that Jiaqing beat him so badly. Last time, Jongwon protected him from harm. He committed a bad deed, but remained unharmed. This time, Jongwon deliberately avoided him, so he could only bear the consequences himself. When Chung Yagwa heard the noise, he immediately looked up, his eyes shining as he gazed at Jongwon. The resentment in his eyes flashed briefly, but Jongwon saw it clearly. "Little ant, why did you go out?" "Someone just hit me. I wanted to go back but couldn't find you, and I got beaten up like this." Chung Yagwa sniffled and cried, feeling wronged. In the past, Jongwon would have felt pity seeing him cry and would have pulled his hand to complain to others. She raised him, so she wouldn't let others bully him. Now, she wouldn't be the fool anymore. If she caused trouble and got beaten, she thought she deserved it. Jongwon quickly cleared her throat and pretended to be weak. "I am sick. I just went to the clinic for treatment." To prove her words were true, she even took out the medicine prescribed by the doctor. Chung Yagwa grimaced and looked angry, his frustration hard to hide. "But I was hit by someone." He wanted to complain again, but Jongwon opened the door and walked into the house as if she hadn't heard him. Unable to do anything, Chung Yagwa hobbled after her. He deliberately jumped around in front of Jongwon, hoping to gain her sympathy or get her to help him seek revenge. If that didn't work, maybe she could just cook him something.
He was starving by now.
He looked at Jongwon eagerly, his eyes clear and bright like stars. Jongwon always thought that a child with such beautiful eyes must be kind-hearted. But she later found out he was a little troublemaker as a kid and a big troublemaker as an adult. No matter how good she was to him, she couldn't change him. To him, everything she did was just what was expected. Since that was the case, Jongwon naturally wouldn't keep showing kindness. He wouldn't be filial, and she couldn't rely on him in the future. So why bother caring now? Jongwon quickly covered her head, pretending to have a terrible headache, and went back to her room. "Oh, my head hurts so much. I need to lie down for a while," she said, then slammed the door shut. Just as she was about to follow Chung Yagwa, the door nearly hit her head. He stared with wide eyes, surprised, at the closed door. I can't believe that the usually caring little ant is now watching him get beaten like this, yet she doesn't speak up for him or cook for him. The little ant has changed so much that Chung Yagwa feels strangely anxious. After the door closed, Jongwon, who had been sick just moments before, suddenly became lively and energetic. Chew, chew, chew. Jongwon moved her mouth, and the little monkey, hearing her voice, immediately crawled out from under the bed. Jongwon placed a basket on the ground and lifted the cloth covering it. The little monkey's eyes immediately brightened. Using its injured paw, it struggled to grasp a root and put it into its mouth. It was the simplest food, but the little monkey ate happily. Jongwon couldn't help but think that animals are so easily satisfied, while humans are often greedy. She had once given her heart to this family, but only received such a response. Just thinking about it made her feel cold inside. After filling its stomach, the little monkey shyly hugged her leg. Jongwon was surprised to realize that the little monkey seemed to see her as its mother. She gently stroked the soft, smooth fur on the little monkey's body. When it first arrived, it was dirty, but now it looked much cleaner. It seemed that during her absence, the little monkey had taken the time to tidy itself up. "You're so smart and well-behaved. From now on, I'll call you Little Good," Jongwon casually said, and the little monkey understood her words, happily nodding repeatedly. In this cold, unfeeling home, having a cute little monkey by her side suddenly made Jongwon feel like she had someone to rely on. As Jongwon was still feeling touched, the little monkey suddenly opened its small paw and placed a shiny silver ring in her palm. The little monkey's paw was injured, and the silver ring had a faint bloodstain on it. Jongwon looked at the ring and felt it looked familiar. To be precise, it was a silver ring. She took a handkerchief from her pocket and quickly wiped the bloodstain off the ring. When the ring was fully revealed, Jongwon's eyes widened in surprise. The little monkey had actually helped her find her grandmother's keepsake. This was a gift her grandmother gave her before she got married, before she passed away. A beautiful silver ring with a simple diamond-shaped pattern engraved on it. Since her grandmother gave her this ring, Jongwon had always worn it on her hand. When she married and came to this house, Chung Yaogwa wanted to play with her ring. When she refused, he kept crying and even threw a tantrum on the ground. Jongwon simply couldn't handle him, so she finally took off the ring and gave it to him. Jongwon let him play with it for a while and then took it back. She was standing nearby, worried she might lose the ring. Suddenly, her mother-in-law fell outside in the yard and called for help. Jongwon was very worried about her and became a bit panicked. She tried to take back the ring, but Chung Yaogwa refused. Her mother-in-law kept crying out in pain outside, so Jongwon had no choice but to go out and help her. Her mother-in-law fell hard and kept saying she wanted to go to the clinic. Jongwon was very anxious and went with her immediately. When she returned from the clinic, she wanted to get the ring back from Chung Yaogwa, but found it was missing. She searched the entire house, inside and out, but couldn't find it. The ring was a keepsake from her grandmother, a source of warmth and her last memory. She never expected the ring to just disappear, and she cried for a long time out of sadness. Her mother-in-law injured her leg and kept telling her to do this and that. Jongwon had to wipe her tears and take care of her, still searching for the ring. In the end, she couldn't find it and had to give up. Unexpectedly, she rescued a little monkey and then found the ring again. They say good things come to those who do good, and bad things to those who do wrong. Sometimes it just takes time. Her kindness helped her recover her grandmother's keepsake, and Jongwon was so happy, she cried tears of joy. Clear tears rolled down her cheeks and dropped onto the ring. The ring still had some blood from the little monkey on it. Jongwon was very emotional and didn't notice that her tears and the monkey's blood quickly mixed together. When they combined, they formed a strange, milky, white liquid. This milky liquid was then absorbed by the ring. The once ordinary ring suddenly shone with a dazzling light. The little monkey immediately ran to Jongwon's feet and clung tightly to her leg. Before they could react, both Jongwon and the monkey were drawn into the ring by the white light. They lost consciousness at the same time. When they woke up, they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. This space was filled with thick white mist, which was moist and soft, feeling very comfortable on the skin. Jongwon, who was young, had lost her baby after a miscarriage. She hadn't even recovered from her confinement and had been doing housework constantly. Her body was already exhausted. Over the years, whether sick or pregnant, she had been doing all the chores inside and out. Jongwon had long felt her body was unable to keep up, and sometimes, lying in bed, she felt chest tightness and palpitations. These white mists seemed to have nourishing effects. Jongwon only stood inside for a moment and already felt completely refreshed. Her hands, which had been swollen and cracked from years of working in cold water, were covered with tiny wounds. Although she was under 30 years old, her hands looked worse than those of a 50-year-old woman. Gently waving her hand, all the white mist was absorbed into her skin. While bathing in the mist, Jongwon felt very comfortable. She didn't notice that her tiny wounds were healing quickly, visibly getting better. She had some invisible internal injuries, so her appearance didn't change much. But the little monkey was different. When it arrived, it was covered in scars, with both legs badly caught in traps, making it hard to walk. Its front limbs also had scars from trying to pry open the traps. Because it was small, the white mist had a very noticeable effect on it. The monkey's wounds were healing rapidly, and it soon became lively and energetic again. It opened its little mouth and let out a comfortable squeak. Suddenly, Jongwon, standing nearby, heard a strange child's voice.
Wow.
These white mists are so amazing. My wounds don't hurt at all anymore. Confused, Jongwon turned her head and saw the monkey's mouth moving. She was shocked, eyes wide open, wondering if the monkey was talking. But why would a monkey talk? Just as she had this thought, she saw the monkey's mouth move again, and this time, its words were different. Why is Mom always watching me? Do I look strange? The monkey looked down, carefully examining its hands and feet. It sadly realized that it did look a bit different from its mother. It had grown a lot of fur and wasn't wearing any clothes. The monkey immediately shyly covered its lower body, blushing as it looked up at her, like a shy little boy. At this moment, Jongwon was completely sure the monkey really could talk. Or at least, she could hear the monkey talking. But what exactly was going on? "Little one," Jongwon called softly. The monkey looked up at her with a puzzled expression. "Call me Mom." "Mom," the monkey responded. It understood her words and squeaked twice. Jongwon clearly heard it call her Mom. "Little one, I can hear you talking now. Can you tell me where you found the ring?" Jongwon had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but they couldn't communicate before, so she had to hold back. The little monkey was shocked and widened its eyes, then quickly reacted, chattering excitedly to tell her what had happened. It turned out that it was caught in a trap because of this ring. Its parents were taken away by hunters shortly after it was born, leaving only the young monkey. The little monkey had been surviving in the mountains. In autumn, there were many wild fruits, so its life was somewhat okay. In winter, the weather got colder and food became harder to find. Besides tree roots and bark, it could also eat bamboo shoots. It remembered there was a large bamboo forest on the mountain, and monkeys were good at finding bamboo shoots. After arriving in the bamboo forest, it found many bamboo shoots and was very happy to eat. One day, it found this ring in the bamboo forest. Curious, it kept playing with the ring while walking, which caused it to not watch the path carefully and accidentally step into a trap. It was eager to escape, pulling and tearing at the trap with its hands. Normally, with its strength, it couldn't open the trap, but it was very lucky. The trap had been in the mountain for a long time and was badly rusted. Through its frantic efforts, the trap finally broke, and it managed to escape. After being injured, it wanted to run to a cave to hide, but the ring kept heating up and guiding it forward. Its body uncontrollably moved toward Jongwon's house, and finally, it dragged its injured body to her windowsill. It wanted to climb in, but because of its serious injuries, it couldn't exert much strength. In the end, it had to throw stones at the wall to make noise and attract her attention. After hearing the little monkey's story, Jongwon understood everything. The only thing she couldn't figure out was why the ring, which was lost at home, appeared on the mountain. There are only 3 possible explanations. First, the ring was always in Chungyagwa's hand and was lost when he went to play in the mountains. Second, the ring was still in Chungyagwa's hand, and he deliberately took it to the mountain and discarded it. Third, Chungyagwa gave the ring to someone else, who intentionally or with his help threw it away in the bamboo forest to hide it from her. No matter which possibility is true, it shows that Chungyagwa is very clever at a young age. He clearly lost the ring himself, and Jongwon saw him almost digging up the mountain to find it. Yet, he just watched her search and maybe even secretly laughed. What confused Jongwon was that at that time, Chungyagwa was only 3 or 4 years old. How could he have become so bad? Jongwon held the little monkey's hand and kept walking forward. Soon, they saw a small courtyard. Curious, Jongwon pushed open the courtyard gate and went inside. She opened the door again and saw the full view of the house. The house was empty, with no pillars and no furniture. Inside, it was very spacious, looking just like a warehouse she had seen before. Could this be a warehouse? Jongwon was shocked by this idea. But if it was a warehouse, what could it store? Many thoughts flashed through her mind, but she needed to test further. While she was thinking, she suddenly felt a huge force of rejection. Before she could react, she was forcibly pushed out of the space. Jongwon sat back on the bed in the room, feeling very confused. Her ring was still in her hand, but the little monkey was gone. Little quail, where are you?" Jongwon whispered softly. Soon she got a response. "Mom, I'm still where we were just now. Where did you go? I can't find you. I'm outside now. Come out quickly," the little monkey replied. Jongwon didn't even speak. She just thought about it, and suddenly the little monkey appeared in front of her. "Mom, why did you come out first? I couldn't find you just now, and I was almost crying." Jongwon then noticed the little monkey's eyes were red. What surprised her even more was that, after leaving that magical place, she could still hear the little monkey talking. Her mind was very confused. She sat on the bed for a long time and finally sorted out her thoughts. The place they had just been to was very likely the inside of the ring, simply called the space. Because the little monkey's blood mixed with her tears, they were both pulled into the space. Using the space as a medium, she suddenly could hear the little monkey speak. When she was pushed out of the space, her body remained in the original place, but she staggered a bit. This shows that her mind entered the space, but her body stayed outside. The little monkey came out of the space later because it entered directly with its body. Jiangwan looked down at her rough hands, which had become much smoother. Although not as delicate as before she was married, they now matched her current age. From this, she inferred that the white mist inside the space had healing powers. To confirm her idea, Jiangwan quickly removed the bandage from the little monkey. This morning, the little monkey was covered in scars, but now it is clean and without any injuries. Jiangwan picked up the comb on the table. Just as she thought about putting it away, the comb suddenly disappeared. Little one, go help Mom check the small cabin we saw earlier. Is the comb inside? Mom, I'll go right now. The little monkey vanished instantly. After a while, Jiangwan heard its excited shout. Mom, the comb is really inside the cabin. Do you want me to bring it out for you? Yes, please. Thank you, little one. The space can store items, which proved her idea once again. When the little monkey appeared with the comb, Jiangwan was so happy, she almost cried. She never thought she would be so lucky. Not only did she get a second chance at life, but she also unexpectedly gained a storage space. With the help of this space, she believes she can make a different path for herself in the opportunities-filled 1980s. She has the memories from her previous life, and with her good memory, she will remember everything she has experienced or knows. Just this alone feels like she has a special advantage. Now, with the storage space, she can also keep the little monkey inside it, so she has no worries anymore. She just wonders if she can put her newborn inside too. If she can, then once she has her baby, she will have no more burdens. After her postpartum period, she can focus on anything she wants without distraction. Thinking about the future, Jiangwan's heart beats faster with excitement. Even heaven seems to be helping her, sending the little monkey and grandma's ring to her side in this special way. She has a feeling that this time, she can turn the tide and completely change her tragic fate. In the afternoon, Jiangwan didn't sleep. Instead, she sat at a wooden desk, carefully writing her manuscript. She was good at Chinese from her studies, and her essays were especially excellent. Since middle school, her essays were often read aloud to the class as models. Her notebooks were always marked with red wavy lines, highlighting good words and phrases the teacher carefully marked. At the end of each essay, the teacher would write encouraging comments. For example, your ideas are deep and original. You have great talent in writing. Keep working hard. You will definitely succeed. Your story is creative, well-structured, and enjoyable to read. Every time I read your work, I feel happy. Whenever Jiangwan saw these comments, she couldn't help but smile happily. Her only regret was that her math was poor. It wasn't obvious in middle school, but when she learned functions in high school, her bright mind couldn't remember even one formula. Even if she memorized it, she couldn't apply it during exams. Eventually, she gave up and only did multiple-choice questions in math. As a result, her math grades were always poor, often only scoring 10 or 20 points, which seriously dragged down her overall score and affected her class ranking. Back then, the college entrance exam hadn't been restored yet. With her poor math grades and strong subject bias, she couldn't continue studying further. After leaving school, she found a temporary job in town. During her free time, she didn't forget to write small articles. As she wrote more, she got the idea to send her work to newspapers and magazines. Luckily, her first article was accepted by a newspaper. Although she only earned a few dollars, it gave her great encouragement. Compared to earning just a few cents a day from temporary work, one article was worth a week's income. After receiving the payment, Jiangwan was full of energy and worked hard to write whenever she had free time. However, after sending out several submissions, she received no response. She even thought about giving up, but writing was her longtime hobby, and her teachers had once said she had a talent for writing. For her, writing was not just a way to pass time, it was her dream. As long as she kept writing, she was chasing her dream, showing she still had ideals. If she gave up this hobby, she would become an ordinary person who only did manual work. Jongwon didn't want to become like that, so she kept writing. Later, after marrying Ching Jinyan because her family and farm work took up too much time, she stopped doing temporary jobs and had to pause her writing. For 4 or 5 years after marriage, she didn't pick up a pen. One day, she saw a call for submissions in a magazine. The theme was about the life of rural women. She was a rural woman herself, taking care of household chores every day. This topic suited her perfectly, and her long-suppressed passion was reignited. She wrote an article based on her own life and sent it to the magazine using the address provided. When she sent it, she didn't have high hopes. But she didn't expect that a month later, she would receive a generous payment, a copy of that month's magazine, and a letter. The letter had such a big impact on her that she still remembers every word clearly to this day. The letter was personally written by the editor to her, praising her writing for its spirit and ability to resonate with readers. The magazine planned a special feature to encourage her to continue in this direction, and her submissions would be given priority in the future. From that time on, Jongwon would send a new article to the magazine every so often. She wrote each piece very carefully, maintaining her previous style, and her writing skills improved significantly over time. However, some of her submissions were still not accepted. She didn't feel discouraged. Instead, she kept persevering. Gradually, her acceptance rate increased, and her income became quite good. To keep her secret from her family, Jongwon always picked up her mail only at the post office. She never used her real name or her home address when submitting her work. Despite her efforts to stay hidden, the increasing number of payments attracted some attention, especially since she often went to the post office. Jongwon carefully estimated that after the Spring Festival, her mother-in-law stopped giving her any household money. She always claimed to be unwell, and after her father-in-law had a liver transplant, his health also declined. The money sent back by Ching Jinyan was used up buying medicine. The family's expenses for food, clothing, and other needs, as well as tuition and living costs for the children who knew about her secret, all fell on her shoulders. Her writing was starting to bring in some income, which she planned to save for her later years. But her mother-in-law kept crying and saying that her nephews and nieces were asking her for money. Jongwon, being gentle by nature, couldn't hide her money. Since her family was truly in difficulty, she endured her unhappiness and kept giving them money. Even her grown-up nephews and nieces found excuses to ask her for more. She only had a few hundred yuan in savings, which they had drained in less than a year. Her selfless giving didn't earn their respect. Instead, it encouraged them to become more demanding. Even when Jongwon had no money left, they wouldn't stop. The younger ones would cry and pretend to be pitiful in front of her, while the older ones directly demanded money with a fierce attitude. When Jongwon couldn't produce any more, they would threaten to harm themselves or act desperately in front of her, using their suffering as a trap. Feeling sorry for her nephews and nieces, Jongwon could only work tirelessly, writing day and night to earn more money. She had become not only a household chores machine but also their ATM. Because she was creating so often, with only output and no input, her inspiration gradually dried up. When she couldn't think of anything to write, Jongwon would go to town to find some odd jobs. They were all the hardest and most tiring work, and the pay was very little, but it was better than nothing. In her previous life, Jongwon couldn't understand why they kept asking her for money. Now, after living again, many things became clear. They knew she was a rural woman doing farm work and wouldn't have much money, yet they kept demanding it, forcing her to use her savings from previous earnings. They pretended not to know she was a writer and didn't care how much she earned each month. When she ran out of money, they asked her for more, but she always found a way to get the money. As for where her money came from, no one in her family cared. Looking back now, they must have known long ago that she earned money from writing. They only wanted to drain her of her last bit of usefulness and make her give everything for the family.
They never cared about her well-being.
As long as she came back with food, did the laundry, and spent money on them, that was enough. In her past life, she only thought about writing more articles to earn more money. Because of exhaustion, she forgot to improve herself, so her writing stayed the same and eventually was rejected by the market. Living again, her accumulated experience became her most valuable asset. Now, she focused entirely on her creative work, setting aside household chores. She could clearly feel that her writing was completely different from before. This was a process of change from quantity to quality, a realization and insight gained through suffering and luck in living again, a new understanding of the world by a woman who had endured hardships. Her current work had soul, depth, and could resonate with people. Jiangwan leaned over the desk, her mind flowing like a fountain. She had never experienced this divine feeling of inspiration before. In her previous life, she often suffered headaches from writer's block and forced herself to create. She forgot her original purpose and pushed herself to write dull words, which naturally resulted in unsatisfactory work. At 4 p.m., before school was out, Cheng Yaozu came home cursing loudly. He kicked open the front door with a loud bang. I only scolded that little brat a few times, and he dared to hit me and tell the teacher. Forget school altogether. In the past, Jiangwan would definitely come out to check when she heard a noise. She could also take the opportunity to tell her about what happened at school. She might complain a bit, scold him, and hit him to vent her frustration. Every time he said he didn't want to study, Jiangwan would become very nervous, gently persuade him, and even take out her secret savings to let him spend. Jiangwan cares a lot about their grades and fears they might give up halfway through their studies. Cheng Yaozu noticed her weakness. Whenever something upset him, he would say he didn't want to go to school. He didn't really want to quit. He just wanted to control her. Sometimes, Cheng Yaozu also felt worried inside and tested her limits carefully. He would stop once he saw he was getting nowhere, but would try little by little to push her boundaries. This time, his test was fine, so he planned to push further next time. Over time, whenever he said he didn't want to study, Jiangwan would almost agree to anything he asked. This made Cheng Yaozu like to use not studying as a way to get what he wanted. Now, he even slammed the door loudly and kept shouting angrily, but Jiangwan's room was completely silent. Was she sleeping and didn't hear? Or was he not shouting loudly enough? Thinking this, Cheng Yaozu kicked a chair away and kicked over the table. The chair rolled into the corner with a loud bang, and the table crashed to the ground. The pots, bowls, and utensils on it shattered everywhere, making a continuous crashing sound. Was this loud enough? Jiangwan should have heard it, right? Cheng Yaozu thought so and shouted even louder. What's wrong with scolding you a few times? You poor kid, what are you so proud for? Dare to say I have no parents. I'm an unwanted brat? I may not have parents, but I have my little uncle and aunt. They love me and care for me. Aren't they better than your poor parents? You talk so much nonsense. I'll beat you to death. He yelled louder and louder. Jiangwan, who was inside writing, was interrupted by the noise. She frowned irritably. She used to think Cheng Yaozu was just a childish kid, and his foul language was because he was poorly taught at home. She believed that as long as she kept him close and taught him proper manners, he would grow up to be sensible. Now she realized that he was truly rotten to the core. Not only was his language dirty, but his heart was also completely black. He didn't care that Jiangwan was 9 months pregnant and about to give birth, still causing trouble outside. He was an adult now, but every day, he just dropped his school bag, refused to do homework or chores at home. He wouldn't even cook a bowl of porridge or a plate of noodles when he's hungry, and he wouldn't bother to help if the oil bottle spilled. It's said that children from poor families grow up quickly, but these two seem to be here to play the young masters and misses. Jiangwan is that hardworking servant who never complains, earning no wages and having to earn her own money to support the family. She really can't understand how she was so foolish in her past life. Why did she agree to be this big fool? Her nephew and niece are neither caring nor filial. They won't even spare a few kind words. They are not her own children, so why should she care about them? If she doesn't want to cook, then don't eat. If she's hungry, she should just starve. If she doesn't go to school, then she shouldn't. It's embarrassing to be uneducated, but that's not her problem. If they cause trouble outside, they should deal with it themselves. Once she understood this, Jongwon felt a sudden sense of relief. She put her finished manuscript into her space, along with the few hundred yuan she earned before, hiding it in every corner of her home. Nothing is safer than hiding money in her space. In her past life, money kept disappearing from her room. Her mother-in-law often opened her door under the pretext of airing the room. Sometimes, when she was doing chores or working in the fields, anyone could enter her room and rummage through her things. After tasting the benefits, they came more and more often. No wonder her money disappeared more and more over time. Sometimes, she could only keep her money on herself to feel somewhat safe. At night, when she was about to sleep, she would take off her clothes and leave them aside, but someone would come in quietly and search her room. The family's money was stored in many places, and Jongwon had to search carefully, sweating all over. Pregnant women always crave snacks, and her bowl of noodles from noon was almost digested. Jongwon's stomach was growling with hunger. She was about to go out to find something to eat when she heard a knock at the door. She didn't want to answer at first, but then she heard the voice of Aunt Lee Shuping from next door. "Jongwon, are you home?" Before she could go out, Chung Yaozu suddenly opened the door forcefully. He looked at Lee Shuping with a fierce glare and shouted rudely, "What are you shouting for? Don't you know your voice is loud and disturbing me? Can you shut your mouth?" Chung Yaozu was furious and had no place to vent his anger, so Lee Shuping's arrival became his target. Lee Shuping kindly came to bring chicken soup for Jongwon, but before she even stepped inside, Chung Yaozu scolded her harshly. She was an elderly person and cared about her dignity. Lee Shuping felt anger rising inside her, her chest heaving constantly. If it weren't for her respect for Jongwon, she would have wanted to hit someone directly. Chung Yaozu saw her silent and became even more arrogant. "Swear at me. Aren't you very angry? If you have the guts, come and curse me. Watch how my little wife will scold you to death." Chung Yaozu kept provoking, and Lee Shuping's anger was about to reach its limit. Jongwon pushed open the door and came out. "Auntie, you've arrived?" Jongwon greeted her with a smile and stepped forward, warmly holding her arm. Lee Shuping was about to speak, but Jongwon pulled her into her room. Jongwon closed the door and immediately changed her expression.
"Auntie, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to let you suffer any unfairness. Chung Yaozu's father died early, and his mother wanted to remarry. My father-in-law and mother-in-law pampered him. I couldn't control him at all." Jongwon said this long story, and Lee Shuping thought she was trying to plead for Chung Yaozu. She felt a little disappointed but decided to let it go, considering she was also a victim. "It's okay. I'm old now, and I don't bother with children." Lee Shuping agreed with her words, afraid that if she spoke too harshly, Jongwon might get upset and have a miscarriage. Jongwon's nephews and nieces were indeed very impolite, but Jongwon was a good person. Lee Shuping respected her and was willing to give her face. "Auntie, I mean, if Chung Yaozu ever scolds you again, don't hold back.
Just give him a few big slaps."
Jongwon's words shocked Lee Shuping. She widened her eyes in disbelief and looked at her. Chung Yaozu is so disrespectful at such a young age. He doesn't respect elders at all. As his aunt, I have to scold or hit him. I'm pregnant now and can't discipline him. If you hit him, you're helping me vent my anger. I'm so happy, I don't care if I get angry about it." Jongwon rubbed her arm in front of Lee Shuping and pretended to be aggrieved. "A few days ago, Chung Yaozu pushed me to the ground. My arm still hurts. Luckily, the baby in my belly is healthy, or I might have lost the baby." Tears welled up in Jongwon's eyes. Lee Shuping looked at her with concern, quickly reaching out to hold her in her arms and gently pat her back. "Don't cry. That brat just spoke disrespectfully to me. I've tolerated him for a long time. Now I'm going to tear his mouth apart." Jongwon didn't actually cry. She just remembered how miserable her life had been before and couldn't help but tear up. She couldn't understand how she had been so foolish. The ungrateful people outside caused trouble, and her in-laws didn't care. As the wife of her husband's brother, why should she be responsible? In the past, she lacked a sense of boundaries, thinking that elderly people had a hard life, and since she was the only young person at home, she had to do these things. She forced herself to take on the responsibility, which made her life very difficult. Li Shuping left the room, looking fierce as she went out. Cheng Yaozu saw her come out and immediately stretched his neck, glancing at her sideways. Li Shuping walked closer and closer, and Cheng Yaozu couldn't help but shout, "This is my house. Why are you scolding? Do you dare to hit me? Just watch, my little wife will teach you a lesson." Cheng Yaozu was showing off and also dragging Jiangwan into it. All his nieces and nephews were like this. After causing trouble outside, they just wanted him to clean up. He talked tough to others but lacked the ability to solve problems. Jiangwan found this increasingly funny and decided she wouldn't pay for the foolish actions of these simple-minded people in the future. Li Shuping glared fiercely at him, and Cheng Yaozu continued to shout, "Why are you looking? Do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes?" Li Shuping's anger surged, and Jiangwan silently wished him harm in her heart. Li Shuping took a step forward and slapped him across the face before he could react. Cheng Yaozu was stunned, his mouth wide open, confused. He never expected Li Shuping to dare to hit him in his own home. Still surprised, Cheng Yaozu was then hit with 2 more big slaps. Seeing his left cheek not red and swollen enough, for fairness, she added 2 more punches. After realizing what was happening, Cheng Yaozu burst into tears. He had never been slapped before, and even when family members touched him, he would throw a tantrum. Li Shuping directly slapped him 4 times inside his house. His cheeks were red and swollen, and he cried out in pain. Cheng Yaozu tried to fight back, but Li Shuping kicked him in the stomach. "Get out of here. I think your mouth must have eaten dirt, or how else could it smell so bad?" Cheng Yaozu was just a coward, usually shouting loudly, but when it came to fighting, he was actually quite useless. After being kicked down, he lay on the ground, opening his mouth and crying loudly, little wife, I was beaten. Aren't you going to do anything at home?" Cheng Yaozu shouted loudly toward Jiangwan's room. He knew he couldn't fight Li Shuping, so he hoped Jiangwan would stand up for him. Their brothers are always scheming, and Jiangwan used to be tricked by them. Now she doesn't bother to care. Her door is slightly closed, but she can clearly hear the sounds outside. However, she pretends not to hear and simply sits on her bed, not caring whether Cheng Yaozu is alive or dead. If his mouth wasn't so talkative, Li Shuping wouldn't be so angry and want to hit him. He totally deserves it. Jiangwan feels no sympathy for him. Jiangwan opens the insulated box on her desk, and the rich smell of chicken soup spreads out. There is also a small portion of rice in the thermos, enough for her to eat alone. She adds some soup to the rice and quickly finishes eating it all. Then she slowly nibbles on the chicken. Cheng Yaozu is still shouting loudly outside, but Jiangwan has already comfortably finished her dinner. Li Shuping is also a tough person. She beats Cheng Yaozu until he cries and begs for mercy, almost kneeling and kowtowing. "Do you still dare to curse? Is your mouth dirty? If you don't want it anymore, I can tear it apart for you. What is this? Do you really think I don't dare to hit you? Think you're just a kid? Do I have to tolerate you? I tell you, I don't have such a good temper. Next time you see me, better call me Auntie nicely. If you dare to shout at me or curse, I'll slap you to death." Li Shuping scolds and hits him at the same time, finally releasing the anger she had been holding inside. Jiangwan listens to her shouting and feels her blood boiling too. Li Shuping says what she wants to say and does what she wants to do. If she weren't pregnant and unable to move easily, Jiangwan would have already rolled up her sleeves and taken action. What kind of thing is this? If you're not capable, don't dare to curse. Who else should I hit if not you? Cheng Yaozu shouted outside for a long time, but Jiangwan didn't respond. To avoid another beating, he could only admit his mistake honestly. I was wrong. I won't dare to curse again next time. Please don't hit me anymore. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times and say sorry loudly. If you do that, I'll forgive you this time. Li Shuping doesn't want to let him go easily. If she doesn't give him a lesson, next time he might dare to curse and even hit her. Li Shuping has a hot temper. She hates evil and would definitely beat him until he doesn't recognize his parents if she loses her temper. Jiangwan hears a loud thud from her room. Probably Cheng Yaozu has already knelt down without shame. Then there are 3 loud kowtows, very loud indeed. But Li Shuping is not satisfied and continues to torment him. No, these 3 head knocks are not loud enough. Your sincerity is not enough. I can't forgive you. Cheng Yaozu, with red eyes, raised his head. His forehead was slightly swollen and red. He had already knocked hard enough, so why was it still not enough? Li Shuping saw his displeasure in his eyes. She raised her hand high, pretending to slap his face. Cheng Yaozu was so scared he shrank back and quickly knocked his head 3 more times, louder and faster. His forehead was scraped and bleeding a little. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I won't dare do it again. Cheng Yaozu lowered himself and sincerely apologized. Only then did Li Shuping nod in satisfaction. That's more like it. I'll forgive you for now. But if there's a next time, luck won't be on your side. Li Shuping snorted and left. She strode away, arms swinging confidently, looking very proud. Cheng Yaozu stared at her back, feeling angry and bitter. He wanted to hit her and hurt her badly, but he was afraid. After all, killing someone means facing punishment. Such a big problem. No one would cover for him. Now, he could only keep a low profile, maybe do some strange things behind her back to vent his hatred. When Li Shuping left the yard, Cheng Yaozu slammed the door shut with a loud bang. There were no outsiders at home now. He planned to take his anger out on Jiangwan. Enduring the pain in his body, Cheng Yaozu kicked open Jiangwan's door. Jiangwan's door was not locked, but his kick made it hit the wall with a loud bang. Cheng Yaozu's eyes widened with anger as he looked at Jiangwan, who was lying on the bed, half-closed eyes, looking very relaxed and carefree. Li Shuping just hit me and forced me to kneel and apologize.
Did you hear or see that?
Why didn't you come to help? Cheng Yaozu immediately rushed to Jiangwan's front, pointing at her nose and angrily questioning her. Jiangwan knew he was about to explode. She had already placed a stick by her bed in advance. When Cheng Yaozu's finger was about to touch her nose, Jiangwan slapped him without hesitation. What kind of temper does this person have? Does he really think everyone should spoil him? Jiangwan used to tolerate him because she was not thinking clearly, mistaking him for her own. She thought that as long as she sincerely cared for this family, she would eventually get something in return. Now she realized that was not true at all. These ungrateful wolves, even if she gave her heart to them, they still weren't satisfied. Since that's the case, why should I settle for less in the future? Just break the relationship completely and do whatever you want. But Cheng Jinyan hasn't come back yet and no one is supporting her now. She is pregnant with twins, and in her past life, those 2 children were harmed by others, so they didn't get to be born. This life, Jiangwan wants to treat them well, hoping they will be born safe and grow up healthy. She doesn't dare take risks now, so she won't do anything too aggressive. Jiangwan has been patient for a long time, but when Cheng Yaozu rudely pointed at her and questioned her, she finally couldn't hold back. Cheng Yaozu didn't expect Jiangwan to hit him. He was shocked and stared at her with wide eyes. You're daring to hit me? You dare to hit me now? Cheng Yaozu's right hand trembled uncontrollably. Even the finger pointing at her nose couldn't hold steady. If you disrespect me, what if I hit you back? Cheng Yaozu, pointing at an elder's nose like that. Did your mother teach you to be so rude, or did you learn it outside? You're always misbehaving, learning all these tricks just to deal with family members? Jiangwan couldn't bear it anymore and started scolding him loudly. Cheng Yaozu's pupils trembled. He never expected Jiangwan, usually honest and obedient to him, to suddenly get so angry. He might have been stunned by Li Shuping earlier. Even his reaction was slow. He stood there blankly, forgetting to respond.
Get out.
This is an elder's room. Without permission from an elder, do you think you can just come in? I don't care how uncultured you are outside, but at home, if you dare show this attitude to me, don't blame me for being rude to you. Jiangwan turned and grabbed a stick from the corner, then directly struck Cheng Yaozu's leg. Chung Yaozu was startled and quickly stepped back a few paces. His face showed confusion and suspicion. He was only a 9-year-old child, and Jiang Wan's sudden anger made him panic. Jiang Wan's stern look was very intimidating, making Chung Yaozu feel guilty. The moment he saw the stick, he reflexively took a few steps back. He awkwardly retreated to the door, and Chung Yaogwa came in angrily. "Little aunt, I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook for me." Chung Yaogwa had been beaten that morning, didn't eat lunch, and by evening, his stomach was growling loudly. He no longer cared about pretending to be innocent and spoke to Jiang Wan in a commanding tone. Jiang Wan snorted. Since she had already hit Chung Yaozu just now, she no longer needed to be polite to Chung Yaogwa. "Just make your own food if you want to eat something." "Little aunt, I'm still so young. I don't know how to cook." Chung Yaogwa pouted and looked at her pitifully. The mother-in-law hadn't bought rice, flour, grains, or oil for the family in a long time. These are essential supplies for life, yet she could be so neglectful. And there are all kinds of seasonings and daily necessities at home. In her view, Jiang Wan has money, so even if she doesn't buy them, she will still get more. The difference is, she doesn't buy things but saves her money in her pocket. When she buys something, Jiang Wan can save her secret savings. Women with money tend to become bad. She definitely won't give her the chance to have money. "If you can't cook, then go hungry. I can't stand the smell of oil fumes with my big belly, so I can't cook for you. Besides, your grandma hasn't bought anything for the house in a long time. We're using my money for food and supplies, so I shouldn't have to cook for you after spending my money, right?" Since there are no elders at home, Jiang Wan doesn't need to hold back when she speaks. In the past, she cared about the family's reputation and didn't dare to speak loudly, let alone scold them like now. Even when she saw them not doing their homework, she would only kindly advise them. Now, speaking to them with harsh words and sharp tones is something they've never seen before. The two brothers looked at each other, feeling a bit confused. No matter how much Jiang Wan did before or how much money she spent on them, they seemed to ignore it and never felt grateful. Sometimes, when Jiang Wan told them off, they would reply rudely, "All your food, clothes, and shelter come from my grandma's house. You're a freeloader who doesn't earn money, just eating and drinking for free. Who are you to tell us what to do?" Back then, Jiang Wan endured even such rude words to keep the family harmony. Now, she couldn't take it anymore. Not only could she not tolerate it, but she also wanted to clarify some things, to let them see that her actions were not unreasonable. She knew they would complain to her grandma, but what did that matter? She just wanted them to understand what she was doing and to let her grandma see how over the top she had been. She used to endure everything, almost becoming a ninja turtle. Holding in many unhappy feelings, she never dared to speak out. Now, she spoke freely without worries. What was she afraid of? What if we don't have any food to eat? Zhang Yaogua pouted, looking a bit upset, and said, "That's your own problem. You figured out yourselves." Jiang Wan looked at them with a blank face and said, "It's none of my business. You have to find your own way." They didn't expect Jiang Wan to be so cold-hearted. Both of them looked unhappy. Find your own way. The dog at the village entrance lost his parents, but he didn't starve. Dog at the village entrance is younger than you, but he can take care of himself. You are spoiled, so you don't know how to handle things now. I used to be healthy, so I could do more work. Now I don't feel well and have no energy to care for you. I have a bad headache now and no energy to argue. You all should leave. Don't come back unless it's important. I'm in a bad mood now and easily annoyed. Please don't come to upset me again, or you'll have to face the consequences. Jiang Wan grabbed a stick by the wall and hit the floor hard a few times. The stick hit the cement floor with loud thuds. The two brothers wanted to say something, but seeing this scene, they were afraid of getting hit and finally backed off quietly. The brothers left Jiang Wan's room angrily. Their faces looked bad. They never thought Jiang Wan really wouldn't take care of them anymore. They can't cook or do chores. Jiang Wan used to take good care of them, so they never worried about these things. Now, they are beaten up and bruised, and they are hungry. Brother, Jiang Wan won't cook. What do we do? Since Chung Yaogua is younger, he got nervous when this happened. He lowered his head, rubbed his injuries, and spoke with a trembling voice. Humph.
Cooking is her job.
If she doesn't do it, we have to. She keeps talking about being pregnant, saying she feels uncomfortable here and there. Others who are pregnant don't have these problems and can still work normally. I think she's just pretending, hiding in her room to slack off. When she has the baby, it will be even worse. Chung Yaozu's eyes flashed with a cold light as he spoke. Grandma told him that once the young aunt had her own child, she wouldn't care about their lives anymore. Even if she did care, she wouldn't be as attentive as before. She's pregnant now but already acting like this toward them. If the baby is born, will she still care about them? Many thoughts flashed through Chung Yaozu's mind, and he finally reached a conclusion. We must never let her give birth to this child safely. She just lies in the house, not working. Whenever we tell her to do something, she gets angry. We really can't handle her. Chung Yaogwa is young and doesn't have as many ideas as his older brother. He is just a bit nervous and unsure of what to do. What if her child is lost? What excuse can she use then? Chung Yaozu sneers coldly, his young face showing a maturity beyond his age. Hearing his brother's idea, Chung Yaogwa's eyes widen in shock. He is somewhat naive, and his questions sound childish. But the baby is already in her belly. How can we make it disappear? Chung Yaogwa knows he shouldn't say such things. He quietly covers his mouth and lowers his voice. There are many ways. Chung Yaozu's eyes shine with a colder light, and many malicious thoughts flash through his mind. Like what? Chung Yaogwa lifts his head, his eyes bright and eager to learn. For example, pregnant women must be careful not to fall. If she trips and falls, she might miscarry, and the baby in her belly will be gone. Chung Yaozu sneers coldly, and Chung Yaogwa's mouth opens in surprise. He never expected that making a pregnant woman lose her child could be so simple. Another way is, pregnant women can't be overworked. Make her do too much every day, tire her out so much she can't breathe, and the baby might be lost. Chung Yaozu's smile becomes even brighter, recalling what Grandma had told him earlier, and now he puts it into action. Big Brother is so clever. If little aunt has her own child, she won't like us anymore. Should we just make her lose her baby? Chung Yaogwa's voice is clear and sweet, like a lovely doll's voice. Who would think that such an innocent-looking little child could say such cruel things? That soft pink little mouth looks like it's about to eat someone. To win Jiangwan's love, they have such malicious plans at a young age. What they don't know is that the little monkey has been listening at the door, paying close attention to everything they do. The brothers' words are heard clearly by the little monkey. Although it is a small animal and hasn't fully gained intelligence, it doesn't understand some things. For example, even though it hears everything now, it doesn't understand what it means. It only knows to quietly remember these words and tell its mother everything when she wakes up. Jiangwan didn't sleep well last night, and after causing so much trouble today, she fell asleep shortly after lying in bed. She acted on instinct, thinking of having the little monkey help her watch everything. Unexpectedly, her careless action caused the little monkey to overhear some very exciting news. At around 5 p.m., Ching Xiangbei came home from school. As soon as he arrived, he started complaining about being hungry.
I am starving.
Is the food not ready yet at this time? He is someone who prefers ready-made food. At over 10 years old, he has never cooked a meal, let alone go up the mountain to gather firewood or work in the fields. People say that a half-grown kid can exhaust his parents. Chung Xiangbei is exactly that kind of kid, eats a lot, works little, and does less. Every day, he immediately starts eating when he gets home. If the food is late, he will show his displeasure. He says that when he's hungry, he becomes very irritable. Usually, Jiangwan would have already prepared the meal and served the rice, waiting for him to come back and eat. But his return time varies, sometimes early, sometimes late. Even if Jiangwan cooks early, she can't always time it perfectly. If she cooks too early, the food will get cold, and he will get very angry. In summary, Jiangwan can't cook too early or too late. It has to be just right when he arrives, or he will definitely lose his temper. Jiangwan is generally a patient person and doesn't like arguing with others. Although they are just her nephew and niece, she treats them like her own children because she has no children of her own. Now, Jongwon has given up and stopped cooking in the house. When Chung Seung-bae came back and didn't smell the aroma of food, he immediately got furious. He threw his school bag heavily on the ground and suddenly realized that the table and chairs in the house had all fallen over. It seemed someone had already lost their temper before he arrived. Chung Seung-bae was a little surprised but couldn't stop his anger. He kicked the door of Jongwon's room as usual. Then he started punching and hitting, smashing the door with loud bangs. The little monkey, hearing this loud noise, jumped back in fright and retreated several steps. The noise was too sudden and loud, scaring him badly. The little monkey squeaked and jumped onto Jongwon's bed, frantically grabbing her arm and crying loudly. "Mom, Mom, there's a bad person trying to break in. Wake up quickly. Mom, the door is about to be kicked down. If you don't wake up, we will get hurt." Chung Seung-bae's pounding on the door grew louder, combined with the little monkey's frantic chatter. Jongwon was suddenly awakened from her sleep. She sat up abruptly and instinctively reached to touch her stomach. Carrying twins and standing tall, she still felt her baby moving inside her. Everything was fine, so she felt at ease. Jongwon also heard the noise at the door. She gently touched the furry little head of the little monkey, picked up the stick on the bedside table, and sat up from the bed. Jongwon walked slowly, but each step was full of strength. She suddenly opened the door, leaning to one side. Chung Seung-bae was caught off guard, his hand knocking on the door missed, and his body involuntarily lunged forward. "Why are you knocking? Don't you know you're disturbing my sleep?" Jongwon supported her belly with one hand, her face showing a faint smile as she looked down. "Baby, be good. Are you scared? Mom will send him out right now." On the surface, Jongwon was talking to her child, but in fact, she was warning Chung Seung-bae. This time, she wouldn't be polite to him. Jongwon had made her words very clear, but Chung Seung-bae was used to being stubborn. He clearly understood but pretended not to, still holding his head high with an arrogant look, staring at her. "Can't you see the time in your room? Don't you know what time it is? I already said I can't stand being hungry. When I come back from school in the afternoon, I need to eat hot meals immediately. How long ago did I come back? Is the food ready? Why aren't you cooking? And you're lying in the room. Do you think just because you're pregnant, you're so special? Or do you think I wouldn't scold you because you have a child? Grandpa and Grandma might fall for your tricks, but I don't. After all, the baby you're carrying isn't mine." The words from the teenage boy were harsh and vicious, completely thoughtless. In his view, he could say whatever hurtful words he wanted. As long as he could provoke Jongwon or make her unhappy, he felt satisfied. Chung Seung-bae yelled at her loudly, almost spitting saliva on Jongwon's face due to his emotional outburst. Jongwon looked at him coldly, taking the chance when he was catching his breath to ask sharply, "Chung Seung-bae, have you finished cursing? Now I just want to ask you, what right do you have to say these things to me? Are you my father or mother? Do you care about your life? Do you cook for you? Or is it the maid hired by your family? Even if she's a maid, she has dignity, right? She gets paid every month, right? Yes, I'm pregnant, but it's not your child. I'm carrying your uncle's child. Your family has so many people eating and living here. Do you even know who paid for it?" Chung Seung-bae was about to speak when Jongwon interrupted him and continued. "My husband sends all his 40-something yuan monthly salary home to support this family, to support you all, these freeloaders. Am I pregnant with his child and still have to cook for you? Is there any reason in this world? Why should I?" Jongwon's words were sharp and made people feel hurt inside. Usually, someone with a weaker heart would have already broken down at this point. But Chung Seung-bae was not an ordinary person. His skin was thicker than a city wall. "Isn't that what should happen? When my father died, my little uncle himself said he would take care of us, his nephews and nieces. Do you think he married you because you look good or have a nice figure? No, he saw you could do housework and married you to take care of us. With your looks, do you think you deserve my little uncle? Now, relying on being pregnant, you refuse to work. Why are you so shameless? In his past life, Chung Xiangbei used these words to manipulate Jiangwan. Jiangwan was gentle and a bit insecure, so she would lower her head and say nothing after hearing him. Whenever she didn't want to work or slightly resisted, Chung Xiangbei would use these words to provoke her. In the past, Jiangwan would still listen, but now she didn't want to pay attention to him at all. Chung Jinyan wouldn't dare to talk to me like that, but you are very bold. If you really have the ability, let Chung Jinyan say these words to me face to face. If I tell you to go east, you won't dare go west. If I tell you to eat, you won't dare drink. Jiangwan deliberately provoked Chung Xiangbei, wanting him to say nonsense in front of Chung Jinyan. Her parents-in-law must have told them to keep up appearances when Chung Jinyan returned. Otherwise, why did they act so differently every time Chung Jinyan came back? They all pretended to be kind and even called her more affectionately. Jiangwan used to be unable to see through this, but now, after dying once, she saw through their little schemes clearly. They still had concerns about Chung Jinyan and dared not act too openly in front of him. When Chung Jinyan was not around, they put on a different face. Now it was clear that this family was very hypocritical. Do you really think I dare not say anything? If I tell you that these words came from my little uncle's mouth, can you accept it? If Chung Jinyan really dares to say that, Jiangwan will slap him hard. A man who dares to say such things to his wife probably isn't planning to stay for the new year. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Immediately go cook dinner. If it's late, don't blame me for being rude to you. Chung Xiangbei doesn't dare to respond to Jiangwan and can only change the subject. I'm not feeling well, so I can't cook. Jiangwan always uses feeling unwell as an excuse. She can cook for herself, but she definitely won't cook for these ungrateful people. In the past, when they were growing and needed to eat well, she paid for groceries herself when her mother-in-law didn't buy any. Now she thinks, why bother feeding them so well and making them strong? When they have the strength later, they might come to control her. Jiangwan has already said this much. Normally, people wouldn't bother her anymore. But Chung Xiangbei is spoiled and used to getting his way. Everyone must obey him. Anyone who dares to oppose him will face his relentless anger. This morning, you said you felt unwell. Now you're saying it again. When will you be truly comfortable? Chung Xiangbei patiently asks, but Jiangwan's answer makes him furious. How can a pregnant woman feel comfortable? Others are lying in bed resting, but I have to do so many things every day. How can I feel good? Jiangwan asks twice, but Chung Xiangbei looks impatient. He doesn't want her to answer that. He wants her to say, I'll go cook right now. Whether you're comfortable or not is none of my business. I didn't make you pregnant. If you promised Grandma you'd take good care of us, you should keep your word. Now that Grandpa and Grandma are not home, if you don't cook, what will we eat? Do you want us to starve? If you still dare to lie there and talk to me with this attitude, I swear I'll go outside and tell everyone how you're mistreating us. Chung Xiangbei glares angrily at Jiangwan, keeping his eyes fixed on her face to see her expressions change. Unfortunately, Jiangwan's face remains emotionless the entire time, making it impossible to tell what she's feeling. In the past, Jiangwan was cautious and easily upset. She would cry after a few arguments and do things she didn't want to do if pushed too hard. But today, she's very different. No matter how harsh Chung Xiangbei's words are, she stands there unmoved. No matter how angry or loud he gets, Jiangwan seems unaffected. Chung Xiangbei delivered a heavy punch, but it lightly hit the pillow instead. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel very upset. He really hoped Jiangwan would be easily moved by a few words like before. He also wished she would be honest and obedient when she couldn't argue, and go do her work quietly. Go ahead and tell everyone what you want to say. I'm not afraid of you. Just so you know, I also want everyone to judge whether the pregnant Annie has the duty to wash clothes and cook every day for her teenage nephew, who is in middle school. Jiangwan's words were very harsh. Chung Xiangbei suddenly felt like he was being choked, like a duck caught by the neck. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word for a long time. Of course, he knew this was unreasonable. Most boys in his class, like him, had to wake up very early, around 5 in the morning, to cut pig grass. Some even more extreme waking up at 4 to go to the cafeteria to collect waste. They lived in a remote mountain village, so lunch was hard to get, and they could only bring rice and pickled vegetables. In the morning, they added some water to the rice and put it in the school's large steamer. At noon, they ate the rice with the pickled vegetables, which was their only meal. In the evening, they had to wash clothes, cook, and take care of younger siblings after returning home. Many children his age were very thin and small because they were overworked and lacked proper nutrition, looking like elementary school students. He often boasted at school that he didn't have to do anything at home. He would wake up around 7 in the morning, and breakfast was always ready on the stove. For lunch, they ate the prepared food stored in thermal containers, still warm when they ate. When he returned home in the evening, the meal was ready, or he would get angry. He was most proud that he had grown so big, but had never washed his own underwear or socks, let alone clothes or pants. When he was young, his grandma and mother washed them for him. Now, his little aunt did it. His classmates were jealous of him, but some didn't like him. He often showed off and was very proud, which unintentionally offended many people. Chung Xiangbei didn't care at all. He knew that after he said these things, others would compare themselves to him, and he would feel unhappy. If they were unhappy, he would be happy. That's how Chung Xiangbei always was. He built his happiness on others' pain. He never thought that one day, this pain would also be forced upon him. Are you done talking? If you are, then leave quickly. Don't stand at my door. It's messing with my mood. Jiangwan slammed the door shut right in front of him. Chung Xiangbei stood at the door like a fool, staring blankly. He stood there for a long time, not even knowing when the door was closed. Chung Yaozu and Chung Yagua had been waiting for Chung Xiangbei to come back. They thought he couldn't make Jiangwan cook, that since Chung Xiangbei was older, read more books, and was quick-tongued, he could easily make her give in with a few words. But they didn't expect Jiangwan to refuse to listen to anyone, and not by anyone's words. Chung Xiangbei believed he was good at talking, clever and sharp, but he never thought he would fall for honest Jiangwan. His pride was hurt, and the brothers felt very happy inside. After all, Chung Xiangbei wasn't their biological brother. They even had different names. Chung Xiangbei was hot-tempered and dared to fight anyone. When they had conflicts with him before, even both brothers together couldn't beat him. Later, they learned to behave and didn't dare to provoke him easily. But they also worried Chung Xiangbei couldn't handle Jiangwan. What would they eat tonight? Especially Chung Yagua, who had caused trouble outside at noon, angering Jiangwan, and hadn't eaten lunch yet. If they couldn't eat dinner either, he might really starve to death. The brothers' quiet laughter caught Chung Xiangbei's attention. He had been humiliated by Jiangwan, and his mood was already a bit wild. Now those two little rascals dared to hide and secretly laugh at him. When has Chung Xiangbei ever been defeated? He turned sharply and, furious, walked toward his brothers. Seeing him approach, the brothers quickly shut the door with a bang. They usually shared a room and sometimes played inside with the door closed. They closed the door just in time. By the time Chung Xiangbei reached, it was already locked. Jiangwan closed the door, and Chung Xiangbei didn't dare to hit her. After all, she was an adult, pregnant even, and if they fought, he might not be her match. The main reason he didn't dare to hit her was that Jiangwan always held a stick when she talked to him. Chung Xiangbei was afraid that if he made a move, Jiangwan would just hit him with the stick. He still had some reservations about Jiangwan, but he wasn't afraid of Chung Yaozu or Chung Yagua. If they hadn't provoked him, it would be fine. But when he argued with Jiangwan, they didn't help him and even hid to laugh at him. How unreasonable. Chung Xiangbei quickly strode to the door and kicked it. The brothers' door wasn't very thick. Because of their fights, the lock had been broken before. Later, they installed a hidden lock, but the nails weren't big enough, and it wasn't nailed in very deep. Chung Xiangbei was only a teenager, and when he kicked the door, it shook violently. The nails holding the lock were starting to come loose. Not satisfied with one kick, he kept kicking the door several more times. As he kicked, he shouted and cursed, "Open the door! Hurry up and open! If you don't, I'll break down your door." The two brothers were scared and pressed against the door, afraid it would be kicked open. Chung Xiangbei kicked again with force, causing the door to tremble, and the brothers stepped back 2 steps uncontrollably. Will you open or not? I'll count to 3. If you're honest and open it yourself, I'll be a little gentler when I hit you later. If I count to 3 and the door is still closed, the consequences will be more than you can handle. Don't say you don't know how you'll end up. Chung Xiangbei's curses grew fiercer, and he kicked harder. The house's soundproofing wasn't great, so Jiang Wan could clearly hear the commotion from the next room. Usually, to prevent the younger ones from losing out, Jiang Wan would step in immediately to mediate during their fights. Sometimes, she had to accept some losses herself just to reduce conflicts and protect their brotherly bond. This time, Jiang Wan watched coldly as they fought like dogs, wanting to see how badly Chung Xiangbei could hurt those 2 brothers when he got really angry. Chung Xiangbei was in a somewhat wild state now, and the brothers, terrified, pressed their backs against the door. They dared not move away, fearing that if they left, the door would be kicked open instantly, and their situation would turn even worse. Jiang Wan no longer wanted to protect them. Chung Xiangbei was really capable of hurting someone badly. The brothers trembled at the thought of past beatings. No matter how much Chung Xiangbei called, they refused to open the door. He was so angry he was about to explode. He kicked until his foot hurt, but the door still wouldn't open. Every time he thought of their laughter, he felt mocked. First, Chung Xiangbei was humiliated by Jiang Wan, and now he was being toyed with by these little rascals. He trembled with rage, wishing he could rush in and hurt them. The more he kicked the door without success, the more his anger surged. He kept breathing heavily through his nose, grinding his teeth. His eyes darted around wildly. He grabbed a bench from the ground and viciously smashed it against the door. The bench was stronger than his legs, and the brothers hiding inside couldn't hold out much longer. The impact of the bench made their backs ache and created immense pressure. They desperately hoped an adult would come forward to stop the fight. Otherwise, they might really be in big trouble today. Chung Yagua is timid and almost crying with worry. Brother, Chung Xiangbei won't be satisfied until he catches us today. What should we do? His voice trembles with fear, and Chung Yazu's eyes dart around nervously. Soon he spots the window. They previously broke one of the window's supporting pillars during their play fight. Since Jiang Wan didn't know how to fix it, and their grandparents were too lazy, no one repaired it. Eventually, the matter was forgotten. Their family is poor and the village is remote, so no one comes to steal. Because of that, when the pillar broke, no one paid attention. Now Chung Xiangbei is chasing so fiercely, the brothers have no choice but to escape through the window. Little brother, I'll hold him off. You run out the window first, then run as fast as you can up the mountain. Don't be afraid, I'll catch up soon. Chung Yagua hesitates, but he's more scared of Chung Xiangbei losing control. Since their brother will catch up soon anyway, he decides to run first to avoid getting hit. Chung Xiangbei nods heavily and runs toward the window. He pulls the curtain aside with force, drags a small stool to the windowsill, and uses it to climb out through the gap. Once outside, he doesn't look back and heads straight toward the mountain. Without Chung Yagua blocking him, the door can't hold much longer. Chung Yazu times it perfectly. Just as Chung Xiangbei hits the door and is gathering strength, he suddenly lets go. He quickly runs to the window, skillfully slips out through the opening. Just after jumping down from the windowsill, he hears a loud bang. The door is smashed open violently. Chung Yazu's eyes widen in fear, and he runs desperately away. Chung Xiangbei, panting, stands at the door. His cold eyes scan the room. He first opens the wardrobe, finds no one inside, then checks under the bed. Still no one. His gaze shifts to the windowsill. The window is wide open, and there's a stool underneath. It's obvious that the 2 little troublemakers jumped out the window to escape, afraid he'd hit them. Chung Xiangbei leans out the window, looking outside. The view is very open, and he sees Chung Yaozu's distant back. Good, very good. If you dare to leave, don't even think about coming back. Just wait. As long as you dare to return, I'll break your legs. Chung Xiangbei wanted to chase after them, but after glancing at the sky outside, he suddenly gave up. It was almost 6 o'clock now, and the sky outside had already turned dark. If he went out now and they ran up the mountain, he might end up in big trouble. There are wild wolves and wild boars in the mountains, so it's not very safe. If a wild wolf took him away, he could lose his life. Chung Xiangbei thought to himself that he could sense they would have bad luck, and he felt a little relieved. Anyway, it was their own choice, not like he forced them to go out. He decided to pretend he didn't know anything, and let them run farther away. It would be even better if they died outside. After all, they are not real brothers, just cousins. With so many children at home, their presence takes away some of the elders' love. Moreover, the two of them eat quite a lot, so if they were gone, there would be more food for everyone. Thinking carefully, Chung Xiangbei decided it would be best if they never came back. Chung Yazu and his brother didn't realize they had already become a thorn in Chung Xiangbei's side. They were still glad that Chung Xiangbei didn't know they had run away, so he hadn't chased after them yet. They were afraid Chung Xiangbei would catch up, so they ran even faster despite feeling tired. Soon, they reached the foot of the mountain, and remembering Chung Xiangbei's violence, they were like frightened birds. They didn't dare look back, only hoping to hide in the woods behind the mountain, behind the trees, to stay safe. After driving away these two brothers, Chung Xiangbei was now worried about food. He had never done chores before and didn't know how to cook. But his body was delicate, and he couldn't go hungry. Now that his grandparents were not around, and Jiangwan refused to pay attention to him, and he couldn't threaten her, he felt helpless. Chung Xiangbei thought hard and decided to rely on himself. In fact, when people are pushed to that point, as long as they are willing to try, doing simple chores is easy. He looked through the cupboard but didn't see anything edible. The only things he found were some noodles and 2 eggs. Is this all the food in the house? Chung Xiangbei felt a bit shocked and confused. How could they have cooked 3 or 4 dishes every night before? Where did the meat and vegetables come from? He looked at the rice jar, which was empty, not a single grain of rice left. Thinking carefully again, he suddenly noticed something interesting. It seemed that his grandparents went to visit relatives every now and then. They never brought gifts when visiting relatives, just went empty-handed. Usually they leave home in the morning and come back when it gets dark. When they return, they don't seem to bring anything with them, and it looks like they haven't eaten outside. Every time they come back, they complain about being hungry and urge Jiangwan to cook. While thinking with his not-so-bright mind, he clumsily tries to start a fire. He has no experience in lighting fires, and after a long effort, he can't get the fire going, instead coughing non-stop from the smoke. Chung Xiangbei sticks his head into the stove hole, and a flame suddenly shoots out, igniting his hair, which nearly scares him to death. Fearing he might be burned alive, Chung Xiangbei screams in panic. He drops what he's holding and frantically swats at his hair. Even though he acts quickly, a small patch of his hair still gets burned off. He plops down on the ground, looking very confused and scared. His face shows terror. He almost got burned to death just now. He sits on the ground for a long time, trembling all over. A small burnt patch on his head gives off a bad smell of charred hair. Before cooking, Chung Xiangbei thought cooking was very easy. With his ability, he could learn it in minutes. But after trying to cook himself, he realized just lighting a fire almost took all his energy. He's usually stubborn, but not in these matters. He can bully others, but doing housework? No way. Looking at the few noodles left, he knows he can't cook them now. Finally, he breaks 2 eggs, pours in some hot water, and eats them raw. Eating eggs this way has a fishy taste, but it's better than nothing. Having something in his stomach makes him feel a lot better. He makes a mess in the kitchen but doesn't bother to clean up. He casually tosses the bowl with the leftover eggs on the stove, thinking someone else will clean it. He hasn't done his homework today, and honestly, he doesn't feel like doing it, so he decides not to. He picks up his school bag, which he threw on the ground, and heads into his room. No matter how messy the house is, it doesn't concern him. The table and chairs in the main room are all knocked over, making it hard to walk, but he just kicks them aside in annoyance. He believes someone else should do these chores, so he doesn't need to bother. Plus, he didn't eat enough today and feels very upset, so he definitely won't help with anything. While outside, amidst the noise and fuss, the little monkey is also busy. She excitedly hugged Jiangwan's leg and chattered about what she heard today. The little monkey was too young to speak clearly. It could only tell her what it had seen and heard, bit by bit. Jiangwan listened quietly to its chatter, with no sign of impatience. Until the little monkey mentioned that brothers Cheng Jinyu and Cheng Zuo wanted to harm her unborn child, Jiangwan was completely furious. She clenched her fists, her eyes widened, and she slapped the edge of the bed. She never expected that these two brothers' cruelty was deeply ingrained. At such a young age, they already had such evil thoughts. They thought she was neglecting them because she was about to give birth. They believed that once she had the baby, she would stop caring for them as she used to. But they didn't consider that their actions and behavior made them unworthy of her love. They still thought she was the old her, someone who would let them control her. She only slightly resisted, and they planned to use such dirty tricks against her. Feeling disgusted and frightened at the same time, Jiangwan felt a chill run down her spine. In this family, not only did her father-in-law and mother-in-law want to harm her, but even her nephews and nieces were so terrifying. She held her belly with both hands, feeling very insecure. Cheng Jinyan was still outside on a mission and couldn't be reached for now. He was supposed to return in 3 days, but no one knew what might happen during that time. Even if he returned from his mission and went to the army, he might not get leave immediately. And even if he did, it would take several days to come back by car. She was afraid that something might happen to her baby before Cheng Jinyan returned. She initially wanted to endure and continue to tolerate them. But these people were too over the top. Seeing them made her feel sick, and thinking about how she had worked tirelessly for them in her past life, falling ill from exhaustion, she didn't want to do anything for them anymore. She admitted that her breaking point this time was impulsive. But if she hadn't done so, her nephews and nieces would have become arrogant and domineering, ordering her around every day. Eventually, her body wouldn't be able to take it. In her previous life, she fainted in the fields from overwork. It was so sudden that she accidentally hit her head, which led to her fainting completely. She still didn't know what happened to her child and her. She even had the thought that if her baby was born safely, her parents-in-law might have taken her away, or even sold her. Because Cheng Jinyan is likely not their biological son, they do not want their child to be born. They cannot control the pregnancy. During that time, they kept forcing her to work, essentially hoping she would become so exhausted that she would naturally have a miscarriage. However, her body is very strong, and no matter how much they mistreat her, there are no signs of a miscarriage. They want to maintain a good image as caring parents-in-law but cannot do anything too obvious to her. A woman is most vulnerable when giving birth, as she is stepping close to danger. As long as Cheng Jinyan is not around, they can do whatever they want. They hate that Jiangwan trusted them unconditionally in her past life, which is why she believed their words. In this life, because the two younger ones refused to cook or show obedience to them, they are now impatient and want to harm the baby in her belly. She knows that whenever she leaves the house, no matter how careful she is, they might set a trap for her. If she wants to be completely safe, she must not leave this room. But she needs to drink water and eat every day, consuming grains and vegetables, which inevitably produce waste. Every few days, she also needs to wash her hair, take a bath, and clean her clothes. Doing these things requires going outside, making it very likely they could take advantage of her absence. Furthermore, when her parents-in-law return, they will be home every day with 2 pairs of eyes watching her. She cannot secretly cook for herself. To leave this room, unless someone delivers food to her, she has no way out. What can she do to eat ready-made meals without leaving the room? Jiangwan sat on the bed, thinking carefully about this problem. Maybe she could try asking Aunt Li. She heard the outside become completely quiet. Then she took the insulated container and left the room. While walking, she held a stick like a cane to prevent falling. If anyone unkind tried to hurt her, she could use the stick as a weapon to defend herself. Jiangwan arrived at Li Shuping's door and gently called out, "Auntie, I'm here to return the insulated container." As soon as she called out, Li Shuping put down her work and hurried over to open the door for her. She took the container from Jiangwan's hands and couldn't help but complain. Why are you in such a rush to come out and return the container, pregnant lady? Couldn't you wait until I came to your house to pick it up? Did walking this long distance tire you out? Do you want to come in and sit for a bit? Li Shuping cared for her just like in her past life, which made Jiangwan feel very touched. In the past, she didn't know how to be grateful or tell right from wrong. She couldn't tell who was kind or cruel, who was genuine or fake. Now, people in this era are not well off at home. Most are from the countryside, relying on a small harvest from the fields, with very limited income each year. This afternoon, Li Shuping cooked chicken soup for her. It's obvious she killed a chicken from her family to do so. Although now land is divided into individual plots and there's no limit on raising chickens, rural families usually only kill chickens during festivals or New Year. There's still over a month before the New Year, and it's not a festival or holiday. When Li Shuping said she would bring her chicken soup, she immediately slaughtered a chicken. For such kindness, she knew she could trust this person. Li Shuping was worried she might fall, so she held her arm and helped her sit down on a chair. Auntie, I came here not just to return the insulated box, but also to discuss something important with you. Jiangwan looked around cautiously, indicating how serious this matter was. My family is united, and they won't tell outsiders. Whatever it is, just tell me. Jiangwan, who wasn't very close to Li Shuping and didn't know much about her family, was making an extra effort now. Now that she had her assurance, she felt more at ease and spoke openly. Auntie, here's the thing. My nephews have been acting up lately. They've been touching me while I work, and a few times almost tripped me. I'm getting older now, and really can't do the work anymore. I don't want to take risks. Yesterday, I called Cheng Jinyan and asked him to come back before the 25th. But before he returns, I feel uneasy. I don't want to work anymore, but I still need to eat. If I move, the whole family will be pointing at me for working. Jiangwan sighed heavily, feeling helpless. Li Shuping understood what she meant and felt a bit awkward. Their family isn't well off, and there are quite a few people to feed. Their monthly income is limited, and having more people eat at home would be a big burden. It's not just for a day or two, but for half a month or even over 20 days. Cooking isn't a problem, just more chopsticks to wash. But if she had to give her the same food as everyone else, especially for a pregnant woman, she felt guilty. If she bought meat and eggs specifically for her, their family's finances couldn't handle it. She wanted to refuse but also felt reluctant because Jiangwan was truly living a hard life. She saw all her hardships clearly. As women, she naturally felt sorry for her suffering. She even secretly thought that if Jiangwan were her daughter-in-law, she would treat her very well. Such a strong, kind, and capable girl. Whoever married her would be very lucky. It's just a pity that their family isn't so fortunate and can't marry such a good daughter-in-law. You know our family's financial situation. Actually, it's not even as good as yours. But if you don't mind, I can cook your meals every day. Despite feeling awkward, Li Shuping didn't want to disappoint her. And at most, it would only take a month. She believed she could get through it with some effort. She could also use her savings from before, which would surely be enough. Auntie, I don't want to eat for free. I can pay you. I'll eat 3 meals at your house every day and give you 1 yuan. Would that be too little? In the early 1980s, a capable man could only earn about 1.2 yuan a day working outside, and women even less, around 1 yuan or 80 cents. Jiangwan knew that a daily food allowance of 1 yuan wasn't small, but she didn't want to take advantage of her aunt. At first, she didn't mention money because she wanted to see how Li Shuping felt about her. She wouldn't refuse to pay, but if someone was willing to let her eat for free, she would cherish that friendship forever. Such friendship was hard to come by in that era and very precious. No, that's too much. Just 3 dimes a day is enough. Li Shuping quickly waved her hand. She hadn't even thought about accepting money at first. Since Jiangwan offered to pay, she felt embarrassed to ask for so much. Plus, Jiangwan worked on farm chores every day, and whenever there was a harvest, her parents-in-law took the money. She also heard that Cheng Jinyan's monthly salary was entirely controlled by his mother, and Jiangwan didn't get a penny. These words were spoken proudly by Jiangwan's mother-in-law, Wei Mingxiang. She said her son was filial, sending all his earnings home every month, or she couldn't afford to raise her grandchildren. She also claimed she was lucky to have such a capable daughter-in-law. Even when pregnant, her daughter-in-law still worked in the fields, and no matter how much she tried to persuade her, it was useless. She said her daughter-in-law's cooking wasn't good, and she had allergic rhinitis, sneezing uncontrollably whenever she entered the kitchen. Her daughter-in-law felt sorry for her and started cooking for the whole family when she moved in. As for other things, Wei Mingxiang also boasted a lot when she was feeling proud. Back then, everyone advised her to help her daughter-in-law with chores during her pregnancy because she was still young. Wei Mingxiang does not follow their ways and will not listen to them. Over the years, she has not had to worry about earning money or doing household chores. Although her eldest and second sons left her 8 grandchildren to raise, she is mostly hands-off. Because of this, she takes good care of herself. Even in her 50s, her hands are smoother and softer than those of women in their 40s. She eats well and sleeps peacefully every day. Her skin is whiter and more delicate than most people's. Most women her age develop spots on their faces, look dull, and have dark circles under their eyes. But Wei Mingxiang does not. She often goes to the local supply and marketing cooperative to buy the best skincare products, sometimes waiting in line to buy them. She applies cream to her face and hands, and even at her age, she has very few wrinkles. In contrast, Jiangwan was a lively girl when she married in. She was very pretty, tall, and slim, a rare beauty in the village. She has been married to Qing Jinyan for 8 years and still has no children of her own. Because she does heavy housework every day and cares for her 8 nephews and nieces, she is visibly aging quickly. She used to have a baby face, looking very young. Now, her tiredness is obvious. The crow's feet around her eyes have increased, and she looks much older. Other women, when pregnant, look rosy and plump, with bright skin. But she, like always, handles all the farm work alone. Auntie, I'll give you 1 yuan and you make me a meal worth 1 yuan. I'll give you 3 jiao and you make a meal worth 3 jiao. Actually, I give 1 yuan so I can eat better and nourish myself a little. That way, the baby I carry will be healthier. Don't you think so, Auntie? Jiangwan spoke as she took out 30 yuan from her pocket and handed it over. Auntie, I'll give you 30 yuan first. We can settle the rest later. Is that okay? Li Shuping hesitated to take it, but Jiangwan held her hand and placed the money in her palm. Auntie, you must take this money. But if you do, I feel a bit embarrassed to come for meals. When the food is ready, I'll bother you to deliver it. Just leave it at my room window, and please don't let anyone see. Before Qing Jinyan comes back, I'll be pretending to be sick in bed every day, trying not to go out. Jiangwan quietly shared her plan with Li Shuping. Li Shuping thought it made sense and believed that being cautious was always wise. She put the money into her pocket and nodded in agreement. All right, it's settled then. I will be careful and won't let anyone find out what we're doing. Please also be careful. She put the money into her pocket and nodded in agreement. All right, it's settled then. I will be careful and won't let anyone find out what we're doing. Please also be careful at home. Try to go out less and protect yourself, okay? Auntie, thank you for your concern. I understand, and will be careful. Li Shuping held Jiangwan's hand and kept reminding her worriedly. Jiangwan felt she was more caring than her own mother and nodded gratefully. Jiangwan couldn't tell her about her tragic past from her previous life. Even what she shared now is only a small part. The things that happened before are too unbelievable to be believed by. Jiangwan couldn't tell her about her tragic past from her previous life. Even what she shared now is only a small part. The things that happened before are too unbelievable to be believed by others. And who would believe in reincarnation these days? Talking about it too much might make people think she has paranoid delusions. Don't worry, these things won't leave this house. Rest assured and focus on your pregnancy. If you need help, just give a shout at my... Just as Jiangwan was about to stand up from the chair, Li Shuping quickly supported her arm. Your nephews are too mischievous. It's not safe for you to go back alone. Let me take you home. Actually, their yards are less than 10 meters apart. Walking slowly, it would only take a minute or two. Even on such a short walk, Li Shuping was worried about her returning alone. Her mother-in-law only thought about making her do chores every day and never cared about her health. She always said, "Your body is strong. Doing some work won't affect you." And she also said, women should work more when pregnant. It makes childbirth easier. Jiangwon didn't refuse Li Shuping's kindness.
It was also a good chance to chat on the way.
It makes childbirth easier. Jiangwon didn't refuse Li Shuping's kindness.
It was also a good chance to chat on the way.
When they reached the door, Li Shuping suddenly stopped. Jiangwon, if you really plan to do this, it's best to take a bath and wash your hair tonight. Wash your clothes too, so you can stay at home every day without going out. Li Shuping thought carefully, and Jiangwon nodded in agreement. Auntie, I actually think the same way. But my body is too heavy. Li Shuping believed her reasoning was correct, so she made a decision on the spot. I'll help you. Since you've asked me for help, it means you trust me. People say one thing shouldn't bother two people. Once I take on your matter, I will be responsible for it all the way. Li Shuping held Jiangwon's hand and immediately went to start a fire and heat some water. She then went to Jiangwon's room, wanting to help her pick out some clothes from the wardrobe. But she found that Jiangwon didn't have a single thick piece of clothing, and the bed's blanket was very thin. What surprised her most was that, in such cold weather, Jiangwon was pregnant, yet Wei Mingxiang let her sleep with these worn-out things. Whether or not she stayed warm, such a thin blanket couldn't relieve her discomfort during late pregnancy. Wei Mingxiang, who claimed to love her daughter-in-law every day outside, was actually treating her this way. Li Shuping carefully examined Jiangwon's very simple room. It's not that there are no worse-off families in the village. But Jiangwon's family is connected to a military officer. An ordinary soldier in the army earns quite a bit each month. The officer's income is even better, definitely more than ordinary soldiers. They earn at least 30 or 40 yuan a month. With Chung Jinyan's high monthly income and his wife pregnant, sleeping with such thin, worn-out blankets and not even having enough to eat, her situation in the family is very fragile. Some things are truly shocking once you see them. People are often deceived by appearances, thinking Wei Mingxiang is very kind to Jiangwon. After all, she often shows off her daughter-in-law's obedience and even talks about how good she is to her daughter-in-law in front of others. When someone asks her for advice, Wei Mingxiang will happily tell them, to have a good relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, you need to put yourself in each other's shoes. She treats her daughter-in-law well, so naturally, the daughter-in-law will treat her well too. Jiangwon genuinely treats Wei Mingxiang well, but Wei Mingxiang only talks about her kindness. This woman says nice things outside but does all sorts of bad things at home, truly playing two-faced tricks. Some naive women in the village even take her boasting as the ultimate truth. Li Shuping immediately sensed that Wei Mingxiang's expression was strange and that her words were especially fake. She didn't believe her from the start, and after seeing Jiangwon's living conditions herself, her suspicions were confirmed. Li Shuping found a slightly thicker set of clothes in the wardrobe. When she came out of the room, she saw the living room in complete mess. The water on the stove was still boiling, and Li Shuping still had a little time. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to help clean up, but Jiangwon stopped her just in time. Auntie, don't bother. These tables and chairs were deliberately broken by those little kids at home. Before, I was the one cleaning up after their tantrums, but I don't want to spoil them anymore. From now on, whoever makes the house like this will be the one to clean it up. I won't interfere anymore. Auntie, don't worry about it either. Just leave everything as it is. Let's see who'll finally give in. Li Shuping looked at Jiangwon thoughtfully, feeling that her words showed she had made a firm decision. She probably faced something more disgusting and difficult than she admitted, which made her realize the truth. Li Shuping was very happy that Jiangwon had this awareness. She immediately rolled her sleeves back down, smiled, and patted her hand. All right, I won't take these things and you're not allowed to either. Do you hear me? Li Shuping's voice was loud enough that Jiangwon couldn't help but hear. Not only her, but even Cheng Xiangbei hiding in the room heard clearly. He was instantly annoyed, grinding his teeth and muttering under his breath. Old lady, always coming to ruin my good things. Why is this person so annoying? Sister-in-law, I heard you. Jiangwan responded loudly as well. She wasn't afraid of Qing Xiangbei hearing her, but she was worried he might not hear clearly. The water in the pot boiled, and Li Shuping took the hot water to the bathroom, pouring a full bucket into the bathtub. She boiled a big pot of water, filling one bucket after another. The remaining bucket was used for washing hair. 2 buckets of water were enough for both hair and body washing. Li Shuping pulled Jiangwan into the bathroom, helping her take off her top and sit on a small stool. Inside the bathroom, there were 2 buckets of hot water, steam swirling around, creating a misty atmosphere. After closing the door and windows, it didn't feel cold inside. Li Shuping carefully washed Jiangwan's long hair. Jiangwan probably found it difficult to bend over, so she hadn't washed her hair for a while. Because she cooked and worked in the fields every day, even though she wrapped her hair with a towel daily, it still got a bit dirty. Li Shuping patiently washed her hair, then used a dry towel to wipe away excess water. She rolled Jiangwan's long hair up and carefully massaged her back. Jiangwan, because she is pregnant and her body is heavier, finds it hard to reach behind her while bathing, so her back hasn't been washed for some time. Li Shuping helps her wash her entire body, and Jiangwan feels much more relaxed afterward. After washing her hair and body, Li Shuping helps her get dressed and dries her hair. But that's not enough. Li Shuping picks up Jiangwan's dirty clothes from the floor and puts them into the wooden basin with hot water to wash them. Auntie, I feel a bit embarrassed to trouble you with this. You can leave it here. I'll wash it myself later.
It's just a small task.
Since there's hot water now, I might as well wash the clothes quickly so my hands won't get cold. And you're quite tidy. Your clothes don't look dirty after so long, so washing them is easier. Li Shuping works quickly and gently rubs Jiangwan's clothes until they are clean. See, the clothes are washed now. Why do you, as a pregnant woman, need to do these things? Li Shuping rinses the washed clothes in cold water, wrings them out, and hangs them under the eaves to dry. She helps Jiangwan to rest in the room and specially places a hot water bag in her quilt. Put a hot water bag in the quilt, and it will keep you warm while you sleep. Sit here for a while. I'll go pour out the bath water and come back with 2 more quilts for you. You're pregnant, so catching a cold would be terrible. And if I remember correctly, you often have to urinate at night, right? It must be uncomfortable with your belly pressed down. Li Shuping's experience shows as she clearly explains Jiangwan's current situation in just a few words. Auntie, you're right. That's exactly how I feel now, Jiangwan admits with a bitter smile, not wanting to pretend otherwise, since it's all true. Li Shuping is very sincere with her, and Jiangwan doesn't want to lie to her. You really don't take care of yourself at all. With your conditions, can't you even afford a proper quilt and mattress? Your mother-in-law just bullies you for being honest. She's so strict about your food and clothes. This kind of mother-in-law is really something. I even wonder if Qing Jinyan isn't her son, because no mother-in-law would treat her daughter-in-law like that. Li Shuping keeps muttering to herself, then quickly leaves the room. Instead of cleaning immediately, she goes to her own house and brings back the best quilt, a mattress pad, and a high pillow. As soon as she returned to her room, she started tidying up. Jiangwan stood to the side, looking at the brand new cotton quilt exposed outside, and knew it was definitely a new quilt made this year. Making a quilt nowadays is not easy. Cotton is expensive, and hiring someone to discuss cotton work also costs a lot. Li Shuping, without saying a word, simply brought her a very good quilt. Jiangwan was suddenly a bit overwhelmed with gratitude. She quickly took out 50 yuan from her pocket. Li Shuping worked very efficiently. She looked quite poor before, with a thin bed, but after her organizing, it became soft and fluffy. She placed a hot water bag inside, then turned around and smiled at her. With this bedding set and the hot water bag, you will definitely sleep well tonight. Yes, I think so too. Anne has helped me so much. I really don't know how to thank you. You must keep this 50 yuan, sister-in-law. Maybe it's not enough to buy a quilt and padding, but Qing Jinyan hasn't come back yet, and I don't have that much money right now. I can only give this much for now. Jiangwan directly shoved the money into Li Shuping's pocket, leaving no chance for her to refuse. Li Shuping quickly took the money out and returned 20 yuan. This quilt looks new, but it's actually made from old cotton, worth less than 50 yuan. 30 yuan is enough. The quilt is willingly given to you. Even if I don't take money, it's okay. I know you're not easy, so I didn't think of taking money from you. Jiang Wan declined a few times, but Li Shuping firmly refused to accept the extra 20 yuan. She had no choice but to put it back into her pocket. Li Shuping brought in a covered bucket from outside. If you don't want to go out later, you'll need to use the bucket. When it's full, I'll find time to pour it out all at once. If one day you want to go to the toilet, just tell me when I bring your meal. I'll go with you and watch outside so you won't have any accidents. Li Shuping felt she was doing a good deed, very caring and a little proud. Thank you, Aunt. Jiang Wan didn't agree or refuse. Besides her husband and children, she felt shy to ask others to do such things. She wondered if the space could help her solve this problem someday. Before leaving, Li Shuping tidied up the bathroom again. She also reminded Jiang Wan before leaving to be very careful in the future. Jiang Wan locked the door and stood at the window, waving goodbye to her. Jiang Wan was lying half reclined on the bed, her back resting against a high pillow brought by Li Shuping today. This type of pillow provided better neck support and was much more comfortable than her previous low pillow. She was trying hard to think about everything from her past life related to Li Shuping. At the moment, she had no ability to repay her kindness, but she could support and protect her in other ways to ensure her safety and peace in this life. Meanwhile, she also planned to earn a little money and live a happy, prosperous life. Jiang Wan used to only think about herself and never considered others' fates. Her previous life was so terrible that she was barely able to take care of herself. If she couldn't manage her own life, what right did she have to interfere with others? But Li Shuping had been very kind to her. Knowing their fates were connected, Jiang Wan decided to include her in her plans. She reviewed everything she knew about her situation. She realized that Li Shuping's life was not as smooth as she had thought. For example, on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, she fell and broke her leg while gathering firewood in the mountains. From that moment, her life started to change. Her seemingly honest husband turned out to be unfaithful, and her obedient son suddenly got into a fight and was taken to the police station, ruining his future. The more Jiang Wan thought about it, the more suffocated she felt. She had once regarded Li Shuping as her lifesaver, but now her own life was a mess too. She quickly took the calendar from the bedside and drew a circle around the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. This was a habit she had kept for a long time, marking important days in advance. When she had free time, she would check the calendar often, paying special attention to the circled dates and remind Li Shuping when the time came. Jiang Wan snuggled into the warm quilt, her feet touching a warm water bag, and soon closed her eyes to sleep. She didn't bother about what was happening at home. She simply pretended not to know anything. Right now, her main focus was to nurture her pregnancy. She didn't care about her father-in-law and mother-in-law not returning at this time. In the past, she worried about their safety and would go to great lengths to find them. If they had any problems, she would be so frightened she would lose her mind. Now, her only thought was, what does their life or death have to do with her? If they died outside, that would be good. She would be free and quiet. As for those nephews, she thought the older ones could take care of the younger ones, or if no one could, she might send them to an orphanage. Jiang Wan quickly fell asleep under the covers. The little monkey ran out from the space, quietly pulling back a corner of the blanket and sneaking into Jiang Wan's arms. Its 2 front limbs tightly hugged her arm, and it closed its eyes happily to sleep. When the little monkey sleeps, it snores softly. This kind of snoring is not loud and actually helps people sleep better. Jiang Wan hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. She could have slept until late morning, but suddenly heard the door open at night. Her room is closest to the door, so she hears every sound outside clearly. Jiang Wan is now very alert. Any small movement makes her wake up immediately. She didn't open her eyes, just listened carefully to the sounds outside. Someone outside opened the door with a key, so it seems her parents-in-law have returned. Listening to their footsteps, Jiang Wan became even more sure of her guess. The house still doesn't have electricity wires or lights installed. Wei Mingxiang entered quietly in the dark. She felt her way along the wall, planning to walk to the table and light the kerosene lamp. Unexpectedly, because Jiangwan hadn't cleaned up, the table and chairs that Qing Yaozu had kicked over were tossed on the ground and tripped her.
Ah!
Jiangwan heard a scream outside the door, followed by a loud bang. Cheng Guoqing hurriedly rushed in, worriedly asking, "Old lady, what happened? Are you hurt? Did you fall anywhere?" Wei Mingxiang fell hard and couldn't get up for a while. The men in the house were even more useless, only shouting but not taking action. Cheng Guoqing turned on his flashlight and immediately saw Wei Mingxiang lying on the ground, groaning in pain. He didn't rush to help her, but first moved the table aside, then picked up the kerosene lamp from the corner. Once the lamp was lit, he slowly walked over to Wei Mingxiang and helped her up with difficulty. Wei Mingxiang's knee was scraped on the stool, swollen and red. Cheng Guoqing helped her sit on a chair. After the kerosene lamp was lit, they finally saw the state of the main hall. The whole room was in chaos, with tables and chairs overturned on the ground. This had never happened before. Even if the grandchildren occasionally lost their temper and overturned the house, Jiangwan would quickly restore everything to normal. So, they always saw a clean and tidy home. Now, upon returning, the house was in this mess. Is Jiangwan dead and unable to move? Or is she deliberately defying them? Seeing this scene, the couple was both furious and very upset. They're used to enjoying themselves and coming home to a clean and tidy house. Now, the house is suddenly in chaos, and Wei Mingxiang even fell down because of it. She is very angry. If it weren't midnight, she might have argued loudly enough to wake the neighbors. She would have already scolded the person if she could not hold back. "Old lady, are you okay?" Cheng Guoqing looked at her with concern, worried she might have broken her leg and become disabled, making life hard for him. "Try falling like that and see if you're okay." Wei Mingxiang was angry inside, so her words sounded harsh. Cheng Guoqing tried to care for her kindly, but was met with a scolding. His face darkened, and he looked upset. "I told you to come home early, but you insisted on staying out so late. With no one to clean up the house, it's a miracle you didn't fall." Cheng Guoqing couldn't help but complain a little. Wei Mingxiang's knees already hurt, and hearing his words made her even angrier. "Cheng Guoqing, do you have a conscience? Who suggested going to relatives' houses when there was no food at home? If you hadn't dawdled on the way, we wouldn't have missed the bus. Would we have to walk such a long way back? My legs are swollen from walking, and I even got blisters on my heels. It already hurts a lot, and now I've fallen. Don't you feel any sympathy for me?" As she spoke, Wei Mingxiang started to cry, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Cheng Guoqing was so frightened, he quickly covered her mouth.
"Stop talking."
"What if Jiangwan is still awake and hears what you're saying? This family depends on her to do the chores. Without her, it's just us old folks suffering." Their voices lowered more and more, and Wei Mingxiang's sobs grew quieter. They didn't realize that Jiangwan was listening clearly from the next room. She heard all their little schemes and evil thoughts perfectly. Although she had suspected they were doing this, hearing it with her own ears made her face turn cold. It turned out they said they were going to visit relatives, but in fact, they went to the provincial capital to have fun. They enjoyed themselves so much that they missed the bus, which delayed their return. While they enjoyed outside, they expected Jiangwan to pay for everything and work hard for the family. This was truly despicable. The two didn't clean the house, but quietly finished washing up and went back to their room to sleep. They always thought Jiangwan would take good care of her nephews, so they didn't even check on their grandchildren's rooms. They still don't know that the two little grandsons were beaten by the eldest grandson and haven't returned yet. Not long after they went to bed, Qing Yaozu and his brother quietly came down from the mountain. They really suffered a lot today on the mountain. They left in a hurry and didn't bring warm coats. When they reached the mountain, it was already getting dark and the temperature dropped. At first, they could hold on, but later they felt freezing cold. Jiangwan didn't protect them, and since their grandparents weren't home, they dared not go back. They could only huddle together at the foot of the mountain, waiting for it to get dark. During this time, The younger brother accidentally fell asleep and couldn't be awakened no matter how much he was called. He couldn't leave alone, so he had to stay with him and keep watch. Fortunately, it's winter, and there are no poisonous snakes in the mountain, or they would have been in real trouble. The mountain at night is very cold, with strange noises all around. Chung Yaozu likes to cause trouble at home but is very obedient outside, like a quail. He shivered in fear, curled up tightly, holding his brother close. The younger brother's face was pale from the cold, but he still felt warm. Suddenly, some grass nearby moved. He thought it was a wild wolf and screamed in fright, fainting. It was actually a rabbit, but it scared him badly anyway. The brothers were so frightened in the mountain that they became dazed. When they couldn't stand it anymore, they decided to go down the mountain. On the way down, the younger brother stepped on a stone and twisted his ankle, falling hard to the ground. It was too dark outside for Chung Yaozu to see how badly he was hurt. He only knew that the fall was very hard, and his brother cried very sadly. They didn't know what time it was and, filled with fear and pain, stumbled back home. Their house was right in front of them, but they didn't dare open the door. They didn't know if their grandparents had come back or if Chung Xiangbei's anger had cooled. Finally, the two crawled into the yard and pitifully curled up in the firewood pile at the door to keep warm. Chung Xiangbei had fallen asleep hungry yesterday, hoping to eat a full meal in the morning. He woke up around 6, hungry. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately got out of bed. He went to the kitchen, but everything was the same as the day before. Chung Xiangbei was furious. He picked up the pot on the stove and threw it forcefully on the ground, then kicked over the cupboard. The cupboard fell to the ground, and its door was knocked open automatically. The pots, bowls, and utensils inside clattered to the floor. The porcelain basin was broken, with many pieces shattered, and the ceramic bowls and spoons were smashed to pieces. Chung Xiangbei was furious. This time, the noise was very loud. Wei Mingxiang and Chung Guoqing went to bed late last night and were still very sleepy. They were awakened by the loud noise even before fully waking up. They suddenly opened their eyes. Wei Mingxiang, who sleeps lightly, was so frightened she jumped out of bed. Chung Guoqing lazily lifted his eyelids and then closed his eyes again. He never cared about these things. He only focused on sleeping and eating. He worked in the fields whenever he wanted, and if Jiangwan didn't want to, she had to do it anyway. Wei Mingxiang moved too quickly when she got up and accidentally pulled at her knee wound, causing her to gasp in pain. Chung Guoqing ignored it, and Jiangwan didn't seem to check on her either. She could only bear the pain and go to see her injury herself. What's wrong? What's going on? Why are you making such a fuss early in the morning? Wei Mingxiang hobbled into the kitchen and saw Chung Xiangbei angrily kicking things around. Why didn't you cook breakfast again? Chung Xiangbei suddenly looked up, his eyes fierce, as if he wanted to scold Wei Mingxiang alive. Why didn't you cook? Wei Mingxiang felt nervous and was afraid he might suddenly get angry. I'll ask Jiangwan. Wei Mingxiang quickly used her old excuse, trying to cover up her mistake. What's the use of asking her? She always says she's not feeling well and has no strength to cook. Chung Xiangbei looked at Wei Mingxiang with a fierce gaze, glaring at her again and again. You're not pregnant, so why can't you cook? Chung Xiangbei couldn't stand Jiangwan and directly turned his anger on Wei Mingxiang. I have low blood sugar. I get headaches when I wake up early. Wei Mingxiang hurriedly used her usual excuse, trying to deceive him. Chung Xiangbei wasn't like Jiangwan and didn't buy her story at all. He slapped the stove with a loud bang, making a huge noise. Before Jiangwan got married, you were cooking breakfast just fine. Why didn't you have headaches back then? Wei Mingxiang couldn't handle Chung Xiangbei's intense questioning. She could only support her forehead with one hand and pretend she was in severe pain. I was young then. Now I'm older, she said, even doubting her own words. People change, right? I really can't handle it now. I can't cook breakfast for you, she said, but even she didn't believe herself. Chung Xiangbei wasn't stupid and definitely didn't believe her. You say you can't handle it? Fine, I'm hungry now. You must cook for me. I don't care if you can handle it or not. I must have hot food today. Chung Xiangbei was full of frustration and had no way to vent it. Wei Mingxiang became the best target for his anger. Wei Mingxiang had never seen Chung Xiangbei so fierce, and she felt a bit lost. She looked into the rice jar. It was empty, not a single grain of rice inside. She then checked the cupboard. There was no fresh meat or vegetables, and all the eggs had been eaten. The situation now was the same as when they left yesterday. The only difference was that there were a few fewer eggs than before. Only a little white noodles remained in the cupboard. Once they are gone, there will be nothing left at home. Chung Xiangbei was still angry. Wei Mingxiang quickly took out 2 dimes from her pocket to calm him down. Chung Xiangbei threw the money on the ground, refusing to accept it. What can 2 dimes buy? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Yesterday, I finished breakfast and I didn't have money for lunch. Talking about this, Chung Xiangbei was full of anger again. Wei Mingxiang picked up the money from the ground and took out a 50-cent coin from her pocket to give to him. Is this okay now? A 13-year-old child needs 50 cents to buy 2 meals outside. Chung Jinyan sent back 40 yuan in a month. Based on that, how could this small amount of money be enough? Chung Xiangbei took the money, and his expression slightly softened. He went to his room, grabbed his school bag, and stomped out angrily. But just as he pushed the door open, he saw Chung Yaozu and his brother squatting at the door, caught in his peripheral vision. Chung Xiangbei had already stepped down the stairs, but he turned back and approached again. Suddenly, he lifted his leg and kicked Chung Yaozu in the chest. Chung Yaozu, who had been dozing off, felt a sharp pain in his chest. His body tilted uncontrollably, and he fell heavily to the ground. His head hit the doorframe, causing a large bump right away.
Run.
Aren't you good at running? Why aren't you running now? Chung Xiangbei was in no rush to go to school. He stepped forward and pressed his foot on Chung Yaozu's chest, making sure he couldn't move. No, I won't run anymore. Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive us. Chung Yaozu usually talked a lot, but now he was completely silent. He was controlled by Chung Xiangbei and couldn't move at all, let alone fight back. There was a 4-year age difference between them, and in terms of size and strength, Chung Yaozu was no match. In front of such overwhelming power, Chung Yaozu behaved like a quail. Now you admit you're wrong? Too late. Chung Xiangbei's eyes turned cold. He lowered his head and slapped Chung Yaozu twice across the face. Whoa, Grandma. Grandma, please save me. Chung Yaozu couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly shouted for help inside the house. Wei Mingxiang heard the noise, dragged her injured leg, and quickly ran out.
Oh.
Xiangbei, why did you hit him like that? We're family. We should talk nicely. You're going to be late for school if you don't go now. Just go out already. Stop causing trouble. Please, my ancestor. Jiang Wan didn't stand between them. Wei Mingxiang faced her 2 grandsons directly, and she was already overwhelmed this morning. Chung Xiangbei was very angry this morning. Wei Mingxiang didn't dare scold him now, so she tried to comfort and persuade him. Humph. Xiangbei snorted coldly, suddenly threw his backpack on his back, and left without looking back. Wei Mingxiang quickly helped Chung Yaozu up, then noticed Chung Yaoguo lying on the ground. What's going on with you all? Did you not sleep at home last night? That's right. Yesterday, little aunt didn't cook for us, and when 4th brother wanted to hit us, she didn't come out to stop him. You and Grandpa weren't home, so I had to take my brother up to the mountain. Otherwise, we might have been hurt badly. Chung Yaozu felt wronged, and his eyes turned red with sadness. Wei Mingxiang endured the pain in her foot and picked up Chung Yaoguo. As soon as she touched him, she noticed his body was very hot. His temperature was clearly abnormal.
Oh.
Yaoguo has a fever. You really shouldn't have let your brother sleep outside. You're both dressed so lightly, and he's so small. How can his body handle this? Wei Mingxiang initially planned to find Jiang Wan and complain, but now that Chung Yaoguo had a fever, she couldn't spare time to do that. She hurriedly called Chung Guoqing off the bed. They rushed to take Chung Yaoguo to the village clinic for a checkup. Yesterday, Chung Yaozu caused trouble at school. The teacher asked him to call his parents and demanded compensation. Now, with the grandparents taking care of his brother, no one was managing him. He didn't dare go to school alone. If he did, he would just stand at the classroom door. Because of the fight, the teacher had already moved his desk to the office. If his parents were called to solve this, he wouldn't have to go to school anymore. In this day and age, there was no 9-year compulsory education, and teachers had the final say at school. If Chung Yazu caused trouble and it wasn't resolved, the teacher could simply tell him not to come back. He thought about it and decided he was hungry and went back to his room. Last night, he didn't sleep well. Although he was hungry, he lay on his bed and quickly fell asleep. At 8 a.m., Li Shuping cooked a warm bowl of noodles with shredded meat and eggs and placed it in a thermal box. Seeing no one around, she quietly came to Jiang Wan's window. Jiang Wan had already been waiting, and as soon as Li Shuping arrived, she quickly took the thermal box. "Thank you, Auntie," Jiang Wan said quickly. Li Shuping waved her hand and left quickly. She truly kept her promise, quietly bringing the food without disturbing anyone. Jiang Wan stored water in her space, washed herself briefly, opened the thermal box, and started eating breakfast. The noodles were freshly cooked and still hot. Inside, there were 2 soft-boiled eggs, plenty of fresh shredded meat, and green vegetables. Bright green scallions sprinkled on top made it look very appetizing. Knowing Jiang Wan liked spicy food, Li Shuping specially brought her a small jar of chopped chili. A simple bowl of noodles with a bit of chili was colorful, fragrant, tasty, and very nutritious. Jiang Wan had married Ching Jinyin many years ago. Because her family had many children and everyone disliked spicy food, she could only cook non-spicy dishes. In this house for 8 years, she never truly ate her favorite meals. She lived every day for others, always thinking about their preferences and how to make them happy. Li Shuping hadn't known her for long. They had only exchanged a few words before. She remembered Jiang Wan's preferences. But in this house, no one had ever cared about her. Even when she was sick and bedridden, her mother-in-law only made her plain rice porridge. Sometimes, she even pretended not to notice, deliberately making less for her when cooking. Back then, her mother-in-law's attitude was obvious. If she could work, she was told to cook for herself. If she couldn't, she wasn't allowed to eat. She hadn't seen through this before and had already been treated this way. After recovering, she continued to take care of her mother-in-law and nephews and nieces. Actually, there were signs of this happening before. As long as she was still useful, everyone kept their true feelings hidden. But once she was bedridden and helpless, she became a burden in their eyes. They would have to spend a lot of money to treat her, and if she recovered, they might have to care for her in old age. It was easier not to treat her at all, save the money, and not bother with her old age. So, death seemed like the only way to be free. They probably all thought the same, especially when they were removing her breathing tube with everyone present. Jiang Wan finished her bowl of noodles happily. She had to admit, Li Shuping's cooking skills were really good. With such talent, she could even open a small restaurant and make good money. Jiang Wan filled her stomach and then sat at her desk to start writing her article. Yesterday, her half-finished draft was interrupted by noise when Chung Yazu returned. Now that the house is finally quiet, she must seize the chance to finish her work. In a few days, a call for submissions will appear in the magazine. The theme of the contest is the article she is currently writing. In her previous life, Jiang Wan also participated in this contest, but because of many family issues, her submission was half-hearted and was not selected. This time, the prize money is large, and there is special support. If her article is chosen, she can work with the magazine regularly in the future. This means her chances of getting her submissions accepted will greatly increase, and her income will become more stable. Jiang Wan took this opportunity seriously, carefully writing her article according to the contest rules. When there was no noise around her, she felt completely calm, and her writing flowed naturally and effortlessly. Jiang Wan entered a strange state where she couldn't even hear the noise outside. She didn't know how long had passed before she finally stopped writing. The article was finished. She only needed to do some final edits and check for typos before sending it out. Jiang Wan decided to work quickly and finish everything at once. Unexpectedly, her father-in-law and mother-in-law returned at this moment. Wei Mingxiang was upset and spoke more loudly than usual. without her usual gentle tone. Jongwon could hear her rough voice through the door. Some people with so many family issues don't come to help. Why do I have to call my wife to do everything? Is she trying to wear out this old lady? So what if she's pregnant? When I was pregnant, I had to do housework and work in the fields. Wasn't I fine? People these days are too delicate. They can't handle even small things. I wonder what's the use of such a daughter-in-law. Wei Mingxiang was so angry she didn't bother to hide her insults and scolded openly. In the past, Jongwon was shy and couldn't stand being scolded a few times. No matter how uncomfortable she felt now, she would still volunteer to do chores. Only when she saw her father-in-law and mother-in-law smile would her mood improve. But now, Jongwon didn't care anymore. If Wei Mingxiang wanted to throw a tantrum, she would. She stayed in her room silently, only wanting to take care of herself and her baby. Other people's problems were none of her business. It was unreasonable for her to clean up after others' messes when they caused trouble. Wei Mingxiang angrily scolded for a while, standing with her ears perked up, waiting for Jongwon to come out and ask about the situation. Unexpectedly, Jongwon ignored her completely. Her door was closed, and the room was very quiet. Wei Mingxiang's voice was hoarse from shouting, but there was no sound from inside. If it weren't for the wet clothes hanging under the eaves, Wei Mingxiang would have thought Jongwon had run away from home. But why is she so calm now? Wei Mingxiang was puzzled. She cursed again at Jongwon's door. No matter how hard she tried, Jongwon didn't come out to respond. Wei Mingxiang was stunned. Since Jongwon didn't come out, she didn't dare to go inside. After all, she had always tried to act like a good mother-in-law in front of Jongwon. If they confronted each other directly, with both feeling emotional, they would definitely argue. Although Jongwon was gentle and easy to handle, she was clearly determined to oppose them now. Wei Mingxiang wasn't sure what Jongwon was thinking and didn't dare to act rashly. Looking at the messy house, she felt a headache coming on. She carried Cheng Yaogu back to her room. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw Cheng Yaozu, and her blood pressure shot up instantly. Cheng Yaozu, why didn't you go to school? Although he was still in elementary school and learning not too difficult, his talent wasn't very good. If he didn't study seriously, he might not finish middle school. Wei Mingxiang's biggest wish was for her 8 grandchildren to succeed. Even if they couldn't make a lot of money, studying more and getting a diploma would mean they wouldn't have to follow their father into coal mines or stone quarries, risking their lives. Her 2 most important sons had already passed away. The pain of losing loved ones is something most people can't bear. If it weren't for her grandchildren's company, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. She needed her grandchildren to give her emotional support, but she wasn't capable of raising them. She had little education and couldn't help them with their homework. She was also lazy and didn't want to cook for so many people or wash so many clothes. She couldn't stand hardships. Feeding pigs and chickens was troublesome, and working in the fields was exhausting. Every day, she just wanted to rest at home and chat with her old friends when she had free time. She thought she could live this good life forever, as she had enjoyed for 8 years. She never expected Jongwon to suddenly give up and stop caring. Taking advantage of her pregnancy, Jongwon was even more unreasonable than her. She closes her door every day, and even if the sky falls, she doesn't care. There is no rice or oil at home, but she doesn't look at it, nor does she refill supplies like before. When the table and chairs fall, she won't help to fix them. In the morning, her nephews and nieces don't get breakfast, and she doesn't get up to make it. The worst part is that Cheng Yaogu is burned so badly, but she still ignores it. Now, Cheng Yaozu stays in his room and doesn't go to school, and she acts like she doesn't know about it. It seems she doesn't need to eat, drink, or use the bathroom. She just lies on her bed and seems to become a fairy. The teacher wants me to ask my parents for permission. My dad is gone. My mom ran away. Where can I ask for permission? The teacher also said if I can't find my parents, I shouldn't go to school anymore. Cheng Yaozu feels a bit wronged and mostly angry. It's clearly his own fault, but he doesn't look for the reason in himself. Instead, he wants to blame others. Wei Mingxiang listened to him and was speechless. She usually cares a lot about her grandchildren's reputation and doesn't want others to see them as children without parents. She always supports and loves them. But every time she needs to do something, she hands it over to Jongwon, saying that she can't handle such complicated things and that young people should do them. Then you can tell Jongwon or you can tell my grandpa. How can you not go to school? Wei Mingxiang finally said after holding it in for a long time. If she didn't mention this, it might be okay, but once she did, Chung Yaozu got even angrier. Jongwon doesn't even make breakfast. Do you expect her to go to school and handle my problems? My brother has a fever. You and Grandpa are rushing to take him to the clinic. I can't stop you, right? Since my brother is so sick, of course, it's more important than my little problems. Chung Yaozu spoke confidently, and Wei Mingxiang was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to reply. Then I will take you to school now. Last night, Wei Mingxiang fell hard and still feels pain in her leg. She planned to rest in bed, have Jongwon bring her hot water for a foot soak, and recover for a few days. But she didn't expect Jongwon to be better at lying down and more patient than her. What she didn't know was what Jongwon said or did when they weren't home yesterday. Why are they willing to come to her for breakfast, but afraid to go to Jongwon? Something must have happened in between. What time is it? Is it still useful to go now? Last night I didn't sleep well, so I am very sleepy now. Today I plan to rest and won't go to school. We can talk about anything tomorrow. Chung Yaozu turned over and continued sleeping. No matter how Wei Mingxiang tried to persuade him, he covered his ears and ignored her. Wei Mingxiang was overwhelmed by the fever of Chung Yaogua and had little energy left to care for him. She sighed heavily, thought for a moment, and then carried Chung Yaogua to her room. Before leaving, she closed the door, returned to her own room, poured cold water to cool Chung Yaogua's forehead, and gave him medicine. She hadn't eaten breakfast yet. After doing all this, she was exhausted and hungry. She sat heavily on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath. I'm almost starving to death. Why haven't you gone to make breakfast? Before she could catch her breath, Chen Guoqing impatiently urged her to cook breakfast. Wei Mingxiang didn't want to argue. She turned her head and rolled her eyes at him, remaining seated and still. It was already 9:30 in the morning. Chen Guoqing had never eaten breakfast so late. He patiently reminded her, but she still gave him a blank look and sat motionless. Did she not realize that her attitude looked very annoying? Wei Mingxiang, are you deaf or what? Can't you hear me telling you to cook? Chen Guoqing raised his voice, pretending to be stern. Can't you see I'm exhausted? Can't you just go and make some food yourself? Yaogua still has a fever and needs someone to take care of him. I can't do so many things alone. Can't you share some of the work? Wei Mingxiang grew more impatient as she spoke, and Chen Guoqing's temper flared instantly. Isn't cooking all women's work? I married you to cook for me. If you can't do this simple thing, what's the use of you? His words were harsh, making Wei Mingxiang frown in displeasure. Chen Guoqing, what are you even talking about? Haven't I done enough for this family? My leg is still hurt, and walking is difficult. How dare you ask me to cook for you? Wei Mingxiang was so angry at Chen Guoqing's words that she was close to losing her temper. Chen Guoqing was used to getting his way and had no empathy left. From the moment Wei Mingxiang dragged him to watch Jiangwan's joke, he should have expected this day would come. When Jiangwan was willing to work, they enjoyed it together. When she didn't want to work, everything fell on her shoulders. In the end, it was her own fault. I can't handle everything right now. I'm hungry, so you must go make this meal. Chen Guoqing is unreasonable, and Wei Mingxiang is so angry she jumps in place. She really doesn't want to go. Chen Guoqing clenches his fists and waves around in front of her. Wei Mingxiang is startled and immediately becomes obedient. She remembers when they first got married, Chen Guoqing had hit her a few times. Later, after she had 2 sons, his attitude toward her improved a little. She takes care of the children and does housework while working outside, handling everything well. But because of this, she is exhausted every day. She can't stop because if she stops working, Chen Guoqing will start hitting her again. Wei Mingxiang is very afraid of his fists. Even though many years have passed and he is much calmer now, and he hasn't hit her in a long time, She still feels scared. I'll go make the food, but Yaogwa still has a high fever. You need to watch him and help change his towel. Before leaving, Wei Mingxiang still sets her conditions because Yaogwa is her youngest grandson and her favorite. Although Jiangwan has been taking care of him since he was young, Wei Mingxiang doesn't want him to suffer. All right. I'll watch Yaogwa. You hurry up and make breakfast. Under Chengguiqing's impatient urging, Wei Mingxiang can only drag her sore leg to make breakfast. The house is a mess, which makes her feel upset just looking at it. She remembers how clean and tidy the house used to be, with shiny glass. It's only been a day, but the difference is huge. Wei Mingxiang frowns with dislike, and her mood worsens when she reaches the kitchen. All the pots and bowls are broken on the ground, and the rice jar is empty. She can't even cook plain rice porridge now. Fortunately, there are a few noodles left, so she decides to make some simple plain noodles to get by. She has no energy to clean up and still hopes Jiangwan will come out of her room and see the mess, so she might clean it herself. She struggles to cook 4 bowls of noodles in this dirty, messy environment. All the last noodles are cooked, and each person only gets a small bowl. Wei Mingxiang hasn't cooked in a long time, and making these few bowls of noodles exhausted her. The table outside is set up again, and she places the 4 bowls of noodles on it. She quietly calls each person from her room, afraid that if she speaks loudly, Jiangwan will come out. Wei Mingxiang doesn't know if Jiangwan has eaten breakfast, and she doesn't care about this matter. She only knows that she didn't work today, which is wrong. Wei Mingxiang is very angry, so she plans to punish her through her meals. No matter what Jiangwan's situation is now, she will eventually be hungry and come out of her room. Wei Mingxiang wants to see how much patience Jiangwan has, how long she can endure without eating inside the house. She calls everyone in the family out. When Chengguiqing arrives, he is quite happy, but he sees a bowl of plain water noodles without oil or salt on the table and immediately changes his expression. You're hungry all this time, and this is what you give me to eat? Cheng Yaozu is called out of bed, originally full of hope, but seeing such a breakfast, he is very disappointed. However, he didn't eat for 2 meals yesterday, so he is truly hungry now. He doesn't care if it's plain water noodles. He eats them quickly and greedily. Look, Yaozu is so picky but still ate. You're a grown man. What are you pretending for? Wei Mingxiang is pleased and feels that Cheng Yaozu is showing her respect. Chengguiqing frowns, pinching his nose and trying to eat the noodles. The taste of these noodles is really hard to describe. If his stomach weren't growling so loudly, he wouldn't eat them. Wei Mingxiang takes a piece of noodle and puts it in her mouth. She just takes a bite and feels so disgusted she wants to. She silently wonders how such unappetizing noodles could exist. But she can't say this aloud because if she herself dislikes them, others definitely won't eat either. She is already somewhat picky and has a very delicate palate. Ordinary food is hard for her to swallow. Jiangwan has practiced cooking hard over the years, and her dishes still suit her taste. But why has she suddenly refused to cook now? Wei Mingxiang endures her nausea while eating noodles and tries to think of the reason. She suddenly realizes that this family truly cannot do without Jiangwan. She is the first to suffer. She ponders in her mind, what should she do to make Jiangwan return to her previous hardworking and dedicated attitude for the family? The family finishes their noodles, and no one clears the bowls. They just leave them on the table and walk away. Yaozu doesn't have to go to school today. He took a nap in the morning and now feels bored, so he goes out to play. Chengguiqing has filled his stomach and feels a bit better. He hums a little tune and goes for a walk. Yaogwa hasn't eaten breakfast yet, and since everyone has left, Wei Mingxiang can only help him up and force-feed him some noodles. Now, Zheng Yaogwa is not in good health, and he is barely able to eat noodles. Wei Mingxiang wants to feed him more, but he keeps gagging. Fearing he might up what he just managed to swallow, Wei Mingxiang ends up finishing the remaining noodles herself. Jiangwan still hasn't come out of her room. She is really patient. Wei Mingxiang keeps looking at her door, wishing she could see through it. Wei Mingxiang doesn't want to do any chores. She looks at the messy house, sighs, and goes back to her room to sleep. As soon as she lies down, she feels her back and waist ache, and her legs cramp, especially her injured leg, which feels extremely painful. Jongwon has been inside the room editing her manuscript. The faint noise and shouting outside don't bother her at all. Jongwon has decided that as long as no one comes to knock on her door, she won't step out of her room. The family members are too scary. She feels safest staying alone in her own room. Jongwon carefully revises her previously written draft, checking for typos several times. When she's sure everything is perfect, she feels relieved and puts it down. She rests for a little while, then starts thinking carefully about another article. This article is meant for a newspaper. She has several good topics at hand. After writing it, she plans to polish it well, believing it has a high chance of being accepted. By noon, at 12 o'clock, Lee Shuping brings the meal on time again. Jongwon hands over the thermos box she finished in the morning and takes the hot lunch. They exchange the boxes quickly, like secret agents passing messages. Just a glance, no need for extra words. When Lee Shuping turns to leave with the box, Jongwon smiles and says to her back, "Andy, the noodles you cooked this morning were very tasty and nutritious. I like them very much. Thank you, and you've worked hard." Jongwon is a grateful person. Hearing this makes Lee Shuping feel happy inside. Although she received money from Jongwon, she always cooks fresh meat and vegetables for her, preparing special meals. She does this to help Jongwon eat more nutritious food and ensure the baby grows strong. She spent a lot of effort on this. After taking on this task yesterday, she hardly slept all night. Her mind was full of thoughts about how to prepare balanced meals for Jongwon every day before her delivery. The next day, she quickly wrote a meal plan while her memory was still fresh. From then on, she prepares Jongwon's meals according to this plan every day. She can cook many different dishes, but now it's winter, so ingredients are not very plentiful. Plus, they live in a remote area, so shopping is not very convenient. She can only go to the small village market to see what fresh vegetables are available that day. Jongwon opened her lunchbox and saw that it contained chicken stew with mushrooms. She scooped a piece of chicken into her mouth, and it tasted very similar to the chicken from yesterday. It was definitely the chicken they slaughtered yesterday. They only ate half, and today she was served most of the remaining half. Now, free-range chickens in the countryside are quite expensive, and Lee Shuping spared no effort to make sure she ate well. Jongwon took a piece of mushroom and put it in her mouth, and it was so fresh that she almost bit her tongue. This bowl of chicken stew with mushrooms was nutritious and delicious. She couldn't stop eating after just one bite. Lee Shuping prepared just enough rice for her, enough to fill her stomach, but not make her feel overly full. She was worried her nutrition might fall behind, so her insulated food box always had little rice and plenty of vegetables. This was a treatment she had never received in her family before. After eating and drinking her fill, Jongwon felt energized. She didn't immediately sit down to write. Instead, she leaned on her stomach and slowly paced around the room. The room she lived in was about 10 square meters, with a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. There was hardly any space left for walking in the middle. Jongwon could only walk slowly back and forth in the narrow space. She silently counted in her mind, stopping after 50 laps. Actually, during her walks, her mind was constantly working on developing the plot. Jongwon didn't want to produce like before, where her submissions disappeared without a trace. She had died once, so she had more life experience than most people. Although she was only in her 20s, she had the wisdom of a middle-aged person. She didn't want to waste her talent anymore. She wanted every word she wrote to be a masterpiece. After carefully planning her outline and feeling confident, she finally started writing. The whole afternoon, the house was very quiet. Except for the scratching sound of her ballpoint pen when she was writing and the little monkey mimicking her, walking around the room and occasionally making noises, there was almost no other sound. "Little cutie, you're making my eyes dizzy. If you really have nothing to do, go outside and play. Just remember to be careful and come back before dark. If you encounter something unusual that you can't handle, remember to notify me through the space." Jongwon put down her pen and bent down to hold the little monkey in her arms. She gently held it as if holding a small child. The little monkey rested its head on her belly and nodded obediently. The white mist in the space had healed its wounds. After resting last night, it was in a good mood. Now, the little monkey also wanted to go out for a walk. Being stuck at home all the time was really boring. Monkeys are naturally lively and cute animals. They like to move around and enjoy fresh food outside. At home, only leftover roots and bark from yesterday were available, but these were too rough for it. Having tasted delicious fresh bamboo shoots, it was naturally hard for it to accept eating these rough things. At first, it was worried that its owner might not want it to go out and play. Now that the owner had spoken, the little monkey cheered and eagerly jumped onto the windowsill. Although small, it was very agile. After healing, it easily jumped over a windowsill more than a meter high. Before going out, it turned back politely and waved to Jiangwan. "Mom, I will be careful. I'll come back before dark. You must take good care of yourself at home too." Unexpectedly, the little monkey cared about her, which made Jiangwan laugh and cry at the same time. She waved her hand at it, as if to chase it away, but her words showed her deep concern. "Okay, Mom will be waiting here for you to come back." The little monkey went out to play, and the house became even quieter. Jiangwan sat on the windowsill, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes picking up her pen to write a few lines. To write a good article, she needed to be very patient. She had to write and revise, crossing out imperfect parts. No matter what, for an article to be accepted, she first had to be satisfied with her own work. If she herself felt it was careless or the content was poor, the editors at the newspaper would think even less of it. Jiangwan spent the whole afternoon thinking about her draft. She felt she was completely immersed in it, her mind full of the article. She sat in her chair for a long time, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with her current approach. Half an hour later, she suddenly had a bright idea. A smile appeared on Jiangwan's face as she realized there was a new way to express her emotions. Just as she was about to start writing, the front door was pushed open again. Cheng Yaozu hurried in, looking panicked, and immediately closed the door behind him. Jiangwan didn't need to look outside. From his small movements, she could already guess that Cheng Yaozu had caused trouble outside. He never makes a fuss when he gets into trouble, quickly running back to hide in his room. If no one comes looking for him, he has nothing to worry about. If someone does come, there are adults at home to handle it. He has a good plan in mind, mainly because Jiangwan used to help him clean up his messes. For their unreliable brothers, Jiangwan has had to smile and say nice things to many villagers. Some problems are serious and can't be fixed with just a simple apology. When the other person refuses to accept her apology, Jiangwan can only pay for things herself to keep the peace. Now that Cheng Yaozu has caused trouble outside again, Jiangwan won't help him fix the mess anymore. She was tired after writing all day, so she stood up and stretched lazily. Jiangwan was wandering slowly around the house. She stayed inside every day without seeing sunlight, which isn't good for the child's growth. If she keeps lying around and not moving, and since the food is good now, it will be very hard to give birth later. Jiangwan doesn't want to faint during childbirth and wake up to find her taken out without explanation, with her baby gone. She must stay in the best shape to have a smooth delivery and raise the child well. While walking, she suddenly had an idea and hurried to her desk. She bent over and quickly wrote a few words on her notebook. Just after putting down her pen, she heard knocking on the door. Jiangwan pretended not to hear and quickly got back into bed. Since she decided to slack off, she wouldn't care about anything at home. But slacking off only applies to household matters. It doesn't mean she will give up on herself. She just chooses not to interfere in others' affairs and respects their fate. But she must live her life beautifully. The person outside knocked for a long time, but got no response. Finally, annoyed, they kicked the door hard. The wooden door shook loudly, but Jiangwan remained calm. Wei Mingxiang was sleeping but was awakened by the sudden noise. She covered her head with a quilt and tried to pretend to be asleep. She thought Jiangwan would come out to open the door, so she could sleep a little longer. But Jiangwan didn't follow the usual way, and Wei Mingxiang's plan failed again. The door was almost kicked open, but Jiangwan still didn't make a sound inside. Wei Mingxiang couldn't take it anymore. She forced herself out of bed, annoyed. She angrily went to the door and suddenly pulled it open. In the afternoon, Wei Mingxiang was about to take a nap when someone came knocking loudly at her door. She refused to open it and was so fierce that she made others afraid. Feeling angry inside, she opened the door and immediately started scolding loudly. "Why are you making noise? Do you know you're disturbing my sleep?" When Wei Mingxiang cursed, her eyes were still closed. She only knew she was upset and started shouting without thinking. She didn't care who she was yelling at or if they would get angry. She always just focused on feeling good herself, ignoring others' feelings. After she finished yelling, she suddenly felt a pain on her shoulder. Only then did she fully open her eyes. Lu Auntie from the village was soaked all over and glaring angrily at Wei Mingxiang. "I was just washing clothes by the river when your grandson suddenly pushed me from behind, almost drowning me in the water. Now I come here to ask for an explanation, and you are so fierce to me? No wonder your grandson is so rude. I think you're not a good person either." Before Lu Auntie could go back to change her clothes, she came straight to the door. She didn't expect that as soon as she arrived, Wei Mingxiang would be so fierce to her. Who can bear such unfair treatment? Wei Mingxiang didn't think it was like this at first. She was stunned for a moment but quickly understood. When Lu Auntie was pushed into the river, she was definitely facing away from Cheng Yaozu. In that situation, she couldn't see who was behind her. Now that Lu Auntie came to complain, she probably only had her own guess and no real proof. Once she understood this, she felt more confident. "Which I saw my grandson push you. Without evidence, don't go around talking nonsense. You're careless and fell into the river, and now you want to blame others? How shameless you are. I've never seen anyone so shameless." When Wei Mingxiang was not pretending, her words were sharp and mean. Lu Auntie was stunned by her scolding but then immediately got angry. "I may not have eyes on my back, but others saw clearly. It was your grandson who pushed me. Do you still want to deny it?" Lu Auntie dared to come, because she was well prepared. She was careful and wouldn't fight without confidence. She always knew Wei Mingxiang was difficult and unreasonable. In the past, she only heard about her from others, and her feelings weren't very strong. But now, after confronting Wei Mingxiang directly, she truly saw what she was like. Aunt Lu had already spoken firmly, but Wei Mingxiang still thought she was lying and refused to admit what Cheng Yaozu had done. "Who saw it? If you have the guts, bring the witnesses here. Don't just say whatever you want. I, Wei Mingxiang, am not so easily fooled or tricked." Wei Mingxiang was stubborn and refused to back down, maintaining her arrogant attitude no matter what Aunt Lu said. Aunt Lu had never seen such a shameless person and was so angry she was trembling all over, speaking with difficulty. "Fine, you wait and see. I'll call the witnesses now. Once I have solid proof, I will deal with Cheng Yaozu. Don't come crying to me then." Aunt Lu turned and left decisively, her eyes full of determination and anger. It seemed she was very confident about this matter, and Cheng Yaozu might really have pushed her. Wei Mingxiang closed the door and immediately felt weak in her legs. She had been so loud earlier, but now she felt guilty and uneasy. She knocked on Cheng Yaozu's door and saw him lying on the bed. Her heart was a bit nervous, but she still held on to some hope. "Yaozu, you didn't push Aunt Lu just now, did you?" Cheng Yaozu's eyes flickered for a moment, but he kept his lips sealed and didn't answer. Seeing this, Wei Mingxiang knew he had pushed her. Her heart sank, and she sat down sadly on the edge of the bed. "Why did you push her? Now someone's come to find us and cause trouble. What am I supposed to do?" Wei Mingxiang rarely handled such matters. Usually, Jiangwan took care of them. Now Jiangwan was hiding in her room and refused to come out, ignoring their problems. Wei Mingxiang felt frustrated, but had nowhere to vent her feelings. She wanted to call Jiangwan out to take the lead, so she wouldn't have to deal with these stressful issues. But Jiangwan didn't care, so she had no choice but to step forward. The feeling of being forced into this position was very frustrating. Cheng Yaozu snorted coldly and didn't answer her question. "Anyway, I pushed her, and that's it. If you're really scared, just push me out. At worst, they'll beat me up. What's the big deal?" Chung Yaozu tilted his head and spoke confidently, but inside, he was a little nervous. That annoying woman was spreading rumors behind his back, saying he was lazy and liked causing trouble outside. Her grandson went to the same school as him and was in the same grade, so he probably heard about the fight he had with someone else. Her grandson is also a very talkative person. When he came back, he told her about this matter, which caused that nasty woman to be ostracized in the village. In the end, neither of them is a good person. He pushed her as a way to teach her a lesson, but who knew that this annoying woman wouldn't let it go? Chung Yaozu felt a bit annoyed thinking about this. He didn't think much at the time. He was angry and pushed her casually. He didn't mean to really cause trouble for her. After all, the river was shallow, so nothing serious would happen. He pushed quickly and then immediately ran away. He thought no one saw him, but unexpectedly someone did. It's also his bad luck, but he would never admit to being wrong. You're really something, kid. Wei Mingxiang was so angry she stomped her feet, but Chung Yaozu acted indifferent. Wei Mingxiang didn't know what to say and could only shut her mouth in anger. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head almost about to burst from overthinking, unable to come up with a good plan. She grabbed her hair so hard that she pulled out a few strands. If she kept going like this, she would soon be bald. Why don't you go talk to Jiang Wan and ask her to handle this? Chung Yaozu didn't even want to call his sister-in-law by her title. He always called her by her name. He came up with this idea hoping to take advantage of the chaos and push Jiang Wan from behind. With so many people around, no one would know it was him. If he could make Jiang Wan go into early labor or even have a miscarriage, he would feel very satisfied. Wei Mingxiang felt a headache coming on. Hearing this, she was tempted but didn't agree right away. Seeing her hesitation, Chung Yaozu immediately tried to persuade her earnestly. Jiang Wan is pregnant now and will give birth at the end of the month. People in her situation usually don't dare to provoke her. Even if Aunt Lu gets angry, Jiang Wan just stands there, and she will lower her voice. Just a few words from her, and the problem that was hard to solve will be fixed immediately. Wei Mingxiang suddenly slapped her thigh and made a decision. Let Jiang Wan handle this tonight. She turned around confidently and went to Jiang Wan's door. At this moment, Jiang Wan was sitting with her chin supported by one hand, deep in thought about the plot. Suddenly, the door was knocked loudly, startling her. The knocking outside was very urgent, but Jiang Wan didn't rush to open the door. When Wei Mingxiang grew impatient and the knocking became even louder, she finally called out towards the door. Jiang Wan slowly walked to the door, opened it. Mom, what's wrong? Jiang Wan's tone and expression were the same as always. Strictly speaking, Wei Mingxiang hadn't seen her for several days. She didn't care about her life or death, only worried that no one was working at home. Even though Jiang Wan was 9 months pregnant, her small face was still the size of a palm, looking very pitiful. She had been married into this family for 8 years. Her originally fair skin had darkened quite a bit, and she had gained a few wrinkles. But she still looked as beautiful as when she first married, with those lively fox-like eyes that made Wei Mingxiang dislike her at first sight. Wei Mingxiang suppressed her displeasure and changed her tone, speaking in a strained voice. Jiang Wan, I need you to handle something. Wei Mingxiang rambled on about Chung Yaozu causing trouble outside. Yaozu was playing outside and got into a fight. He pushed someone into the river out of anger. Now that person is coming to us for revenge. You know I don't have much ability and don't know how to deal with this. I hope you can come out personally and help solve this problem. Wei Mingxiang, getting emotional, reached out to grab Jiang Wan's wrist. Jiang Wan listened quietly. If she didn't already know the full story, her sincere tone might have fooled her. She calmly moved her arm aside to refuse her intimate contact. Such a two-faced woman, Jiang Wan felt disgusted just by being near her. Jiang Wan quickly cleared her throat twice, pretending to be weak as she looked at her. Mom, I can't do it. I can't handle these things, and I'm pregnant now. I'll give birth at the end of the month. If I get into a conflict with someone, what if I lose the baby? I've already lost my child once. This time, I must protect them. I can't help you with this. I'm tired. My legs are weak from walking, and I need to rest first. Jiangwan ignored whether Wei Mingxiang agreed or not, and directly closed the door. Wei Mingxiang, with his shameless face, begged her for help, but Jiangwan refused so thoroughly. She had been thinking in her mind that if Jiangwan agreed to her request, she could find a way to make her do the housework later. Step by step, Jiangwan would be completely under her control. But she never expected that Jiangwan wouldn't buy her words at all. Her first request was rejected outright, leaving her speechless. Now, her words caught in her throat, making her feel very uncomfortable. Wei Mingxiang stood at the door, scratching her head and ears, finally feeling helpless. Cheng Yaozu saw his grandmother get upset and quickly peeked out from the room. "Grandma, does Jiangwan not even care about your face?" Cheng Yaozu was surprised and said such words, which only made things worse. Wei Mingxiang suddenly changed her expression, her face turning dark like charcoal. Cheng Yaozu was still waiting for her to answer, but Wei Mingxiang, holding back her anger, didn't know what to say. Jiangwan actually refused her, and she refused so completely, not giving her any respect. Wei Mingxiang felt like she had been slapped twice, her face still burned with pain. She was stunned when the door was knocked again. Wei Mingxiang knew who was outside, but she didn't want to open the door. The knocking grew louder and louder. Wei Mingxiang, I know you're inside. Hurry up and open the door. I brought the witness." Lu Shun's strong voice came through the door. Wei Mingxiang suddenly felt very tired. Her legs hurt badly, making it hard to walk. But she had to drag her injured legs step by step to the door. "Stop knocking, I'm coming." Wei Mingxiang was reluctant, but still opened the door. The moment she did, Lu Shun pointed at the man beside her. "It was him who saw everything, and he's the one who saved me from the water." Cheng Yaozu is so cruel at such a young age, doing such wicked things. As an elder, you have a big responsibility. Lu Shun was right, and started scolding loudly. Wei Mingxiang shrank back, afraid to speak. It was her grandson who had done such a bad thing outside. Now that the witness was here, even if she wanted to argue, she had no chance. Yes, it's all my fault. I didn't discipline the child well, and she did something wrong. I want to apologize to you here." Wei Mingxiang felt disgusted, like she had eaten a fly. She was unhappy but could only honestly apologize. At first, the matter seemed to be over, but Lu Shun wouldn't give up. "Your apology isn't enough. I want Cheng Yaozu to come and apologize to me personally. Also, Cheng Yaozu caused me to be like this, and he must compensate me for my losses." Only then did Wei Mingxiang realize that Lu Shun's real goal was not just an apology, but money. Wei Mingxiang, who had just been polite and apologetic, suddenly exploded when she heard about money. "Did you just fall into the water? There was nothing serious happening, so why should I give you money? People these days are crazy about money. They dare to ask for money over small things. It's so shameless." Wei Mingxiang, being sharp-tongued and mean, started insulting others with dirty words. Lu Auntie, soaked from head to toe, immediately changed her expression. "Wei Mingxiang, what do you mean by saying that? Your grandson pushed someone and you admitted it. Are you trying to refuse to pay? If you really dare to do this today, do you believe I will report you to the village and make you suffer?" Lu Auntie is not someone to be easily bullied. A few words scared Wei Mingxiang so much, she didn't dare to speak. After she was completely scared, she finally agreed to compromise. "How much money do you want to settle this quietly?" Before Lu Auntie could speak, Wei Mingxiang, worried she might ask for too much, quickly added, "Listen, my family has many people, and we can't afford much. If you dare to ask for a lot, I will fight to the end, and neither of us will get anything good." Wei Mingxiang's words were unpleasant, and Lu Auntie immediately looked angry. "I haven't even spoken yet, and you already want to avoid paying?" Lu Auntie snorted coldly and directly held up. "2 yuan? How can you ask for that much?" Wei Mingxiang's pupils shrank, her face full of anger. Lu Auntie shook her head and emphasized again. "I want 20 yuan. "What? 20 yuan? That's crazy. Not only 20, I wouldn't give even 2. 20 yuan is about half a month's salary for Chung Jinyan. Lu Auntie had such a big face to ask for so much. She had seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. It was just too much. Fine. Since you're so stubborn and don't want to talk nicely, I have no choice but to go to the village. Lu Auntie turned to leave. Wei Mingxiang opened her mouth to stop her, but thought of the 20 yuan compensation and retracted her hand. Lu Auntie left, and Wei Mingxiang plopped down on the ground. She seemed like her soul had been taken away, completely exhausted. Chung Yaozu naturally heard their conversation. His face showed unpredictable expressions. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Grandma, Lu Auntie is just greedy. I only gently pushed her, and she wants 20 yuan. She must be crazy about money. Chung Yaozu's face twisted with anger and frustration. He originally thought his beloved grandma would stand with him and criticize Lu Auntie together. I didn't expect her to turn around and coldly look at him, then loudly and harshly curse. Get lost. Who told you to push others around? Now someone has come to our door, and they want us to pay. 20 yuan is not a small amount. Think about how you should handle this. Usually small fights are okay, but now you've done something like this. I, Wei Mingxiang, have no grandson like you. I'm really disappointed in you. Angrily, Wei Mingxiang spoke without thinking. Usually she treated outsiders this way. She was patient with her grandchildren because they didn't have to do chores. Even if they caused trouble, she just told Jiang Wan to clean up, hiding behind as a peacemaker. Sometimes, when they made big mistakes, Jiang Wan's attitude was stricter, and Wei Mingxiang would side with her grandchildren, secretly criticizing Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan handled all the household chores, but she was not appreciated. Besides her own personality, the main reason was that Wei Mingxiang often stirred trouble behind her back. She did nothing but wanted to be the good person, always making Jiang Wan take the blame when problems arose. Jiang Wan finished all the bad work, leaving the good deeds for herself. Over time, Qing Yaozu and others began to dislike Jiang Wan. They didn't see her efforts and looked down on her. All of this was Wei Mingxiang's doing. It's a pity Jiang Wan used to treat her like her own mother, obeying her words. Wei Mingxiang had never been so harsh with Qing Yaozu before. Qing Yaozu was speechless from the scolding, stunned for a long time. His face turned red, then pale. He pointed at Wei Mingxiang's nose and said in disbelief, Wei Mingxiang, you weren't like this before. You wouldn't even scold us. Now, just because Jiang Wan hasn't worked for 2 days, you become like this? Or is this really your true nature? The grandfather and grandson argued more and more fiercely outside, while Jiang Wan listened happily from her room. In the past, she was caught in the middle, taking the blame and playing the villain for both sides. They never had a direct conflict, so they could maintain the image of a caring grandmother and a filial grandson. Now that she stepped back and just watched, letting them fight, they could do as they pleased. In just 2 days, they couldn't hold it anymore. Honestly, their argument ended sooner than she expected. It seemed she had overestimated them. They were much more fragile than she thought. The feeling of just relaxing and watching the drama is really enjoyable. She doesn't have to work and can stay in her room doing whatever she wants, which is very satisfying. The grandfather and granddaughter are blaming each other, and their voices are getting louder, almost shaking the roof. But this is just the beginning because Aunt Lu and the village officials are coming in a big crowd. Along with them, Chung Guoqing also arrived. He was out wandering when he saw the large group rushing over. He thought there might be some good show. But then he saw it was his own home. Chung Guoqing was stunned. What exactly happened? He still doesn't understand. He doesn't like to get involved in matters, so even if he's curious, he just watches from behind the crowd. He wanted to see what caused such a big fuss. Wei Mingxiang, Qing Yaozu, come out here. After Aunt Lu brought the people over, her voice was loud and commanding. She knocked loudly on the door, making Wei Mingxiang nervous and anxious. Seeing the situation, she didn't dare go outside. Wei Mingxiang wanted to hide inside her house, but the village officials also supported her. Wei Mingxiang just opened the door. Let's talk calmly. Hiding inside isn't helping. The problem won't be solved, and conflicts will only grow. Since we're all here, let's clear things up once and for all. From outside the door, there were quite a few people. Wei Mingxiang didn't dare hide anymore and had to open the door obediently. As soon as she opened it, Aunt Lu rushed forward and grabbed her by the collar. Wei Mingxiang stepped back 2 steps, looking at her with fear. Lu Guilin, what are you doing? What am I doing? Your grandson almost took my life, so, of course, I want you to pay for it. Today I called everyone here to judge. Should you pay for this? Lu Guilin's voice was loud and powerful, making Wei Mingxiang's head buzz. Kids are young and don't understand things. A simple apology should be enough. Why do you still have the nerve to ask for money? Wei Mingxiang's words lacked confidence, and her voice became much softer. Kids almost 10 years old, and they don't understand? How old do they have to be to understand? Not understanding doesn't mean they can joke about someone's life or push others into the river. Everyone, judge for yourselves. Should Wei Mingxiang pay for this damage? Lu Guilin clearly explained what happened in front of everyone. She also brought witnesses who detailed the situation at that time. Lu Guilin once again revealed what Wei Mingxiang had previously admitted, along with her arrogant attitude. Soon, public opinion turned overwhelmingly against her, and villagers believed they should be compensated. Almost causing someone's death, and then expecting not to pay? Is there such a good thing in this world? Even teenagers are considered adults now. If trouble happens, adults should take responsibility. Today, if we don't teach you a lesson, who knows what foolish things you'll do next? The villagers took turns speaking, and Wei Mingxiang tried to explain several times, but couldn't get a word in. She was completely drowned out by their voices. Wei Mingxiang felt helpless and finally had to accept the idea of paying compensation. I can pay, but I can't afford 20 yuan. Wei Mingxiang tried to bargain, but the villagers didn't accept it. Cheng Jinyan sends back dozens of yuan every month. How can you not even have 20? Didn't you say before that the household expenses were all paid by Jiangwan? Cheng Jinyan's salary is all saved by you. You're making a profit, not unable to pay 20. It looks like you're just not willing to pay. This person's heart is too mean. She talks big in the village, but when it comes to paying, she's scared. Wei Mingxiang didn't expect her own bragging to backfire on her. No matter how she explained, no one listened. Wei Mingxiang was so anxious, she almost cried. She felt this helplessness for the first time. With red eyes, she looked around in the crowd, hoping someone would step forward and speak up for her. Wei Mingxiang seemed to see Cheng Guiqing's figure, but when she tiptoed to look again, he was gone. The men at home were useless. Every day, they either didn't do farm work or household chores, just wandering outside. When trouble arose at home, he just squeezed into the crowd to watch the excitement and didn't help. Wei Mingxiang was distressed about the 20 yuan, but everyone was urging her. She was caught in a dilemma, feeling very embarrassed. She lowered her head and said nothing until everyone was silent, waiting for her response. Then she, with red eyes, told everyone. Everyone knows my family's situation. My older 2 siblings have had accidents, and only Cheng Jinyan can send some money home. Technically, the money he sends isn't small, but there are too many mouths to feed at home. Every time we need to pay school fees, it's a big expense. If you really want me to give out 20 yuan, I honestly can't.
You're forcing me.
But my grandson got into trouble, and I can't avoid paying for it. I only have 10 yuan left. Lu Guilin, if you're willing to accept it, take it. If not, I have no other way. Wei Mingxiang is about to give up completely. She has tried every kind of persuasion, but Lu Guilin hesitates. 10 yuan is not a small amount, but she has been wet all over and has been working for over an hour. Now she feels cold all over. After working so hard for so long, earning only 10 yuan feels too little. At least 15 yuan. If you give 15, we can forget about this. Seeing Wei Mingxiang truly struggling, Lu Guilin bites her lip and lowers the amount by 5 yuan. Wei Mingxiang looks very unhappy. She can't come up with 15 yuan. Maximum 12 yuan. Not a penny more. You decide for yourself. Wei Mingxiang acts as if she is justified in being poor. If this matter gets out, her carefully built reputation in the village will be completely ruined. From now on, She will become the village's joke and will have to act humbly. Otherwise, everyone who passes by will mock her. She is too old to bear such shame. Lu Guilon thinks for a moment, then struggles to speak through clenched teeth.
Fine, 12 yuan.
Take the money now, in front of the village officials. Let's consider this matter settled. Everyone's eyes are on her. Wei Mingxiang, no matter how reluctant, has to reach into her pocket. Her pocket isn't deep, but she keeps digging and digging. Everyone can see she's reluctant to give the money, so she's making it difficult. She finishes with her left pocket, then her right, and then her clothing pockets. She searches everywhere and finally pulls out 11 yuan. I was mistaken. I only have 11 yuan left. Wei Mingxiang reluctantly hands over the money. Lu Guilon looks at her coldly, feeling sick to her stomach. They had agreed on 12 yuan, but now she only gives 11. They agreed on a price in front of so many people, and now she's giving less. It's extremely annoying. Lu Guilon suppresses her disgust, takes the 11 yuan, and turns to leave. It's January, and the weather is freezing. Lu Guilon's lips are purple from the cold, and her teeth are chattering non-stop. She has no energy to argue over that 1 yuan anymore. Even though she's received compensation, her anger still lingers inside. Lu Guilon, so we're clear now. Don't come looking for trouble with us in the future. Lu Guilon had already reached the gate of the yard. Hearing this, she got angry. What kind of words is Wei Mingxiang saying? What does she mean by her causing trouble? If it weren't for her grandson causing mischief, why would she bother so much? This is really annoying. She was just fine, but now she's been cheated out of 11 yuan. Wei Mingxiang kept thinking about it and couldn't help but complain loudly in front of everyone. Lu Guilon had already walked far away, but hearing this, she couldn't hold back. Suddenly, she turned around quickly, ran up to Wei Mingxiang, pointed at her nose, and scolded angrily. Wei Mingxiang, watch your words. If your grandson hadn't come to bother me first, how could I have lost money? We agreed on 20 yuan, no less. Now you only give me 11 yuan. I didn't complain, but you're still breathing hard? If you say one more word to me, I won't settle this with you unless I get the full 20 yuan. Lu Guilon was so angry, she almost jumped. She reached out and poked Wei Mingxiang's nose hard, making her too scared to speak. Lu Guilon continued to curse her loudly in front of everyone. Wei Mingxiang, to avoid more trouble, dared not make a sound. Lu Guilon swore and cursed as she left, and since there was no more entertainment, everyone else also started to leave. Only Wei Mingxiang stood there like a fool. When everyone was gone, she suddenly stomped her feet in anger and cried loudly, feeling wronged. My money, it's gone. Lu Guilon, you wicked woman, I will never get along with you again. Wei Mingxiang stomped and cursed at the door, venting her anger fiercely. Only then did her emotions gradually calm down. Thinking about losing 11 yuan for no reason made her feel so down that she could hardly walk. Wei Mingxiang dragged her heavy steps home. Cheng Yazu sat on the sofa with a grim face. As soon as she entered, he couldn't help but ask. If Lu Guilon hadn't scolded her first, she wouldn't have pushed her into the river. She was asking for it and dared to come for money. Thinking being in a big group makes her powerful. You're really something. Is your family rich? Giving away 11 yuan for nothing. I wish I had that money. Wei Mingxiang was already in a bad mood. Coming home and being scolded by Cheng Yazu made her even angrier. Cheng Yazu, you're always acting so unruly. Why do you push others around for no reason? Can a few words from me really save you some meat? Are you so impatient? Doing bad things is one thing, but getting caught in the act, do you even have a brain? My Wei Mingxiang is so clever. How did I end up with such a foolish grandson like you? My 11 yuan, I'm so angry I could just die. Wei Mingxiang scolded Cheng Yazu harshly, then started crying loudly. Through a wall, Jiang Wan listened clearly to their conversation. She bit her lower lip tightly, finally holding back her laughter. Wei Mingxiang is usually very sharp-tongued, but she has never been so harsh to her grandchildren before. This time, Cheng Yazu caused trouble outside, making her lose face and lose money. Now he dares to nag her, and she couldn't hold back anymore. After being scolded, Cheng Yaozu was momentarily stunned, probably surprised that his loving grandma would suddenly curse him so fiercely. He didn't react or argue back. His mind was buzzing, and he was just stunned. If Wei Mingxiang had stopped at that moment, Cheng Yaozu might not have dared to argue with her. But she got angrier and started pointing at Cheng Yaozu's nose, scolding him again. Grandma works hard to raise you all. Don't go out causing trouble. Today's mess is really embarrassing for Grandma. Can't you be smarter? Why are you so stupid? Just like your runaway mom. Disgusting to look at. Wei Mingxiang's mouth was always sharp and talkative. When she scolded, she wouldn't stop, constantly talking. Cheng Yaozu lowered his head, biting his lower lip, his face so dark it looked like it could drip water. Wei Mingxiang kept talking, and Cheng Yaozu couldn't take it anymore. Wei Mingxiang, shut up! Cheng Yaozu shouted angrily, startling Wei Mingxiang. Then her eyes darkened, and she started blaming him again.
I've done so much for you. How can you yell at me?
If I hadn't brought you back to raise, you'd be starving now. Eat my food, use my things, and you still dare to yell at me? Wei Mingxiang kept repeating these words. At first, Cheng Yaozu felt guilty, but later he just felt annoyed. Who asked you to raise me? You cried and brought me back yourself. Otherwise, do you think I wanted to come? You do nothing all day. Let Jiangwan do everything, and then you dare to complain about being tired? Are you tired from lying around, or from talking so much? I think you're just full of energy, so you have all these useless words to say. Listening to you makes me feel sick. You have sharp teeth and a mouth full of foul words. Jiangwan used to indulge you, but now she can't stand you anymore. When Jiangwan ignores you, you just get more excited around me, right? Just shut your mouth. If you say one more word, I might up what I ate this morning. Cheng Yaozu spat on the ground, and then turned to run outside. This house makes him feel suffocated. He can't stand to stay even a second longer. If Jiangwan and Cheng Yaozu argue, Wei Mingxiang would usually play the good person, criticizing Jiangwan and gently comforting Cheng Yaozu. It seems only she is the best person in the world. Everyone else is useless. Cheng Yaozu ran out, and for the first time, Wei Mingxiang didn't chase after him. She just stood at the door, watching him run farther away. Cheng Yaozu had just insulted her harshly, and Wei Mingxiang was too exhausted to chase or lower her pride. She turned to look at the messy house, and her anger surged again. Wei Mingxiang would never patiently clean up the house. Standing there, her frustration grew, and she even started to feel hungry. She went to the kitchen to make herself some food, but she saw the cupboard knocked over on the ground, with pots and bowls scattered everywhere. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were all spilled. The rice jar was empty, and there was not a single vegetable in the basin. Even if she wanted to be diligent and cook, there were no ingredients left to waste. Seeing all this chaos, Wei Mingxiang's previously suppressed anger flared up uncontrollably. No one was around to stop her, and her emotions were controlled by her rage. This wild fire in her heart needed someone to bear it. Wei Mingxiang carefully thought about why she was in this difficult situation. Jiangwan was the root cause of everything. If she had just obediently listened before, done all the housework, and bought everything needed, how could their family have so many conflicts now? Wei Mingxiang was used to Jiangwan taking care of her. Now that Jiangwan suddenly slackened and didn't want to contribute to the family, everything was in chaos. Wei Mingxiang didn't think about how to fix things or plan to try. Instead, she wanted to scold Jiangwan and make her obediently do her chores. She clenched her fists and angrily walked to Jiangwan's door. She knocked loudly and shouted without holding back. Jiangwan, Jiangwan, open the door. Hurry up and open. Jiangwan, who was focused on writing inside, was interrupted and felt annoyed. Originally, she was full of ideas and inspiration, planning to finish writing a piece in one go. Unexpectedly, Wei Mingxiang, a bothersome person, still refused to leave her alone. She sat still, holding her pen, while the knocking on the door outside grew louder. Jiangwan frowned in frustration. At this moment, She was determined to separate her family and clearly cut ties with Wei Mingxiang's family. Creating requires a quiet environment. Wei Mingxiang's family drama was entertaining and provided her with plenty of material for her writing. But the constant interruptions and being knocked on the door every day made her very annoyed. Only after separating from Wei Mingxiang, when she knew she was in the right, could things calm down a bit. However, Jiang Wan knew clearly that Wei Mingxiang wouldn't agree to the separation, and the process wouldn't be easy. Over the years, Wei Mingxiang had become lazier because Jiang Wan took care of her. Separating would mean each family living their own lives. Jiang Wan only needed to manage her own affairs, and her harvest from the fields would belong to her. She could no longer rely on shared meals. Her 8 grandchildren would all need her care. Jiang Wan understood this was difficult, so she needed to create conditions. It didn't matter if Wei Mingxiang didn't agree to the separation now. She would first ruin her reputation and escalate their conflicts. When she was about to give birth peacefully and Cheng Jinyan returned, she would bring up the separation again. If Cheng Jinyan disagreed, Jiang Wan would automatically consider him and Wei Mingxiang as the same. In her past life, Cheng Jinyan had been kept in the dark, unaware of how hard her life was. Jiang Wan blamed herself for trusting Wei Mingxiang's words, not discussing anything with Cheng Jinyan, which led to her current situation. Before she died, she overheard a conversation between her nephews and nieces, realizing Cheng Jinyan might also be a victim. Both of them were pitiful. Cheng Jinyan had dedicated his life to this family, only to end up with his wife passing away early, his children harmed, and their inheritance coveted by nephews and nieces. This time, when he returned, Jiang Wan planned to wake him up with her words. If he stubbornly insisted on staying involved with his mother-in-law's family, she would divorce him without hesitation. Jiang Wan had died once before, and now her mind was clear. She only lived for herself and her children. Others' affairs didn't concern her. She sat quietly on the stool for a long time, while Wei Mingxiang kept knocking on the door nonstop. It seemed that as long as she didn't open it, Wei Mingxiang would keep knocking forever. She was truly tired of the chaos at home, the empty kitchen, her grandchildren arguing with her every day, and having to go outside to clean up after them. Whether Jiang Wan is pregnant or feeling unwell, she must go out and work. She can't stand this tough life, even for a second. Wei Mingxiang becomes angrier the more she thinks about it, and her knocking gets louder and louder. Seeing her determination, Jiang Wan has no choice but to stop ignoring her. If she keeps ignoring, Wei Mingxiang might even break down her door today. To protect her door, Jiang Wan has to prepare herself for a confrontation. She slowly opens the door and quickly gets into character. Jiang Wan looks weakly at Wei Mingxiang and coughs heavily in her face. "Mom, I haven't eaten for a few days, and I'm very hungry. I feel like I see stars, and my body is so weak I can't get out of bed. Mom, you said you would take care of me when I got pregnant, but you haven't done anything. Why do you keep arguing at home and knocking on my door? I don't know if you're trying to push me to the limit." Jiang Wan looks at Wei Mingxiang with tears in her eyes, clearly feeling wronged. Is she just pretending to be weak? Is she just using morality to control her? Who can't do that? Jiang Wan uses Wei Mingxiang's own tactics against her. Her eyes are clear and bright, filled with great grievance. Wei Mingxiang originally wanted to say something, but now she feels guilty seeing Jiang Wan's expression. She instinctively takes a step back and doesn't dare to say anything. Jiang Wan speaks first, her voice calm but commanding. She stares directly into Wei Mingxiang's eyes, accusing her of not treating her well. This version of Jiang Wan makes Wei Mingxiang feel unfamiliar. She used to be obedient and never dared to resist. Even if she was treated badly, pregnant, and had to do chores and farm work, as long as she said some nice words, Jiang Wan would smile happily. "No, Mom, I didn't mean that. Why would I want to push you to the limit? I just wanted to ask what you want to eat for lunch. I will go buy ingredients now and cook for you later." Wei Mingxiang didn't think this way at first, but now she can only force herself to say it. After speaking, she regrets it. She came to call Jiang Wan to work, not to cook for her. She silently prays that Jiang Wan will be more aware and not ask for anything too much. or she won't be able to satisfy her. Mom, is what you're saying true? Are you really trying to trick me? After all, every time you said you would make something delicious for me, you never did. I've lost count of how many times you fooled me. Now I feel like the wolf is really coming, and I can't trust you anymore. Jiangwan's eyes were red, looking like she was about to cry. She supported herself on the doorframe, looking weak, as if she might fall at any moment. Her sad expression carried a hint of accusation, and Wei Mingxiang couldn't bring herself to admit she was sorry. It's true. How could Mom lie to you? Just tell me what you want to eat quickly. Wei Mingxiang felt nervous and sweaty on her forehead. Jiangwan didn't hold back and started listing dishes. If you're going to ask like that, then I'll be honest. I want to eat preserved vegetable pork, braised pig's trotters, spicy ribs, and chicken stew with mushrooms. Pregnant women tend to crave everything, wanting to eat all the good food. Can Mom agree to my small requests? Jiangwan looked at her pitifully, but she was actually trying to pressure Wei Mingxiang into giving in. If Jiangwan just ate some small dishes, Wei Mingxiang might reluctantly agree. But unexpectedly, she asked for preserved vegetable pork, braised pig's trotters, spicy ribs. Could a pregnant woman really eat so much? With her status and the family's conditions, does she deserve such good food? Wei Mingxiang felt like she wanted to spit at her 100 times, and her face darkened completely. Jiangwan still looked at her as if nothing was wrong. Mom, why haven't you started preparing? I'm tired and want to go back to rest. Jiangwan pretended to cough twice and was about to close the door and go inside. Jiangwan, you can't eat that much alone, and we don't have that much money at home. Wei Mingxiang rubbed her fingers nervously, as if asking for money. Jiangwan shot her a cold look, and Wei Mingxiang's next words made her even more disgusted. How about I cook you 2 sweet potatoes? And some wild vegetables, just enough for lunch? Wei Mingxiang thought Jiangwan would be easy to persuade like before. She clearly wanted delicacies, but Wei Mingxiang only wanted her to eat wild vegetables and simple food. Mom, you asked me what I want to eat, and now that I tell you, you don't want to make it. Think carefully. Since I got pregnant, have I ever had a proper meal with meat? You keep saying you'll make delicious food for me, but you've never done it. Are you really trying to fool me? This time you promised but didn't do it. If you keep acting like this, I won't be able to trust you anymore. Jiangwan raised her voice, deliberately speaking more strongly. Wei Mingxiang's face turned very pale. Jiangwan's harsh words had really embarrassed her, and she was starting to lose her composure. Wei Mingxiang still didn't speak. In the end, Jiangwan threw a harsh remark and slammed the door shut. Fine, I won't do it. If I have to, I might just starve to death. When the baby is born, with a small head, and people ask me, I'll say, my mother-in-law feeds me only husks and water, and the baby is severely malnourished. If it grows well, it will be a miracle. After cursing, Jiangwan felt refreshed and went back to her room to sit down. Li Shuping had just finished preparing the meal and was reaching toward the window. She overheard the argument between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and quietly asked Jiangwan what had happened. Jiangwan moved closer to the window and told her about her recent conversation with her mother-in-law. Li Shuping listened and clenched her teeth in anger, cursing fiercely. Wei Mingxiang, that shameless woman, just knocked on your door to call you to work. She won't cook anything good for you. She's always trying to fool you. She's rotten to the core. You're about to give birth, and she still wants to rest herself, leaving you to handle the mess and do all the housework. Her face is really thick. This afternoon, I went to the fields to work. I need to talk to the other women and let everyone see Wei Mingxiang's true face. Li Shuping cared deeply for Jiangwan. Knowing she had been wronged, she was ready to stand up for her immediately. In the past, Jiangwan wouldn't tell anyone about her grievances for the sake of family harmony and the reputation of her in-laws. Now, she didn't care anymore. For the safety of her child, she stayed quietly in the house every day. When something interesting happened, she naturally wanted to share it with someone close. Li Shuping's concern for her was evident from the meals she prepared every day, various delicious dishes, always including meat and beautifully cooked vegetables. Jiangwan used to be very weak and frail, but after eating well for a few days, She felt stronger and more energetic than before. Annie, do you need to go to town these days? If so, could you help me with something? Jeongwon couldn't go out now, but her written drafts couldn't just sit at home gathering dust. She needed to earn money so her child could have a good life. Even if she divorced in the future, she wouldn't be afraid. At least she could support herself. What help do you need? Just tell me directly. You don't have to beat around the bush with your sister-in-law. If I can help, I will. There is a letter I need you to help me send. I have already stuck the stamp on it, and the letter is inside the envelope. Just take it to the post office when you go out. Jeongwon had already finished writing the letter, placed it in the envelope, sealed it, and put on the stamp. To keep it secret, Jeongwon wrapped the envelope in a paper bag, which made it more private. I thought it was something important. It's just a letter to send. No big deal. I will help you send it tomorrow morning. Lee Shuping agreed happily, and Jeongwon smiled as she handed her the letter. Andy, when you get to the post office, just give the paper bag to the postal workers and they will take the letter out. Okay, Auntie promises. You can rest assured and wait at home. Lee Shuping carefully took the envelope, gently tucked it into her arms, and then reminded Jeongwon a few more times before leaving with many backward glances. Jeongwon opened the thermos box. Today, Lee Shuping made her spicy ribs. She had wanted to eat this dish for a long time. Ribs are not expensive, but making them is quite complicated. It takes more than a pound of ribs to make one serving, which also costs quite a bit. Unexpectedly, her aunt really made it for her, and it was so delicious. Jeongwon took a piece of the golden, crispy ribs, and the smell made her almost swallow her tongue. She quickly finished the meal, her empty stomach comforted by the tasty food, and suddenly, she felt energized again. Jeongwon packed up the lunchbox and continued writing with pen and paper. Now that she plans to get a divorce, she needs to save more money. Otherwise, she can't support herself, let alone raise a child. Soon, she might not even have a place to live, whether renting or buying. Decorating furniture and buying daily necessities all cost a lot. Jeongwon used to lack motivation, but now she suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Wei Mingxiang was turned away by Jeongwon and was even scolded in return. She was so angry she felt like a boiling kettle, her chest hurting. Seeing it was mealtime, Wei Mingxiang could only endure her irritation, straighten the cabinets, and tidy up a bit. Doing such small chores made her breathless. There was nothing left at home, so she had to go to the market to buy things. But just then, the village was conducting an inspection, and the market was closed early. Wei Mingxiang watched helplessly as everyone carried their loads away. She couldn't buy anything, and even though she had money, she couldn't spend it. Wei Mingxiang hadn't eaten well for 2 days and was now starving, feeling her stomach pressed against her back. Unable to find ingredients, she could only go to the village to borrow some. Wei Mingxiang was originally well regarded in the village, but after today's incident, everyone's opinion of her turned very negative, and they became unfriendly. Just then, Wei Mingxiang came to ask for food again. Considering her character, no one was willing to lend her anything. As expected, Wei Mingxiang was turned away and sent out empty-handed. She felt embarrassed, and her mood worsened. She walked to Lee Shuping's house, thinking their relationship was still decent, and hope rekindled in her heart. Maybe she could try asking at Lee Shuping's home. With hope, Wei Mingxiang went over and knocked on the door. In the past, Lee Shuping would talk to her and greet her kindly when she saw her. Now, when she opened the door and saw her, she looked cold and spoke unfriendly.
Oh,
Isn't this Chung Yaozu's grandmother? Your family doesn't welcome me, and now you come to my house for what? Lee Shuping deliberately spoke sarcastically. Wei Mingxiang had originally come to borrow some vegetables, but was now too embarrassed to speak. Yesterday, her husband and wife went visiting relatives. Did something major happen at home again? Wei Mingxiang didn't know the full story, only that Lee Shuping's words made her very awkward and a bit ashamed. Lee Shuping looked directly into Wei Mingxiang's eyes. Wei Mingxiang hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a word.
speak.
Wei Mingxiang, weren't you quite talkative before? Why are you stuttering now? Lee Shuping sneered, her words sounding sarcastic. Knowing that Wei Mingxiang had secretly mistreated Jiang Wan, Li Shuping had already blacklisted her completely. She hadn't caused trouble first, but Wei Mingxiang came to her doorstep, practically looking for a scolding. I came to ask for some vegetables. We have no rice or vegetables at home, and I can't cook anything. Wei Mingxiang lowered her voice, speaking uncertainly. Li Shuping snorted coldly, her words even more vicious. Ask for vegetables? Will you return what you borrow? Is there interest? When do you plan to pay it back? I happen to have extra food at home. Want me to borrow some for you? So you don't have to cook lunch? Li Shuping kept asking questions, making Wei Mingxiang dizzy and unable to catch her sarcasm. When she heard there was ready-made food to eat, she immediately nodded happily. Great, great. That's good friendship. I don't want to cook right now. It would be great to have ready-made food. Wei Mingxiang smiled brightly because she was so happy. Her face even showed a few wrinkles from her joy. Li Shuping spat at her face, and the spit landed right on Wei Mingxiang. Wei Mingxiang, how shameless you are. Your grandson told me to get out of your house yesterday and said he would hit me every time he saw me. He's so young and speaks wildly. Didn't you teach him a lesson? Now you're shamelessly coming to ask for food at our house. I've seen people with thick skin, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. Wei Mingxiang was stunned, covered in spit, and froze in place. Li Shuping pushed her the shoulder and rudely drove her out of the house. Get out. Don't let me see you again. Look at what you've taught him. Nothing but trouble. They're all disrespectful, clearly without manners. You as a grandmother are useless. Your character is bad, and your teaching skills are terrible. TSK, TSK, TSK. TSK, TSK, TS. Li Shuping exaggerated her disgust, making Wei Mingxiang's old face turn red. She felt ashamed and wanted to argue, but Li Shuping had already shut the door. Her look of disdain deeply hurt Wei Mingxiang's feelings. Wei Mingxiang, feeling defeated, went back home. Cheng Yao still had a high fever and was resting in bed. He had only eaten some egg custard in the morning. Now it was already 1 p.m., and he hadn't eaten anything else. Not to mention Cheng Yao, a child. Even Wei Mingxiang was starving, her stomach pressed against her back. After returning home, Wei Mingxiang looked at Jiang Wan's room. The room was still quiet. She didn't know what Jiang Wan was doing inside. It seemed she didn't feel hungry at all and could hide in her room for days without coming out. Wei Mingxiang felt a bit curious, but she was so hungry she had no strength left to think about it. She went to the chicken coop, planning to pick 2 eggs, but found it was completely empty. She looked confused at the hens, thinking that usually they laid 2 eggs a day. Why weren't there any today? Seeing the empty feed trough, she realized she hadn't fed the chickens today. Could it be that the chickens didn't eat enough and therefore refused to lay eggs? Wei Mingxiang rubbed her head irritably, feeling like she was about to lose it. Jiang Wan wasn't here, and everything at home was a mess. No one was doing anything, no one fed the chickens, the pigs were hungry, and no one could eat. Wei Mingxiang felt she was about to go crazy. When would these days end?
Grandma, I'm hungry. Please cook something for me.
I'm really starving. Chen Yagua's weak voice came from the room. Wei Mingxiang was even more overwhelmed, her head buzzing. There was nothing at home. What could she make to feed him? Just after Chen Yagua called out, Cheng Guoqing leisurely returned from outside. He saw the table had already been set up. The table was empty, with no food at all. Chen Yagua's eyes widened, and he immediately got angry. Wei Mingxiang, where's lunch? I was outside all morning working hard, and there's no food for me? Cheng Guoqing pounded the table and asked angrily. In the past, Wei Mingxiang wouldn't want to cause family trouble, so she would try to soothe him. But now, Cheng Guoqing had only gone out for a walk in the morning, did nothing, and came back angry at her. Wei Mingxiang couldn't help but retort. What did you do? You didn't do anything, just hanging around outside watching others. When your wife and grandson get bullied, you stay silent. You only pretend to be good, busy with nothing. Others are just bored and have nothing to do. Wei Mingxiang suddenly snapped, overwhelmed with frustration. Cheng Guoqing was startled. then slapped her across the face. What are you yelling for? Women doing these things are just natural, right? If you dare cause trouble again, believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. Chung Guoqing hit her where it hurt and started talking recklessly, even raising his hand to hit her again. Wei Mingxiang didn't expect him to suddenly strike her. She was caught off guard and felt her face sting painfully. She covered her reddened face and looked at Chung Guoqing in disbelief. Chung Guoqing, you hit me? How dare you hit me? I won't stand for this. Wei Mingxiang shouted and rushed forward, but Chung Guoqing pushed her away forcefully. Unwilling, she tried to attack again but was pushed back once more. It proved that women simply couldn't match men in strength. When a man is furious and doesn't hold back, women can't win no matter what. Wei Mingxiang was extremely wrong today and couldn't swallow her anger. Knowing she couldn't win, she still bravely charged again. This time, Chung Guoqing used great force and kicked her hard against the wall. Wei Mingxiang's back slammed hard against the wall, and she felt so much pain, she thought she might fall apart. Wei Mingxiang cried out and tried to move forward again, but Chung Guoqing glared at her fiercely. If you dare come closer again, I will kill you. Chung Guoqing's eyes flashed with anger, and Wei Mingxiang suddenly felt scared. When they first got married, Chung Guoqing did hit her, and he was quite harsh. At that time, Wei Mingxiang was quite pretty, and even after marriage, many men surrounded her. Chung Guoqing felt jealous just looking at her. He stayed silent during the day, but would punish her at night. He would hit her and curse, "You shameless woman, if you look at other men again, I will kill you." Wei Mingxiang was terrified, and after that, she became much more obedient. But Chung Guoqing didn't want to do household chores or farm work. As a woman, Wei Mingxiang couldn't do heavy work, so she had to politely ask others for help. When Chung Guoqing found out, he would come home and beat her again. This created a vicious cycle between them. Things only improved after Wei Mingxiang had 2 sons in a row. Her status in the family rose sharply, and Chung Guoqing rarely hit her anymore. When Chung Guoqing suddenly raised his hand just now, Wei Mingxiang remembered past events and was so frightened she dared not speak. Chung Guoqing stepped forward, pointed at her nose, and scolded her. Quickly finish lunch. If I get hungry, my temper will get worse. Then I might hit you, so don't say I didn't warn you. Chung Guoqing angrily went back to his room, not giving Wei Mingxiang a chance to respond. After Chung Guoqing left, Wei Mingxiang's emotions completely broke down. She sat in a corner by the wall, covering her face and crying loudly. They all come to hit me, look down on me. Why is my life so hard? I don't want to live anymore, I can't go on. Wei Mingxiang wailed loudly in the main room, and Jiangwan heard her clearly. She recorded what Wei Mingxiang said in her writing. In her story, she wrote, "A woman, after exposing her husband's true nature, was angrily kicked into the corner by her furious husband. She was beaten until she was broken and cried out in pain, clutching her head, saying she couldn't go on living. Sadness and despair filled her, but the men in the house ignored her. The man didn't work for money. He only knew to come home and eat when hungry. He didn't care where the food came from. If he wanted it, he had to get it. They say art comes from life." The heroine in Jiangwan's story is based on Wei Mingxiang. She portrayed a hardworking woman who was constantly exploited by her family, eventually feeling hopeless and with nowhere to turn. Jiangwan remembered her past life. Wasn't she also a figure full of suffering? Back then, she often felt like giving up, but she was always deceived by her mother-in-law's lies, tricked into believing she was foolish, and tirelessly managed the household. Thinking about her past self, Jiangwan felt a deep chill in her heart. Wei Mingxiang used words to manipulate her and mental control to dominate her, turning her into a servant of the family. Now that she understood, Jiangwan felt a shiver run down her spine. Wei Mingxiang cried until her voice was hoarse, then finally left in tears. Jiangwan didn't know where she went, only that once the house was completely quiet, her thoughts returned. Jiangwan quickly wrote for an hour, then, tired, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. She slept until evening, when Li Shuping brought her food. Li Shuping not only brought meals but also happily shared good news. Jiangwan, I have to tell you, Wei Mingxiang is really funny. She even tried to borrow vegetables from my house at noon. Did you lend her any? Seeing Li Shuping so happy, Jiangwan guessed the outcome, but still asked curiously. No, I definitely didn't lend her anything. Wei Mingxiang is like a tight person. She can borrow from others, but getting her to return it isn't easy. I'm not stupid. The vegetables in my house aren't blown in by the wind. Why should I lend her any? If she borrowed vegetables to cook for you, maybe I'd be happy enough to lend them, but everyone knows her. Her mind is full of her grandchildren, and once the vegetables are cooked, they won't even reach you. She's so mean. No matter how much my vegetables are, I wouldn't give her any, not even to feed the dogs. Li Shuping said proudly, and Jiangwan smiled happily along with her. This afternoon, I went to work in the fields and told Wei Mingxiang off properly. Now, the women I get along with well already know what kind of person she really is behind her back. Some of these women have wide connections and big mouths. I bet by noon tomorrow, everyone will know about her. Her days will be even harder from now on. I wonder how long she can keep bragging outside. Oh, and I also told everyone about how Wei Mingxiang shamelessly came to borrow vegetables and was refused. Guess what happened next? Li Shuping clapped her hands excitedly, practically grinning from ear to ear.
What?
Jiangwan also smiled warmly, sitting and waiting for her to continue. It turns out Wei Mingxiang also borrowed vegetables from someone else's house, but now she has a bad reputation, and no one is willing to lend her anything. Today, there was a market inspection, and no one was selling anything at the small market. Even though Wei Mingxiang had money, she couldn't buy food. I think she is still hungry and waiting anxiously for the evening. Li Shuping felt happier the more she thought about it, enjoying the rare moment of Wei Mingxiang being embarrassed. She felt very pleased inside. In exchange, Jiangwan told Li Shuping about how Wei Mingxiang argued with Cheng Guoqing and was beaten, then cried and ran away. So, the whole village knew the next day that Wei Mingxiang was beaten by Cheng Guoqing. Her face was already swollen that morning when she went to buy vegetables at the small market, and villagers kept asking her about it. Wei Mingxiang, what happened to your face? Is it swollen? Did someone hit you?
Oh.
Who would dare hit you? Could it be your husband, Cheng? Wei Mingxiang used to boast about how Cheng Guoqing treated her well, how obedient her daughter-in-law was, and how well-behaved her grandchildren were. She had bragged so much, but now, none of it was true. She was beaten by Cheng Guoqing just yesterday, and now everyone in the village knew. People who usually ignored her now greeted her warmly. Wei Mingxiang wanted to buy more vegetables, but after being asked a few questions, she blushed like a monkey's. She couldn't stand it anymore, hurriedly bought some things, and rushed back home. She couldn't understand how the villagers found out about these things. It all happened inside her house, and no one saw it at the time. Could Jiangwan have told others? But she hadn't left her room all day, hadn't come out to eat, so it didn't seem like her. When Wei Mingxiang returned home, her face was still red and burning with pain. She had wanted to be lazy, but after being scolded yesterday, she had become much more obedient today. And being hungry was uncomfortable. She had endured it for 2 days, but she was fed up. Just one day without cooking, and everything in the house was in chaos. If she hadn't been shameless and begged the village leaders for some food, she probably couldn't have managed. After buying the vegetables and returning home, she remembered that Cheng Yaozu hadn't come back yet. He had gone out yesterday afternoon and hadn't been seen since. Wei Mingxiang was beaten yesterday and argued with her husband, so she didn't feel like dealing with his matters. Suddenly, today, she remembered this and was startled. Wei Mingxiang put down the vegetables and went outside to look for him. She didn't know where Cheng Yaozu might be hiding, so she searched blindly, like a headless fly. Along the way, some people kept staring at her face, and others greeted her with ill intentions. Wei Mingxiang kept a cold face, anxiously searching around. She circled the village twice but couldn't find him, and her heart started to feel anxious. Unconsciously, she reached the foot of the mountain. She looked up at the mountain, wondering if Cheng Yaozu, angry, had gone to hide there. But the mountain was so big, and she was alone, so finding him might take a very long time. Wei Mingxiang felt a bit scared and thought about asking for help in the village. Even if Cheng Yaozu had done something very wrong, everyone would still want to help him because he was just a child. With this idea, she went to the village official's office. Before she entered, she started crying, mainly because so many chaotic things had happened recently. Her head was buzzing, and she couldn't control her emotions. After the incident earlier, the village officials didn't think very highly of her, but seeing her cry so sadly, they all kindly comforted her. What exactly happened? Just tell us directly. Crying won't solve the problem, said the woman leader, exchanging a look with the village chief, then sighing and stepping forward to ask. Seeing someone sympathize with her, Wei Mingxiang cried even more sadly. Director Li, my grandson argued with me yesterday at noon and got so angry he ran away from home. He hasn't come back yet. I'm worried something might have happened to him. Wei Mingxiang sobbed and spoke in broken sentences. Director Li patted her on the back, encouraging her to speak slowly. At this moment, someone interrupted, which grandson ran away. It's Cheng Yaozu, Wei Mingxiang replied, feeling a bit guilty. The village officials' faces became very complicated. Cheng Yaozu had pushed Lu Guilin into the river yesterday, causing public outrage. He committed a serious mistake and showed no remorse, even trying to run away from home. In such a situation, who would want to pay attention to him? Everyone looked a little unhappy, but no one said anything openly. After all, they were village officials and needed to keep the village peaceful. Some things were better left unsaid by others. Keep going, tell us exactly what happened, including why you argued. Director Li guided her step by step. Wei Mingxiang cried as she recounted everything that happened yesterday at noon. When everyone heard Wei Mingxiang scold Cheng Yaozu, he not only refused to repent, but also got so angry that he ran away from home. Everyone knew that this child was beyond help. This kind of child ignores others' feelings and only cares about his own comfort. He deserves to suffer. Wei Mingxiang finished explaining everything that happened and also told about her search process. Last night, I was so angry that I thought he was just sulking with me, so I didn't go looking for him. I didn't expect he still hasn't come back. I already looked around the village twice just now, but I didn't see him. I think he might have gone up the mountain. But the mountain is so big, I can't search alone. I had to come to the village for help. Wei Mingxiang kept wiping her tears, and everyone's expressions grew colder. They lost him almost a day and night ago. She saw him run out herself. At that time, she didn't think about searching for him. Now, after a day and night without seeing him, she started to panic. If he had left the village, he would have run far away by now. Where could they find him? Everyone looked at each other, their faces looking unhappy. Wei Mingxiang kept pleading with them desperately. Director Li didn't want to agree. Unexpectedly, Wei Mingxiang, feeling helpless, knelt right there. Director Li, please help me. Please, only you can help me now. Maybe you should step outside first. We'll discuss a plan, and then I'll give you an answer later. Director Li helped Wei Mingxiang, who was crying so hard her legs felt weak, out of the office and told her to sit on the steps outside. He closed the office door, and everyone gathered to discuss. Usually, when problems happen, they rarely agree on a solution. But this time, everyone had the same opinion. They didn't want to organize people to search for Cheng Yaozu. Cheng Yaozu often bullies people in the village and has a bad reputation. Even if we gather villagers, they wouldn't want to go. He just did something bad yesterday and everyone knows about it. No one would want to go rescue him today. Cheng Yaozu is uncontrollable. If we let him go on like this, he will definitely rebel someday. After discussing at the village committee, the final decision was not to search for Cheng Yaozu. But to appease Wei Mingxiang, they still had to pretend they were doing something. Director Li came out of the office. Wei Mingxiang immediately stood up from the steps, looking at her with hope. Director Li, how is the discussion going? Yes, we've decided. We will organize people to search for him. You should also try to look at home. After all, if the family doesn't care about such matters, it's unreasonable to expect others to do so. Don't you think? Wei Mingxiang was subtly reminded a few times, but she didn't realize it and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, 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 Director Lee is right. Go back and gather the family members to help look for him. I'm sure he'll be found soon. Hearing Director Lee's words, Wei Mingxiang happily went home. She thought that with so many people helping in the village, they would find him quickly. She didn't even consider searching herself and simply went home to start cooking. Feeling happy, Wei Mingxiang couldn't help but hum a little tune. She hadn't cooked in a long time, but this morning she bought some good ingredients. While cooking, she thought for a long time and realized her cooking skills had become rusty. Although she used good ingredients, the final dishes looked terrible. Chung Guiqing had gone out to play all morning and came home happily for lunch. He took a bite and spat out loudly. Wei Mingxiang, what did you make? How can it taste so bad? Are you trying to poison me? Angrily, Chung Guiqing threw down his chopsticks and turned back to his room, not wanting to look at her anymore. Wei Mingxiang took a bite of spicy stir-fried pork, and sure enough, it was too salty, making her teeth tingle. She was so hungry that she forced herself to eat a few bites, but eventually started feeling nauseous. She brought the food to Cheng Yagua's room and placed it on the bedside table, helping him sit up to eat. Cheng Yagua had been sick these days and had no appetite. Plus, there wasn't much food at home, so he was almost always hungry. Now that the food was served, even though the dishes didn't look appealing, he was too hungry to care. He wolfed down the food, but after a few bites, he found it too salty to stomach. His stomach turned, and he had to push the dishes aside, finishing only a bowl of plain rice. Wei Mingxiang looked at the table full of food and sighed. Everyone was reluctant to eat. Even she didn't want to. Maybe she should just give the food to Jiang Wan. Thinking this, she quietly went to Jiang Wan's door and knocked softly. Jiang Wan had already heard the noise outside and knew why she was there. She didn't want to look at her or say anything unnecessary. She simply sat on a stool and said to the outside, "Mom, I don't feel well. I want to rest for a while." Hearing Jiang Wan's voice, Wei Mingxiang immediately pressed her ear against the door. "Jiang Wan, I made a table full of good dishes, all your favorites. Come and eat a little. You've been lying in your room for several days, and I haven't seen you come out to eat. You must be very hungry." Wei Mingxiang looked at her with concern, but anyone could think she cared a lot. "Mom, did you make preserved vegetable pork, braised pig's trotters, spicy ribs, and mushroom stewed with small chicken?" Jiang Wan repeated the dishes she ordered yesterday. Wei Mingxiang glanced at the dark, unappetizing food on the table, and her face suddenly looked unhappy. She only cooked some spicy strips with meat and casually stir-fried a few greens. None of the dishes Jiang Wan ordered were there. "No, I didn't." "Mom, why don't you take my words seriously? I want to eat those foods, but you haven't made them for 2 days. You say you love me and want to do what's best for me, but this is how you treat me. I'm not eating anymore. I might as well starve." When Jiang Wan first got married, she didn't know how to cook well. If her dishes didn't please Wei Mingxiang, she would lie in bed pretending to be sick and say things to hurt her. Back then, Jiang Wan was really naive and was easily manipulated by her words. As a daughter, she never did much housework, let alone cooking. After getting married, she worked hard to learn cooking and finally could make decent meals. Cooking became her responsibility. Wei Mingxiang would either sweet-talk her or say harsh words to provoke her. Now Jiang Wan was trying to imitate her tone and repeated everything she had once said to Wei Mingxiang. Wei Mingxiang looked upset because she recognized those words. They sounded very familiar. It seemed like she had said them before. Wei Mingxiang's face suddenly felt very hot and painful. She covered her face and turned away, not daring to say another word. The room became quiet again, and Jiang Wan continued to focus on her writing. A faint noise came from the window. Curious, Jiang Wan stood up. She saw the little monkey jump from the ground and crawl inside through the window. Mom, I brought you something delicious." The little monkey's trip not only solved its own food problem, but also brought back lots of fresh winter bamboo shoots. It had carefully dug them out of the mud with its claws. Its nails were muddy, and its fingers were slightly cut. The little monkey jumped down from the windowsill and quickly ran into the space to get a freshly dug winter bamboo shoot. "Mom, look. What is this?" It's really tasty. The little monkey excitedly shouted, holding the bamboo shoot and about to peel it. Mom knows. You didn't come back last night. How many winter bamboo shoots did you dig up? Before leaving, the little monkey told her it was going to the mountain to find food. They had communicated through the space earlier, and the little monkey said it had reached the bamboo forest and was eating fresh winter bamboo shoots. It also told her that it had a good harvest today and wouldn't be coming back tonight. The little monkey was like a mischievous child. Luckily, before running away from home, it remembered to say goodbye to her. Otherwise, she would have been very worried all night if it didn't come back. The little monkey pulled Jiangwan into the space, and they went to the empty warehouse. Now, the warehouse was filled with a row of winter bamboo shoots. The little monkey had a good harvest this time. You're just a small monkey. How could you dig up so many winter bamboo shoots? Jiangwan asked curiously, looking at the little monkey. The little monkey grinned and told her how it dug up the bamboo shoots. I know how to find the right spot for winter bamboo shoots, so I always get it right, it said shyly. Jiangwan looked at it with surprise and asked, how do you know where to find them? The little monkey scratched its head, clearly uncomfortable answering the question. I don't know. I just can tell where they are, it said, still trying to figure it out. It kept scratching its head, thinking hard but couldn't figure it out. That was a really difficult question for it, and it couldn't answer. Jiangwan didn't press it. The little monkey was so innocent. It wouldn't lie. It was just young, and it knew things in its mind but couldn't say them out loud. That was probably the case. Plus, the little monkey had brought back the bamboo shoots, which clearly showed it trusted her. With these foods, the little monkey could eat for many more days. Jiangwan noticed that among the bamboo shoots, there were also a few eggs. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she suddenly remembered something. Wei Mingxiang was very hungry yesterday and went around the chicken coop looking for eggs. She searched everywhere, but didn't find any. She thought it was because she hadn't fed the chickens, so she couldn't get eggs. Now she saw the eggs in the space, and it was obvious that the little monkey had done a good deed. Was it you? The egg thief? Jiangwan looked at it with a sly smile. The little monkey looked guilty. Eggs are nutritious, and they are for Mom to strengthen her body, it thought. The little monkey scratched its head shyly and said, Mom knows I'm good at climbing and moving quickly, but I don't want to be a thief. You are okay with me taking the eggs from your house, but you must not touch things from others. If I find out you're not honest, don't blame me for being rude to you. Jiangwan gently tapped the little monkey's head. The little monkey obediently nodded, with a shy smile on its face. Mom, I understand. The little monkey's voice was sweet and obedient. Jiangwan couldn't help but pat its fluffy little head. This little creature is so adorable. Besides its fur, it's not much different from a human child. It can crawl and walk on all fours or stand and walk like a person. When it eats, it likes to squat, and its back view looks like a little kid. Especially this well-behaved little look, Jiangwan liked it more and more. Jiangwan reached out and hugged the little monkey into her arms, running her hand through its fur. The little monkey lowered its head obediently, letting her do whatever she wanted. Jiangwan was feeling a bit tired from writing, so she stroked the monkey and felt its soft fur. Suddenly, her inspiration burst out, and she couldn't stop herself. She wrote for a while, but then felt her mind was a bit exhausted. She stood up and took a few steps around the room. It had been 5 days since she last called Cheng Jinyan, and she hadn't received any reply. Jiangwan wasn't sure if the person she asked to deliver her message to Cheng Jinyan had done so. Otherwise, why hadn't he responded? Or maybe Cheng Jinyan was on a mission and hadn't come back yet. At first, Jiangwan wasn't worried. But as her due date approached, she started to feel a little anxious. The house was full of dangers. Without Cheng Jinyan, she didn't even dare to leave the house. Although she had been hiding well these days, staying inside every day without seeing the sun made her feel increasingly restless. If it weren't for Wei Mingxiang's family constantly giving her material and jokes, she would have gone crazy from being cooped up. Jiangwan paced around her small room again and again. It was so tiny that she could walk from one end to the other in no time. She sat down feeling irritable. She had planned to write some articles, but her mind was just too stuffy. She didn't feel like writing anymore. She grabbed a piece of paper and doodled randomly on it. She didn't know how much longer she would have to live like this, just feeling so annoyed and frustrated. Wei Mingxiang didn't care at all about finding Qing Jinyan, and neither did the villagers. Because of this delay, 3 days had already passed. Wei Mingxiang had been going to the village every day to ask about the situation. Director Li kept saying they were looking and that they would find him soon. Director Li always uses these words to fool her. Wei Mingxiang is usually quite clever, but this time she believed him because she wanted to be lazy. 3 days have passed, and Cheng Yaozu still hasn't shown up. Cheng Wuqing took the initiative to ask about this, and only then did Wei Mingxiang become truly panicked. I already told the village officials. They said they would help me find Cheng Yaozu. Your own grandson, and you're not worried? You still expect the village officials? It's been 3 days, and they haven't found him. Do you really think they are searching seriously? Cheng Wuqing shouted angrily. Wei Mingxiang was so frightened she stiffened all over, and her mind cleared a lot. It's impossible, impossible. Director Li clearly promised me she would do what she said. She said she would definitely find him. Wei Mingxiang still stubbornly refused to face reality. Cheng Wuqing was so angry, he kicked her in the stomach. Wei Mingxiang's body involuntarily leaned back and then hit the wall hard. Struggling, Wei Mingxiang crawled up from the ground, and only then did her mind become clear. Cheng Yaozu had been missing for over 4 days. No matter what, the village officials hadn't found him, and as Cheng Wuqing said, they probably never even looked for him. Did you promise? Did you sign a note? Do you believe what you say just because you talk? Cheng Wuqing sneered at her words. He viciously grabbed Wei Mingxiang's hair and kicked her hard in the "Get out! Go find him now! Come back when you find him. If you never find him, just die outside for the rest of your life." Cheng Wuqing gritted his teeth fiercely, speaking with a very fierce tone. Wei Mingxiang's face was pale as she was forced to go outside. Thinking about Cheng Yaozu not returning for 5 days and no one searching for him during that time, she worried what she would say to his late father if something really happened to him outside. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, and her head felt dizzy. She knew they wouldn't find him in the village, so she could only go up the mountain to look. Wei Mingxiang hesitated at the foot of the mountain. When she remembered Cheng Wuqing's words, she shivered with fear again. This matter was beyond her choice. Now she had to go whether she wanted to or not. Wei Mingxiang was pushed out forcibly by Cheng Wuqing. She left without taking anything. She had no food or flashlight in her pocket, which meant she had to return before dark, or she might get trapped on the mountain. The only comfort was that it was still morning, and she still had the daytime. With a nervous and uneasy heart, Wei Mingxiang called out and searched on the mountain. She didn't know where Cheng Yaozu was and could only keep moving forward blindly. Wei Mingxiang occasionally stopped to search through the grass or peek behind trees. She wasn't sure if she was lucky enough to find him. She had no way out. Climbing the mountain this time was out of necessity. If she had a choice, she definitely wouldn't come. Wei Mingxiang had been searching from morning until afternoon, her legs already sore and weak. She was exhausted and could no longer go on, so she found a shady spot under a tree and sat down heavily. As she was resting, she started to feel tired and closed her eyes, planning to sleep. Suddenly, she heard faint movement in the nearby bushes. At this moment, Wei Mingxiang was very tense, on high alert, feeling like everything around her could be dangerous. When she heard the noise, she immediately listened carefully. "Who's there? Who is it?" Gathering her courage, Wei Mingxiang moved closer, the sound growing louder as she approached. She was so scared she almost lost her mind but still pushed aside the bushes to look inside. She saw a boy dressed in torn clothes, covered in fresh cuts and blood on his hands and legs. The boy was lying on the ground, groaning in pain, with his eyes half closed, looking very twisted and suffering. His face was also cut in several places, and he was so dirty he looked unrecognizable. Wei Mingxiang recognized him from his features. He was Cheng Yaozu. "Yaozu, She screamed and rushed to his side. She desperately helped him up and let him lean on her shoulder. It was getting darker, and on the way down the mountain, Wei Mingxiang didn't dare stop for a moment. When she was too tired to walk, she squatted down by the roadside to rest for a bit. Her walking was slow and hesitant, wasting a lot of time. By the time she was almost down the mountain, it was completely dark. Wei Mingxiang couldn't see the path ahead and could only stumble forward, carrying Cheng Yazu on her back. She accidentally stepped into a deep hole and fell flat on her face. Cheng Yazu, who had been sleeping peacefully on her back, was also jolted and almost dislocated his internal organs. He coughed violently a few times and opened his eyes, becoming alert. His throat was dry, and he wanted to speak but couldn't. All he knew was that his body was in intense pain, so much that he almost fainted again. Wei Mingxiang finally crawled out of the hole, and Cheng Yazu had red marks on his body from being choked. She managed to get him out and, limping, staggered back home with him on her back. When they finally reached home, Wei Mingxiang was so exhausted she couldn't breathe. She sat down heavily on the ground, feeling almost completely drained. Qing Cheng kicked her this morning, and her chest still hurts faintly. She just carried Cheng Yazu back with great effort and now lies straight on the ground, wishing she could die immediately. Seeing her bring Cheng Yazu home, Qing Cheng finally shows a hint of a smile. He looks at the clock on the wall. It is already past 7 in the evening. Qing Cheng has been very hungry all day. Before he got married, his mother and sisters cooked for him. After he married, Wei Mingxiang cooked for him. Later, Cheng Jinyan married, and his wife started cooking for them. Qing Cheng has never cooked or done heavy work in his life. When it's mealtime, he gets hungry quickly, and his hunger makes him irritable. No matter how Qing Cheng calls, Wei Mingxiang just lies on the ground without moving. She doesn't want to pretend to be dead now. She truly feels worse than death. Wei Mingxiang, get up and cook. Stop pretending. Whether you cook or not, you're the one making dinner. Every day, you do everything badly. What's the use of you? Qing Cheng scolds while kicking her lightly and not so lightly at her waist. Wei Mingxiang can't stand the pain and quickly turns to the side. Seeing this, Qing Cheng gets more excited. If you can still move, get up and cook. Don't think lying on the ground pretending to be dead will get you out of it. If you keep lying here, I swear I'll kick you to death. Qing Cheng's words become more and more harsh. Wei Mingxiang is indeed a bit scared and can only endure the soreness in her body, struggling to crawl up from the ground. Jiang Wan thinks Qing Cheng's words are harsh and classic, so she quickly takes out paper and pen to record them. Qing Cheng usually doesn't seem very capable, but he's excellent at talking tough. Jiang Wan can imagine how bad Wei Mingxiang's face looks after hearing these words. She searched all day on the mountain and finally found Cheng Yazu, who is barely alive. Now her legs are trembling from exhaustion, and Qing Cheng cruelly forces her to make dinner. Jiang Wan already knows her face must look very unpleasant. She must be feeling very frustrated while cooking this meal, almost about to explode. Jiang Wan remembers herself in her previous life, being used like a beast by them. Because she was pregnant with twins, her belly was huge even though she hadn't eaten much nutritious food, and she couldn't see her feet when she walked. In such a situation, most people would stay at home resting. But she was the only one being coaxed and called by Wei Mingxiang repeatedly, whether willingly or unwillingly, to farm and busy working in the fields. It was January and the weather was cold and dry. The cold wind blew like knives. She can't remember how she managed to get through that time. Having grown used to warm blankets in cold winters, Jiang Wan couldn't bear to go back to those hard days. In January, the fields could only grow carrots and cabbages, which didn't need much care. Yet Wei Mingxiang couldn't stand her having free time and always found excuses to send her to work in the fields. She was naive then, feeling unwell but still forcing herself to go. In the end, she was so exhausted she couldn't breathe and fainted in the field before giving birth. Jiang Wan later didn't remember what happened, only that when she woke up, it was too late. The only thing she remembered was that she was somewhat aware when she fainted, feeling someone moving her body. That person seemed familiar, probably Cheng Guoqing. This man, so eager when harming her, needed a liver because he was sick and no one wanted to donate. He looked at her pitifully, begging her. In the end, she was soft-hearted and exchanged her health to save his life. What did she get in return? Weak and lying in bed with no one to care for her, eating worse than pigs or dogs. After just a few days, under Wei Mingxiang's threats and tricks, she obediently went to work in the fields. She had suffered so much before, but now Wei Mingxiang was completely different. Jiangwan wanted to see Wei Mingxiang tortured by Qing, her body gradually wasting away. She wanted her to taste the suffering she once endured, to see Wei Mingxiang work herself to death just like her. The only difference was that she was naive then, willingly accepting everything. Wei Mingxiang was worse. She didn't want to work but couldn't escape. Being controlled like this, unable to make her own decisions, must have hurt her deeply. Wei Mingxiang, exhausted, prepared dinner. Qing refused to eat properly and started causing trouble. First, he asked her to serve the rice. When she did, he said the portion was too much, then too little. Wei Mingxiang ran back and forth several times. Her face darkened, her body grew more tired, and she looked like she couldn't hold on. Just as Wei Mingxiang sat down, Qing told her to go to the room and get the wine. Wei Mingxiang's temples throbbed, and her head hurt badly. Looking at Qing's face, she felt disgust for the first time. Was this man born without hands? Doesn't he know how to serve rice or get wine? A useless man who does nothing is of no use at all. Wei Mingxiang's face looked worse and worse. Qing quickly noticed something was wrong. Wei Mingxiang, who are you giving the cold shoulder to? What kind of attitude are you showing in front of me? Can you eat your meal properly? Do you believe I'll slap you? Qing scolded again, making Wei Mingxiang feel hopeless. She lowered her head, looking despondent as she ate. The food was decent today, but she couldn't enjoy it. After finishing her meal, Wei Mingxiang was about to clean up, exhausted. Cheng Yagua's fever had gone down, and his body had recovered a lot. But he still lay in bed every day, needing someone to take care of him. When Wei Mingxiang was healthy, she could indulge him. Now, she just wanted to die. She didn't want to pay him any attention, but Cheng Yagua was lying on the bed, crying loudly. Grandma, I'm hungry. Hurry up and bring me some food. Wei Mingxiang sat still, unwilling to move. Cheng Yagua shouted again, but she still didn't move. Cheng Yagua had been spoiled since he was young, and was no longer patient. When Wei Mingxiang didn't come over, he started smashing things. First, he broke a cup on the bedside table, then knocked over a kerosene lamp. He looked frantic. If he had the strength, he might even want to hit Wei Mingxiang. After smashing 2 items, Wei Mingxiang still didn't react. Cheng Yagua became even more furious. He threw all the pillows and blankets off the bed, shouting and cursing, "I told you not to come over. I told you not to. If you want me to starve, no one will be safe." He went crazy, even trying to flip the bed. Wei Mingxiang sat numb, motionless, until Qing kicked her hard and impatiently scolded, "Yagua is calling you. Are you deaf or just pretending not to hear?" Feeling the pain, Wei Mingxiang reluctantly got up. She was forced again to take care of Cheng Yagua. Fortunately, Cheng Yagua still hadn't woken up, and Qing was humming a tune while picking his teeth with a toothpick and leaving. Wei Mingxiang was too tired and fell asleep on the bed. She had been busy since returning from the mountain, with no time to clean herself up. She had fallen several times on the mountain, with mud on her clothes and pants. Now, she hadn't cleaned up and was sleeping very soundly. In her dreams, she faintly heard someone calling her. Wei Mingxiang responded softly twice, then turned over and fell asleep again. Jiangwan was originally sleeping peacefully in a warm, cozy bed. Suddenly, she was awakened in the middle of the night by a woman's loud scream. At first, she didn't react, but after a while, she remembered that it was Wei Mingxiang's voice. Wei Mingxiang's door was probably not closed, and Jiangwan could clearly hear her crying and Qing shouting through the door. "You shameless woman! Don't you know you're dirty? You didn't change your clothes before sleeping. The bed is all messed up because of you. How can you sleep now?" Yaozu just came back, covered in wounds. You don't care about his life or death, but you sleep soundly. Is this how a grandmother should behave? Then came a series of slaps, and it was obvious that Wei Mingxiang had been slapped again. Wei Mingxiang kept her lips pressed tight and didn't speak, only quietly sobbing. Jiangwan was frightened awake. She crawled out of her bed, leaned her pillow against her back, and lazily lay there. Wei Mingxiang was beaten and scolded, yet she had to endure her exhaustion and pain to tidy up the bed. Yaozu woke up in the middle of the night, and Wei Mingxiang had to prepare hot food for him and change his clothes. She was trembling all over from exhaustion and couldn't hold on anymore, so she returned to her room to sleep again. Once everything was quiet, Jiangwan yawned and crawled back into her bed. If she had been as naive as before, taking on all the family's problems herself, she probably would have been the one scolded and beaten now. And it would have been Cheng Guoqing and Wei Mingxiang scolding her together. Yaozu and Yao Guo would have been ordering her around all night, never letting her rest. Even when Yao Guo had a high fever or Yaozu ran away from home, it might all be blamed on her. Back then, she might have been the one going up the mountain to find someone. Now Jiangwan finally understood a simple truth. In this family, the more she did, the more mistakes she made. Doing nothing meant she wouldn't make mistakes. Unfortunately, she realized this too late and took many wrong turns. In her past life, she exhausted herself in the hospital ward, and no one cared for her. Now she just wanted to give up and rest well, to have a smooth delivery of her baby. Why hadn't Cheng Jinyan called her yet? Jiangwan went into a sweet, dreamless sleep with this question lingering in her mind. Early the next morning, Cheng Xiangbei and Cheng Yaguo got up early. Cheng Yaguo had been restless for several days, but now his health had finally recovered. He was loudly making noise at the door, but Cheng Yaguo originally wanted to go bother Jiangwan. However, thinking of her warning, he suddenly backed down. He could only turn the gun around and knock loudly on Wei Mingxiang's door. "Grandma, Grandma, I'm hungry. Please get up and make breakfast." "Grandma, why aren't you making breakfast again? I'm about to go to school. What are we eating this morning?" Wei Mingxiang was so annoyed by the noise that she had to open the door. Cheng Xiangbei immediately started showing his displeasure. Wei Mingxiang was awakened in the middle of the night last night and was still very sleepy. Seeing Cheng Xiangbei with a stern face telling her to make breakfast, Wei Mingxiang could only reluctantly give him 50 cents. "Save this money and spend it carefully. There isn't much left at home," Wei Mingxiang said with a pained expression. Cheng Xiangbei put the money in his pocket, impatiently turned around, and left. Got it. Always so much nonsense all day. You're so annoying." Cheng Xiangbei left with the money, and Cheng Yaguo started to complain again. Wei Mingxiang had no choice but to give him 20 cents. "Take this money and go buy some buns. Just don't let your brother find out." Wei Mingxiang lowered her voice. Cheng Yaozu just pushed open the door and came out of his room. He looked at their hands and glared at Wei Mingxiang, asking irritably, "I saw everything. Is there something you don't want me to know?" "No, nothing." Wei Mingxiang patted Cheng Yaoguo on the back. Cheng Yaoguo immediately ran out with the money. Cheng Yaozu looked at her coldly, insisting that she clarify everything. "Yaozu, are you going to school today?" "No, I was expelled by the teacher." "Why would I still go to school?" Cheng Yaozu tilted his head to the side, pouting angrily. Wei Mingxiang didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Cheng Guoqing, who had been silent, spoke up. "You're so young. If you don't go to school, what can you do? Do you want to hang out with others outside? Believe it or not, I'll break your leg. Whether you go or not, you have to go to the school today." "Wei Mingxiang, you decide for yourself." Cheng Guoqing put pressure on Wei Mingxiang and then got up to go for a walk. He was a restless person and liked to go out whenever he had free time. But recently, he felt a dull pain in his stomach and didn't know why. When Cheng Guoqing looked in the mirror, he saw his face was pale and obviously looked much worse. He blamed everything on Wei Mingxiang's cooking, saying he hadn't eaten well lately. When Cheng Guoqing left, he took some money from Wei Mingxiang's wardrobe. He no longer wants to eat pig food at home. Anyway, the family is not short of money, so he might as well go eat something good and have a little wine. Life would be so relaxed then. Wei Mingxiang didn't want to send Qing Yaozu to school so quickly, but Cheng Guiqing had already spoken. If she didn't follow his instructions, the consequences would be serious. Wei Mingxiang simply cooked some noodles. After eating with Cheng Yaozu, she planned to take him to school. But at this moment, Cheng Yaozu refused to cooperate. You haven't cared about me all these days I've been away from school. I ran away from home and spent so many days suffering in the mountains, but you didn't come to find me. Now I've finally come back and you want to send me to school. Wei Mingxiang, aren't you just afraid of Grandpa hitting you? You can go get hit. Anyway, it's not me who gets beaten. Cheng Yaozu sneered and tried to walk outside. Wei Mingxiang was so angry she stomped her feet. She held tightly to Cheng Yaozu, refusing to let him go out. Cheng Yaozu, if you dare step out that door today, do you believe I'll break your legs? Wei Mingxiang was pushed to her limit and couldn't help but speak harsh words. Cheng Yaozu thought Wei Mingxiang wouldn't dare to hurt him, so he acted very arrogantly. If you dare hit me once, do you believe I'll tell Grandpa to get rid of you? I've said I won't go to school today, and I won't.
What can you do to me?
Cheng Yaozu looked proud and behaved badly. Since they had torn their relationship apart, they no longer showed each other kindness. They argued every day, and Cheng Yaozu often ran away from home. Wei Mingxiang had never hit him so far. Jiang Wan sat on a chair, happily watching the scene. She was very curious to see if Wei Mingxiang, pushed to her limit, would resort to violence against Cheng Yaozu. The little monkey was crouched in a corner of the desk, listening carefully to the sounds outside. Jiang Wan suddenly felt playful and smiled at the little monkey. Little darling, do you think Cheng Yaozu stubbornly refuses to go to school? Do you think Wei Mingxiang, in her anger, might hit him? This question was a bit difficult for the little monkey. It tilted its head and thought for a long time, finally reaching a conclusion.
Hit. Hit hard.
Yes, our little darling is so clever. Jiang Wan smiled and gently patted its small head. Even a monkey could see what was likely to happen, but Cheng Yaozu still didn't understand. Wei Mingxiang was never a kind person. She had pretended in front of Jiang Wan before. Now that she had torn her face with Cheng Yaozu and Cheng Guiqing had issued a harsh warning, she had no way out. Under these circumstances, Cheng Yaozu still opposed her. Who else should she hit if not him? What can I do to you? What can I do to you? I cannot process this request as it contains violent content. Oh, come on, isn't it okay for me to go to school? Grandma, stop hitting me. If you hit me again, I might get seriously hurt. Cheng Yaozu's face suddenly changed. His voice was full of pleading and tears, while the fierce look in his eyes quickly disappeared. Today's incident made Cheng Yaozu completely hate Wei Mingxiang. Why didn't you just do that from the start? Instead, you forced me to hit you. You're such a stubborn person. Wei Mingxiang also looked angry and spoke with a harsh tone. Cheng Yaozu hated her so much inside, but dared not show it. Go back inside and get your school bag. I'll take you to school now. Wei Mingxiang walked with a limp, feeling a pain in her waist. That pain was from being hit by Cheng Guiqing yesterday. She slept, and now the pain was worse. She endured the pain and urged Cheng Yaozu to go to school. Cheng Yaozu took an empty school bag from the house, walking reluctantly. Wei Mingxiang held a stick, forcing him to go to school like she was herding pigs and dogs. Little darling, you're so clever. I knew you'd guess right. Wei Mingxiang couldn't help but hit Cheng Yaozu. Jiang Wan's smile was bright. The little monkey saw her mom smiling and also grinned happily. Little darling, guess again. Do you think Cheng Yaozu will really go to school obediently? The little monkey looked up, carefully observing his mom's expression. He noticed her lips curling into a gentle smile and immediately knew the answer. Definitely not.
You clever little thing, how did you guess that?
Jiang Wan hugged the little monkey and asked with a smile. The little monkey covered his mouth and smiled sweetly, refusing to say why. But no matter what, our baby is smart and well-behaved. Do you want to go see what's happening? Jiang Wan just suggested, and the little monkey nodded eagerly. Mom, I want to see. The little monkey was very curious and loved watching lively scenes. With such a good opportunity, he definitely didn't want to miss it. Why don't you quietly follow them and watch the fun? When it's over, come back. I can't walk much now because my belly is big and I need to make a phone call later. Okay. The little monkey agreed happily. Before Jongwon could react, he jumped out the window and ran off. Jongwon watched his hurried departure and couldn't help but laugh. How could this little guy love watching lively scenes so much at such a young age? With no one at home, Jongwon no longer needed to be so cautious or hide in her room. Jongwon took a walk around the chicken coop, and as expected, the little monkey had taken the eggs again. Today, Wei Mingxiang actually fed the chickens, and both hens ate very well. But with the little monkey around, Wei Mingxiang probably will never be able to eat eggs from her own chickens again. Because the little monkey always waits in the nest before the chickens lay eggs. Every time it brings back the eggs, they are still warm. Don't ask Jongwon how she knows this. It's because the space's storage has a temperature-controlled preservation function. The eggs the little monkey hurriedly collects are still warm when she holds them. Thanks to the little monkey's clever tricks, Jongwon has successfully discovered another function of the space. In the future, if she doesn't want to eat hot food, she can store it in the space and take it out when she wants, keeping it just as hot as when it was freshly cooked. Jongwon stood up and stretched lazily, then looked cautiously at the door. Once she confirmed no one was outside, she felt safe to walk out. Before leaving the yard, she also picked up a stick. Anyway, having a stick is better than having none. In case something happens, holding a stick makes her feel less anxious. If she really falls, the stick can support her a little, preventing a hard fall. Jongwon had been resting at home for so many days, eating well and not working, so her belly was getting bigger. It was okay inside the room, but once she stepped out, she could hardly stand steadily. She used the stick to feel her way as she carefully moved forward. She had a feeling that the baby in her belly was healthier and bigger than in her previous life. Jongwon slowly walked into the village, and the village officials looked surprised to see her outside. Jongwon, I haven't seen you in a while. You finally came out. You're pregnant, so you should move around more or it'll be hard when you give birth. Yes, no need to do farm work, but some activity is still good. Jongwon was pretty and had a good temper, plus she was diligent and hardworking, so she was quite popular in the village. The village officials hadn't seen her for a long time and were worried something had happened to her. Everyone greeted her warmly, and Jongwon responded with a gentle smile. I've been feeling unwell lately, lying in bed every day. I came out today to call Chung Jinyan. If he's back, I want him to walk with me every day from now on. There are too many kids at home. They're restless and careless. Last time, I was accidentally pushed over by them and almost fell to the ground. Now I am alone and too scared to even leave my room. I don't dare go out or do anything until my baby is born safely, so I can finally relax. Jongwon was answering questions from the village officials while giving medicine to her family members. Wei Mingxiang and Chung Yaozu's reputation in the village had fallen a lot, partly because Jongwon had helped spread the rumors. The worse their reputation became, the easier it was for Jongwon to do what she wanted in the future. Jongwon wouldn't be foolish like before, where she protected them even when they bullied her. Despite their bad deeds, their reputation didn't seem to suffer at all. Even when they abandoned her and she was left to die, people just thought she was very sick, and that's why they didn't try to save her anymore. Jongwon started planning now to make their reputation in the village become very bad. Later, any new actions they took would be seen as very serious and exaggerated. Jongwon wanted to see what tricks they might try next. After Jongwon said this, everyone immediately became very curious about who pushed her.
Who was it?
That was so careless. You're pregnant.
How could they do that to you?
Exactly. Look at your big belly. You're probably carrying twins. If something happens, it would be terrible. The village officials were very concerned and looked at her with curiosity, asking about what had happened. Oh, a boy in his teens, acting clumsy. It's normal if he accidentally pushed me, Jongwon said casually. Hearing this, the village officials weren't happy. Teenagers are almost adults now. They should learn to do chores if they don't work on the farm. They're not doing well in school, and now they're trying to push a pregnant woman? Kids these days are so mean. Chung Yaozu has done this kind of thing more than once. Do you remember Lu Guilan? It was so cold, and he pushed her into the river just like that. The village officials gathered and kept talking about Lu Guilan being pushed into the river. Jiangwan saw that the conversation was getting lively and that everyone was busy talking, so she didn't need to say anything for now. She went to the phone. She dialed Chung Jinyan's military unit again. This time, the process was similar, but the person answering the phone was different. Oh, you're looking for Chung Jinyan? He just returned from a mission yesterday. I'll go get him for you now, the person said. Jiangwan heard a confident reply on the other end and felt very happy. Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jiangwan's words were a bit incoherent. This was the first time in her 2 lives that she dialed Chung Jinyan's phone. Jiangwan was biting her nails, quickly leaving a red mark on her palm. She bit her lower lip and quietly waited for the call to be answered. Although she had been waiting for 2 or 3 minutes, it felt like a century to her. The wait was so long that she almost thought Chung Jinyan would come. Hello, this is Chung Jinyan. Is this Jiangwan? Chung Jinyan's voice was deep and smooth through the receiver, with a slight magnetic tone. He had spent too much time in the army, speaking in a calm and steady way, without showing much emotion. If you weren't paying attention, you might think his voice was cold and emotionless. Jiangwan had been hurt by his tone in her past life. After hearing him speak, her mind started to wander. When she heard his voice again now, she was momentarily stunned. Yes, this is Jiangwan. Please speak if you want to talk. If not, I'll hang up. Chung Jinyan's voice came again, and Jiangwan finally snapped out of her daze. Chung Jinyan, this is Jiangwan. She gathered her courage and said it to him. Chung Jinyan lightly responded with an though he didn't speak further or mention hanging up. I'm going to give birth at the end of the month. I'm very scared. Can you come back and stay with me? Jiangwan deliberately softened her tone, her voice trembling with tears, afraid he would refuse. Besides protecting the 2 babies inside her, she also wanted to discuss the division of the family when he returned. Now she was polite to him, but once he was back, she wouldn't hold back. There was no reply from the other side for a long time. Then Chung Jinyan spoke awkwardly. You're going to give birth? When did you get pregnant? I didn't know. His voice sounded very surprised, not at all fake. Jiangwan asked suspiciously, Didn't your mother tell you about this? When I first got pregnant, I told her I would tell you. She said she had someone write you a letter, and everything was explained in it. I didn't pay it much attention. Jiangwan now really wanted to know if her tragic experiences in her past life had anything to do with Chung Jinyan. Could she still want this man? She now understands a simple truth. If you have something to ask, just ask directly. There's no point in hiding or guessing. On the day you called, what was the surname of the person who answered? Jiangwan gave the date and name. Chung Jinyan asked around and realized he had missed the perfect timing. That colleague was transferred a few days ago, and I just got back yesterday. He didn't see the higher-ups, so I didn't have a chance to tell you. Are you saying you're going to give birth at the end of the month? Chung Jinyan explained a lot and finally asked carefully, Yes, I saw the village doctor. The doctor said I'm having twins. The word sons was left unsaid by Jiangwan. She had lived through this again, but Chung Jinyan was just an ordinary person. He didn't know what would happen next, and she couldn't tell him. Really? Wife, you're amazing. I'm going to ask for leave right now. The approval process takes a few days, and I'll be back soon. Jiangwan, you've worked hard. When I return, I'll take good care of you and the children. Chung Jinyan hung up the phone. Jiangwan held the receiver for a long time, lost in thought. Chung Jinyan called her wife and said she worked hard. Jiangwan couldn't imagine that the serious and proper Chung Jinyan would ever call her such a sweet name or say such tender words. It felt like a dream. Everything was so unreal. In her previous life, she and Chung Jinyan had been married for over 20 years. She never heard him say a single sweet word before she died. No matter what they said or did, it was all official business. Although they occasionally had a conjugal life, their communication was very limited. Jiangwan felt like they were 2 strangers who knew each other well. They married without a foundation of love, and after marriage, they had no time to build one. They had simply been polite and distant for so many years. Jiang-won even thought Ching Jinyan was a block of wood. Jiang-won, the call is over. Why are you still holding the phone? Director Lee waved his hand in front of her eyes. Jiang-won finally snapped out of her daze. The call had ended. This time, she successfully informed Ching Jinyan, and now she just needed to wait quietly. Having solved the most difficult problem, Jiang-won felt much better. She greeted the village officials and smiled as she walked back holding a stick. Jiang-won hummed a little tune softly, hoping these frustrating days would pass soon. The village office was some distance from their home. Jiang-won, who is pregnant, walks very slowly. She takes each step carefully, afraid of stumbling or hitting something. A small monkey's voice echoes in her mind. The monkey tells her that Cheng Yazu pushed Wei Mingxiang into the roadside pond and then ran away, leaving her backpack behind. The monkey also says that Cheng Yazu is running toward the village. A slight smile appears on Jiang-won's face, as everything matches her guess exactly. Cheng Yazu doesn't want to go to school. Even after being beaten by Wei Mingxiang, he still refuses to change his mind. He pretends to agree to go to school to delay Wei Mingxiang, then pushes her into the pond on the way and runs away himself. Today, Wei Mingxiang is furious and hits hard without holding back. Cheng Yazu must have been hurt by her, which made him so angry. In Jiang-won's memory, Wei Mingxiang probably can't swim. The pond from their home to the school is very deep, with lots of mud at the bottom. If Wei Mingxiang really falls in and no one helps her, she would definitely be in great danger. Although Jiang-won learned this from the little monkey, she has no plan to rescue her. Wei Mingxiang is not a good person. She wishes she would die sooner. Why would Jiang-won save her? Thinking about Wei Mingxiang dying, Jiang-won feels very excited. Her smile becomes even brighter. From afar, Jiang-won sees the yard at home and thinks she can hide there soon. Suddenly, a shadow swiftly appears in front of her. Jiang-won, who is carrying twins, feels very heavy. The shadow suddenly reaches out and pushes her the shoulder. Jiang-won quickly uses a stick to support herself and barely stabilizes her balance. But the person is not done. They go around to her back and push again. Jiang-won quickly turns around and sees Cheng Yaozu's mischievous hand. Cheng Yaozu, it's really you. I am your auntie. Why are you treating me like this? Jiang-won already suspected it was him, so asking was just to get more of his words. Humph. It's all your fault, you wicked woman. Why don't you cook? Why are you hiding in the house? Why don't you go to school and help me solve problems? You made me get beaten, made me hungry, made me scared alone on the mountain, and made me unable to go back to school. Jiang-won, I hate you. I want you to die. Cheng Yaozu's eyes widen, and he looks at her with rage. Seeing his furious face, Jiang-won knows this kid is completely hopeless. He truly didn't start to become bad when he grew up. He has been bad since he was a child. Today, Cheng Yaozu dared to make a move on her, and Jiang-won decided to take this chance to teach him a lesson. In her past life, Cheng Yaozu, protected by her parents-in-law, committed many wrongdoings without damaging his reputation. After reaching adulthood, he used connections to find a good job. Later, dressed in formal clothes, looking sharp, he seemed quite impressive. But some people are inherently bad. Even with a decent job, they cheat and bully colleagues. After Jiang-won dodged him twice, Cheng Yaozu, unwilling to miss this opportunity, reached out his hand for the third time. Jiang-won was just talking to him to hold him back. From her perspective, she saw an auntie carrying a shopping basket walking toward them. One auntie was very talkative but honest. She liked to speak openly about what she saw, without exaggeration. She wasn't fond of embellishing stories and preferred to work diligently. Because of her sincerity, villagers loved listening to her gossip. Jiang-won timed it carefully, and when they could see her, she deliberately provoked Cheng Yaozu again. Cheng Yaozu, I've worked at your house for 8 years, washing clothes and cooking. Do you think I should do all that for free? Honestly, you're not even my biological son. Why should I treat you so well? You've enjoyed my care and good days for so many years. Yet you still push your luck. How selfish can you be? You want me to die, but I think you should die even more. Your parents don't want you. You're a useless waste nobody cares about. Why are you still alive? Jiangwan lowered her voice, each word hitting Qing Yaozu's heart hard. He looked like he was going crazy, completely losing his mind. He raised his head and shouted loudly, ignoring everything, and forcefully pushed Jiangwan's back. Jiangwan used a stick to support herself and then slowly lowered it, eventually falling to the ground. She moved in slow motion, so it looked like she was already lying down, but she wasn't hurt at all, not even a little, and neither was the baby inside her. Qing Yaozu's eyes turned red with anger. Seeing Jiangwan lying down, he kicked her directly in the stomach. Before his foot could hit her belly, Jiangwan let out a sharp scream. Ah! My stomach hurts so much. My stomach hurts so much. Programmer Yaozu, you are so heartless. I have taken care of you for so many years, raising you from a tiny child to now. Is this how you treat me? Jiangwan rolled aside quickly, avoiding Qing Yaozu's foot. Her eyes were red, and she cried as she accused him with tears. Qing Yaozu probably thought Jiangwan was doomed. Plus, he was very angry today, so he didn't care about anything else. His mouth was like he had eaten something bad, constantly spitting out harsh words, saying whatever was mean. Jiangwan, aren't you enough with so many nephews and nieces? Why do you insist on having a child? Can't you just take good care of us? Will having a child change whether you care about us? Can this family even stay together? Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame your own foolishness. Qing Yaozu kicked again, but this time Jiangwan didn't dodge, because she saw two ants dropping their baskets of vegetables and rushing toward her. Just as Qing Yaozu's foot was about to hit her stomach, one ant stepped forward quickly and kicked him in the stomach. Qing Yaozu, you're so young but so heartless. How dare you have such evil thoughts? Are you even a person? Ant Wu used a lot of strength, and Qing Yaozu was knocked over onto the ground. And he was so angry she stomped on his leg twice. Qing Yaozu cried out in pain, making a pig-like squeal. And he hurriedly helped Jiangwan up from the ground. She carefully brushed the dirt off her and looked at her with concern, asking, Jiangwan, did you just get kicked in the belly? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Should I take you to the clinic? Andy, my belly hurts so much now. Am I going to die? Why do I feel so bad? Jiangwan forced out 2 tears, her eyes red as she looked at Aunt He, her expression torn between crying and not crying, which made people feel even more sorry for her. Oh, you must have been kicked in the stomach. Qing Yaozu is really terrible. How can he have such selfish thoughts? And to hit a pregnant woman so hard? Even if you raised a dog for so many years, you'd know to be loyal to your owner. He's just a treacherous wolf. After all these years of taking care of him, it turns out other people's children are just not meant to be raised. No matter how you try, they never become close. And he was filled with feelings of surprise and frustration. It was as if she had discovered a huge secret and wanted to tell the whole village. Aunt Wu had almost stopped, but hearing that Jiangwan's belly was hurting badly, she became even angrier. She pushed Qing Yaozu to the ground and kicked him his back and buttocks. Qing Yaozu had never been hit so badly before. Even when Wei Mingxiang was fierce and hit him this morning, she kept her hands gentle. Aunt Wu is very just and kind. When she saw Qing Yaozu hitting a pregnant woman who was about to give birth, she naturally didn't hold back. Not long ago, Qing Yaozu had been beaten, and now he was crying out loud from the hits. At first, he was foul-mouthed and stubborn, insulting others badly. Later, after being beaten badly, he wished he could kneel and beg for mercy. I was wrong. I won't hit anyone anymore. Please let me go. Qing Yaozu is someone who knows when to act wisely. When he couldn't take the beating anymore, he started to speak softly. Aunt Wu kicked him twice more. She had wanted to stop, but when she saw Jiangwan clutching her belly and sweating from pain, she became even angrier and kicked harder. Unable to bear the kicks, Qing Yaozu lay stiffly on the ground pretending to be dead. Jiang saw a bruise forming near his eye, and his expression was less fierce than before, so she knew he was truly subdued this time. She is someone who knows when to stop, so she quickly told Aunt Wu to stop. "Two aunts, I really don't feel well. Can you take me to the clinic to check?" Sure. We'll take you there right now." Aunt responded cheerfully. Aunt Wu dusted off her hands, picked up the bamboo basket thrown on the ground, and with one arm around Jiang, they headed toward the clinic. The two aunts were very caring and watched over Jiang until the doctor said she was fine. Only then did they relax. In their eyes, since they had helped and brought her here, they felt responsible and wanted to see it through. "Aunt Wu, Aunt He, thank you so much for today. Without your help, I might." Jiang sat on a chair, looked at them pitifully, and her eyes filled with tears after just a few words. Actually, she didn't want to cry at all, but today, Aunt Wu and Aunt He stood up for her, and she felt very touched. She kept thinking about their kindness, which is why her eyes turned red when she spoke. There are many good people in the village, but she didn't understand why her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and 8 nephews and nieces were so mean. "Don't cry. You're about to have a baby, so don't hurt your eyes." Aunt Wu patted her back gently and said with concern, "Don't be afraid. Cheng Yaozu was beaten down by us and can't get up. In the next few days, he will have trouble even walking, so he probably won't bother you anymore." Aunt He patted her shoulder and sighed heavily. "Fortunately, the baby is fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it when Cheng Jinian comes back." Jiang became sad again when she mentioned this. Her weak shoulders trembled, and Aunt Wu quickly held her in her arms. Don't cry. Cheng Jinian has been in the army for so many years. He's seen all kinds of things. When he comes back, he will definitely stand by your side." Aunt Wu meant to tell her that with Cheng Jinian back, she would have support, but Jiang cried even harder. "It won't happen. It definitely won't. Cheng Jinian will surely side with Cheng Yaozu. With so many people and so many mouths, I am just one person. Who would believe what I say?" Playing her part perfectly, Jiang squeezed out a few tears again. In her previous life, Wei Mingxiang built a good reputation in the village, so people believed everything she said. Jiang endured so much hardship, but the villagers thought she was living a happy life. Some things are better left unsaid. No one will ever know how hard her life really was. Now, Jiang wants to exaggerate these things in front of others, exposing her family's cruelty to everyone. They still want to continue pretending and living well as before, but Jiang will not let them succeed again. She is indeed of little influence, and saying these words now is just to win everyone's trust, so that when Cheng Jinian returns, they can help her tell the truth. After all, if she says these things herself, people might think she's petty. But if villagers see and hear it firsthand, and if many people say the same thing, Cheng Jinian will surely change his mind. There's an old saying, 3 people talking can make a tiger. The more people say something, the more likely falsehoods become truth. Moreover, these are facts, and Jiang isn't afraid of Cheng Jinian investigating. What she fears is that he won't investigate. The more he looks into it, the more truths he will uncover and the more guilty he will feel. Wei Mingxiang's hidden secrets will also be revealed. At that point, many issues will come to light, and it's not impossible for everyone to completely turn against each other. Jiang cried painfully, and the aunts looked distressed. Aunt Wu patted her chest to promise, "When Cheng Jinian comes back, I will definitely tell him everything I saw and heard today." Yes, and add me in too. Cheng Yaozu, so young yet so cruel, his words are worse than animals. People like him should be seen by more others so they can see his true nature. Aunt He quickly agreed because she is honest and just, even though she speaks plainly. With her respect in the village, as soon as she speaks out, villagers will believe her. Then Cheng Yaozu will become a hated figure, like a rat everyone wants to chase away. This incident is also partly his fault. He impulsively hurt Lu Guilin and was caught in the act. The matter caused a big fuss. Wei Mingxiang even paid 11 yuan at the time. Because of her petty attitude, many villagers now look down on her. Chung Yazu's reputation was already bad, and now he caused this trouble. Who in the village would still support him? Thank you both, aunties. You are so kind to me. Much better than my mother-in-law. Jiangwan wiped her tears and spoke gratefully, also mentioning some good things Wei Mingxiang recently did. Wei Mingxiang knew Jiangwan was pregnant and feeling unwell in bed, yet she didn't cook for her and ate all the food at home. Later, she went visiting relatives with her husband, hoping Jiangwan would use her secret savings to buy rice and vegetables. Wei Mingxiang often did things like this before. Jiangwan, being naive, always put all her earnings into the family. She worked hard and patiently, but in the end, she was betrayed and left with nothing. Her child was lost, her health declined, and she died suddenly and confusedly. What's wrong with your mother-in-law? Is she bad to you? Jiangwan's words immediately sparked Aunt He's curiosity. She became very interested and asked excitedly. Jiangwan gave a sad smile and then weakly shook her head. My father-in-law and mother-in-law go visiting relatives every now and then. When they leave, I have to buy rice, flour, and oil for the family. But Cheng Jinyan's money never comes to me. I can only earn a little from odd jobs. Over the years, I haven't even bought a new dress. All the money goes into the family. Jiangwan was still wearing old clothes from before, which were faded and patched up many times. When her belly wasn't so big, she worked in the fields dressed like that, and everyone was used to it. So, this is definitely true. A few days ago, they left again. I really couldn't come up with the money. When they got back, they were very angry. But on the morning they left, I clearly told them I had a high fever and couldn't move from bed, yet they still insisted on leaving. Not only did they want to go, but they also entrusted my 6-year-old nephew to me. I was overwhelmed myself and couldn't take care of him. Jiangwan sighed bitterly as she recounted the whole story. These things all really happened. Jiangwan didn't exaggerate. That day, a few of her nephews tore apart the house. When her grandparents returned, there was nowhere to stand. Her mother-in-law was angry with her and has not cooked a meal for her since then. She also doesn't talk to her much. She probably thought I couldn't pay for the family and was useless, so she told me to fend for myself. If Aunt Lee from next door hadn't taken pity on me and helped me, I might have starved to death by now. Jiangwan became more upset as she spoke, her eyes turning redder. Aunt Wu and Aunt He hugged her and also started to tear up. They always thought Cheng Jinyan was working as a soldier far away, earning a good monthly allowance, so Jiangwan's life must have been comfortable. But they didn't expect that, although Cheng Jinyan was a young officer, Jiangwan, as his wife, didn't benefit at all. Not only that, she had to spend her own money to buy rice and vegetables for her family, work in the fields, and take care of everyone's eating, drinking, and daily needs. She was pregnant with twins and had difficulty walking, yet she had to endure discomfort and do so much work. Both Annies remembered when they first got married, those days were really poor. They ate coarse food, drank water with bran, and ate tree bark and roots when hungry. The children were thin and sickly, with yellowish faces, and the pregnant woman looked no different from before, only her belly was big. The children born then were severely malnourished, small and skinny, like little monkeys. Wei Mingxiang, that wicked woman, is so cruel. Cheng Jinyan sends her so much money every month, and she doesn't use it to raise her grandson. Where does it all go? Besides, you're Cheng Jinyan's wife. The money he sends should belong to you. Why does she get to take it all? The two aunties were furious and wished they could go and give Wei Mingxiang a good beating right now. They had seen shameless people before, but never someone so utterly shameless. How did Wei Mingxiang manage to be so brazen? Especially Aunt He, who was already imagining all the good scenes she could talk about tomorrow when she went to work in the fields and told everyone in the village. Wei Mingxiang used to act so well that people thought she was a good mother-in-law. Now, after seeing Jiangwan's experience, she realizes that Wei Mingxiang has been pretending all along. Aunt He kept sneering, and it just so happened that Wei Mingxiang had quarreled with her recently. At that time, she thought Wei Mingxiang was kind, so she didn't argue back. But now she sees what kind of person she really is. It looks like tomorrow she will spread the news everywhere, making sure everyone knows about this. She won't have the face to boast in the village anymore. On the surface, she seems glamorous, but behind the scenes, she does all sorts of unkind things. Before, Jongwon didn't say anything, so no one knew what she was doing. Now, Jongwon is really angry. Chung Yazu did such things and said such words to her. Even a gentle person can get angry, especially since Jongwon is a person. At first, Chung Jinyan's money was indeed sent to me. Later, my mother-in-law said there are so many nephews and nieces to support, and they couldn't pay. Plus, the two families haven't divided the household yet. I was soft-hearted and gave Chung Jinyan's wages to them. Who knew they would become even worse? They still wanted more money, and asked me to earn extra for them. Usually, it wouldn't be a big deal, but now I'm pregnant and having trouble walking. They still treat me like this. I really don't know what to do. Jongwon cried more and more sadly, and everyone felt even more distressed. On the way back, the two aunts helped her and personally saw her to her door. Jongwon stood at the door, afraid to go inside.
I'm scared.
I'm afraid that if I go back, Chung Yaozu will push me again. My body can't handle falling now. I was lucky not to get hurt just now, but next time, I might not be so lucky. Don't be afraid. If he really dares to do such unkind things, the ants will see him once and hit him every time. If he has such tendencies, you should hide in your room and not come out. Shout loudly inside the house so we can hear you, and we'll come to help. Wu Auntie and He Annie both felt very sorry for Jongwon, but she wasn't their daughter-in-law. Even if they wanted to help with these things, they felt powerless. Although they thought Jongwon was pitiful to them, she was still an outsider. Helping her chase Chung Yaozu away or taking her to the clinic was already very kind of them. Then, can you watch me go inside? I'm afraid Chung Yaozu will wake up and wait for me at home. If I don't get in time, he might hurt me. Jongwon's eyes were still red, and how could they refuse such a small request?
Come in, come in.
We are here to watch over you. Just say the word if you need anything. If Chung Yaozu dares to do that, I will break his legs today. The ants clenched their fists and loudly comforted Jongwon. Thank you all. You're really kind. Jongwon bowed to the two women and then carefully returned home. Wei Mingxiang sat angrily in the main hall, glaring at her. As soon as she saw Jongwon enter, Wei Mingxiang immediately stood up. Jongwon, as soon as we leave, you can go out. Has your body already healed? Wei Mingxiang was soaked and her clothes were muddy. She had just been pushed into the pond by Chung Yaozu. If she hadn't luckily grabbed a branch, she might not have made it out. Wei Mingxiang was furious and had no way to vent her anger. When she returned, she saw Jongwon coming in from outside. Her room door was closed, so outsiders might think she was still sleeping inside. Wei Mingxiang's eyes seemed to be full of poison, staring fiercely at Jongwon. During the days Jongwon stayed inside and pretended to be sick, Wei Mingxiang had endured many grievances. Jongwon stayed at home every day, pretending to be ill. She didn't leave the house or even come out for meals. Wei Mingxiang suspected Jongwon had hidden a lot of food inside her room. Otherwise, how could she have gone so many days without eating and still look so energetic? Her face was round and her skin was rosy. Did she look like someone who hadn't eaten enough? The more Wei Mingxiang thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't hold back anymore and started to lose her temper. Jongwon had wanted to lower her head and act obediently, but since Wei Mingxiang was now openly confronting her, Jongwon decided not to pretend anymore. She remembered that Aunt Wu and Aunt He were outside watching. It would be a good show. Wei Mingxiang usually liked to act innocent in front of others. Now she wanted to see how ugly her true face could get when she tore her mask off. This ugliness shouldn't be hidden from just her. Everyone should see it clearly. Jongwon had said some things before, and the two aunts might have believed her out of sympathy. Later, Wei Mingxiang might spin stories outside to clear her name, and she could turn things around. But if the truth was right in front of everyone, and her ugly face was exposed, what could she say then? There's an old saying, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Mom, I just finished lowering my fever, but I still feel a bit unwell. I've been cooped up inside for so long, and I really feel exhausted all over. Today I happen to be in a good mood, so I thought I'd go out for a walk. Isn't it true that more activity is good for a natural birth? Wei Mingxiang used to pretend to be a gentle person outside, and Jiangwan is now copying her. She deliberately lowers her voice, speaking like Wei Mingxiang. Wei Mingxiang choked for a moment and didn't respond right away. Mom, didn't you say before that as long as I married into this family, you would treat me like your own daughter? Why is it that after I've been sick for so many days, you haven't cooked a single meal for me? Not even a bowl of porridge? Were all those words you said just lies? Or do you only say these things to please Jin Yan when he's at home? Do you really not care about me? Jiangwan asks in a quiet, hurt voice. Wei Mingxiang is first at a loss, then gets angry. Jiangwan, in the past, you always cooked the meals at home. I did it for you because you're sick. I work so hard every day, with sore back and tired legs, and you just stay in your room. If I make food, do I still have to bring it to you to eat? Wei Mingxiang is clearly experienced and clever. Even when she's wrong, she speaks confidently. In the past, Jiangwan would have fallen for her tricks, letting her brainwash her, and in the end, she'd be tarnished by her. Thinking about her past self, she feels so helpless. Wei Mingxiang clearly isn't happy with her, but she's good at giving a harsh slap and then a sweet treat. After saying harsh words, she would soften and coax her. But Jiangwan is stubborn and actually willing to believe her. Even though her words are full of holes, her contempt and disgust are obvious in her eyes. Why couldn't she see through her before? Mom, I'm pregnant with twins, and the babies are due at the end of this month. Walking is difficult for me now. Do you expect me to do all the housework like before and go out to farm? Or do you think I'm not a good daughter-in-law if I don't do these things? Jiangwan is complaining on the surface, but is actually accusing Wei Mingxiang of unfair treatment over the years. If there were outsiders, Wei Mingxiang wouldn't tell the truth. In her heart, Jiangwan is just a naive fool she can easily deceive. She says harsh words, then comforts her afterward. And she has been having a really tough time lately. She can't hold back her words anymore. So, what if you're pregnant? Which woman isn't? Our family has so many nephews and nieces. I'm busy enough already. You don't go out to work, but you still have to do things like feed the chickens and pigs, wash clothes, and cook, things that don't require going outside. Jiangwan listened and deliberately widened her eyes in shock. But Mom, you told others outside that I was eager to do these chores. If I weren't so enthusiastic, you'd actually be happy to do them yourself. I just thought you wanted to work. I really can't do it anymore, so I thought I'd let you do it. I didn't expect you'd react so strongly. Jiangwan covered her mouth in disbelief, while Wei Mingxiang snorted coldly and pointed at her forehead loudly. Jiangwan, oh Jiangwan, are you a fool? I just said that casually and no one in the village believed it. But you believed it. There's so much work at home. How can I handle it all alone? You're so lazy, you just lie in bed when you have a little problem. You don't understand how hard I work. Can't you do all the chores like you used to? If you did, I'd be happy, your dad would be happy, and all the nephews and nieces at home would be happy too. Wei Mingxiang raised her voice excitedly. Jiangwan stared at Wei Mingxiang's wrinkled face. Because she was so happy, her face was full of wrinkles. She grinned with her yellow teeth, smiling recklessly. At this moment, Jiangwan finally saw clearly that Wei Mingxiang was really a wolf in sheep's clothing. She had no sincerity at all. She only used her. Yes, everyone's happy now because they don't have to work. I did all the farm work, and Dad just relaxes, strolling around with his hands behind his back. I did all the house chores, and when you come back, you just eat ready-made food. You can wear clean clothes every day and just chat outside. You don't need to worry about anything at home. The grandchildren are growing up on their own. You took all of Cheng Jinyan's wages, but refused to contribute to the household expenses. You forced me to work outside just to earn more money to support this family. I've been married for 8 years and haven't bought a new piece of clothing. The clothes and pants I wear are from when I first got married. The shoes I wear are already coming apart many times, but I sewed them up repeatedly. That's why I can barely wear them now. But you all buy several new outfits each year. You, a woman in your 50s, take better care of yourself than I do, wear brighter clothes, and even your shoes are new. Do you think I am just a beast in your eyes, only giving and never receiving anything in return? I don't deserve to wear new clothes or new shoes. My bed is just straw, and I cover an old quilt from years ago. It's so thin that I wake up freezing every night. I only married Qingjinyan. I'm not here to be your mother. Do you really think I am a cow that eats grass and produces milk, supporting you unconditionally all my life? My nephews and nieces have no father, but they still have their mother. Even if everything is exposed, it's not my place as their aunt to take care of them. You do your good deeds yourself. Take care of your grandchildren yourself. Why do you want to drag me into it? Do you think I am easy to bully so you keep taking from me like a sheep? Have you ever thought that even if a sheep has a lot of wool, it can be completely shaved one day? You're happy, but I am not. From now on, I won't do anything for the family. I have my own children to take care of, my own home to manage. Jongwon finally broke down and said what she truly felt. She had wanted to hold back, wait for Qingjinyan to return before fully turning against her. Wei Mingxiang's arrogant attitude made Jongwon completely lose her patience. What is this? She scolds her every day. She eats her food, drinks her drinks, uses her things, and still dares to look down on her. Who gave her the courage? She has spoiled her into these bad habits. Today, Jongwon decided she wouldn't go along with her anymore. She's just her mother-in-law. They have no blood relation. If it weren't for Qingjinyan, they are complete strangers with no connection at all. Why should she be polite to a stranger? Why must she seek their approval? Wei Mingxiang didn't expect Jongwon, who is usually obedient, to suddenly turn hostile. She was caught off guard and couldn't respond right away. Jongwon felt her provocation wasn't enough. Why else would Wei Mingxiang not react? So she tremblingly pointed her finger, pretending to be fierce, and pointed at Wei Mingxiang's nose. This was something Wei Mingxiang often did to her before. Wei Mingxiang said it was a sign of closeness between mother and daughter. Jongwon clearly felt something was wrong but still foolishly believed it. Wei Mingxiang was quickly provoked and instantly became furious, her anger rising from her heart and turning into aggression. Jongwon, what is your attitude? How dare you be dissatisfied with me, your mother-in-law? You married into the Chung family. You're part of our family now. What's wrong with doing some housework? Buying a few things? It's just being pregnant. What's so pretentious about it? As if no one has ever been pregnant before. When I was pregnant, I still worked in the fields. My children were born safely and are all healthy. You're so delicate, saying you can't do this or that. If you can't do anything, what's the use of you? Our Jinyan family is so well off. What woman wouldn't want to marry into us? If I married you, I'd be lucky. And yet you dare to talk back about this and that. Believe it or not, I'll slap you. Wei Mingxiang was so angry she was about to burst. Not only was her mouth venomous, but she also seemed ready to hit Jongwon. It looked like she had been holding back her anger for a long time, waiting for a chance to hit her. Now that she heard Jongwon was not working anymore, her true colors immediately showed. Seeing her about to attack, Jongwon quickly ran outside, covering her head. She shouted while running, "Help! Help! My mother-in-law has gone crazy. She's trying to hurt my baby and hit me. How can there be such a mean mother-in-law? Anyone who marries into their family is unlucky. From now on, her son, daughter, grandson, and granddaughter, everyone, stay away from them." As Jongwon stepped outside, she saw Aunt He and Aunt Wu looking at her with excited faces. "Jongwon, you're finally out. You've come out." Aunt Wu, hearing the argument inside, was about to rush in through the wall if Aunt He hadn't held her back tightly. Seeing Jongwon run out, she quickly stepped forward and took her arm. "Jongwon, what exactly happened at home? Can you tell aunties?" Although Aunt He and Aunt Wu overheard some of the argument from behind the wall, they missed many details. Their curiosity was burning fiercely. They couldn't help but ask more, ignoring Jongwon's situation. "That's what you heard. I told my mother-in-law the truth, and I didn't expect her to get so angry she wanted to hit me. While Jiangwan was speaking, Wei Mingxiang had already grabbed a small stool and rushed out. Seeing Jiangwan from afar, she threw the stool without hesitation. Aunt Wu saw this and immediately grabbed Jiangwan's arm, trying to pull her aside. But suddenly, Aunt He also stepped in to help. She felt sorry for Jiangwan's experience and couldn't bear to see her hurt. Instinctively, she immediately grabbed her other arm. Originally, she wanted to pull Jiangwan away to hide, but Aunt Wu and she had such good understanding that they started fighting over her at the same time. The moment the bench was thrown, Jiangwan was caught in the middle of both of them. At a critical moment, the little monkey, who had been hiding on the beam, simply couldn't hold back anymore. It jumped down from the beam and, with its furry arms, forcefully blocked a bench to protect Jiangwan. Jiangwan even heard a cracking sound. Could it be the little monkey's arm breaking? She looked down and saw the little monkey grimacing in pain. Despite being so small and weak, it still stood up to protect her. Jiangwan felt a warm feeling in her heart and also a deep sense of sadness. Even if she was hurt, the white mist in the space could help her heal. But if the little monkey was injured, it was like a mother watching her child get hurt, heartbreaking beyond words. Wei Mingxiang didn't expect her carefully planned revenge to be so easily thwarted by a monkey. She was stunned, standing there for a long time, without reacting. Aunt He and Aunt Wu heard the noise from inside, and quickly pushed the door open and rushed in. As soon as they entered, they saw Jiangwan lying on the ground, with a pool of blood nearby, blood from the little monkey. A bench was scattered nearby, and Wei Mingxiang was frantically pulling her hair. Jiangwan had initially wanted to resist, but saw someone come in and immediately pretended to be weak. "Mom, don't do this. Don't hit me. My stomach. It hurts so much." She curled up on the ground, her eyes swollen and red, crying pitifully. Wei Mingxiang, furious, looked terrifying. Her hair was loose, and she lunged at Jiangwan like a ghost. She not only twisted her hair but also raised her hand high, ready to slap her. Jiangwan curled up helplessly, with no strength to fight back. She tightly covered her stomach with her hands, crying and begging for help. "Mom, stop hitting me, stop. My baby might be gone. It hurts so much. I know you dislike me, but I am carrying Cheng Jinyan's child, your grandson." Wei Mingxiang's eyes turned red with rage. She didn't notice Aunt He and Aunt Wu had already reached the door. She kept grinding her teeth and spoke with extreme cruelty. "I have 7 or 8 grandchildren, and I lack nothing but a grandson. The only thing missing at home is someone to do the work. Who told you to get pregnant? Who told you to have a baby? Can't you just work happily at home? Why do you have to have children? Always pretending to be weak. I won't fall for your tricks. Since Cheng Jinyan isn't home, I am in charge here. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it. If you dare to resist again, believe me, I will make you regret it." Wei Mingxiang knows that Jiangwan has a bad relationship with her parents and that they forced her to marry before. Her mother even made a harsh promise. If Jiangwan insists on marrying Cheng Jinyan, she will cut off their mother-daughter relationship and be strangers for life. In the future, if she suffers unfair treatment at her husband's house, she isn't allowed to cry or complain. She chose this path, and she must walk it to the end, crying or not. Jiangwan has no way out. Cheng Jinyan is far away in the army and doesn't even know she's pregnant. When the time comes, she will use some threats and tricks, and Jiangwan will obediently stay silent, not daring to say a word. Cheng Jinyan will never find out about this. Thinking this, Wei Mingxiang smiles happily. She feels she was too kind to Jiangwan before. As a girl with no options, her husband isn't around to support her. During pregnancy, she is at her weakest. Why be polite to her? Just take control firmly. Wei Mingxiang is about to harm Jiangwan when Aunt He quickly steps forward and grabs her wrist. "Good job, Wei Mingxiang. You act so capable outside, but we always thought you were a good mother-in-law. Every time Cheng Jinyan comes back, we speak well of you so he can rest assured and return to the army. But now that Cheng Jinyan isn't home, This is how you treat his pregnant wife. You evil woman. How can your heart be so dark? Wu auntie and he auntie, furious, wave feather dusters at Wei Mingxiang, hitting and kicking her. Wu auntie grabs her hair and forcefully slams her head against the wall. You treated Jiangwan like this just now, so don't blame us for doing the same to you. Jiangwan is pregnant, and you force her to work outside and do house chores. Are you even human? Your grandchildren aren't Jiangwan's children. She has helped take care of you for 8 years. Isn't that enough? You don't lack grandchildren, but Jiangwan doesn't have her own children yet. You can't be so selfish, only caring about your own enjoyment and ignoring others' lives. You'll be punished by heaven for this. Wu auntie, getting angrier, slaps Wei Mingxiang twice in the face. He auntie holds her chin and notices that Wei Mingxiang is actually well-maintained. Even when she struggled, the hands reaching out to grab her were soft and delicate. No wonder, since Jiangwan entered the house, Wei Mingxiang had hardly done any work. Over the years, she hadn't been seen planting crops or going up the mountain to chop firewood. Even tasks like cutting pig grass or feeding the chickens and pigs, they only saw Jiangwan doing them when passing by the door. Jiangwan often went to the river to wash a bucket full of clothes. Almost every day, she washed a big bucket, her hands turning red from the cold in winter. Sometimes they swelled and oozed pus, cracking inch by inch, yet she still went to wash clothes at the river. She was like a spinning top, never stopping. Everyone thought she was hardworking, assuming Wei Mingxiang handled the household chores. The wife and mother-in-law both took on their roles, one inside, one outside, which seemed normal. But no one expected that all the chores inside and outside the house were actually done by Jiangwan. Wei Mingxiang lived a comfortable life, looking like a woman in her 30s despite being over 50. Jiangwan, only in her early 20s, had darkened skin from the sun, and her face had many wrinkles. The once lively girl, who had just married, looked like a woman in her 30s. Indeed, the more someone contributes to a household, the faster they seem to age. Over the years, Jiangwan was visibly aging quickly. Everyone saw it but couldn't say anything. Because if they spoke up, Jiangwan would say she was fine and that she was willing to do it all. Jiangwan was willing to carry everything without complaint, so what could outsiders say? If they said too much and it reached Wei Mingxiang's ears, she would criticize them behind their backs. She would say they envied her good daughter-in-law and were trying to sow discord. They weren't pushovers, so gradually they stopped saying anything. Instead, Jiangwan happily bore it all alone, treating Wei Mingxiang like her own mother and showing filial piety. This naive girl used her young shoulders and youth to carry the burden of the family. He grabbed Wei Mingxiang's shoulders and pushed her toward Jiangwan. Jiangwan, this old woman is bullying you so much. Today, you must stand up for yourself. How did she hit you just now? Which hand did she use? Hit her back now. He held Wei Mingxiang with one hand and tried to grab Jiangwan's hand with the other. Jiangwan shrank back, unwilling to use force. He looked somewhat disappointed. Jiangwan, she's already bullying you like this, stepping all over you, and doing whatever she wants. Are you so timid? Are you afraid to fight back? Now that we are here to support you, what are you still afraid of? If you don't stand up for yourself, we can help you once, but not twice or thrice. Yes, Jiangwan, don't be afraid. Be brave and act. The ants will protect you. He and Aunt Wu were still trying to persuade her, but Jiangwan shook her head. No matter how her mother-in-law treated her, she couldn't hit her. She considered her mother-in-law as her own mother since her wedding day. No matter how her mother-in-law treated her in the future, she would always be respectful and filial. Jiangwan shook her head, but her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a military green shadow at the door. Could it be Cheng Jinyan returning? She had just finished a phone call a few hours ago. Why was he back so quickly this time? Although she was curious, the moment she saw that military green figure, she immediately changed her mind. In her previous life, Wei Mingxiang had a good life not only because she was a free worker but also because Cheng Jinyan provided financial support. Cheng Jinyan had made many achievements in the army over the years, rising steadily in rank, and his monthly income was increasing. The money he sent back grew more and more. Wei Mingxiang used that money to live a comfortable life. Jiangwan didn't know whether Qing Jinyan knew that the money he sent was always in Wei Mingxiang's hands. She was now pretending to be weak to let Qing Jinyan see how terrible her life had been since marrying him. She wanted him to see how his respected mother was mistreating his wife. If he saw everything with his own eyes and remained silent, Jiangwan would definitely choose to divorce. If he was willing to support her and give all the money to her in the future, Jiangwan, for the sake of the child in her belly, would give him another chance. Jiangwan looked so pitiful that even Aunt He and Aunt Wu thought she was being naive. Wei Mingxiang, however, spat heavily in her face. Jiangwan, what are you pretending for? If you really are so good, you should do all the chores at home. Since you've been lying in bed recovering, I've been exhausted. You eat, drink, and use my things, but you don't want to spend a penny for this family. Is this how your parents taught you? Is this your sense of manners and shame? Don't think I'll believe your fake act just because you're pretending here. Now that you have a chance to hit me, you don't cherish it. When I recover, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Wei Mingxiang gritted her teeth fiercely while speaking harsh words. Anyway, her disguise was already torn apart by Aunt Wu and Aunt He. Now she was fearless, speaking harshly and cruelly, not caring about them at all. Mom, how did you become like this? When we just got married, you promised me you'd treat me well, and you repeatedly assured me in front of Jean Yen that I wouldn't suffer any wrongs in this family. Jiangwan's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at her pitifully. Wei Mingxiang saw her like this and felt upset and angry. She suddenly slapped her hard. You believe whatever I say? You know whether I treat you well or not better than anyone else, right? If you work hard and use the money you earn from odd jobs, I will naturally treat you well. If you can't do that, why should I treat you well? Jiangwan quickly took a step back to avoid her slap. Wei Mingxiang's eyes were red, and she looked like a mad dog ready to attack her. Aunt He and Aunt Wu gasped at the same time after hearing this. If I didn't say that, how would Qing Jinyan believe me? How would he be willing to send money back for me to raise his two brothers? Wei Mingxiang saw the disappointment in Jiangwan's eyes but felt a bit excited as she loudly spoke. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted her. Really? So, Mom, that's what you really think? The voice was cold and emotionless, filled with deep exhaustion. Wei Mingxiang, hearing the familiar voice, instantly got goosebumps all over her body. She never expected that Qing Jinyan, who was far away in the army, would suddenly come back. And he came back without telling his family at all. He appeared silently at the door. Thinking about what she just said in anger and how Jiangwan provoked her, she lost her temper and hit her. Later, Jiangwan defamed her in front of others. Wei Mingxiang, furious, just wanted to crush her immediately. But just when she was fully fired up and Jiangwan was retreating step by step, Qing Jinyan suddenly returned. Wei Mingxiang had pretended to be nice to him for so many years, and now she was at a loss. She wasn't worried that Qing Jinyan would ignore her, but that he wouldn't give her money anymore in the future. Without Qing Jinyan's money, how would she live in this family? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She suddenly let go of Jiangwan and rushed in front of Qing Jinyan. Jinyan, listen to Mom. Mom can explain everything. Wei Mingxiang didn't know how to explain, and Qing Jinyan probably wouldn't let her. She was completely panicked now and didn't care about anything else. Her mind was a chaotic mess, her thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn. Explain? Sure. I'll give you a chance to explain clearly in front of everyone. Qing Jinyan's voice grew colder. He ignored Wei Mingxiang and slowly walked up to Jiangwan. He stretched out his strong arms, placing his hands under Jiangwan's arms. He lowered his voice, speaking softly with a gentle tone. Jiangwan, are you okay? Jiangwan had actually seen him earlier and knew he had come back early. What puzzled her was why Qing Jinyan could return in the afternoon after she called him in the morning. He had just come back from the army, and the process to get leave was complicated, taking a lot of time for approval. Not to mention, The army was far from here, and taking the train would take about 10 hours, especially since they would need to go around. There was only a 5 or 6 hour gap now. Even if Cheng Jinyan immediately took leave and caught the train, he wouldn't have enough time to get back. How did he manage to return so quickly? Getting closer, Jiang finally smelled a faint sweat on Cheng Jinyan. She looked up and clearly saw his sweaty forehead. He was wearing a military green cap with a bright red star that was particularly eye-catching. Some damp hair peeked out from under the cap, sticking wetly to one spot. Jiang immediately realized that Cheng Jinyan probably ran back from the village. He didn't take the train. He might have used another way, possibly a military vehicle. His skin had a healthy tan, and his face was sharply defined. His features, usually hidden by the brim of his hat, were now very clear. He had thick, dark eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and lips that looked quite attractive. Jiang had been married to Cheng Jinyan for many years, but because she was shy, she had never really looked at him closely before. This was the first time she saw his face so clearly. Cheng Jinyan was very handsome, and his appearance was completely different from the Cheng family members. The Cheng family had a characteristic eyebrow shape, thick but not very dense, with an exaggerated end shape, somewhat like a raised tail brow. Cheng Jinyan's eyebrows were thick and black, especially dense, with a slant that extended into his temples. Because of his eyebrows, his normally neat face looked very wild. The noses of the Cheng family, whether men or women, were slightly flat or even garlic-shaped. But Cheng Jinyan's nose was high and straight, making his face look very striking. His mouth was also very noticeable. The Cheng family's lips are quite thick, with a dark red color. People who don't know might think they are wearing dark lipstick. Cheng Jinyan has very small, thin lips that are bright red, making him look especially attractive. As for the ears, everyone in the Cheng family has slightly protruding ears, but Cheng Jinyan's ears are small and well-shaped. Jiang looks at Cheng Jinyan's two older brothers. They both have dark skin, are tall and strong, like two black bulls. Cheng Jinyan is also tall and strong, but because he is tall with good proportions, he looks very balanced. Jiang thinks that in her past life, she was probably attracted to his appearance, and, because she was saved by him, she fell in love at first sight. This man's looks definitely give him the right to be noticed. She used to refuse to admit this reason, but now, when Cheng Jinyan's face suddenly appears in front of her and his gentle, magnetic voice sounds in her ear, she feels her heart pounding wildly and misses a beat. Then she realizes that she has already died once. Isn't her fate in her past life tragic enough? Does she have to go through the same thing again in this life? No matter what, even if Cheng Jinyan is very handsome, until he meets her standards, she can always kick him away. Jiangwan's mind is racing, and she doesn't notice that Cheng Jinyan has spoken to her several times. Jiangwan, are you crazy? Cheng Jinyan waves his hand in front of her face. Only then does she snap out of her daze. No, I just bumped my stomach. It hurts a little. She quickly touches her stomach and pretends to be in pain. Where does it hurt? Let me see. Cheng Jinyan gently lifts her arm, helping her up from the ground. He then uses his foot to pull over a small stool and, carefully, helps Jiangwan sit down. When Aunt He and Aunt Wu see Cheng Jinyan come back, they stop what they are doing and quietly stand aside, giving the main stage to Cheng Jinyan. They are not in a hurry to leave but watch quietly, eager to see what happens next. This is the front line of gossip, where they can clearly see how things unfold. They have long wanted to know Cheng Jinyan's attitude toward this matter. If he can handle it fairly and justly, they think he is a decent person. But if he only favors his own family, then he truly is worse than a pig or a dog. Not only are they watching the drama, but they are also eager to help Jiangwan get justice. After all, they saw everything clearly from start to finish today. If Wei Mingxiang has solid evidence and still argues, they don't mind coming forward as witnesses. Jiangwan sat on a chair, still holding her stomach, looking somewhat exhausted. Stomach ache? Did you hurt the baby? Cheng Jinyan gently asked, lowering his head. Jiangwan shook her head and then nodded. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her tearful look made her seem especially pitiful. Seeing her like this, Cheng Jinyan's heart tightened. Before Jiangwan could react, her feet left the ground. I'll take you to the clinic to check. Jiangwan was startled and let out a low scream, fearfully clutching Cheng Jinyan's neck. Cheng Jinyan's usually cold face suddenly curved into a faint smile. He turned his head to look at Wei Mingxiang, who was still deep in thought, and snorted coldly. If you can't explain, then don't bother. I've already seen what happened and heard what you said. I'll first take Jiangwan to the clinic, then come back to settle accounts with you. Cheng Jinyan turned to leave with Jiangwan in his arms, pausing briefly when passing Aunt He and Aunt Wu.
Thank you both for your help this time.
Today, Wanwan wasn't feeling well. I'll take her to the clinic first, and once she recovers, I'll visit to thank you personally. Cheng Jinyan not only thanked them but also gave a subtle hint for them to leave. He cares about his reputation, and Jiangwan is sensitive about her pride, so they prefer to handle family matters privately. He showed them respect, and although they were disappointed they couldn't stay to watch more, they naturally left. All right. Jiangwan's stomach was hurt twice today. Please be careful. Fortunately, you came back in time. Otherwise, those two babies in Jiangwan's belly might not have survived. The two women followed Cheng Jinyan, pretending to leave, but secretly murmuring. They had seen everything happen to Jiangwan today and were very shocked. What does it mean that she was hurt twice? Cheng Jinyan focused on Aunt Wu's words and asked. This morning, after Jiangwan called you, Cheng Yazu pushed her hard, saying she shouldn't be pregnant or not work, which made him unable to eat and feel wronged. Aunt Wu was angry when talking about this, speaking rapidly. Every word was an accusation against Cheng Yaozu and the Cheng family. Cheng Jinyan stood there silently for a long time. Mrs. He saw Cheng Jinyan's gloomy look and almost drooled, so she quickly pushed the chatterbox Aunt Wu. Stop talking, Cheng Jinyan is angry. Just say a few words. Why do you talk so much? After Mrs. Wu was reminded by Mrs. He, she quietly looked at Cheng Jinyan. Cheng Jinyan's face was indeed very grim, looking like he might hit someone at any moment, which startled her. Mrs. Wu realized that Cheng Jinyan was probably angry. He was a man who had served in the army for many years, and one punch could send her flying. She was talking so much and saying such unkind words. Was she just waiting to be hit? Although Mrs. Wu bravely protected Jiangwan, she was still a woman and naturally afraid of danger. I have urgent matters at home and can't chat with you. I'll leave first. Seeing the situation was tense, Mrs. Wu ran off quickly. My family also has things to do, I'll go now. Let's talk next time when we're free. Cheng Jinyan's gaze was icy and filled with a deadly aura. Seeing Mrs. Wu run away, Mrs. He also quickly disappeared. Cheng Jinyan calmly held Jiangwan, who was disturbed by the heavy atmosphere. Cheng Jinyan, let me go. I can walk by myself. He kept a serious face, but didn't let go. Jiangwan saw he still seemed angry, so she didn't dare to provoke him. She quietly struggled a few times, trying to break free from his grip. Don't move. If you fall, I won't care. Cheng Jinyan's voice was a bit stern, making him seem very difficult to talk to. Jiangwan felt a little scared and stopped struggling again. She gently touched her stomach, speaking softly. Why are you so fierce? What's there to be mad about? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? She said this aloud, but inside, she felt a bit nervous. She quietly looked up and saw Cheng Jinyan's face was very grim, like someone owed him millions. Jiangwan hadn't spent much time with Cheng Jinyan and didn't know much about his personality. Now she realized that although he usually looked quiet and silent and was very filial to his parents, he could be quite scary when angry. Jiangwan secretly touched her belly, thinking that if he wanted to be angry, let him be. As long as her baby inside was safe, she had no complaints. And if he behaved badly, she could always kick him out. Thinking this, Jiangwan felt much more at ease. Cheng Jinyan hugged her without stopping and walked straight to the clinic door. The doctor at the clinic saw Jiangwan had just left in the morning and was brought back in the afternoon. He was surprised and asked, Jiangwan, what's wrong? You left this morning and came back in the afternoon. Are you too attached to me? The doctor was a small old man in his 60s. Although he was not very old, his beard was snow white. He liked to keep a small goat beard, and when he smiled, he looked very kind, like a grandfather. Wan, your stomach is uncomfortable. Please take a look at him. Although Cheng Jinyan was in a bad mood, he was still polite when facing the old doctor. Your stomach is uncomfortable again? Did someone push you or hit you? Or did you overwork? I've told you many times, you're pregnant with twins. Other women feel terrible with just one baby. You're carrying two, and you're always fussing around. Your family has so many people. If you're not working, they won't have food to eat. If you don't go to the fields, no one will. I see your nephews and nieces are already 18 or 19, and the younger ones are 5 or 6. They're all grown up and will have their own lives someday. You should let go. Look at how exhausted you are. Who will care about you? When you first got pregnant, you often had bleeding and came to me for pregnancy medicine. You still didn't learn your lesson. How am I supposed to tell you? The old doctor was so angry, he wanted to open Jiangwan's head to see if it was full of glue. After scolding Jiangwan, he suddenly realized Cheng Jinyan was there. Seeing him, he couldn't help but keep nagging. Cheng Jinyan, you little brat. You still know how to come back. You married a wife, but don't take good care of her. You let her suffer in your house every day. Why did you marry if you can't take care of her? Marrying a wife means loving her well. I think you should stay a bachelor forever. That way, you won't harm any girl. The old doctor had watched Cheng Jinyan grow up, from a mischievous boy to joining the army, then getting married and having children. The old doctor scolded Cheng Jinyan mercilessly, as if he was being beaten with a stick. After the scolding, Cheng Jinyan's originally gloomy face suddenly showed a little smile. Uncle, long time no see. You still look as energetic as before. Although the old doctor kept scolding Cheng Jinyan, he did not forget to check on Jiangwan. After the examination, his expression softened a bit. Jiangwan, the baby in your belly is quite lucky. After so many troubles, he's still as steady as Mount Tai. He put down his stethoscope and smiled kindly. If everything is fine, I will be at ease. Jiangwan also let out a sigh of relief. Although Wei Mingxiang didn't hit her hard, she accidentally bumped into her belly. Jiangwan was very frightened at that moment and felt anxious inside. Now that the old doctor confirmed she was fine, she could relax. Earlier, to provoke Wei Mingxiang, she had been a bit too aggressive. Thinking about it now, she still feels a little scared, but she never regrets it. By exposing Wei Mingxiang's true nature publicly, she was not afraid of her pretending to be a good person outside. Only by revealing her evil deeds clearly could everyone see her true colors. In the future, if they had conflicts, others wouldn't side with Wei Mingxiang unconditionally. The villagers are kind-hearted and easy to be used. In their village, disrespecting elders is strongly frowned upon. But if Wei Mingxiang was at fault first, Jiangwan appeared as a vulnerable person in front of everyone. Combined with her past hardworking and obedient attitude, no one would suspect her of having malicious intentions. Jiangwan's goal was simple: to do the most unkind things while appearing the weakest. She wanted to walk others' paths so they had no way out. Old sir, should we give some medicine to calm the pregnancy? Cheng Jinyan, being a first-time father with no experience, was overly nervous about Jiangwan. No need for that. Just be careful not to bump or fall during this time. If she falls, it could be very serious. At worst, early labor, and the baby could be affected. At worst, heavy bleeding, and it could be life-threatening. The old man's brief words made Cheng Jinyan's face turn pale. Jiangwan, you go sit over there and rest a bit. I need to talk to Jinyan. The old man directed Jiangwan to sit aside and took Cheng Jinyan to another room. He had been wanting to say something for a long time, but hadn't found the chance. Now that Cheng Jinyan had suddenly come back, he was determined to speak seriously. Jiangwan had already guessed that the old man wouldn't say much. She just smiled silently. Although the old man was quite old, he was not forgetful at all. He was alert and on her side emotionally. Cheng Jinyan was a stubborn person, and hearing a few more people talk to him might make things work out better. Realizing that this matter was beneficial to her, Jiangwan quietly sat aside to rest. Her resting spot was right next to the window, where a small, fluffy head carefully peeked out from the edge of the window. Turning her head, Jongwon immediately saw the little monkey who had blocked it for her, injured and looking at her through the glass. She quickly got up and opened the window. The little monkey immediately jumped inside and into her arms. Jongwon held the little monkey tightly, grasping its fluffy arm, and looked at it carefully again. "Little one, is your hand hurt? Why did you jump down just now to block that attack for me?" She gently pinched its arm with concern. The little monkey grinned and quickly retracted its paw. "If someone bullies Mom, I definitely have to help. Mom, I'm fine. My hand is broken, but I fixed it in the space." The little monkey smiled proudly, then stretched its arms and legs in front of Jongwon, looking very healthy. "You're such a clever little one." Jongwon reached out and tapped its forehead. The baby inside her belly suddenly moved a few times. Her already large belly suddenly had a small bump appear. The baby saw how much I love you and got a little jealous, eager to come out. Jongwon touched her belly with her right hand, her face shining with a bright smile. Chung Jinyen returned. At her most vulnerable moment, she finally didn't have to live so cautiously anymore. The little monkey reached out its paw, curiously touching Jongwon's belly. "Mom, am I going to have a little brother or sister?" The little monkey looked up, eyes wide and bright, staring at her. "Yes, our little one is going to have a brother or sister." "That's really great. But if I have a brother or sister, will Mom like me less?" The little monkey looked a bit disappointed, then shook its head firmly. "Even if Mom doesn't like me as much, I will still love her just like before." This simple sentence from the little monkey gave Jongwon a sense of comfort. She thought, what a good child. Our little one is so adorable. How could Mom not like you? No matter how many brothers or sisters there are, you will always be Mom's favorite child. Jongwon hugged the little monkey into her arms. It also reached out its small hands and hugged her tightly. It was small to begin with short arms, but Jongwon was now pregnant with twins, and her belly was huge. The little monkey used all its strength, but could only hold her a little. "Little Guai, your father has come back. I don't want him to know about you for now. Can you please hide in the space during this time?" Jongwon held the little monkey and looked at it with a pleading expression. The little monkey was a bit confused, but didn't ask why. Since it was a request from Mom, it agreed without hesitation. "Okay, little Guai, listen to Mom. Mom, how about I go to the mountain to dig winter bamboo shoots these days? There are so many up there. I want to dig more and save them to sell for Mom." The little monkey looked at Jongwon with hope. It had already noticed her current difficulties. Since Mom was pregnant and couldn't handle everything, it wanted to help her. It grew up in the mountains, so it knew how to dig winter bamboo shoots, identify medicinal herbs, and pick fruits. Though small, it could be very useful. "Wouldn't it be too hard for you to dig bamboo shoots alone?" Jongwon was a bit worried about it, but then she thought, the little monkey was born and raised in the mountains. It should be free to grow. She had saved it and loved it like a mother, but she couldn't keep it confined forever. "Mom, it won't be too hard. I'll take good care of myself and won't get tired. If there's danger, I'll hide in the space." The little monkey showed its adorable little teeth, smiling brightly. "All right, go ahead. But every day, morning, noon, and night, you need to greet me in the space. I want to make sure you're safe. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease." The little monkey wanted to chat with Mom a bit longer, but it heard the door opening early and quickly jumped out the window. Jongwon didn't have time to say goodbye and just saw the old man coming out, holding Chung Jinyan's shoulder. The old man gave him a lot of medicine. Jongwon thought it was for her and didn't ask much. Chung Jinyan still had a sullen face, and Jongwon could faintly see that his expression was even gloomier than before. "Won, I'll take you home." Chung Jinyan walked up to Jongwon and took her hand voluntarily. The moment their fingers touched, Jongwon's heart trembled sharply. Although they were old married partners and had been through many things, Chung Jinyan had never held her hand before. In the past, their relationship was more about fulfilling physical needs. There was no warmth or love. Every time Chung Jinyan returned, it was hurried, with almost no foreplay, just turned off the lights and did it. Now he suddenly became so gentle, and Jiangwan felt a bit overwhelmed. She lowered her head, and her face blushed uncontrollably. Originally, she married Cheng Jinyan because of love, but she never expected that in her past life, she would never receive his love. She always didn't understand what she did wrong, but now she faintly begins to see the reason. She trusted her in-laws too much and made decisions without involving Cheng Jinyan. Wei Mingxiang built a tall wall between her and Cheng Jinyan. Although they did very intimate things as husband and wife, there was a gap in their hearts. They never truly opened up to each other or shared their true feelings. They married without much thought and lived most of their lives this way. Jiangwan thought that after her death, Cheng Jinyan might live better than before. But his nephews and nieces are not easy to deal with either. She wonders what happened to them in the end. Cheng Jinyan held her hand and slowly walked back home. On the way, Jiangwan kept her head down. When the road was difficult, Cheng Jinyan patiently reminded her. Jiangwan quietly looked up at the handsome man in front of her and suddenly saw another side of him. Should Cheng Jinyan be so gentle? Was it her silence that made him mistakenly think she disliked him? Jiangwan suddenly noticed that Cheng Jinyan was limping a little while walking, as if his legs weren't very steady. Could he have come back injured? When they reached the door, Wei Mingxiang had already gone out. They didn't speak all the way home. Suddenly, Cheng Jinyan stopped walking. Jiangwan, if you don't want to come back to this house, then we won't. Jiangwan was surprised and looked up, not expecting Cheng Jinyan to say this voluntarily. Where would we go if not here? Since getting married, Cheng Jinyan hadn't moved out. This was still his home. He hadn't bought a house elsewhere. He had been sending his salary back to Wei Mingxiang all these years. He probably didn't have much money himself, and it was unlikely he could buy a house alone. Cheng Jinyan paused, his mood suddenly sinking. He thought about his situation and knew he wasn't in a position to be stubborn. I don't know. The world is big, and there's always a place for us to go. I did a great job on my last mission. The leader said if I hold on for another year, I'll be promoted to company commander next year. Cheng Jinyan's voice was a bit excited, but Jiangwan didn't understand why he was so happy. Being a company commander must be impressive. Congratulations on your promotion. Being a company commander is a level above platoon leader, and I can also apply for my family to move with me. If we hold on for another year, I can take you to the army with me. Because Cheng Jinyan was excited, his face was slightly red. Jiangwan finally realized that this man actually cared about her a little. She was about to be promoted to squad leader, and she was happy not just because of her promotion but because she could bring him along when she moved with the troops. Cheng Jinyan didn't seem as bad as she had thought. Could it be that they had many misunderstandings in their past lives, which caused such a situation? Let's go back first. Even if we need to move out, we should clarify everything. Cheng Jinyan, if I insist on dividing the family, would you support me? Jiangwan turned to look into his eyes, carefully examining every expression on his face. Cheng Jinyan slightly frowned and sighed softly. I need to think about it. All of Jiangwan's hope shattered bit by bit. The situation had already become so serious, yet Cheng Jinyan still hadn't made a firm decision to split the family. Jiangwan looked down and saw him holding her hand. She coldly pulled it away. She no longer paid attention to him and took a big step inside. Wei Mingxiang was probably feeling guilty and was not at home at this moment. After Cheng Yaozu ran out of school, he caused a scene by running away from home and hadn't come back yet. The house, which used to be crowded, suddenly felt empty today. Jiangwan pushed open the door of her room naturally and then locked it. Cheng Jinyan was a step slower and was ultimately turned away. He pushed the door several times but couldn't open it, finally pulling up a chair and sitting on it with some difficulty. His face looked quite bad, grim and thoughtful, as if pondering something. Jiangwan took off her coat and slipped into the cold bed. Somehow, she suddenly felt a chill all over her body. This coldness spread from her limbs to her entire body. Cheng Jinyan was not as good as she had imagined. Jiangwan originally wanted to lie down and sleep but realized she hadn't eaten lunch today. She looked at the windowsill and saw that Aunt Li, not seeing her return at noon, had already placed the food outside the window. A warm feeling filled her heart, and she quickly got out of the cold bed. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the food had gone cold long ago. Jong-won opened the lunchbox. Because it was cooked with lard, the food had solidified. Every bite of lard stuck to her mouth, feeling very uncomfortable. And now she was pregnant, so even if she didn't think about herself, she had to consider the baby in her belly. Jong-won put on her coat again, took the lunchbox and went out. When Chung Jin-yeon saw the door open, he immediately looked happy. Jong-won didn't look at him and went straight to the kitchen. She quickly started a fire, cleaned the pot, and after the bottom was hot, she poured in the food to warm it up a little. The food was already cooked thoroughly, so just a brief heat was enough to eat. Jong-won put the heated food back into the lunchbox. She washed the spoon and sat casually on a stool to eat. She originally wanted to ask Chung Jin-yeon if he was hungry, but then she realized that the money he sent back hadn't reached her at all. Does it matter if he's hungry? What does it have to do with her? Thinking this, Jong-won ate even more eagerly. In the morning, Chung Jin-yeon received Jong-won's call and hurriedly got into a vehicle heading out on a military mission to return home. He didn't even have time to pack his luggage, and his leg wound wasn't bandaged. Unexpectedly, when he returned, they immediately fell into a cold war. Jong-won finished a box of rice and quickly washed the lunchbox. She was about to go inside when Chung Jin-yeon swiftly grabbed her. "Where did you get that food?"
Why?
"Want some?" "It's gone now." Jong-won finally gathered the courage to be honest with him, but she was met with disappointment before she even started. She felt uncomfortable inside and spoke with a bit of sharpness. Chung Jin-yeon frowned slightly after hearing her words, feeling very uneasy. "Jong-won, you weren't like this before. Can't you talk to me properly like you used to?" Jong-won had already died once, and now she didn't want to hide anything. If she had something to say, she would say it directly. "Did we ever communicate properly before? 8 years of marriage and we've only spoken a few words? You're out every day, and when I have problems, no one discusses them with me. Even about my pregnancy, you didn't know. Are you telling me that if I didn't call you, and if my child was harmed, you still wouldn't know?" Jong-won's voice grew louder and more aggrieved as she spoke. That was how it was in her past life. She was working until she went into labor, then fainted in the field. When she woke up, her child was gone, and she lost her. She lost everything. She could never get pregnant again. After such a big, Chung Jin-yeon came back during the new year and didn't care at all. Jong-won was so overwhelmed with sadness, she didn't want to see him. She truly couldn't understand. Did Chung Jin-yeon really not know? Or was he pretending not to know? How could he be so heartless? These were her 2 living children, and because he ignored everything, they died without anyone knowing where they were buried. Jong-won's sudden emotional outburst surprised Chung Jin-yeon greatly. When he heard the words "the child was harmed and died," his eyes widened in shock. "Jong-won, stay calm. Don't say foolish things. The child in your belly is not only your child, but also mine. I care about them, and as a father, I care just as much." Chung Jin-yeon, who had been a soldier for many years, spoke loudly and confidently. Jong-won was instantly frightened and didn't say anything for a moment. "If that's the case, why don't you care about them at all? Mom said she called you before and mentioned this matter. Why didn't you know I was pregnant?" Jong-won's eyes were clear and bright, filled with deep doubt. "Mom never told me. Every time she called, she only said everything at home was fine or asked for money. She rarely talked about anything else. And you're pregnant with such an important matter. Why didn't you tell me personally? Why did you have to speak through someone else?" Faced with Chung Jin-yeon's sudden questioning, Jong-won couldn't answer right away. Actually, even she knew well that in the past, Jong-won was timid and weak, always hiding things in her heart. Her mother-in-law said what she said, and she just followed orders. Wei Mingxiang told her she called Chung Jin-yeon and mentioned her pregnancy, but Jong-won didn't verify it and just believed her. Strictly speaking, the many misunderstandings between them were also largely her fault. Thinking of the past, Jong-won fell silent. "I only trusted my mom too much. I never thought she would lie to me about this. I always thought you knew. Now you're telling me you didn't. So, what exactly is going on?
Who lied?
And why did they lie? Jiangwan asked calmly, but her words were sharp. Chung Jinyan had never not considered the reasons behind it. He hesitated for a moment, then his eyes became clear again. I'll ask her face to face and see what she says. Now, you need to tell me what happened with the lunchbox and the cold food. Their conversation went far off topic, but Chung Jinyan brought it back. Of course, someone else gave it to me. If it weren't for the help of neighbors, I wouldn't dare rest in bed. I might have starved to death. Jiang Wan sneered coldly. She was now fearless and had nothing she couldn't say.
What do you mean by that?
Chung Jinyan sensed something was wrong. Just as Jiang Wan was about to speak, they saw Wei Mingxiang pulling Chung Yaozu by the ear and coming back. You naughty kid. You never go to school every day. It really worries me so much. Wei Mingxiang scolded while cursing, then smiled and greeted Chung Jinyan when she saw him. Jinyan is back. She acted as if nothing had happened before, and Chung Jinyan seemed unaware of her true nature. Chung Jinyan responded with a simple clearly in a bad mood. Usually, Chung Jinyan would care about Chung Yaozu's matters, but today he felt strangely irritated and didn't speak. Early in the morning, Chung Yaozu suddenly pushed Jiang Wan from behind, trying to hurt her and cause her to have a miscarriage. But two aunties saw it and gave him a harsh beating. Chung Yaozu came back still with a bruised face, looking very miserable. He glared at Jiang Wan with hatred as soon as he entered. When Jiang Wan looked at him, he suddenly pointed his finger at her nose. It's you. This morning, I was beaten by others, and not only did you not help, but you watched and even added fuel to the fire, causing me to be beaten so badly. Jiang Wan didn't expect Chung Yaozu to start blaming her right after Chung Jinyan returned. She wasn't in a hurry to argue, but wanted to see how Chung Jinyan would react. Jiang Wan, no matter what, we are family. How can you help outsiders bully Yaozu? Yaozu is still a child. He can't have bad intentions. You, as an adult, shouldn't argue with children. In her past life, whenever a few nephews or nieces made Jiang Wan angry, Wei Mingxiang would use these words to comfort her. At first, it seemed reasonable, but after hearing it many times, it just became annoying. He's almost 10 years old and still a child? How big does he need to grow to stop being a kid? Other children at 10 years old can do many chores and even go to the mountains to pick wild game to sell. But their nephews and nieces are spoiled and unruly, unable to take care of themselves even at over 10. They don't have the princess or prince's fate, but they all act like spoiled children. Jiang Wan was silent for a long time. Wei Mingxiang grew more arrogant and scolded her confidently. She thought Jiang Wan was afraid of Chung Jinyan, so as long as Chung Jinyan was around, she wouldn't dare to speak out. Even though she had been very arrogant recently, she now obediently returned to her old self. Thinking this, Wei Mingxiang finally felt a bit of relief. Jiang Wan, what are you standing there for? Jinyan is back. Don't you need to go buy vegetables and cook? Jinyan married you, so is he just keeping you around to eat free rice? Wei Mingxiang became more arrogant, speaking in a commanding tone, completely ignoring Jiang Wan. Mom, do you usually tell Jiang Wan to do chores like this? Jiang Wan was stunned by Chung Jinyan's words just as she was about to start working hard. Wei Mingxiang and Chung Yaozu also froze at the same time. They didn't expect Chung Jinyan to side with Jiang Wan. Normally, with his usual personality, wouldn't he believe whatever they said? Why is he now disapproving of their actions? Why does he doubt their words?
No, it's not like that.
You just came back, right? It's normal for Jiang Wan, as your wife, to buy groceries and take care of you. Wei Mingxiang's smile looked forced, and even she didn't believe what she was saying. But you seem to have forgotten my purpose for coming back. Jiang Wan is pregnant now, and you've caused her to be hurt twice, almost causing her to lose her temper. How can you ask her to work in such a situation? Chung Jinyan's continuous questioning made Wei Mingxiang speechless. Little uncle, this vicious woman teamed up with outsiders to attack me and hurt me so badly. Don't you want to teach her a lesson? Wei Mingxiang's side fell silent, and Chung Yaozu suddenly got more excited. He pointed to his own wounds and jumped in front of Chung Jinyan, wanting him to see more clearly. After all, little uncle used to like him the most. Seeing him hurt must make him feel distressed, right? Jiangwan was also very curious about Cheng Jinyan's reaction, mainly because she was on the edge of deciding whether to divorce him or kick him out. Every word Cheng Jinyan said was a trigger. Every sentence was crucial. Cheng Yaozu, I wasn't planning to scold you so soon if you hadn't brought this up. Since you did, I'll have a good talk with you. Do you have no conscience for your wife teaming up with outsiders to attack you? Your wife is pregnant and you still want to push her to the ground? I just want to know how someone so young can be so cruel. Cheng Jinyan's voice was firm and powerful. Cheng Yaozu looked at him with wide eyes in shock. How do you know that? After saying this, Cheng Yaozu quickly covered his mouth and immediately changed the subject. It's this bad woman telling you stories. She must be the one lying, right? Little uncle, I share the same surname as you, and we are family. You don't trust me because of an outsider, and now you're questioning me. Do you think that's right? Cheng Yaozu was very emotional, jumping up and down as he spoke. Cheng Jinyan looked at him coldly, as if watching a stranger. His suddenly icy gaze made Cheng Yaozu feel uneasy. The arrogant man just now realized something was wrong and quickly softened. Little uncle, I really didn't mean to push her. I almost fell and accidentally bumped into her. I didn't expect her to falsely accuse me and even team up with others to beat me up, leaving me like this. Little uncle, you have to stand up for me. Cheng Yaozu's eyes darted, and he started to argue again, throwing blame onto Jiangwan. Jiangwan didn't say a word from start to finish. She just quietly watched Cheng Yaozu's drama. She felt she had really had enough of this kind of life. Every day was full of shouting and accusations. She didn't want to live like this anymore. She was blind to marry into such a family just to save a life. If she had known it would be like this, she might as well have been harmed by a villain and taken her own life. Cheng Jinyan appeared to save her, but actually led her from one fire into an even bigger one. This kind of life was endless, and every day was torture. Especially after she was reborn and learned about her tragic past, her heart was filled with strong resentment. Jiangwan used to be a bright, beautiful girl with a cheerful smile. Now she had become a servant, even a paid one. After caring for the elderly, she still had to take care of the young ones. When there was no rice or oil at home, she had to buy it herself. Was she cursed? Why did she have to suffer like this? Although her family was unhappy and she didn't feel loved by her parents, they never lacked material things. Her mother was a head teacher, her father an engineer. Their family was a typical educated family, and she herself had even gone to high school. Jiangwan, could you please tell me again what happened? Cheng Jinyan's tone was calm, and when he looked at Jiangwan, there was a rare touch of gentleness. But Jiangwan misunderstood his meaning and asked with some displeasure, Cheng Jinyan, do you not trust me? No, I just want you to say it again so he can keep arguing. Cheng Jinyan noticed Jiangwan's unhappiness and only said one sentence, causing her lips to curl into a slight smile. His intention to let Cheng Yaozu continue to argue meant that Cheng Jinyan didn't believe Cheng Yaozu's words at all. He actually trusted her. I called you this morning. On my way back, I met Cheng Yaozu, who had just run away from school. Without saying a word, he pushed me from behind. He blamed me for not cooking, for my illness, and for not going to school to solve his problems. He also said I caused him to get beaten, to go hungry, to be scared alone in the mountains, and to miss school. When he pushed me, he even said he wanted me to die. Jiangwan told Cheng Jinyan exactly what Cheng Yaozu said, and also told him, all my words are true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Aunt Wu and Aunt He herself. They were walking towards me at that moment, and they should have heard everything Cheng Yaozu said. Jiangwan not only confirmed what happened but also had witnesses. Cheng Yaozu initially wanted to argue, but now he looked pale and opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He looked up and saw Cheng Jinyan looking at him with disappointment, which made him feel scared.
But
Jiangwan's two words caught everyone's attention, especially Cheng Jinyan. He stared at Jiangwan's face without blinking, as if she was glowing. At that moment, Jiangwan seemed to shine. She was small but full of strong energy. Her eyes sparkled, and she radiated confidence like never before. She looked both familiar and strange, just the way he liked her. What Cheng Yaozu said has nothing to do with me. I married Cheng Jinyan, not this family. Why should I care about his fights at school or his troublemaking? He's grown up and can't even cook. Does he expect me, a pregnant woman, to cook for him? Can I control if I get sick? Everyone gets sick sometimes. He acts like he's never been ill. And him running away from home? That's just because he's mouthy and talks without thinking. He doesn't reflect on his mistakes and blames others instead. Am I your dad or your mom? You're so old, do I still need to wipe your bottom? Do I need to treat you like a baby? You're just looking for trouble. Jiangwan pointed at Cheng Yaozu's nose and scolded him loudly. After a moment of shock, Cheng Yaozu reacted and rushed forward to hit Jiangwan. Jiangwan, how dare you scold me? Just watch me tear your mouth apart.
He charged at her like a madman.
Jiangwan didn't dodge. Instead, she smiled at him provocatively. Sure enough, in the next second, someone grabbed the back of Cheng Yaozu's collar and pulled him back. Cheng Jinyan grabbed his collar with force. Before Cheng Yaozu could react, he was pulled back to his original spot. Cheng Jinyan was so angry that he forcefully swung his hand, causing Cheng Yaozu to fall heavily to the ground. He fell so hard that his buttocks almost hurt. Feeling the sharp pain, Cheng Yaozu was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. Little uncle hit me. Little uncle hit me. Little uncle is bullying me because I don't have parents, and he dares to hit me. I have no dad's love or mom's care. I might as well just die. Cheng Yaozu cried loudly, tears and snot streaming down his face, secretly watching Cheng Jinyan's reaction. In the past, whenever he said these words, his little uncle would pick him up gently and comfort him. He would tell him that his little uncle and aunt would always be his support. He would give him pocket money, buy him tasty snacks, buy pretty clothes, and treat him very well, as if he wanted to pick stars from the sky for him. But now, Cheng Yaozu repeated the old trick, and Cheng Jinyan just looked down at him coldly. His expression was very cold. No matter how pitiful he cried, he showed no emotion. Wei Mingxiang saw that the situation was getting out of hand and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over.
Oh.
Kids don't understand things and make mistakes. Why are you adults arguing with a child? If this gets out, no one will look good. Let's just forget about it and not mention it anymore. Wei Mingxiang only spoke up because she saw Cheng Yaozu suffer. If it had been Jiangwan suffering, Wei Mingxiang would definitely tell her that adults shouldn't argue with children. No matter what Jiangwan said or did, Wei Mingxiang always had reasons to scold her. Why should we just forget it? If I really got pushed down, the baby in my belly might be lost. Although the baby isn't born yet, it's still 2 lives. Cheng Yaozu will turn 10 after the new year. He's already a big kid. He should understand right from wrong by now. He's grown so much, but he's never done anything wrong. Does he get everything he wants? Who spoiled him like this? Who wants to ruin him with their own hands? Jiangwan stared fiercely into Wei Mingxiang's eyes and asked angrily. Cheng Yaozu looked at his grandmother with wide, frightened eyes. He didn't quite understand what his little aunt meant, but he felt a little aware inside. Who spoiled him? Who wanted to ruin him? It was Grandma. When he was very young, he also had a pure heart, always thinking of helping his little aunt with chores. Grandma always scolded him, saying he was too young to understand, that washing dishes might break them, sweeping the floor wouldn't be thorough, and wiping the table always left some residue. In short, no matter what he did, Grandma would criticize him. Over time, Cheng Yaozu stopped wanting to do anything. Anyway, he ate and slept every day. Someone took care of his 3 meals, so he saw no need to do anything himself. Doing things only earned him scolding, so it was better to rest. Whenever he wanted something, any kind of thing, Grandma would buy it if she could, or tell him to steal it if she couldn't. He managed to succeed a few times, which made him more and more arrogant. Wei Mingxiang bit her lower lip and stayed silent for a long time before finally saying, Yaozu is not loved by his parents. Shouldn't Grandma love him too? Wei Mingxiang wanted to argue more, but Jiangwan turned her head, ignoring her. Chung Yaozu had a gloomy face, as if lost in thought. Jiangwan didn't care whether her words were useful. At least she wanted to create some distance between them and their grandfather. Chung Yaozu, do you have anything else to say? Chung Jinyan raised his voice angrily and shouted. Chung Yaozu shivered and quickly shook his head.
No.
Mom, do you have anything to add? Chung Jinyan intended to start a new topic, but Wei Mingxiang took his words as a vent and kept rambling. Jiangwan, you can't do this. You will still live in this house in the future. You've offended everyone in the family. How will we get along? It's better not to be too bossy. Sometimes, suffering is a blessing. Don't be so petty. Your family can't help you now, and when you have children, I will help take care of them. If you offend me now, you won't have a good life later. Wei Mingxiang's words seemed like advice, but were actually threats. After hearing this, Jiangwan sneered coldly, which angered Wei Mingxiang. Jiangwan, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong? I raised 8 nephews and nieces, and I've never seen you lend a hand. I can raise other people's children, so why can't I raise my own? As long as you don't cause trouble, even with 4 kids, I can handle it. The workload is even half of what it used to be. Jiangwan's arrogance provoked Wei Mingxiang, who forgot about Chung Jinyan and pointed at her nose, shouting angrily. Jiangwan, don't forget you're still living in my house. In my house, you better listen to me. If you dare to be so arrogant again, I swear I will throw you out. Wei Mingxiang finally spoke the words she had kept inside for a long time, and she felt a burst of relief. All right, I won't make you leave by force. I'll move out myself now. Jiangwan turned to go back inside to pack her bags, but Wei Mingxiang, still eager to cause trouble, continued to provoke her from behind. Jiangwan, you have nowhere to stay and no money. Besides living in my house, where else can you go? I advise you to soften up and cooperate with me. If you behave and work hard like before, I might forgive you this time, despite everything. Wei Mingxiang pretended to be generous, but Jiangwan only felt like vomiting after hearing her words. I think you're used to being a paid nanny. Now you don't even know how to take care of yourself. I really have nowhere to go, but so what? Even if I have to sleep on the street, it's better than staying in this house. I'm leaving today. Let's see what you can do to stop me. Jiangwan had been oppressed for so long that she was determined to leave this home and start a new, free life of her own. She was tired of Wei Mingxiang's fake words and sick of this family's ugly faces. Jiangwan went inside to pack her bags, while Wei Mingxiang stood by, watching coldly. She wanted to see what tricks Jiangwan might play. As long as Chung Jinyan stayed, she wouldn't worry about money. Jiangwan, who worked so hard, was easily replaceable. Wei Mingxiang gradually calmed down, thinking this, until she saw Chung Jinyan also come out with his bag. Only then did she panic completely. Just as Jiangwan reached the door, Wei Mingxiang stepped forward suddenly and grabbed her bag. Jiangwan, Mom is just upset and said harsh words in anger. Mom has always considered you her own daughter. How could she bear to kick you out? Mom is sorry and apologizes. Please don't leave, okay? Thinking about what might happen if they left, Wei Mingxiang felt nervous. No one was doing the housework, and she had to work in the fields herself. Just thinking about it made her feel suffocated. As long as someone was working, whether it was face or not didn't matter. Wei Mingxiang lowered her pride and quickly softened her attitude. Jiangwan had finally made up her mind, and even Chung Jinyan supported her. How could she be soft now? She also knew that Wei Mingxiang's tears were just crocodile tears. She didn't want to work and wanted to keep Chung Jinyan's salary, so she reluctantly stayed. In fact, she only wanted her free labor and hoped she would give all her secret savings to the family. She secretly wished for her to die, to lose her child, and to spend her life working tirelessly for this family. Mom, you're not just angry. That's really what you think. When I got married, I didn't ask for a bride price, and my family didn't give me a dowry. I married into this family alone, and you've often mocked me. You often say I'm cheap and that my parents don't care about me. If it weren't for your acceptance, I would be a homeless stray dog. I remember everything you've said about me. You look down on me deep inside, and Chung Yaozu even wants to harm my unborn child. In a family full of dirty thoughts, I can never feel at peace. Jiang Wan openly repeated what Wei Mingxiang had said. Wei Mingxiang was shocked and stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
How do you know that?
Realizing she had spoken out of turn, Wei Mingxiang quickly covered her mouth. Jiang Wan took this chance to turn and walk away. Cheng Jinyan pulled her back. She was about to get angry, but saw that Cheng Jinyan only took the luggage from her hands. Afraid Wei Mingxiang would catch up, Jiang Wan quickened her pace, with Cheng Jinyan silently following behind. They walked far away before Wei Mingxiang suddenly snapped out of her daze. She wanted to chase after them but couldn't see their figures anymore. Wei Mingxiang felt a deep sense of loss. She looked back at Jiang Wan's empty room and couldn't describe the strange feeling in her heart. Cheng Yazu didn't think much and just stared angrily in the direction they left, saying, "Grandma, let them go. Let's see where they can go. They'll be crying and coming back in a few days." After they walked away, Jiang Wan felt confused. Cheng Jinyan, standing silently behind her, suddenly spoke. "Let's go to the town's guest house. It'll be easier for you to go to the hospital when you have the baby." Jiang Wan thought it made sense. Last time she gave birth, she faced big risks because she didn't go to the hospital early. Now she was staying at a guest house near the hospital, so she could spot problems early. But the guest house isn't cheap. Could Cheng Jinyan afford it? Jiang Wan unconsciously reached into her pocket, and Cheng Jinyan smiled brightly at her. "Don't worry, I have money. Where does it come from?" Every month, Cheng Jinyan sent his salary home, so he probably didn't have much money left himself. "Yesterday, I just received my salary. I planned to send it back today, but I didn't expect to get your call this morning. I thought I should come back myself, so I didn't send the money and just brought it with me." Cheng Jinyan took out the warm 48 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Wan. "From now on, I will send my salary to you. You can spend it however you like and give it to whoever you want." Jiang Wan originally thought she would ask for a divorce after having the baby, but she didn't expect Cheng Jinyan to voluntarily turn over his salary. His reaction surprised her and was a bit hard to understand. "There's still a little less money now. When I become a company commander, my salary will increase, and I will give all of it to you then." Cheng Jinyan's smile was faint, and Jiang Wan saw a slight blush on his ears. Could Cheng Jinyan even blush? He was so different from the man she knew. After being married for 2 generations, Jiang Wan had never seen this side of him. Shocked, Jiang Wan kept her lips pressed together for a long time without speaking. Cheng Jinyan seemed a bit nervous and quickly explained. "Actually, when we first got married, I was supposed to give you my salary, but my mother said you didn't want it and told me to give all the money to her. She would buy whatever you needed." He spoke softly at this point. At that time, he had just joined the army not long ago, and his salary wasn't high. He only received a few dozen yuan in allowance each month, and with so many people at home, it was not enough. "Did you believe her when she said that? Why didn't you come to ask me directly what I thought?" Jiang Wan returned the words he had previously said to him. Cheng Jinyan was a bit stunned but quickly realized that both of them had made the same mistake. They had trusted Wei Mingxiang too much from the beginning to the end. Wei Mingxiang often acted as a messenger between them, which led to little direct communication. Many issues were kept inside, and over time, they forgot to ask about them. But the problem still existed and would never go away. Because of their lack of communication, problems accumulated and eventually became the current situation. "Wan, I was wrong. From now on, I will ask you directly if something happens, and I won't just listen to my mom's side." Jiang Wan didn't expect that her pretending to be angry would make Cheng Jinyan admit his mistake. This man was not as bad as she had thought. Jiang Wan originally wanted to ask Cheng Jinyan if he had ever doubted her background over the years. But she swallowed her words again. The half of the conversation she heard before dying was still unverified. She must understand everything clearly and find proof before telling Cheng Jinyan. "Why did you come back so quickly this time?" Jiang Wan changed the subject and asked about something else. "Luckily, a vehicle from the army came by and I caught a ride, so I arrived so quickly." "What about your leave? Has the approval process been completed? Will taking leave suddenly delay your work?" Wei Mingxiang had previously told Jiang Wan not to bother Cheng Jinyan when something was wrong, not to affect his future, and not to interfere with his work. Jongwon listened for a long time and gradually started to believe these words. She began to think she was a burden and was afraid to tell Chung Jin-yeon her worries. Even when something big happened at home, Jongwon would silently bear it with tears in her eyes. "No, I already submitted my leave request. The leader will handle the process. Our unit has paternity leave, so my time off won't affect my work or my future." Chung Jin-yeon spoke a lot at once. Jongwon heard him say it was okay, and she immediately felt relieved. "That's good, as long as it doesn't affect you." Jongwon headed to Aunt Lee's house. Chung Jin-yeon had come home early, and she had also moved out of her house. She wanted to tell Aunt Lee not to cook for her tonight, and she wouldn't need to anymore. When Jongwon arrived, Aunt Lee was squatting in the yard washing pig's feet. Seeing Jongwon, she was very surprised and immediately asked nervously, "Jongwon, your family has so much trouble, and those little rascals still want to harm the baby in your belly. Why did you come out?" Lee Shuping put down the pig's feet and stood up. She then saw Chung Jin-yeon standing quietly behind Jongwon. "Oh, so Jin-yeon is back. I knew you wouldn't dare go out." Lee Shuping's face showed a hint of a smile, and she relaxed again. "Auntie, Jin-yeon is back. He heard my mother-in-law scold me, and now he plans to move out with me." Jongwon spoke softly, blushing a little. "Hello, Auntie." Chung Jin-yeon rarely came home and was not good at getting along with villagers. After greeting, he stood awkwardly to the side like a piece of wood. Feeling embarrassed, he saw some firewood in the corner that hadn't been chopped and, putting down his luggage, went to help with the work. "This is good news. Our home is like a tiger's den. Moving out is for the best, for the best. But where can you live after moving out? Do you have a place now? I have an old house at the village entrance. If you don't mind, you can stay there temporarily." Lee Shuping truly cared for Jongwon and was even willing to lend her the unused old house. The old house is quite old now, with peeling paint on the walls and cracks in the bricks. If no one lives there, it might collapse within a few years. In rural areas, there is a saying, "A house needs someone to watch over it. An unoccupied house tends to fall apart quickly." Therefore, idle rural houses are often used by close friends and family to keep them maintained. If a house collapses, it becomes wasteland and eventually is abandoned. But when someone lives inside, they will repair and take good care of the house. A house that was only meant to last 3 or 5 years can last 10 or 20 years if properly maintained. Isn't that a bit risky? Jongwon didn't expect Aunt Lee to trust her so much, offering her the old house for free. It showed that Aunt Lee truly considered her a friend. Yes, very good. What's wrong with that? An empty house will fall down. If you help me watch over it, I'll be happy. What's wrong with that? Under Lee Shuping's encouragement, Jongwon started to feel a little tempted. Chung Jin-yeon, who had been working silently, suddenly turned around and said, "Won, I think Aunt Lee's idea is good. You should consider it." Since Chung Jin-yeon agreed, Jongwon didn't feel embarrassed anymore. "If Annie discusses it with her family, and they're willing to let us stay, I'll be brave and move in. But I'm about to have the baby. Jin-yeon said I should stay at the guest house nearby for now, since it's close to the hospital. If I go into labor, it'll be easier to get to the hospital." All right, that's fine. Your plan makes sense. After all, it's your first baby." Lee Shuping sighed at this, not wanting to dwell on her own sad memories. Jongwon thought about her first pregnancy, which ended in a stillbirth, and felt a wave of sadness. Chung Jin-yeon, who had been eavesdropping, was confused. Wasn't Annie saying Jongwon couldn't get pregnant because of her health? Was her first child the one inside her now? What did Auntie mean by first pregnancy? Chung Jin-yeon had many questions. He felt that a lot must have happened during his years away at the army. He and Jongwon had missed too much, and there was too much distance between them. He couldn't wait to understand everything clearly. "Auntie, I'm leaving now. It's getting dark, and it's not safe to go down the mountain." Just as Chung Jin-yeon was about to ask more, Jongwon stood up to say goodbye. All his questions stayed bottled up inside. "Jongwon, I've bought pig's feet. Why don't you stay for dinner before you leave?" Lee Shuping truly cares about Jongwon. When Jiang gave her 30 yuan, she bought good food for every meal and cooked it alone for her each time. No, Andy, it's getting dark, and it's risky to go down the mountain. When I have my baby, I'll bring the child to see you. This is Jiang deepest wish. She hopes her baby will be born safely, and also hopes she hasn't lost her. Whether she wants to have more children in the future or not, these are very important to her. She doesn't want others to judge or decide her future path, even her life and death. Jiang really dislikes feeling this way, so this time, even if she has to break a hole in the sky, she wants to live a completely different life. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Li Shuping didn't insist. She washed her hands and took the remaining money out of her pocket. This is the leftover food money.
I'll return it to you now.
Auntie, no need. When I'm postpartum, if it's not too much trouble, you can send me some soup when you have time. Keep this money here with you for now. It's good for buying ingredients later. Anyway, it's enough to spend. No need to rush to give it back to me. Li Shuping thought about it and didn't insist anymore. Jiang, 9 months pregnant, was kicked out of her home. The only comfort was that Cheng Jinyan was with her. But she was carrying twins, and after her postpartum period, she would have plenty of chances to pay her back. All right, I'll keep this money for now. When you have your baby, be sure to let me know. I'll cook some soup and visit you in the hospital. Thank you, Auntie, for taking care of me all this time. It's because of you that I could wait smoothly for Cheng Jinyan to come back. Jiang smiled slightly, her smile bright and beautiful. Cheng Jinyan picked up their luggage. Li Shuping turned around and saw that the pile of uncut firewood in the corner had now been neatly split and stacked. Cheng Jinyan had been in the army for many years and was still very good at doing hard work. Auntie, thank you for taking care of Wan these days. As Cheng Jinyan passed by Li Shuping, he paused and sincerely thanked her. We're neighbors. Besides, Jiang also gave money, so it's only right. Li Shuping waved her hand politely. Since turning adult and joining the army, Cheng Jinyan had rarely interacted with them. But unexpectedly, he was still the same boy from before, hard-working and polite. Li Shuping used to think it was unfair that Jiang was left behind, but now she saw that Cheng Jinyan wasn't as bad as she thought. At least, he truly cared about Jiang. Li Shuping watched their distant figures and sincerely wished them happiness. Throughout the journey, Cheng Jinyan held Jiang hand tightly and took her to the town's guest house. Because he needed to care for Jiang closely, he only rented one large room. The room had 2 beds, a desk and a small wardrobe. When Jiang was leaving, she returned the blanket that Aunt Li had given her. Although it wasn't very nice, it was Aunt Li's kind gesture. Jiang didn't want to leave these good things at home, nor did she want Wei Mingxiang's family to waste someone else's kindness. Cheng Jinyan, who had been a soldier for many years, worked very efficiently. He skillfully made the bed and hung their frequently worn clothes. When he opened Jiang luggage and saw the few patched, faded clothes, his face suddenly darkened. Wan, are these the clothes you usually wear? Cheng Jinyan searched through Jiang luggage, but couldn't find a warm coat.
Yes.
But every time I come back, your clothes are always clean and neat. I thought you were doing well. There was a bitter smile on Cheng Jinyan's face. Jiang was stunned and quickly understood. You always come back at the end of the year, and you call ahead before returning. Mom also finds an excuse to lend me her clothes in advance. Jiang figured out the reason and explained with a smile, though her smile was tinged with bitterness. She suddenly realized why Wei Mingxiang was so kind every winter. It turned out she was worried Jiang clothes were too worn out, and Cheng Jinyan would realize she was not doing well. So she deliberately lent her old clothes she had worn before. No wonder every time Cheng Jinyan left, Wei Mingxiang would find an excuse to take the clothes back. Sometimes saying her clothes were too old-fashioned, sometimes claiming they hadn't been washed and needed cleaning, and other times saying the old clothes didn't suit her and promising to buy new ones next time. But without exception, once the clothes were taken, they were never returned. They promised to buy new clothes, but after a year, nothing was bought. Jiang just wore a few torn clothes, enduring year after year. After hearing Jiang Wan's explanation, Cheng Jinyan's gaze grew deep, and a dark light flickered in his eyes. He was so smart he understood almost immediately. How could he not see Wei Mingxiang's true intentions? It was simply that she felt the money he sent home every month supported the family, yet his wife did the most work and had the worst clothes and food. Jin Yan carefully reflected on the years of his life. He didn't even know who he was working so hard for. His two older brothers hated him when they were kids and often bullied him whenever they had the chance. Strictly speaking, Jin Yan didn't have much deep feeling for them. As for the children their brothers had, they were basically just like their fathers deep inside, pretending to be gentle on the surface but actually very mean behind the scenes. Jin Yan had seen through them a long time ago, but he only turned a blind eye because of their family bond. He never expected that while he was away, they would bully Jiang Wan. He thought they would respect Jiang Wan because of money and wouldn't be too harsh on her. But he underestimated human cruelty. When he was not around, they became even worse. They even hurt the baby inside Jiang Wan's belly. Jin Yan clenched his fists tightly, feeling a strange anger rising inside him. He felt very frustrated. He had been bullied by his brothers for many years, and now they were hurting his wife too. Wan, I'm sorry. I was too careless about you before. I am a fool, a beast. Say a few harsh words to me. Slap me hard if you want. Jin Yan grabbed Jiang Wan's hand and slapped his own face hard with it. He rarely asked about Jiang Wan's feelings before, thinking she didn't talk to him because she disliked him. He was used to being silent because he was often bullied as a child. He was good at reading people's expressions and would hide far away if he saw they didn't like him. He never learned how to take the initiative or communicate normally with others. He neglected Jiang Wan, causing her to suffer for so many years. Jiang Wan squinted at Jin Yan, who was acting crazy and hitting himself. Jin Yan, you're hurting my hand like this. Jin Yan was very strong, and Jiang Wan couldn't break free. He was also very thick-skinned. Even before she hit him, her hand already hurt. She instinctively pulled her hand back, and Jin Yan noticed her discomfort. He was so frightened that he quickly let go. Wan, are you okay? No, I'm tired and want to sleep. Pregnant women tend to sleep a lot, and Jiang Wan was no exception. She had been tired all day and walking on a long mountain road. Her legs were sore, and now she just wanted to lie down and sleep. Okay, then go to sleep. I'll stay by your side and watch over you. Cheng Jinyan lowered his head, feeling a bit sad. He couldn't imagine how much hardship Jiang Wan had suffered over the years of marriage. Jiang Wan took off her coat and lay on the bed. Cheng Jinyan carefully tucks her blanket and quietly stays by her side. Although he didn't sleep much last night and his injured legs still ached faintly, Cheng Jinyan stubbornly remains beside Jiang Wan. He feels he owes her too much and keeps thinking about how to make it up to her. Jiang Wan quickly falls asleep after lying down. Cheng Jinyan listens to her steady breathing, then dares to look at her bravely. When Jiang Wan first married him, she was just over 20 years old. She was lively and fair, like a soft tofu block. Pinch her gently, and water would come out. Touch her lightly, and she seemed fragile. Once, by chance, Cheng Jinyan saved her. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before and didn't dare to look directly at her. But this young girl was brave. She kept secretly watching him and even asked for his name. Cheng Jinyan felt he wasn't good enough for her because of his family background. He didn't tell her his name and ran away. When he returned home, his parents immediately arranged a blind date for him. All he could think about was that adorable girl, so he had no intention of getting married. His parents insisted strongly and kept pushing him. He was helpless, so he went to the date. When they met, he openly told her about his family. The girl wasn't stupid. She understood his situation and immediately ran away. After failing many blind dates, his parents scolded him when he returned home. They told him to hide his family background and just marry someone first. He didn't understand why his parents were so eager for him to marry, and he wasn't interested in asking. He continued to go on blind dates as he pleased, disrupting many of them, until a relative from the city introduced him to a girl, and Jiang Wan also came for a blind date, but accidentally sat at the wrong table. She approached him and ended up touching his heart. At 7 p.m., Jongwon woke up smelling the aroma of food. She had slept all afternoon and felt much better. Chung Jin-yeon specially went late to a state-run restaurant to get food. When Jongwon woke up, the food was still hot.
Eat now.
Chung Jin-yeon brought the insulated box to her side, smiling gently at her. Jongwon was very hungry and didn't bother to be polite. She ate quickly and eagerly. Halfway through, she suddenly remembered she hadn't asked if Chung Jin-yeon had eaten. "Have you eaten?" "Yes," Chung Jin-yeon replied. Just as he finished, his stomach growled loudly. Jongwon couldn't help but laugh. She handed over the remaining food. "If you don't mind, please eat it." "I don't mind, but are you full?" "I'm definitely full. I ate more than you." Chung Jin-yeon took the lunchbox and finished eating quickly, clearly very hungry. In the following days, they spent their time at the guest house. Chung Jin-yeon would take Jongwon out to eat and walk. He was very careful with her. At night, he would sit by the bed, gently listening to the baby's movements. Jongwon saw Chung Jin-yeon smile like a fool many times. He seemed to like children even more than she thought. Today is March 15th, and Jongwon's due date is March 25th, just 10 days before the baby is born. These days at the guest house are the happiest in the 8 years Jongwon has been married to Chung Jin-yeon. He is fully devoted to her, even helping her dry her hair and wash her clothes. These days feel a bit surreal to Jongwon. The only thing that worries her is that staying at the guest house is expensive and eating out costs a lot. Chung Jin-yeon only brought back 48 yuan. With the baby's birth and hospital stay, will that money be enough? And with only 10 days left, can Chung Jin-yeon really wait that long? Jongwon hasn't asked how long Chung Jin-yeon's leave is this time, but she feels uneasy inside. Chung Jin-yeon went out to buy dinner again. Jongwon nervously walks around the room. On one hand, the doctor told her that pregnant women should stay active before birth to make delivery easier. On the other hand, she feels anxious because she can't sit still. Moving around a little helps her feel better. There's a knock on the door. Jongwon quickly goes to open it. She figures Chung Jin-yeon should be back with the food by now. She suddenly opens the door and sees Wei Mingxiang, who she hasn't seen in days, standing outside the guest house. "Why are you here?" Jongwon is surprised. Wei Mingxiang notices that Jongwon looks much healthier and more radiant. Seeing her own disheveled state, Wei Mingxiang suddenly gets angry. "Jongwon, you're living well at home. Why did you run away?" Jongwon looks confused. She had been living a miserable life at home, worse than animals, yet here, she seems to be doing well. She doesn't want to waste time talking with her and turns to close the door. In a few days, she will give birth. She doesn't want any trouble at this critical moment. This is her hard-won child, and she is determined to have a safe delivery. Wei Mingxiang did not expect Jongwon to react so strongly. She didn't even let her finish speaking, and was about to close the door. This was very disrespectful to her. Wei Mingxiang was furious. She quickly slipped her foot into the door to stop Jongwon from closing it. Then she pushed the door open forcefully. She looked at Jongwon with a fierce face and angrily grabbed her collar. "Jongwon, come back with me." During the days Jongwon was away, Wei Mingxiang was so busy she almost went crazy. She looked everywhere for Jongwon, turning the village upside down. Finally, she heard that Jongwon was seen in the town with Chung Jin-yeon. She guessed that Chung Jin-yeon and Jongwon had nowhere to go, so they probably went to a guest house in town. Thinking this, she angrily headed to the town. She asked around and found Jongwon's place. Wei Mingxiang hid outside the guest house and saw Chung Jin-yeon leave. Only then did she gather her courage and approach. When she knocked on the door, Jongwon thought Chung Jin-yeon had returned, so she opened it without much caution. Wei Mingxiang seized this chance and forcibly dragged Jongwon out of the room. Although she had been pampered and well taken care of over the years, she was in good spirits and had a lot of strength. Before Jongwon could react, she was dragged to the door. "I won't go. I can't go back." After escaping that dangerous place, Jongwon was living a peaceful and comfortable life and didn't want to go back. She knew Wei Mingxiang's real goal was to team up with some unkind relatives to harm her unborn child. Jiangwan wasn't stupid. She had been betrayed badly in her past life, and this time, she was not going to jump into the fire again. As long as she held on, Cheng Jinyan would be back soon. When Cheng Jinyan returned, Wei Mingxiang wouldn't dare to take her away so easily. Jiangwan clung tightly to the doorframe, gritting her teeth and refusing to leave. Wei Mingxiang, unable to beat her with all her strength, was so angry she suddenly punched Jiangwan in the stomach. "Leave quickly. If you don't, I will punch your belly." Jiangwan felt pain in her stomach, and her baby inside moved excitedly. She suddenly felt like her stomach was turning upside down and nearly vomited. She bent over too, and Wei Mingxiang took the opportunity to grab her shoulders and pull hard. Before Jiangwan could react, she stumbled and fell to the ground. At the moment she fell to the ground, her stomach was churning violently. Then she felt her legs grow warm, and a warm liquid started to flow out. "Help! Help! Someone has hurt someone." Seeing that Cheng Jinyan was not back yet, Jiangwan weakly called for help on the ground. Wei Mingxiang looked at Jiangwan, who was lying in a pool of blood, with surprise and was immediately frightened and weak in the knees. The noise they made was loud enough to attract many people to come and watch. When Jiangwan reached out to the crowd with blood-stained hands, she weakly begged for help. "Please, please help me.
Help me.
I am going to have the baby. Please take me to the hospital. My child must be safe. Mom loves you all. Mom can't be without you." Many people opened the door and ran toward Jiangwan. Wei Mingxiang was at a loss, standing beside Jiangwan. She originally planned to take her back and follow the original plan later. But Jiangwan refused to let go and kept arguing before she fell to the ground. Now, so many people saw that it was her pulling Jiangwan that caused her to go into early labor. Wei Mingxiang stood still, her shoulders suddenly bumped hard by someone. "Get out of the way. You've already made her suffer enough. Do you want to delay her treatment further? Vicious old woman. You wouldn't even spare a pregnant woman. Why are you so cruel? Why did you do this?" The loud shouting and scolding made Wei Mingxiang's head buzz, and she couldn't think clearly. As the crowd gathered around Jiangwan, ready to send her to the hospital, Wei Mingxiang suddenly pushed through and stepped forward, loudly declaring her authority. "Move aside. Jiangwan is my daughter-in-law. We had a small argument, and she ran to stay at the guest house. I came here to bring her home. With me, her mother-in-law. Here, you all, these idle people, should step back quickly." Wei Mingxiang's voice was loud and commanding. She shot a glance at a young man in the crowd. Jiangwan endured the pain and turned her head to look. To her surprise, it was Cheng Xiangdong, who hadn't been home for a long time. Jiangwan always felt something was strange. After she fainted, how did Wei Mingxiang, a delicate mother-in-law who couldn't carry or lift anything, manage to send her to the hospital? How did she bury her child and cut her? It turned out she had accomplices all along. Cheng Xiangdong didn't go home openly, but secretly helped her do things. After knowing the truth, Jiangwan's heart ached again. It turns out that what they did was not impulsive, but a carefully thought-out decision. They planned for so long. Wasn't today exactly what they were waiting for? It was all to ruin her happy life. They had quietly worked behind the scenes, making many moves. She hated herself for trusting Wei Mingxiang as her real mother in her past life, falling into her carefully woven trap, working tirelessly and sacrificing everything for the family. Why didn't she realize the truth earlier? Why was she so naive? Jiangwan clenched her teeth, enduring the pain in her body, and loudly told everyone, "She is not my mother-in-law. I don't know her either. She is just a human trafficker who targeted my baby inside me." Before Jiangwan could say more, Wei Mingxiang roughly covered her mouth. With a shameless smile, she apologized to everyone. "Sorry, everyone. The doctor said my daughter-in-law has some mental issues, so she doesn't recognize her own mother-in-law." Jiangwan made muffled sounds behind Wei Mingxiang's hand. She tried to call for help, but Wei Mingxiang held her mouth tightly to prevent her from speaking. Jiangwan almost couldn't breathe. Her eyes filled with despair. She had been so careful, trying to avoid the tragedies of her past life. Why was Wei Mingxiang still so persistent? No matter where she hid, she was always like a shadow following her. She even took advantage of her weakness to attack suddenly. Cheng Xiangdong pushed through the crowd around him, constantly driving people away. That's my little aunt. Are you all so bored? Do you have to interfere in other people's family matters? If you have nothing to do, go for a walk outside. If something happens to my little aunt, can you really take responsibility? Cheng Xiangdong, who had always been slick-tongued, now spoke eloquently, scaring off the curious onlookers. Xiangdong, everyone has run off. Hurry up. Cheng Xiangdong didn't rush to pull Jiangwan away, but instead searched the guest house where they stayed. He came here to get some money. If he didn't have money, he wouldn't bother causing trouble. Wei Mingxiang also convinced him at this moment, appealing to his heart, making him come to help willingly. Cheng Xiangdong searched the guest house for a long time but found not a single penny, and he stomped in frustration. Jiangwan collapsed weakly on the ground, her eyes dazed, her body completely exhausted. Not only was there fluid flowing from her body, but she also felt a deep despair, like she was about to die in her previous life. It was as if she were drowning, desperately reaching out with her hands to grasp something, but in the end, she caught nothing. Cheng Jinyan, where are you?
Help me. Please help me.
Jiangwan's consciousness started to fade, and she felt like she was about to pass out. She desperately pinched her thigh, determined not to faint. Even if it meant dying this time, she wanted to die clearly and peacefully. She absolutely couldn't lose her child again, like in her previous life, or lose her for no reason. In her blurry vision, she saw a tall, strong figure walking toward her. Then she heard a loud shout, "You animals! What are you doing to Jiangwan?" Next, she heard Wei Mingxiang hurriedly explaining, "Jinyan, don't get upset. Jiangwan is about to give birth. We're just about to take her to the hospital." Wei Mingxiang tried to grab Cheng Jinyan's arm, but he was so angry that he forcefully pushed her aside. Seeing the messy, overturned room, Cheng Xiangdong was just rummaging through his luggage and found his medal. Cheng Jinyan gently picked Jiangwan up and whispered in her ear, "I'll handle the trash first. I'll take you to the hospital right away." Cheng Jinyan stormed into the room, roughly grabbing Cheng Xiangdong by the collar and pulling him out with force. He reached into Cheng Xiangdong's pocket and forcibly took out what he had just put in. Cheng Xiangdong wanted to resist, but when he saw Cheng Jinyan, he immediately panicked. "Little uncle, how are you here?"
Clearly.
He wanted to say more but realized he had spoken out of turn and quickly covered his mouth. Cheng Jinyan continued speaking for him.
I was clearly held back by someone.
I couldn't have come back so quickly. Why am I here now? Cheng Xiangdong, are you trying to say these things? Do you really think I don't know your tricks? Cheng Jinyan closed the door sharply and slapped Cheng Xiangdong hard across the face. "Little uncle, how dare you hit me?" Cheng Xiangdong stared in shock. He had always been mischievous, but his little uncle had never hit him before. He couldn't accept that his uncle was now hitting him over Jiangwan. "This slap is for you, you beast, plotting against your own little uncle and aunt. Growing up spoiled by you guys is what made you ungrateful wolves. From now on, I won't spoil you anymore. Anyone who dares to provoke me, my wife, or my children, I will deal with them." Cheng Jinyan slapped Cheng Xiangdong twice more across the face. He struck with great force, filled with anger. Cheng Xiangdong immediately had 10 bright red fingerprints on his face. Cheng Xiangdong's thin face immediately puffed up into a pig's head. Wei Mingxiang tried to rush forward to protect Cheng Xiangdong, thinking to herself that as an elder, even if Cheng Jinyan was furious, he wouldn't hit her. Unexpectedly, Cheng Jinyan forcefully pushed her shoulder, causing her to sit heavily on the ground.
"Get out. I don't want to see any of you right now."
If it weren't for taking Wan to the hospital, I would have beaten someone to death today for doing such a thing. Cheng Jinyan bent down and carried Jiangwan up from the ground, then quickly ran toward the hospital. Cheng Jinyan's process of punishing the troublemaker seemed long, but it only took 2 or 3 minutes. When he picked up Jiangwan, she had already fainted from pain. He carried her and ran wildly until they reached the hospital. As soon as they entered, he shouted loudly, "Doctor! Doctor! My wife was beaten and went into early labor. Please, someone help her." Chung Jin-yen's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked around anxiously. No one dared to approach him. Only a brave nurse stepped forward. "Comrade, the maternity ward is this way. Please follow me." Angrily, Chung Jin-yen finally found the direction and gradually calmed down. He followed the nurse to the maternity ward and personally placed Jong-won on the delivery bed. At this moment, Jong-won was still unconscious due to heavy blood loss. The doctor saw her condition and immediately frowned. The doctor issued a form and told the nurse to take Chung Jin-yen to pay. Anxious, Chung Jin-yen walked unsteadily. He originally wanted to stay at the door of the delivery room, but the nurse told him he couldn't have the operation without paying. He left cautiously, looking back every few steps. He took the payment slip to the counter. For now, he needed to pay a 50 yuan deposit. Chung Jin-yen searched all his pockets but couldn't find 50 yuan. Recently, he had spent 48 yuan staying at the guest house and eating outside, leaving only 40 yuan. He thought 40 yuan should be enough, but he didn't expect it wasn't even enough for the deposit. While searching for money, he found a medal in his pocket. Although reluctant, he took it out. "Comrade, I am a soldier. This is my medal. I only have 40 yuan now. Can I leave the medal here as a deposit and pay it back when I get my salary next month?" Thinking of Jong-won waiting in the operating room, Chung Jin-yen suddenly felt very helpless. Having served in the army for so many years, living frugally, and now his wife was giving birth, he couldn't even pay the hospital deposit. He is truly useless, like a waste of space. He spent so much money and effort raising his nephew and niece, but now it seems they are all ungrateful. Seeing Chung Xiangdong rummaging through his things in his room hurt his eyes. This is his nephew whom he has loved for many years, first beating his wife, then shamelessly stealing money from his room. His mother, whom he has always respected, refused to let anyone treat his pregnant daughter-in-law, who was about to fall into a coma. At that time, Jong-won was bleeding heavily, and his mother, seemingly blind, chose to ignore it. She took his salary for so many years and treated his wife and children this way. "Sir, according to hospital rules, a deposit must be paid for admission. It cannot be replaced with anything else. Even if you are a soldier, it's not allowed. I am just a small cashier. I don't have the authority. Please don't make things difficult for me." The cashier pushed back his 40 yuan and his medal, along with the payment slip. Chung Jin-yen knew he was being unreasonable now, but Jong-won's situation was very urgent. Even if he borrowed money now, it wouldn't be in time. As a soldier, he cares about his pride, and he had never been so shameless before. But for his wife and children's safety, what does pride matter? "Comrade, I beg you. I really only have this much now. I will pay back these 10 yuan on the 10th when I get my salary next month. My wife's condition is urgent. If she doesn't get treatment soon, she might not survive. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, and I don't have time to borrow money. I really have no other way." Apart from struggling to live independently as a child, Chung Jin-yen hadn't been this desperate in many years. If possible, he even wanted to kneel and beg. He knew it sounded like begging, but what could he do? He only blamed himself for trusting Wei Mingxiang too much before. Every month, after getting his salary, he sent it all home without keeping a penny for himself. He thought that as long as the money was there, he would earn respect from his family and give Jong-won a good life. He never thought that one day he would be so short of money that he couldn't even pay for his wife's hospital deposit, and he could only stand at the window, acting helpless. The nurse at the payment desk was very uncomfortable. Her monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan. If she paid this 10 yuan for him, it would mean half a month of her work was wasted. The medal looked quite new and pretty, not like a fake. But even if it was real, it wasn't worth 10 yuan to her. Chung Jin-yen stood anxiously at the window, pleading desperately, while the nurse hesitated. Just then, an old doctor approached, his cloudy eyes fixed on the medal, and surprisingly, his eyes seemed a little moist. "How much more do you need?" "I'll pay." The old doctor moved to the window, reached into his wallet, and offered money without asking how much was still needed. Hospital. The nurse started to speak, but was silenced by a meaningful look.
10 yuan.
Without hesitation, the old doctor took out 10 yuan from his wallet and handed it over. Hurry up with the payment and get the procedures done. The nurse took the money quickly and hurriedly completed the paperwork. Old comrade, thank you for your help. This is my medal. Please keep it. When I get paid, I will buy it back. The old doctor waved his hand, refusing to accept the medal. It's okay, it's okay. You're a soldier, so you have some honor. I don't need the money urgently. When you're better off, you can pay me back anytime. The medal is your honor. You should keep it yourself. No matter how short of money you are in the future, you shouldn't take out your medal again. The old doctor spoke earnestly to Cheng Jinyan. Cheng Jinyan nodded, carefully put away the medal, and solemnly said, "Thank you, doctor. I don't know your name. Where should I go to pay you back? Meeting by chance, I don't ask for names. If fate allows, we'll meet again. When you have money, just pay at the payment office and say it's to repay old Lu." Cheng Jinyan nodded thoughtfully. The nurse finished the paperwork, handed back the stamped form to Cheng Jinyan. "Hurry up, go quickly. You looked so anxious just now. Your family must be seriously ill, and you haven't gathered enough money yet." The old doctor waved his hand and left. Cheng Jinyan took the form and thanked the nurse. As he ran toward the delivery room, he kept looking back at the old doctor until he disappeared from sight. He held the payment slip in one hand and tightly clutched the medal in the other. The old doctor was right. This was his honor, and he shouldn't easily use it as collateral in the future. But did he really want to give it up? When Cheng Xiangdong tried to take his medal, he kicked him away without a second thought, showing no mercy. But for Jiang Wan, he was willing to give everything. Cheng Jinyan completed all the procedures, and Jiang Wan was taken into the delivery room. Cheng Jinyan anxiously waited outside the door. It was his first time becoming a father, and he didn't know how long childbirth would take. He kept walking back and forth outside the delivery room. There was no movement inside, and Cheng Jinyan felt anxious. He was praying silently that any sign of activity would be good, just to let him know Jiang Wan was doing well. Cheng Jinyan clenched his fists tightly, leaving blood marks on his palms without noticing. He waited all morning, too distracted to eat lunch. He stood like a wall, guarding the door of the delivery room. At 1 p.m., Wei Mingxiang, who had been driven away earlier, came back carrying a thermos. Seeing her now made Cheng Jinyan feel irritated. If she hadn't suddenly appeared, if she hadn't upset Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's pregnancy was still stable, and there were only 10 days until her due date. The baby inside her could develop well and be healthier at birth. "Jinyan, everything is my fault. I came here to apologize. You've been standing at the door all morning and haven't eaten. I made some food for you. Take it to the cafeteria and eat a bit." Wei Mingxiang's eyes were full of tears, and she looked at him cautiously. In the past, Cheng Jinyan would have softened and said a few kind words, and the mother and son would have forgiven each other. But this time, he couldn't do it. His mother's actions were too hateful, and her intentions to harm Jiang Wan were too obvious. Cheng Jinyan didn't want to indulge her anymore and couldn't bear the pain of losing Jiang Wan and the baby. "Go away. I don't want to argue with you, and I don't want to see you now. You don't need to apologize or bring me food. Just disappear from my sight." Cheng Jinyan's voice was cold, and his words were very harsh. Wei Mingxiang was stunned at first, then looked at him with disbelief. "Jinyan, I am your real mother. I raised you with difficulty. I took care of you until now, and this is how you treat me?" Wei Mingxiang looked at him with a hurt expression. Cheng Jinyan didn't even bother to look at her. He remained unmoved, with strong dislike in his eyes. "Go now, don't make me hurt you." He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking loudly. Wei Mingxiang looked down at his hand, which was large and covered with calluses. It was clear he had strong hands, not to be messed with. The push he gave her earlier seemed light, but her still hurt from it. "Jinyan, there's no grudge between mother and son that lasts overnight. How can you say such cruel words to me? Wei Mingxiang's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at him with a sad expression. So many things had happened in the past few days, and Wei Mingxiang's actions disappointed him deeply. Now, just seeing her makes him feel physically sick. What does her biological mother matter? Doing such terrible things worse than animals, and still wanting to pretend everything is fine? Even if Jiangwan softens her heart and agrees, he can't get past this mental barrier. He also knows very well that Wei Mingxiang came to see him only because of money. Sure enough, when Cheng Jinyan repeatedly refused her and even threatened to take action, Wei Mingxiang completely backed down. She no longer talked about mother-child love, but brought up a more practical issue: money. Jinyan, even if you don't want to see me, you should have paid last month's salary, right? Just give me the money, and I'll leave immediately. I promise not to bother you anymore.
How about that?
Wei Mingxiang quickly said this, tilting her head to look at him with a cautious gaze. Cheng Jinyan had already guessed her purpose. Hearing her say it aloud still made him feel sick. He initially wanted to refuse outright, but then thought that if he did, she would probably cause trouble again. It was better to refuse in a different way. All right, I can give you last month's salary. Cheng Jinyan paused deliberately after saying this. Wei Mingxiang's face lit up with happiness, and she immediately reached out her hand to take the money. But Cheng Jinyan sneered inwardly and then changed his tone. But Wawen is in a very bad situation because of your early birth. She needs at least 200 yuan for treatment. Can you give me that first? Cheng Jinyan also held out his hand for the money. Wei Mingxiang's hand froze in midair. She trembled and retracted her hand, her smile awkward on her face. I don't have money. Cheng Jinyan looked at her wearing a new padded jacket, new pants, and new leather shoes. Any outfit she wore casually was more expensive and higher quality than all the clothes in their family's luggage combined. She took the money to enjoy life, while Jiangwan couldn't even afford a meal in this house. The stark contrast made Cheng Jinyan's heart ache painfully. No money? Where did all the money go? How much did I send back over the past 8 years? I didn't keep a single cent for myself. I sent everything home for you to spend. Now my wife is in the hospital, and you tell me you have no money? In the first year, he earned 18 yuan a month, which increased to 28 yuan in the second year, then stabilized for 2 years before rising to 38 yuan a month. From the 5th year onward, it was 48 yuan a month. Over the years, he has sent back several thousand yuan. On the surface, it doesn't seem like much, but for rural people, it's a large sum. Although there aren't many people in the family, as long as they are slightly frugal, it is enough. Plus, the family does farm work, raises chickens, ducks, and pigs, so by the end of the year, there will definitely be some savings. But after 8 years of hard work, he hasn't saved a single penny. Now Jiangwan is about to have a baby, and he asks Wei Mingxiang for 200 yuan for medical expenses. Wei Mingxiang tells him she has no money. Isn't that a big joke? He dresses so well and takes good care of his skin. At over 50, he looks more fashionable than Jiangwan, who is in her 20s. Wei Mingxiang knows she is in the wrong and speaks more softly. Your monthly remittance isn't much. With so many children to raise, where do I save money from? Wei Mingxiang stammers, trying to come up with an excuse. Can't save money, yet you wear such nice clothes? All of you dress so well, but Jiangwan has only a few worn-out clothes after many years of marriage. When was the last time you bought her clothes? When was the last time she ate meat? When I asked you to give me the money to keep, how did you promise me? Did you do it? Cheng Jinyan asks with red eyes, feeling guilty, but Wei Mingxiang dares not say a word. She indeed failed. Over the years, she only cared about eating well and enjoying herself, while Jiangwan was just like a beast of burden. She works every day, earns money, and is responsible for household expenses. All the money Cheng Jinyan sent back has been spent by her. Wei Mingxiang originally came to ask for money, but not only did she not get it, she was scolded instead. Now Cheng Jinyan asks her for 200 yuan, and she only has a few dozen in her pocket. Where can she get that much? Wei Mingxiang lowers her head and stays silent. Cheng Jinyan waves his hand. Go ahead, I don't want to see you, and I don't want to argue with you. He pats his chest to steady himself. The things that happen these days made him realize how messed up he used to be. How much hardship and suffering Jiang-won endured marrying him. His family is like a dangerous place, not a safe harbor. Maybe marrying Jiang-won was a mistake from the start. Wei Mingxiang is about to breathe a sigh of relief, but Cheng Jinyan continues. From now on, the money I earn will only be for my wife and children. I won't send any more to you.
What?
You won't send money anymore? How am I supposed to live? Wei Mingxiang was shocked and widened her eyes. She came here to please and flatter because she depended on Cheng Jinyan sending her monthly wages. Now Cheng Jinyan directly told her that in the future, he wouldn't send money back, and even if he did, he wouldn't give her any. How will she live in the future? There are so many people at home. What will they eat, drink, and use? That's not my problem. I have supported them for 8 years. Now it's your turn. Besides, it's not right for my brother's children to be raised by their younger brother. That's not fair. Furthermore, these nephews and nieces are all grown up now. Some are adults, and the youngest are 5 or 6 years old. They can take care of the little ones, and life can still go on. Cheng Jinyan had made up his mind and thought everything through clearly. He couldn't possibly spend all his lifetime earnings supporting his parents and nephews and nieces. He is married now, has his own family, and his own children. He doesn't want to live without money, unable to pay for his wife's hospital stay or childbirth. Cheng Jinyan's words were too harsh, and Wei Mingxiang stood frozen in place for a long time, unable to respond. She wanted to say more, but Cheng Jinyan reached out directly for money. If you can pay the 200 yuan for the hospital fee, we can still talk about other things. If you can't come up with this money, please leave now. Cheng Jinyan's voice was cold, and his attitude was firm. Wei Mingxiang searched her pocket for a long time, clutching the only few dozen yuan tightly in her hands. She absolutely wouldn't take out this money. She knew clearly that after Cheng Jinyan and Jiang-won talked openly, there was some resentment in their hearts. From now on, they would speak honestly and wouldn't be easily fooled again. Wei Mingxiang stood there for a long time, finally deciding she couldn't afford to lose the 200 yuan. She couldn't speak, felt awkward standing there, and could only turn and leave. Cheng Jinyan watched Wei Mingxiang's back as she left, finally feeling relieved. He didn't know why, but ever since he returned, seeing Wei Mingxiang never brought good news. Now Jiang-won was in critical condition. As long as she was here, Cheng Jinyan felt anxious and uneasy. But when she left, he felt a bit more at ease. Cheng Jinyan sat back on the bench opposite the operating room, continuing to wait quietly. As time passed, his unease grew stronger. He was outside the delivery room, unaware of what was happening inside. Jiang-won was unconscious when she was taken in, but after emergency treatment, she woke up. However, the baby was in a breech position, and the doctor told her it was a difficult delivery. Twin childbirth was very difficult, and the challenges of giving birth are easy to imagine. When Jiang-won had her first baby, she was unconscious and had a natural birth. Now, facing the situation, she suddenly felt panicked. She thought she was fully prepared and that the baby would be born safely. But unexpectedly, Wei Mingxiang appeared and disrupted all her plans. She had gone for a checkup earlier, and the doctor told her that the baby's position was a bit off, but it might correct itself by the due date. The doctor also said they could help adjust the baby's position a few days before the due date, which would make delivery easier. Wei Mingxiang's sudden appearance and her aggressive behavior caused Jiang-won to go into early labor, ruining all her plans. Lying on the hospital bed, Jiang-won looked hopeless, not even sure if she could survive and leave the hospital safely. She had been trying all morning to give birth but had no success. She was exhausted and almost collapsed. By afternoon, her mental state worsened. She was in a half-conscious state. She felt her soul leaving her body, as if she was on the verge of death. Suddenly, a voice pulled her back to reality. Someone was loudly speaking near her ear. "Girl, keep going. If you don't, the baby might not make it." Weakly, Jiang-won was startled by this and shivered all over. She was completely drowsy and suddenly opened her eyes. The doctors might not have realized she was awake yet, as they were still discussing her condition. When they talked about saving the mother or the baby, Jiangwan's head was buzzing. The mother has lost a lot of blood and is very weak. If we delay any longer, both mother and baby might not survive. I heard her husband is waiting outside. Someone should ask him, in case of an emergency, whether to save the mother or the baby. Usually, asking such questions could lead to trouble, so no one wanted to go out. The doctors and nurses kept passing the responsibility around until a young nurse decided to take charge.
I'll go.
The nurse stepped out, and Cheng Jinyan, who had been waiting outside, suddenly became very anxious. Nurse, how is my wife? Did the baby come out safely? Cheng Jinyan hurried over, looking at the nurse with concern. Comrade, the mother fell and lost a lot of blood. She is very weak, and despite trying all morning, the baby hasn't been born. The situation is very urgent. The doctor said if the baby isn't born within an hour, both mother and child will be at risk. Now I am here just to ask you, do you want to save the older or the younger baby? Cheng Jinyan happily thought that the nurse had come out because the surgery was over and Jiangwan had successfully given birth. But unexpectedly, the nurse asked him whether to save the older or the younger baby. Cheng Jinyan's mind was buzzing, completely unable to think clearly. Why is this happening? Why has it come to this? How is Jiangwan? Can I go see her now? Can you save both of them? Please, you must save the mother and the babies. Jiangwan is carrying twins. How can I bear to abandon them? But Jiangwan is my wife. She has suffered so much over the years we've been married. I can't give up on her just because of the children. I don't want to give up on any of them. I want to go in and be with them. I want to see my wife safe and sound. To see my children born healthy and grow up strong. At Cheng Jinyan's strong request, the nurse took him into the delivery room. Cheng Jinyan changed into a white coat and put on a mask, following the nurse to Jiangwan's side. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiangwan's face, pale and without any color. Her eyes were half closed, teeth clenched tightly, and she occasionally moaned in pain. Her features were twisted from the pain, and her once delicate eyebrows were furrowed. She was lying half on the delivery bed, her lower body stained with blood. Her abdomen was heavily contracting, indicating the babies inside were also struggling. But Jiangwan had lost so much blood. She had used all her strength earlier and now had no energy left. Cheng Jinyan suddenly remembered that because Wei Mingxiang had appeared unexpectedly, Jiangwan hadn't even had time for breakfast. He wanted to buy her something to eat and regain her strength, but when he checked his pockets, he realized he had no money at all. His face instantly turned pale, and he finally understood what it meant that a hero is powerless without money. He had been in the army for so many years, always provided with food and clothing, and the uniforms were issued to him. He hardly needed to spend money and had forgotten its value. He had almost no concept of money. His only thought was to send his salary home promptly, or else his Wan would have to live a hard life without money. He never thought he would feel anxious and panicked because of lack of money. Tears welled up in Cheng Jinyan's eyes. His mind was racing. Who could he ask for help now? The troops are far away in a distant province, and neither familiar colleagues nor leaders live nearby. He has been in the army for many years and hasn't stayed in his hometown for a long time, so he has mostly forgotten about his family and their affairs. When he urgently needed money, Cheng Jinyan didn't know who to ask for help. Aunt Li is quite nice to Jiangwan, and she would definitely lend her money if asked. But after what just happened, Cheng Jinyan was now too afraid to let Jiangwan out of his sight. He worried that Wei Mingxiang might come again and harm Jiangwan when he wasn't paying attention. Just as Cheng Jinyan was feeling overwhelmed by money problems and didn't know what to do, Jiangwan suddenly opened her eyes. Over the years, she looked tired and old because of overwork. But her eyes remained as clear and pure as when they first met.
Jinyan, I'm hungry.
I can't bring the baby into the world like this. Please go buy me some food, she said weakly. Cheng Jinyan nodded desperately. But now he had no money at all. How could he buy her food? He didn't want to refuse, but he truly couldn't afford it. This feeling tormented him, making him realize once again how helpless he was. From these repeated moments of helplessness, he understood more clearly that the money he earned could only be for his wife, or he should keep it in his pocket. He believed that people who let him down at critical moments shouldn't get a single penny. Okay, I'll go buy some.
Jong-won, you must hold on, he said.
Doctor, I will go buy some food for my wife. If the baby's condition is really bad, please do everything to save the mother, he added. When Chung Jin-yen saw Jong-won's condition after entering, his mind became clear. She had sacrificed so much for him. He couldn't let her down again. If he had to choose between saving the baby or the mother, he was determined to save the mother. Just as Chung Jin-yen was about to leave, thinking about how to handle the money later, he suddenly felt someone pull him back. Jong-won trembled and took 20 yuan out of her pocket, handing it to him. Jin-yen, I have a little money here.
Please take it and use it, she said.
Jong-won didn't say anything else because she understood everything. She knew he only had 48 yuan, which might not be enough for the medical expenses. Originally, she planned to take out 30 yuan from her private savings a few days before her due date for Chung Jin-yen to pay the bills. But unexpectedly, she fainted at that moment, and she couldn't give him the money. Okay, thank you, my wife, Chung Jin-yen said, feeling moved. His eyes welled up with tears. At critical moments, her own wife was the best help. The money saved through frugal living came in handy now. This strengthened Chung Jin-yen's resolve to only give his wife the money he earned in the future. No one else could get a penny from him. They are a married couple, and Chung Jin-yen didn't hesitate to help her, especially not now. Wan, what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it now. I want osmanthus cake, pickled eggs, and tofu pudding. Jong-won was really hungry and said many things at once. Okay, I'll go buy them now. You must wait for me to come back. Chung Jin-yen hurried out before even taking off his white coat. They had been staying at a guest house recently and knew the local situation well. He ran quickly to a nearby snack stall. Based on Jong-won's requests, he first bought tofu pudding, then osmanthus cake and pickled eggs. On the way back, he saw a sugar cake stand. He heard that eating some sugar can boost energy when tired, so he bought some sugar cake too. Chung Jin-yen didn't dare delay for a moment. He carried large and small bags and hurried to the delivery room. Not long after Chung Jin-yen left, Jong-won suddenly closed her eyes. Her body stiffened, and her consciousness immediately entered the space. Jong-won felt her condition worsening, her body growing weaker. She realized that if things continued like this, she and the baby might die. She didn't mind dying herself, but she couldn't bear to lose her 2 unborn children. Earlier, Jong-won had come to the space with the little monkey and found that the white mist there had healing powers. When the little monkey entered, it was covered in wounds and so weak it almost couldn't hold on. But after coming out of the space, it immediately became lively and energetic. Jong-won's main body couldn't enter the space, only her consciousness could. She didn't know if the white mist could repair her outside body through her consciousness. When she entered the space, her body would go numb, stiff as if dead. She had never tried before, fearing others might notice something unusual. Now, she had no choice but to take a chance. Weakly, Jong-won entered the space and followed her memory to go deeper inside. Soon, she saw a patch of white mist and happily ran toward it. Her entire consciousness merged into the mist, and her originally cold body suddenly became warm and comfortable. A strange energy flowed through her body, spreading to her limbs and bones. Jong-won felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, and she relaxed completely. Just as she was accepting the cleansing of the white mist and preparing to rest and regain strength, a loud cry erupted in the delivery room. Oh no! The mother has no heartbeat or pulse. She's about to pass away. With the doctor's shout, chaos broke out in the delivery room. Various machines were attached to Jong-won, checking her vital signs. Jong-won was wearing an oxygen mask, trying to breathe. Chung Jin-yen pushed open the door and saw this messy scene. When he left, Jong-won was still able to speak and was given money, but now she was lying stiffly on the delivery bed. Her face was covered with an oxygen mask, and many devices were attached to her body. Chung Jinyan looked at the monitors and saw Jiangwan's heartbeat almost flatlined. His mind went blank. The bag he was holding suddenly dropped to the floor with a loud bang. He felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. He quickly leaned against the wall to steady himself. With great pain in his heart, he slowly walked over to Jiangwan. "Doctor, what happened to my wife? What exactly happened while I was away?" Chung Jinyan couldn't accept it. She was a little weak when he left, but she was fine. Suddenly, she couldn't hold on anymore. Not long after he left, the patient suddenly lost vital signs. "We don't know what happened. We are now trying to save her. If the rescue is timely, there is still a chance for the mother to survive. Please be quiet and don't disturb our work." Under the doctor's warning, Chung Jinyan, with red eyes, stepped back. He pulled out a stool and sat by the bed, clutching Jiangwan's hand tightly. "Wanwan, don't leave me. Please, I beg you, don't leave me. As long as you wake up, I will agree to any request you have." Although Jiangwan had entered a space, she could still sense everything happening outside, including Chung Jinyan's panicked reaction when he thought she was going to die, and every word he was saying now. After dying once, Jiangwan realized that there really were people in this world who wished for her to live healthily and happily. Thinking this, a faint smile appeared on her face, and a small smile curved her lips. Unexpectedly, when her consciousness made this move, her body reflexively followed. Chung Jinyan, who was overwhelmed with despair over Jiangwan's condition, saw this faint smile immediately. A sudden light appeared in his dark heart. At this moment, a nurse approached with a sheet of paper under the doctor's instruction. "Family member, the patient's condition is very serious. There is no point in trying to save her anymore. Please sign the form to give up treatment." Chung Jinyan looked up, his smile cracking inch by inch on his face.
My Wanwan is still fine.
She can still smile. She will wake up. My Wanwan is still breathing and has a heartbeat. She hasn't died, and she won't be gone. Please continue treatment. No matter what happens, I will never give up on her. Chung Jinyan tightly held Jiangwan's cold hand, trying to send her some warmth and strength. Jiangwan, bathed in white mist, felt her condition improve a lot. She quietly listened to Chung Jinyan speak, tears streaming down her face. It turned out that when she was in critical danger and needed rescue, someone was holding her hand tightly and refused to let go until the very end. If only she had called Chung Jinyan earlier in her past life to tell him about her illness, maybe he would have come back to save her. Maybe she wouldn't have died then and could have started a new life. So many maybes. Jiangwan's eyes filled with more tears. Her external body sensed her emotions, and immediately, she burst into tears. Chung Jinyan, excited, pointed at the tears at the corner of Jiangwan's eye. "Wanwan is crying. My Wanwan is crying. She can hear us talking and has a strong will to survive.
She will be fine.
Please continue treating her. Whatever the cost, I will cover everything." Chung Jinyan's voice was firm and powerful, his eyes reddened from excitement. His stubbornness left the doctors with no choice but to continue treatment. Jiangwan quickly absorbed the white mist during this break. Like a little monkey, she entered the white room directly, which was much more efficient. Using her spiritual body to absorb the mist was much slower, but as long as it worked, her condition kept improving. Outside, Chung Jinyan was helping to buy her more time. Because of his request, the doctors did not give up on rescuing her. After an hour, Jiangwan felt her strength was almost fully restored. She directed her consciousness back into her body. The moment her awareness returned, her originally cold and stiff body instantly warmed up. Chung Jinyan, who had been holding her hand tightly without letting go, immediately noticed this subtle change. Wanwan's body is getting warmer. Wanwan is waking up. As Chung Jinyan finished speaking, Jiangwan's body functions gradually recovered, and the machine that had shown abnormal readings returned to normal. Jiangwan opened her eyes again, her pale face now showing a hint of color. Her smile was very weak, but her spirit was steadily improving.
What just happened to me?
Jiangwan asked, pretending to be confused while looking at everyone's puzzled expressions. She was acting very convincingly, and no one doubted her. Chung Jinyan quickly explained what had just occurred. Jiangwan gasped softly. I really thought I was going to die just now. I felt like I was floating up to the sky. But then, two people, one black and one white, suddenly pushed me on the shoulders. They said my life wasn't over yet and I wasn't about to die. They also said that the baby in my belly was a lucky star and shouldn't die like this. They told me to go back and finish my unfinished duties. Then I opened my eyes. Jiangwan spoke weakly, and everyone was very surprised. A young nurse exclaimed, "Ah, sister must have seen the black and white officials from the afterlife. Girl, stop talking nonsense. There are no ghosts or monsters in this world," a doctor said, tapping her on the head. He spoke skeptically, but his face showed respect. It's true. Grandma used to tell me stories about the black and white officials. Sister must have met them because her life wasn't over yet and she was sent back, the nurse said excitedly. The doctor glared at her but couldn't argue, so he let her talk. Anyway, after Jiangwan woke up again, her mental state improved a lot and her body functions kept getting better. Even more surprising was that the baby in her belly, which had been lying sideways, somehow turned head down. The baby is in the right position now. As long as she pushes a little more, she can give birth. The nurse cheered happily, and Chung Jinyan's face also showed joy. Jiangwan wanted to push but found she was too hungry to exert any strength. Jinyan, where are my tofu pudding and osmanthus cake? Suddenly, Jiangwan spoke, startling Chung Jinyan. He jumped up from the stool and hurriedly ran to the door of the operating room, quickly picking up the items that had fallen on the ground. The tofu pudding was spilled everywhere, and only half a small bowl remained. The eggshells from the marinated eggs were cracked, but it didn't matter. The osmanthus cake bag was stepped on, flattening 2 pieces of cake, but the rest was still intact. Chung Jinyan shamefully held the messy items as he stood in front of Jiangwan's delivery bed. Wanwan, I thought you were in danger just now. I was so scared, I dropped everything in my hands. It's okay. I gave you all the edible things I had. I'll eat a little to regain strength. Soon, I should be able to deliver the baby. Chung Jinyan helped Jiangwan sit up, supporting her back with his arm. He stuffed osmanthus sugar cake into Jiangwan's mouth, quickly peeling a braised egg while she ate. Then he handed her the egg, feeding her bite by bite. Jiangwan choked on the egg, and Chung Jinyan hurriedly offered her the remaining tofu pudding. Under his care, Jiangwan finished everything. Chung Jinyan took a candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. I know you might not have eaten enough, but now the most important thing is to deliver the baby. Hunger can wait. Just eat a candy to have some strength. Jiangwan nodded gently. She moved her arm and suddenly felt full of energy. Chung Jinyan gently laid Jiangwan back on the delivery bed. Jiangwan closed her eyes and, following the doctor's instructions, focused all her strength on her lower abdomen. Her body, repaired by the white mist, had recovered quite a bit. Plus, she had just eaten, replenishing her energy. Jiangwan calmed herself, clenched her fists tightly, nails digging into her palms. The doctor kept giving instructions, and Jiangwan obeyed expressionlessly. Suddenly, she felt a heavy sensation in her lower abdomen, as if something suddenly burst out from inside her. With a loud splash, the baby and the amniotic fluid flowed out together. The doctor quickly pressed down on the baby, and the nurse exclaimed happily, "It's born! It's born! The baby has come out safely." The doctor swiftly cut the umbilical cord and then pulled the placenta out of Jiangwan's abdomen. Because the baby had been held inside for too long, it didn't cry for a long time after birth. Could it be that the baby is so distressed that it can't even cry? The nurse looked at the pale, purple, and fetal fat-covered baby and said with a worried face, "No, we need to take this baby away for emergency care. We still have another baby to deliver." In this way, Jiangwan didn't even get to see her newborn. The baby was immediately taken to the emergency room for resuscitation. Chung Jinyan's face, which had been full of joy, now showed no smile. The doctor said the baby might have had complications and needed emergency treatment to find out what was wrong. All of Jiangwan's suppressed strength suddenly drained away. She put in so much effort to give birth to her child, But in the end, could she really not keep him? Jongwon felt like she had been poured with a bucket of cold water, her whole body suddenly chilled. As she stopped pushing, the baby she had just begun to deliver was pushed back inside. While Jongwon's mind drifted and she felt anxious, the doctor suddenly spoke to remind her. Jongwon, there is still another baby inside you that hasn't been born. You must focus, or the situation could get worse. Jongwon knew she needed to concentrate, but she had already exhaled her breath, and she couldn't push anymore. She stared with wide eyes, her face pale, and everything around her turned black and white. Jongwon didn't know why this was happening, only that she felt very weak inside, so she couldn't use her strength. Suddenly, her hand tightened. Jongwon felt pain and lifted her eyelids to see Ching Jinyan tightly holding her hand. Wonwon, keep going. No matter how the baby is, as long as you are alive and well, that is the biggest hope for me. In such a situation, giving birth to the baby is already very brave. Please don't give up. You're having a difficult labor, and giving the baby a chance to live is already very hard. Our other child is still trying, still struggling. He wants to live. Please don't give up on yourself or him, okay? Ching Jinyan became more and more excited, speaking more and more passionately. Jongwon's previously vacant eyes slowly focused. She reopened her hand and clenched it again.
Ching Jinyan was right.
She had lived through this once already. She was almost there. Her baby was about to be born. Was she going to give up now? Her children hadn't given up. So how could she, as a mother? After regaining her focus, Jongwon slowly gathered her strength. With each push, the baby inside struggled fiercely, and a familiar sinking feeling surged. The baby she had already begun to deliver slid out along with the remaining amniotic fluid. Both babies were born. Jongwon's once huge belly now felt empty. The baby is here. The baby was born successfully. It's a boy, another boy. Jongwon listened quietly to the nurse's voice, realizing she had delivered 2 boys in one breath. Actually, she had always hoped for a girl, wishing she could have a daughter. Now both babies were boys, and it was hard not to feel disappointed. But they were her children. As long as they could live safely, what did it matter if they were boys or girls? Jongwon felt relieved inside. Her main concern now was the safety of her children. After giving birth to 2 children, Jongwon was too weak to open her eyes. Still, she forced herself to stay awake, wanting to see her children with her own eyes and confirm they were safe. Otherwise, no matter how tired she was, she wouldn't feel at ease sleeping. Children, my children, are they okay? Jongwon asked, panting as she spoke, extremely weak, but still asking this question. The nurse quickly brought the children to her, holding one against her chest and letting the child's face touch her face. Jongwon half opened her eyes, seeing a small child with purple-tinged skin, tiny fuzzy hair, and a layer of vernix on his skin. Although he was so small, he gave Jongwon a strong feeling of hope. When her first child was born, he had some issues because he had been in her too long, and now he was being rushed for emergency treatment. This second child had been in her even longer, so his condition should have been worse. Unexpectedly, when the doctor, wearing gloves, reached into his mouth to carefully clear out amniotic fluid and foreign objects, the baby suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fluid and then opened his mouth and cried loudly. The tiny baby struggled to kick his limbs and cried with his face flushed red. Hearing the baby's cry, Jongwon, who was extremely weak and emotionally low, suddenly lifted her head. Her eyes filled with tears, and she started crying. Ching Jinyan also tightly held her hand, excitedly saying, "The baby is fine. The baby is fine." "Yes, this is really wonderful," Jongwon replied. She had already lost a lot of blood, and combined with her emotional ups and downs, she fainted from the excitement. Ching Jinyan was frightened and shouted, "Doctor! Doctor! What's wrong with my wife?" The doctor checked Jongwon's breathing and examined her again, then smiled and said, "She's fine, just exhausted and fainted. She needs to rest properly and avoid overexertion." Ching Jinyan nodded firmly, finally feeling relieved. Jiangwon had just given birth to 2 children, and her perineum was torn badly. The doctor was sewing her up. Jiangwon might have been numb from the pain or unconscious from fainting, so she didn't make a sound no matter how the doctor worked on her. Half an hour later, the blood on Jiangwon's body was cleaned, and the nurse changed her into a clean hospital gown. Jiangwon was pushed out of the ward, with one of her children still being treated and the other placed beside her bed. Chung Jinyan gently took her hand and placed the baby into her arms. Jiangwon was smoothly taken to the hospital room. She was still asleep, but compared to her previous sadness, she now had a faint smile on her face. Chung Jinyan took a hot water kettle from under the bed and quickly went to boil water. He came in a hurry and didn't have many things prepared. Before Jiangwon woke up, Chung Jinyan didn't dare leave. He kept holding Jiangwon's hand. When she opened her eyes again around 7 p.m., he finally let go. As soon as Jiangwon woke up, she saw a small baby in her arms. "Is this my child?" Jiangwon was so happy she cried tears of joy. Chung Jinyan quickly took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped her tears. "Don't cry. The doctor said pregnant women shouldn't cry because it's bad for their eyes. Now that you're awake, I'll go to the guest house to get some things and also return the house. I'll be back soon. Please take good care of yourself." Chung Jinyan gently brushed her hair away from her forehead and kissed her on the forehead. "Sweetheart, you've worked hard." His voice was soft and gentle, as if afraid to scare her. "It's not hard. I also like my baby very much." Jiangwon gently held the baby in her arms and looked down at his tiny face. The baby's skin was still reddish-purple, and some of the vernix hadn't been cleaned off, so he looked a bit dirty. But he was her precious treasure, lost and found again. Even if he was not pretty, Jiangwon loved him dearly. And although his features hadn't fully formed yet, they looked delicate. Jiangwon looked at his nose, sometimes thinking it resembled hers, sometimes thinking it looked like Chung Jinyan's. But both she and Chung Jinyan were good-looking, so no matter who the baby looked like, he wouldn't be ugly. Not long after Chung Jinyan left, the baby woke up. He opened his eyes and cried loudly. Jiangwon was a bit overwhelmed at first, not knowing what to do with the baby. The nurse heard the crying and came over, telling her the baby was hungry. Jiangwon knew that babies need milk when they're hungry. After the nurse left, she shyly unbuttoned her clothes and held the baby close. Babies naturally know how to drink milk. Even though his eyes weren't open, he could smell the milk and find the accurately. He bit onto it and started to hard. The baby drank eagerly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. Jiangwon felt a strange mix of feelings. She didn't know if the baby was drinking milk, but she saw his effort. When he was hungry, he wanted to eat and grow up quickly. The baby for a long time until his forehead was sweaty, then finally let go of and started crying loudly. Jiangwon didn't know why he was crying. She had already given him milk, so maybe he was crying because he wasn't getting enough milk? When Jiangwon took over caring for Chung Yaogua, he was already over a year old and had been weaned for some time. Jiangwon has cared for many children, but she has never fed a baby milk herself. She is skilled at changing diapers, bathing children, and preparing formula, but she doesn't know how to feed a baby milk. Jiangwon adjusts her clothes and gently holds the child in her arms, softly comforting him. She treats him like Chung Yaogua, who is over a year old, patting his back and singing nursery rhymes. When Jiangwon sings, the child can stay quiet for a little while, but as soon as her voice stops, he immediately opens his mouth and cries loudly. Feeling helpless, Jiangwon picks up a porcelain cup from the bedside, scoops some warm water, and offers it to him. The child is indeed hungry. Even plain water, he drinks eagerly. Jiangwon sees him with his mouth open, tiny hands slightly reaching out, holding the spoon loosely, still wanting more water. She looks down at her chest. She's quite well endowed. Does it not work? After feeding him water, he finally stops crying. Jiangwon puts down the cup and rubs her chest, thinking that she had heard before that to help a new mother produce milk faster, besides eating well, she should also massage or apply warm compresses. She presses for a while but doesn't see any milk flow, feeling a bit disappointed. She bends down to get some water, when she sees Chung Jinyan coming back with their luggage. Wan, what are you doing? Let me do it. Do you want some water? I poured a cup of hot water on the bedside before we left. Or are you feeling unwell and want to wipe off your sweat with some hot water? Chung Jinyan asks nervously as he puts down the luggage. Jiangwan didn't expect him to care so much about her, and she feels a little embarrassed. The baby wants milk, but I don't have any. Jiangwan's face turns red as she says this, and Chung Jinyan frowns and asks, So, what are you doing with the hot water? I want to apply a warm compress. I heard it can help unblock the milk ducts. Maybe I can produce milk that way. Jiangwan is just doing a normal thing. For her, feeding her child is natural and proper. She speaks seriously, but Chung Jinyan's face unexpectedly flushes. Just after Jiangwan finished feeding the baby, her hospital gown was already loose, and the top button was not fastened properly. She wasn't wearing anything underneath, and through the neckline, her full chest was faintly visible. Jiangwan didn't say anything about breastfeeding, and Chung Jinyan didn't notice at first. After her reminder, he suddenly blushed deeply. Even his ears turned red. His wife had given birth to 2 children, and her figure had improved a lot, with her size also increasing. At this moment, she seemed to be surrounded by a gentle, milky glow, radiating warmth. After giving birth, Jiangwan looked much more charming than before. The baby was very hungry. Chung Jinyan kept looking at her, but also focused on his work. He boiled some hot water, wrung out a towel, and handed it to her. When Jiangwan reached out to take it, Chung Jinyan pulled his arm back. He looked at her with deep, dark eyes and said suggestively, Since you're not feeling well, do you want me to help warm your body? Jiangwan realized what he meant and immediately blushed. No need, I can do it myself. She took the towel and turned away, feeling his gaze still on her, making her feel very uncomfortable. Chung Jinyan, can you turn around?
Why?
I've seen it before. Chung Jinyan glanced at the sleeping baby on the bed. Jiangwan suddenly understood. They were not only married, but also had children. Over time, their relationship had grown closer. Even she didn't know why she felt so shy now. Maybe after experiencing death once, she became more sensitive. She felt their marriage was too imperfect, and their past interactions had been too muddled. Thinking back, even their relationship now felt awkward. I told you to turn around, so just turn around. Jiangwan's voice had a bit of a coquettish tone. Chung Jinyan was slightly stunned. In his memory, Jiangwan had always silently endured everything. They had been married for many years, and Jiangwan had never coquettishly acted spoiled before. Now that she suddenly did, he felt his bones soften, and his body was a bit weak. It was a strange feeling. He was very captivated and liked it very much, hoping she would do it more often. Chung Jinyan's mind was in a mess. On a whim, he turned his back. Although he didn't understand why they, as husband and wife, needed to do this, since Wanwan asked him, he would do it. His Wanwan had risked everything to give him twin sons. From now on, Wanwan was his sky, his life. From now on, whatever Wanwan said was an order. As long as it didn't harm morality or justice, he would obey unconditionally. After turning his back, Jiangwan blushed and slowly wiped her chest with the rabbit cloth. During childbirth, she exerted too much effort, and her body was wet, then dry, then wet again. She was someone who had died once before. If she hadn't suddenly had a clever idea at a critical moment, she probably wouldn't be alive now. Jiangwan slowly wiped her chest, her mind feeling a bit chaotic. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly sensed a gaze on her. Startled, Jiangwan quickly adjusted her clothes. When she looked up, she saw Chung Jinyan, who had promised not to look, staring intently at her. His amazed expression made Jiangwan blush instantly. Chung Jinyan, why are you spying? I told you to turn around. Chung Jinyan swallowed hard and said with difficulty, I thought you might need help. His words sounded forced. Jiangwan glared at him sharply, then threw a towel in his direction. He caught it steadily, lowered his head, and began to clean himself. Then he handed her a warm towel again. Wanwan, the towel is clean now, so you can wipe yourself. Jiangwan probably glared at him again. turned away, and slowly wiped herself with the towel tucked inside her clothes. Chung Jinyan stayed quietly by her side. When she seemed done, he immediately helped clean the towel. During this process, Chung Jinyan both worked and secretly looked. Jiangwon needed his help but couldn't argue with him, so she let him make small moves. She looked at the sleeping child on the bed and repeatedly reminded herself, "You are a couple. You've done more intimate things before. The child is here now. Looking at each other is fine. It won't hurt." She kept mentally preparing herself, wiping repeatedly. The hot compress lasted for an hour, with Chung Jinyan changing the hot water several times. Honestly, the hot compress seemed to have some effect. After finishing, Jiangwon felt her chest was red and swollen. It seemed like fluid was flowing inside, rushing through her, probably because it was her first time and she couldn't find an outlet. Jiangwon felt very uncomfortable, her face growing redder. Chung Jinyan ate before the hospital cafeteria closed and packed a bowl of porridge for Jiangwon. "Wife, we went out too late today, so only porridge is left. I'll buy you some soup tomorrow." When Chung Jinyan returned, he looked a bit embarrassed, constantly explaining and apologizing. Jiangwon's ears felt numb from hearing it all. "I told you, it's fine. After giving birth, I don't have much appetite anyway." Jiangwon held the bowl of porridge with both hands and sipped slowly. "Wanwan, let me feed you the porridge." Zheng Jinyan sat on a small stool beside Jiangwon. He watched her intently and, without thinking, spoke his honest feelings.
Why?
Jiangwon was surprised, but Zheng Jinyan quickly took the bowl and spoon from her arms. He was very careful. He gently scraped the porridge from the edge of the bowl and blew on it before bringing it close to her mouth. He offered the warm porridge and then sternly ordered her, "Wanwan, open your mouth."
But
Jiangwon wanted to say she was healthy and could drink the porridge herself. Why did he have to feed her? As she opened her mouth, Zheng Jinyan had already put the spoon in. She was very hungry and reacted faster than her brain. She quickly finished the porridge, and Zheng Jinyan swiftly fed her another spoonful. Jiangwon kept looking for a chance to speak. Every time he opened his mouth, Zheng Jinyan would feed her more porridge. Finally, she was so exhausted she lost the desire to talk. She leaned against the bed and numbly repeated the motions of opening her mouth and swallowing. Zheng Jinyan was very careful. Throughout, he never burned her with the hot food. With his help, Jiangwon, just after giving birth, managed to drink a large bowl of porridge. The porridge was made from rice and water, with more water than rice. Less than half an hour after finishing, Jiangwon wanted to get up too. She also felt a tight, uncomfortable pain in her chest. It was her first time being a mother, first time feeding her baby. She didn't understand what was happening, just felt this sensation was very uncomfortable. She habitually rubbed her chest, and suddenly, her chest was wet. Zheng Jinyan kept watching Jiangwon. He clearly hadn't spilled water on the table, so how did her chest get wet? "Wanwan, what's on your clothes? Where did this water come from?" He looked at her with confusion. Jiangwon shook her head, pretending not to understand. But she could feel that the water on her chest wasn't ordinary water. It was her baby's milk, the milk her baby loved most. Zheng Jinyan grabbed the corner of her clothes, leaning in to smell. Before he got close, he caught a faint, fishy smell. "Where's that fishy smell?" "It also has a faint milky scent." "Strange." Jiangwon's face turned bright red. She slapped his face and pushed him away hard. Zheng Jinyan was still puzzled. The baby, who had just fallen asleep after drinking some water, was now hungry again. Now that Jiangwon had milk, she didn't have to worry about this anymore. She quickly picked up the baby and held him in her arms. Without thinking, Jiangwon lifted her clothes. The baby smelled the milk and quickly bit onto eagerly and vigorously. Babies have small stomachs, so after a few sips, he was full. This time, feeding went smoothly. The baby was satisfied, finished eating, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Jiangwon also felt a tingling, numb sensation on her head, which was now starting to hurt. Although a newborn doesn't have a fully developed mouth, could that soft, pink mouth really hurt her? Feeding was a strange feeling. While the baby was drinking, Jongwon could even sense the process of milk being made and flowing out. Before she could pull up her clothes, she put down the sleeping baby. She looked up and saw Chung Jinyan staring at her again. Jongwon raised her head and glared at him sharply, feeling suddenly angry and embarrassed. Chung Jinyan, what are you looking at? Are you being a pervert while the baby is drinking milk? How can you be like this? I envy him so much, Chung Jinyan said, pointing at the sleeping baby on the bed, drooling. Jongwon rolled her eyes at him fiercely, fastened her clothes, and quickly slipped into the bed. Fortunately, Chung Jinyan didn't get overly excited or come to bother her. Jongwon closed her eyes and fell asleep, still thinking about the child who was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. She wondered how the child was doing now. After such a long rescue, he should be safe now, right? It was already 9 o'clock at night, and the doctors would be leaving soon. He must have been saved and was probably with the nurses. Jongwon fell asleep worriedly. During the night, the baby woke up a few times. Jongwon half closed her eyes and fed her milk. Chung Jinyan was very alert. As soon as he sensed any movement or sound, he would wake up immediately. Every time the baby cried, Chung Jinyan woke up quickly. He would always be the first to hold the baby and bring him to Jongwon. When he saw the baby's diaper was wet, he would clumsily change it with his rough hands. Chung Jinyan had spent many years in the army with rough men and rarely had the chance to take care of children. Besides, during missions, he hardly interacted with kids. This was his first time caring for a child, and that child was his own. When he looked at the small, soft baby in his arms, his usually cold, tough heart softened instantly. Perhaps some happiness can only be felt by becoming a father. Chung Jinyan seemed impatient, but in fact, he was very gentle and careful with his own child. Throughout the night, besides feeding the baby, Jongwon was hardly disturbed or woken up once. Whenever the baby made a small noise, Chung Jinyan would immediately pick him up and comfort him. He had no experience with caring for children and didn't know what the baby needed. He could only explore little by little and try to find solutions. He stayed up all night with only one thought in his mind. Giving birth is very hard for his wife. She almost lost her life in the process. Seeing her lying on the bed, nearly dead, after giving birth, even if his heart was made of stone, it softened at that moment. Only then did he truly understand that husband and wife are one. His parents and relatives couldn't be relied on. Only his wife and child could stay with him forever. Chung Jinyan wondered if he had understood this truth too late. All he knew was that once he realized it, he could never let go of Jongwon in his heart. She lay pale on the delivery bed, with bright red blood rushing out of her body. This feeling was suffocating, even painful in the chest. Although it was his first time seeing such a scene, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. This feeling weighed on him, making him want to hold Jongwon's hand tightly and never let go in this life. Jongwon had a good sleep and woke up feeling refreshed the next day. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Chung Jinyan sitting by her bed, holding the baby and sleeping. She didn't get up immediately, but quietly watched Chung Jinyan's peaceful face. When he was awake, his gaze was very sharp, giving people a difficult impression. When he was asleep, his eyes were closed, and he looked much softer. A nurse came in to check on her. Hearing the noise, Chung Jinyan was awakened. Jongwon turned her head and looked at his cloudy eyes and dark circles underneath, realizing how long he had stayed up last night. She clenched her hands slightly, feeling a faint warmth in her heart. She and Chung Jinyan had been married for 2 lifetimes. After so many years, she still didn't know he was so caring and thoughtful. If she had realized this earlier in her previous life, would there have been fewer misunderstandings between them? Would they have avoided being tricked by others? When Chung Jinyan opened his eyes and saw Jongwon looking at him, he immediately smiled slightly at her. After the nurse came in and asked some basic questions, she did a routine check on Jongwon. The most frightening part was pressing on the lower abdomen. To help you expel lochia, we need to press on your. Jongwon didn't know what pressing on the meant, but the nurse's hand was already on her belly. She suddenly felt a sharp pain, and then something was expelled from her body. She screamed in pain, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Why? Why does it hurt so much? Jiangwan rested all night and finally felt energized, but then she was suddenly thrown back into pain. She curled up weakly on the bed, feeling like she couldn't breathe because of the pain. I'm not doing it on purpose. Why are you overreacting? Every new mother needs to press on her abdomen for the first 3 days after giving birth. The nurse hurriedly explained, mainly because Cheng Jinyan's gaze was too frightening. It was as if, without a reasonable explanation, his terrifying look would swallow her whole. Got it. Jiangwan waved her hand to ask her to leave, and the nurse hurriedly ran away in fear. Lying weakly on the hospital bed, Jiangwan watched as Cheng Jinyan kept pouring water on her to wipe her sweat and massaging her arms, looking very nervous. Cheng Jinyan, do you feel sorry for me? Jiangwan asked suddenly, feeling a bit surprised and overwhelmed. You're my wife. If I don't feel sorry for you, who would I feel sorry for?
How are you?
Is your belly still hurting? If it hurts a lot, I can go get some painkillers. Cheng Jinyan tightly held Jiangwan's hand, looking at her nervously. It was really painful at first, but I feel a bit better now. Jinyan, I want to drink chicken soup at noon. Jiangwan suddenly acted spoiled. Cheng Jinyan was first stunned, then reacted. Okay, I'll buy some for you later. Can you also check how their eldest brother is doing? I'm really worried about him. Okay, I'll go now. You stay here and wait for me to come back. Cheng Jinyan released her hand reluctantly and left. Cheng Jinyan left, and Jiangwan turned her head to look out the window with a bit of melancholy. Her wound still ached faintly, and her stomach hurt badly. Giving birth was already very difficult, but she never expected the pain afterward to be even worse. Jiangwan couldn't imagine what would have happened if she hadn't called Cheng Jinyan in advance. Even if she was lucky enough to give birth to the 2 children, no one would be as dedicated to stay by her side. She really was out of her mind back then, trusting Wei Mingxiang's words and not telling Cheng Jinyan about such a big matter as childbirth. Thinking carefully, she realized that there was no real emotional connection between her and Cheng Jinyan. Did that mean she had nothing to do with him? She believed Wei Mingxiang's words that she shouldn't bother or trouble him, hiding everything in her heart and never communicating with Cheng Jinyan. She never even asked for his opinion, acting arbitrarily and self-righteously. Her mother-in-law said he was a man who didn't like to listen to a woman's affairs, so she kept silent, and never even when Cheng Jinyan actively asked questions, he was vague and hesitant under his mother-in-law's repeated instructions. Cheng Jinyan quickly got the news. When he came in with a smile on his face, Jiangwan knew it must be good news. Sure enough, Cheng Jinyan spoke first. Debao is doing very well. After treatment, he has mostly recovered. Now, the doctor has placed him in the incubator for observation. If there are no issues in the next few days, they will send the baby home. That's great news. Jiangwan breathed a sigh of relief. The child was safe, and she could now focus on her pregnancy. Jinyan, now that the baby has been born, have you thought about what to name them? The baby had been born for a day, and calling them Big Treasure and Second Treasure was getting old. They needed proper names. In the past, they would have asked the elders to choose the names, which meant getting the approval of her father-in-law and mother-in-law. But after Wei Mingxiang's series of actions and the grudges from her past life, Jiangwan no longer wanted to be involved with her. The children belonged to them, and naming them was their own matter. No need for others to interfere. Cheng Jinyan paused thoughtfully, clearly considering carefully. Since naming the children was now on the agenda, Jiangwan also wanted to think about what they should be called. Both of them had written stories in their past lives, so her mind immediately filled with beautiful poetry and literary quotes. The last line stayed in her mind: "Time will not return, and beauty will not shine again." It means that time cannot be repeated, and past opportunities will not come back. But now she had been reborn, given a second chance. Let's name the children Cheng Shihua and Cheng Xiang. What do you think? Jiangwan's meaning was simple. She wanted them to cherish time and opportunities, to value this rare second chance. Cheng Jinyan tilted his head in thought and nodded in agreement. My wife is educated. I'll listen to her. If Chung Jin-yen named the children himself, his limited knowledge might lead to old-fashioned names. Although he didn't understand the meaning of the names his wife chose, they sounded pleasant and cultured, perfect for his children. The names are based on Liu Ji's short song style. Time will not return and beauty will not shine again, meaning they should cherish their time and opportunities. And since they were born into this world, which is not easy, it also reminds them to cherish life. Chung Jin-yen nodded repeatedly after hearing Jiang Wan's explanation. His wife is truly impressive. Her mind is sharper than most people's. She used a poetic line to name their son, which has a deep meaning. The more I hear it, the more I like it. Yes, yes, yes. The older son is named Chung Shihua, and the younger one is Chung Xiang. These are good names, and I am very satisfied. Chung Jin-yen doesn't really understand, but as long as he agrees, that's enough. Could the child's biological mother really harm the children? This is a child Jiang Wan fought hard to give birth to, and she definitely wants to give them the best, including their names. Jiang Wan's lips curl into a slight smile, finding Chung Jin-yen especially adorable. He is as obedient as a little pet, but taller and stronger, able to protect her and the children better. These days, whenever she has free time, Jiang Wan contacts the little monkey. The little monkey was so happy to hear she had two sons that had jumped around excitedly in her space, constantly shouting, "I have a little brother! I have a little brother!" Feeling the joy from the little monkey, Jiang Wan's mood also improves a lot. Although this little guy is small, he is her source of happiness. Jiang Wan notices that the little monkey's fingernails are full of dirt, and sometimes she sees scratches on its palms. Although it can use the mist in her space to heal wounds, the healing isn't very fast. As long as she comes quickly, she can catch it when it gets hurt. "Little pet, what's wrong with your hand?" "Mom, I've been digging winter bamboo shoots these past few days. I've learned the tricks and am getting more and more harvests. You should see the warehouse." The little monkey looks up at her with a pleading face and takes her hand, leading her toward the warehouse. When Jiang Wan arrives at the warehouse and sees the pile of winter bamboo shoots on the ground, she is surprised and almost opens her eyes wide. "Little pet, how did you dig so many winter bamboo shoots? How did you do it?" The little monkey not only dug bamboo shoots but also dug quite a few yams. These things are buried deep underground and only sprout in spring. But now, in the cold winter, their branches and leaves have withered, buried in the soil. How did the little monkey find these things? Not only did it find them, but it also dug so many. Its tiny hands, could they really be that strong? The little monkey points to the small on the ground, which Jiang Wan had specially made for it. She originally thought the little monkey wouldn't know how to use it, but it turned out to be very skilled. Not only did it learn to use tools, but it also worked very efficiently. It relies on the white mist in her space, so it's not afraid of getting hurt. Sometimes, when it gets anxious, it throws away the tools and digs with its claws. So Jiang Wan often saw it injured and noticed dirt on its fingers. "Mom, once you're feeling better, you can sell my stockpile. Then you'll have money to spend." The little monkey looked up happily at her. Jiang Wan looked into its pure, clear eyes and was momentarily speechless. She reached out to gently, its furry little head. The monkey had been recovering very well recently. It looked shiny and smooth, with its fur brighter and more attractive. "Foolish child, you're so young. Why are you making yourself so tired? Mom can earn money by writing articles and support you all." Jiang Wan rested in the hospital for 3 days. During the day, she lay on the bed, occasionally getting up to move around. At night, she would quietly go to her space to chat with the little monkey and use white mist to slowly heal her body. This childbirth had caused her serious harm. If she hadn't reacted quickly at that moment and thought of this method, she and the baby might have died. Jiang Wan gently hugged her son, looking at this little baby who had once died and now was lucky to be alive. She lowered her head and kissed his forehead softly, whispering to herself, "Baby, this time, I finally didn't hold you back." Jiang Wan had plenty of milk. Although her baby was a bit underdeveloped she believed he could catch up with time. In early pregnancy, she was working hard every day and couldn't eat much good food. Because she was carrying twins, her belly looked big, but her and the baby's nutrition was actually poor. If she hadn't spent a lot of money to hire Aunt Lee to cook 3 meals a day and nourish herself properly in the last month before delivery, the baby's health would be worse, and his weight would be lighter. Jiangwon was very grateful that she made a quick decision and was willing to spend that money. Otherwise, now that money might have been used for the child's medical treatment in the hospital. Thinking about it now, she still feels scared. She had no experience with children of her own. In the past, Wei Mingxiang told her that women should endure hardships and not be delicate during pregnancy so that childbirth would go smoothly. She always tried to find ways to make her work, and her reasons sounded convincing at the time, but now they all had flaws. During a doctor's round, she was told that her poor nutrition during pregnancy had caused the child's development to be somewhat delayed. Under normal circumstances, a newborn baby's height is about 45 to 55 centimeters. However, after measuring, her oldest child was only 42 centimeters, and the second child was 43 centimeters. Not only are their heights below average, but both children are also underweight. The oldest, being small, is quite tiny, while the second is slightly larger. The doctor said that although they are twins, their combined weight is only about the same as a normal baby's weight. Because of this, her children are very small and weak. Adding to their difficulties, she faced hardships before giving birth, which made things worse. The oldest is still in the incubator because her body is weak. The second is doing a bit better. She can eat and sleep well and has grown taller. The doctor said that babies grow quickly in the hospital, and even those with some health issues can gain 3 to 4 pounds in a month if properly cared for, or at least gain a pound or 2. A good postpartum period helps both the mother's recovery and the child's growth. Chung Jinyan has been trying to find ways to buy her soup these days, regardless of the cost, because he thinks it's worth it. Jiangwon felt a little sad about spending 20 yuan, but she believed that giving her more nutritious food would be good for the children's health, so she thought it was worth it. On the 7th day after her hospital stay, her oldest child, Jing Shihua, finally recovered enough to leave the incubator. Both children were brought to her, and Jiangwon held them tightly, crying happily. Jiangwon was very weak during childbirth and stayed in the hospital for a few days. During this time, Chung Jinyan took good care of her and secretly worked on restoring her health at night. Now she is fully recovered. The doctor said her body was recovering well, and the children's condition was stable enough for discharge. During her difficult delivery, Chung Jinyan had paid a deposit of 50 yuan, which was already used up. Now, they faced the final medical bill when leaving the hospital. There are only a few days left before payday, and Chung Jinyan has almost no money left, aside from what Jiangwon gave him. He is in a difficult situation. Just as he was feeling helpless, Jiangwon took out 100 yuan from a hidden pocket in her bag. Jinyan, this is some money I earned from writing articles and doing odd jobs. Please use it to pay the medical bills, she said. Chung Jinyan sat on a stool with a worried look, but Jiangwon smiled slightly and handed him the money. Jiangwon clearly explained the source of the money, and Chung Jinyan did not ask further. He quickly used the money to pay the medical bills. When he left, Jiangwon saw that his eyes were red. Chung Jinyan is a person with integrity. Over the years, he has earned and spent his own money and has never relied on his family. Because she was hospitalized for childbirth, Chung Jinyan spent all his money and is now in a difficult situation. After giving her some money, Jiangwon still had a little left, but that money was for emergencies, so she wouldn't take it out unless absolutely necessary. The nurse had come earlier and told her that the total medical expenses for her and the baby were 148 yuan. Adding the 100 yuan she just gave and considering the deposit for her hospital stay, she could get back 2 yuan. During this time, Chung Jinyan kept buying things and taking care of her closely. Plus, her meals were good, so his money was almost all spent. After finishing the discharge procedures, Chung Jinyan returned to find Jiangwon bending over to pack her things. When he saw her reaching for the lunch box on the table, he quickly held her hand. Wan, you're still postpartum. You shouldn't be in the wind or get cold. Just sit and rest. I'll handle everything else. Soldiers in the army are trained professionally, so they work quickly and neatly, provided they want to. Chung Jin-yen carefully folded the clothes for both adults and children into uniform-sized blocks, then neatly packed them into suitcases. Thanks to his careful organization, what would have taken 3 or 4 bags was all packed into just 2 suitcases. Before, Chung Jin-yen carried 2 suitcases. Now, since they were returning to the village, Jong-won couldn't carry both children, so he used a rope to tie the suitcases to his back. After feeding the 2 children, Jong-won looked up and saw 2 small hills behind Chung Jin-yen. She couldn't help but laugh, but Chung Jin-yen looked serious as he took out a hat and a scarf from his pocket. He carefully tied the scarf on Jong-won's head and put the hat on her. He had left 2 blankets earlier, which he folded into a simple baby wrap. Chung Jin-yen, who didn't know how to take care of children before, had to learn everything because Jong-won had no one to care for her. He packed the baby into the wrap like packing luggage, then skillfully shaped it into a rectangular block like a tofu. He placed the baby carefully inside, with limbs straight and tight, then wrapped it very securely and finally tied it with a strap. Once wrapped, the baby looked like a small, angular zongzi, sticky rice dumpling. With this successful experience, Chung Jin-yen worked harder and packed another baby carefully. Jong-won turned around and saw 2 small bundles, tightly wrapped like mummies. The brothers were born a week apart and had already opened their eyes. Now they were staring around with wide eyes, looking confused. They probably never expected that their own father would wrap them up like this. Chung Jin-yen, these are 2 children, not 2 suitcases. You wrapped them so tightly, they must be uncomfortable. Jong-won couldn't help but remind him. Chung Jin-yen looked up innocently at her. But they didn't cry, and they seemed quite excited. They really were excited, gazing around curiously like cute little animals. Still, you shouldn't wrap them so tight. You need to loosen it a bit, or they might feel uncomfortable and it could affect their growth. During her hospital stay, Jong-won had talked with doctors and nurses about parenting knowledge. She lacked experience caring for children under 1-year-old. Now she was trying to make up for that shortfall quickly. Chung Jin-yen was someone who listened to advice. He immediately loosened the wraps on both children. Jong-won nodded in satisfaction. She carried a small bag with some baby essentials and the hospital bill inside. Chung Jin-yen carried 2 large bags of luggage and held 1 child in his arms. When Chung Jin-yen returned, he looked tall, handsome, and impressive. He had been at the hospital caring for them for 7 days. His beard was scruffy, and his clothes hadn't been washed properly. Now, carrying so much stuff, he looked like someone who had escaped from a distant place. Chung Jin-yen urged Jong-won to walk ahead. Jong-won kept glancing back at him. Though Chung Jin-yen looked tired and unkempt on the outside, just seeing his face made her forget that. His features were smooth and sharp. Even when exhausted, he still looked handsome, with a tired charm. Carrying the children and luggage, Jong-won felt tired just watching him. But because he had a strong, healthy body, he handled everything easily. Chung Jin-yen had injured his leg during his military service. While Jong-won was in the hospital, she kept urging him to get treatment. He had no choice but to go. It turned out his injury was just a dislocated bone, which an experienced doctor gently fixed back into place. The doctor told him that in the future, if such a situation occurs, he must seek treatment immediately. Delaying could make treatment impossible and might even lead to disability. To some extent, the old doctor's words still had an effect. Chung Jin-yen started to take better care of his health than before. He also asked the old doctor for many medical tips. Jong-won suspected that he planned to focus on health preservation at a young age. The old doctor liked studying traditional medicine, and since Chung Jin-yen loved learning, he gave him many herbs when he was discharged. Jong-won initially thought these herbs were for Chung Jin-yen, but later realized they were for her. The weather outside was very cold. The 2 children curled up in blankets, their little faces red from the cold. Jong-won wore a scarf and hat and a coat brought back by Chung Jin-yen. The wind outside was strong, and cold gusts felt like knives on her face. She pulled her collar up and buried her face in the scarf. Although she had not yet had her postpartum checkup, she had to walk home alone. The road back to the village was long, and they walked for over an hour. Once in the village, Jong-won felt a bit confused. They no longer had a home. Where could they go now? While she was still wondering, she saw Qing Jinyan turn around and smile at her. Lu Aunt heard you gave birth and went around asking about you. She came to the hospital a few days ago and gave me the keys to the old house in advance. When did Lu Aunt come? I didn't know at all. Jiangwan saw Qing Jinyan open his palm, and as if by magic, a key appeared in his hand.
You were sleeping then.
Lu Aunt didn't want to wake you, so she spoke very softly. You slept for a long time, and I don't even know when Lu Aunt left. Qing Jinyan smiled slightly. During the days right after Jiangwan gave birth, she ate, slept, just like a little pig. Thinking about it now, it was kind of cute. Is that so? Lu Aunt is very kind. She has taken good care of me during this time. Actually, if she came over, it would be okay to wake me up. I was planning to wake you, but Lu Aunt didn't allow it, Qing Jinyan said with a gushao, feeling a bit helpless. Jiangwan also smiled. She never expected that Lu Aunt not only treated her well openly, but was also very caring behind the scenes. All right, she said quietly. Qing Jinyan continued. Lu Aunt said she had already cleaned the house in advance and did some simple repairs. She also tidied up the beds so we can move in directly. Aunt Lu has been so kind to us. Jiangwan was very surprised. In this village where she had lived for 8 years, her parents-in-law and nephews couldn't be trusted, yet a neighbor was so kind to her. It's important to know that Aunt Lu's old house had been abandoned for many years and was very hard to clean. A few days ago, Aunt Lu came to the hospital, and her house was already cleaned when she arrived. This shows that since they said goodbye to her, she had already started cleaning the house. Aunt Lu knew she was close to her due date and could give birth at any time. Knowing they had nowhere to go, she had already tidied up the old house in advance. Her goal was to give her a clean and tidy place to stay after she was discharged. Jiangwan returned to the village with her twin sons, causing quite a stir. Many villagers working nearby gathered around, greeting Jiangwan warmly. Jiangwan, I heard you had 2 sons. You're really amazing. In the countryside, people often have some traditional ideas about boys and girls. In their village, having 2 sons is considered a big achievement. Jiangwan had been married to Qing Jinyan for many years, but she never got pregnant. Unexpectedly, this time she was pregnant with twins. This made many families without sons feel envious. Don't mention it. Having twins is tough. I almost risked my life, Jiangwan said jokingly but seriously. Everyone then realized how risky it was to have twins, so no one mentioned it again. Jiangwan, why didn't your mother-in-law come to take care of you while you were in the hospital? Some people in the crowd, who didn't get along well with Wei Mingxiang, deliberately caused trouble in front of everyone. In the past, Jiangwan would have defended her mother-in-law's reputation, but now she didn't bother, and they had no reason to argue. I had a premature birth this time, and it's partly related to my mother-in-law, Jiangwan said with a meaningful smile. Everyone heard this and became very interested, leaning in to listen carefully.